Chapter 1. The Daughter's Bow challenges Chang'an City. Repository of the Mind. This is purely a work of entertainment and may diverge from historical accuracy due to narrative necessities. The ages of certain characters may fluctuate. Archaeologists, tread carefully. Sigh. I've only shot 5 arrows, and now this one's broken. Zhang Huaian gazed at the self-made compound bow, now irrevocably shattered in two, and sighed deeply. The materials of the Great Tang simply cannot withstand the demands of the compound bow. I wonder when I will be able to manufacture an AK. He carelessly discarded the broken pieces of the bow and hoisted the fallen wild boar, making his way toward the village. As he approached the village entrance, he spotted the village chief leaning on his cane. Huaian, off hunting again? Zhang Huaian unfastened a mountain chicken from his waist and handed it to the village chief, smiling as he spoke. Chief, next time the child craves meat, please refrain from punishing him. I heard the dog crying last night. The village chief accepted it with a grin, saying, the dog has only had a few hearty meals last night. He even wanted to eat the hens laying eggs. If not him, then who else should I scold? Only you possess such abilities to indulge the child. The last time I met the county magistrate's son, he was no match for your two. Before Zhang Huaian could respond, a youth came rushing from the distance, calling out, Brother Huaian, you're finally back. Hurry and chase after Chengyuan and Chuhe. Zhang Huaian watched as the energetic Su rushed toward him, not taking it too seriously. Su, don't fret. You know Chuhe's capabilities. What is there to fear? Su bent over, hands on his knees, panting as he replied, No, Brother Huaian, they're riding on the little white horse. I saw Chuhe with a gun, saying she wanted to go to Chang'an to seek out the emperor for her mother. Zhang Huaian's heart sank at this revelation, and he dropped his catch to the ground, shouldering a tumper-long spear as he sprinted toward Chang'an. Cough, cough, cough. The village chief was left coughing from the dust kicked up by Zhang Huaian's hurried departure. Su, do you see? It seems Huaian is flying. Meanwhile, on the official road before the Mingde Gate of Chang'an, a galloping black steed carried 2 children, aged 4 or 5, adorned with a gleaming silver spear dangling from the victorious hook. As they approached the gates of Chang'an, the throng of people on the road increased, and the black horse, seemingly endowed with a spirit of its own, slowed its pace without needing the siblings' command. The townsfolk, queuing to enter Chang'an, were taken aback by the magnificent steed and the 2 finely dressed children atop it, instinctively stepping aside, for neither the horse nor the children were beings they could provoke. Moreover, the long spear they bore further underscored the extraordinary status of the 2 young ones. Zhang Chengyuan, seated upon the horse, took a handkerchief from his pocket to gently wipe the sweat from his sister's forehead, quietly instructing, Chuhe, listen to your brother, do not act recklessly. Once we enter the city, we will seek our mother. The little girl nodded vigorously, yet her gaze remained fixed on the soldiers of the city gate. As the dark horse shouted by, accompanied by the 2 siblings, cut in line at the city gate. It was just past the hour of Chun, the peak time for merchants and citizens queuing to enter the city. They approached the Mingde Gate, which led directly to Zhuke Avenue. 12 soldiers stood guard at the city gate. Upon seeing someone riding into the city, the soldiers' expressions hardened, and they shouted, dismount. No galloping allowed on Zhuke Avenue. However, immediately after their admonition, they sensed something amiss and looked up at the imposing black horse, its powerful physique and well-defined muscles evident. The saddle and weapons were all present, unmistakably indicating it was a superior war steed. If a heavily armored general were to be seated atop, it would have seemed entirely reasonable. Yet at this moment, 2 chubby little children occupied its back. The soldiers softened their tone considerably, addressing the siblings. Who are you little ones? Hurry down, riding a horse is dangerous. Both the horse and the fine garments adorning the siblings, along with their exquisite deer-hide boots, suggested their noble lineage. They could very well be the children of a general. Zhang Chengyuan grasped the saddle and, with great effort, clambered down from the horse. He smoothed his robes and, bowing politely to the soldier, said, Good sir, my sister and I have come in search of our mother. My younger sister is still quite small and lacks the strength to walk. May I lead the horse into the city? What say you? Zhang Chengyuan's earnestness made the soldiers a bit uneasy. His reasoning was sound, and the little girl appeared to be no more than 3 or 4 years old, so riding was indeed inappropriate. Just as one soldier was about to acquiesce, the girl atop the horse pouted and, growing impatient, dismounted with a swift motion. She unsheathed the long spear from the saddle and pointed its tip toward the soldiers, exclaiming, "Halt! Go inform your imperial father to release my mother. Otherwise, I shall storm the palace myself to rescue her." The 12 soldiers, upon hearing the girl's bold declaration, felt their legs weaken, their faces devoid of any humor. Who is this audacious child, so brazen as to address the emperor so irreverently? One older soldier quickly reacted, barking, "Where did this mad girl come from? You should take your sister away and find a doctor to examine her properly." Zhang Chuhe was also taken aback by his sister's words. Hadn't they just agreed to behave? How could she turn so abruptly? His father's words rang true. Women were indeed capricious. The soldiers, acting out of concern, deemed the girl a madcap. Even if others overheard, they could easily dismiss it. Surely the current emperor would not stoop to quarrel with a mere child. Had the situation involved an older individual, the consequences could have been dire, but the emperor was known for his generosity. Nonetheless, the family elders might still face repercussions. Zhang Chuhe's face reflected his inner turmoil, yet his desire to find their mother prevailed. He once again bowed respectfully to the soldiers and implored, "Dear brothers, my sister is young and speaks without thinking. I kindly ask you not to take offense and allow us to enter the city. I shall ensure my sister refrains from further outbursts." A soldier raised a spear, directing the two siblings, "Get lost. Get lost. Today, out of consideration for your youth, I shall not hold it against you. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Zhang Chuhe was about to retort when a petite figure, holding a gleaming silver spear that towered over her, leaped gracefully over his head and landed in front of him. A wave of apprehension washed over Zhang Chuhe as he instinctively reached out to stop her, but Zhang Chuhe had already dashed forward, spear in hand. Amidst the astonished gazes of the city guards, she deftly flicked her spear, dislodging the soldier's weapon, then planted her spear on the ground. Using it as support, she kicked directly at the soldier's chest. With a resounding bang, the guard was sent hurtling backward. Another soldier near the city gate instinctively moved to catch him, but was instead knocked to the ground by the force of his comrade's fall. "Erniel, are you all right? Quickly inform the captain, someone has breached the city gate." Two soldiers rushed to assess the situation, one sprinting toward the gate while the others remained vigilant, spears at the ready, their eyes fixed on the diminutive girl who was barely half the height of their weapons. Zhang Chuhe, witnessing the unfolding events, felt that things had spiraled beyond his expectations. He intended to pull Zhang Chuhe away. It was unthinkable for them to storm through Mingde Gate and charge down Zhuke Street, with his little sister wielding a spear in such a manner. Though she was formidable, did they really believe the 16 guards were mere playthings? Zhang Chuhe casually pushed her brother aside, causing Zhang Chuhe to topple to the ground. Sitting helplessly, he gazed up at the sky, a profound sense of despair filling his heart. "Father, why did you bestow such divine strength upon my sister? Why not upon me?" Dressed in a pink dress, Zhang Chuhe stood defiantly before the guards, her cherubic face devoid of fear. With the tail of her spear embedded in the ground, she crossed her arms and tilted her small face upward, disdainfully declaring, "You rabble! How dare you obstruct my path? Clear the way at once and release that person. Yes, Lier, let my mother go. Otherwise, I shall skewer each of you one by one. Should any limbs or heads be lost, do not hold me accountable." The soldiers, gripping their spears, felt their palms grow clammy. Initially, they had assumed the girl was merely wielding a toy, but now, seeing Ernio's protective gear shattered by her kick, they grasped the severity of the situation. Her incessant mentions of Lier and threats of storming the palace sent shivers down their spines. Even if this girl hailed from a noble family, it was certain she would incur the wrath of the emperor for such audacity. Chapter 2. Lier, you must not perish. Zhang Huaian sprinted unceasingly towards the city of Chang'an, his mind racing with thoughts on why the two children had ventured there. Considering that his wife had gone missing in Lantian County, Zhang Huaian himself was a time traveler, transported 6 years prior by a swift chariot to over 1,000 years in the past during the Tang Dynasty. His original self was a simpleton with intellectual challenges, yet possessed of extraordinary strength. His mother had tragically passed during childbirth, and his father, a soldier, succumbed to old injuries shortly after Zhang's arrival in this era. After his father's death, Zhang Huaian, faced with hunger, began hunting in the mountains with a spear and a horned bow left by his father. It was during one of these hunts that he discovered a beautiful girl who had fainted. This girl, named Xiang, was far more exquisite than the good girl his uncle often spoke of. Zhang Huaian took her home and cared for her. Upon awakening, she revealed her name but was reluctant to share more. Concerned for her well-being, he decided to keep her with him. Zhang Huaian swore to the heavens that it was not merely her beauty that compelled him to do so. As time passed, affection blossomed between them. Zhang Huaian's kindness complemented Xiang's gentle nature, and with the assistance of their community, they entered into a simple union. In the 7th year of Wuda, they welcomed a son, Zhang Qingyuan, and in the 8th year, a daughter, Zhang Chuhe. The son inherited his mother's cleverness, while the daughter possessed her father's innate strength. With the family expanding, life became more complex than mere sustenance. When their daughter was an infant, she often tore her clothes, prompting Xiang to fret about the kind of husband she might find in the future. Zhang Huaian realized that subsisting solely on hunting would not provide a prosperous life for his wife and children. It merely ensured they had enough to eat. Thus, on the 3rd day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, he ventured into Chang'an with his spear. Upon returning home on the evening of the 4th day, he brought back a black warhorse, a long spear, and 2 large bags of silver and copper coins acquired from the Prince of Qin's residence. Thus, the family enjoyed a blissful existence until the beginning of the 1st year of Zhengguan, when a grain shortage compelled Xiang to travel to Lantian County with fellow villagers to purchase food and some fabric. Unfortunately, she never returned. After searching for over a month, a late spring snowstorm left his children ill, forcing Zhang Huaian to return home to care for them. However, he firmly believed that Xiang would not have abandoned them. He understood well how deeply she loved him. Even if offered the position of empress, she would choose him without hesitation. As he reminisced about their past, Zhang Huaian hoped to uncover clues from their previous life. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He recalled the jesting conversations he had with Xiang, where he playfully suggested that she might be a lost noblewoman who, upon being rescued by him, wed him for his looks and talents. Xiang would roll her eyes and reply with a smile, "Yes, indeed. I am the lost princess who was rescued by you, and it is your beauty that won my heart." At that time, Zhang Chuhe was still quite young, perhaps not remembering, but Zhang Qingyuan would certainly recall. Could this foolish child genuinely believe her mother's words? If she truly ventured into the imperial palace, it would spell considerable trouble. No matter how capable the young girl was, she was merely 4 years old. Even if the 16 guards lined up to be defeated by her, she could not possibly enter the palace, could she? Zhang Chuhe clasped her arms, and despite needing to look up at the city guards due to her height, her expression conveyed a resolute defiance, as if to declare, "None among you can rival me." The captain of the guards approached. This little girl had knocked out Ernyo. Zhang Qingyuan's gaze followed, and he beheld a captain clad in black armor emerging slowly from the city gate, though it was evident that the visage beneath the helmet retained a certain youthfulness. Cheng Chumo, yawning and rubbing the corners of his eyes, ambled toward the gate, casually strolling behind a few soldiers wielding long spears, pushing one aside to peer forward. "Captain, be cautious. The intruders are formidable." In truth, one could hardly blame Cheng Chumo's nonchalant demeanor. The Mingde Gate was the most significant gate in Chang'an City. Although merely a dozen guards were stationed, there were thousands of elite troops atop the city walls. Cheng Chumo opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. Spotting only a magnificent black steed marked by a white spot on its brow, utterly oblivious to any intruders at the gate. Irked by the interruption of his slumber, Cheng Chumo's irritation began to swell. "Where are the thieves? Who? Do you dare to make a fool of me?" Before the soldier reporting behind him could utter a word, Zhang Chuhe, thoroughly dissatisfied, glared at the imposing figure before her. What did this dark figure mean? How dare this brute disregard her presence? She retorted furiously, "Halt. Announce your name. This young lady does not slay nameless foes." Upon hearing her voice, Cheng Chumo turned his gaze downward and beheld a petite girl, standing about 1 meter tall, arms crossed defiantly, her demeanor arrogant, with a spear planted beside her. Enraged, Cheng Chumo drew his whip and lashed it at the guards behind him, the crack of the whip echoing against their armor. "You lot dare to amuse yourselves with a mere child? Are you suggesting this yellow-haired girl intends to breach the gates and storm the palace? It would be better for me to whip you than for you to face execution by military law." The soldier, who had been struck, bore a sorrowful expression, aware that the captain meant well, but there was no way to explain. If he had not witnessed the girl kick Ernyo aside with his own eyes, he too would find it hard to believe. Captain, it truly is this little girl. Nonsense. Zhang Chuhe, increasingly irate at being ignored, fumed. You dark brute. You are the leader of this band, correct? Hurry and allow me and my brother entry into the city. I wish to confront that old emperor personally and demand to know why he has taken my mother into the palace. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chumo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He felt he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. Had the emperor forcibly taken a commoner? His immediate reaction was to cast a fierce glance around the city gate, relieved to find no onlookers. The emperor's abduction of a commoner could not be allowed to spread. Otherwise, Wei Zhang might well find himself meeting his end at Taiji Palace the very next day. The common folk in the marketplace displayed a commendable sense of prudence. Upon witnessing a commotion at the city gate, those with no pressing matters swiftly returned home, while those in urgent need diverted to other entrances. Now, only the Zhang siblings and a handful of soldiers remained at Mingde Gate. Quickly disperse. Do not cause a ruckus at the city gate. Should you continue your mischief, I shall have you both imprisoned in the Dali Temple for execution. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuhe could no longer contain herself. She deftly flicked her long spear, which spun gracefully in the air before being firmly grasped by her small hand. With a fierce shout, she charged towards Cheng Chumo. Meanwhile, Zhang Huaian was still en route. Cheng Chumo, with an expression of irritation, reached out to seize the spear. He had already devised a plan. Once he grasped it, he would pull her towards him and deliver a sound thrashing, expecting her to return home in tears. However, the moment Cheng Chumo laid hands on the spear, his countenance shifted dramatically. The texture he felt was not that of a wooden spear, but rather that of a genuine 32-pound iron spear, an implement he could hardly wield. In the entirety of the Tang Dynasty, only a select few generals possessed the strength to handle such a weapon. Zhang Chuhe swung the spear, causing Cheng Chumo to recoil as the impact forced him to release his grip. He executed a backflip, delivering a kick to the spear as it swept towards his face. The moment their feet met, he was struck with a jolt, and he staggered backwards, regaining his balance only after several steps. Standing silently, Cheng Chumo adjusted his stance, his right foot lightly touching the ground, while tumultuous waves surged within his heart. He beckoned for Eru to approach. Upon seeing the officer's signal, Eru promptly stepped forward. Addressing him, "Officer," Cheng Chumo whispered in Eru's ear, "ascend the city wall and summon 100, no, 200 brothers from the left Wu Guard to descend. The bandits are fierce." Eru, well aware of Zhang Chuhe's prowess, discreetly retreated. Zhang Chuhe raised an eyebrow, gazing triumphantly at the immobile Cheng Chumo. "Dai, you now discern my strength, do you not? If it pains you, do not hesitate to cry out. I shall not mock you." Cheng Chumo wiped the perspiration from his brow, a result of the pain, and gritted his teeth. "Little girl, retreat now, while there is still room for negotiation. Otherwise, do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers." Zhang Chuhe made a playful gesture towards Cheng Chumo, retorting, "Pa? Shameless. You already outnumber us." "Humph. But I fear you not. Bring as many as you like, and I shall face them all." Hearing the clamor of armor clashing at the city gate, Zhang Chengyuan turned his gaze, his eyes narrowing as he beheld hundreds of armored soldiers emerging in perfect formation, clearly elite troops. With reinforcements arriving, Cheng Chumo's confidence surged. He barked at the Zhang siblings, "Quickly leave, or in but a moment, it shall be your heads that roll." Zhang Chengyuan tugged at his sister, whispering, "Chuhe, a wise hero does not court unnecessary trouble. We shall return another day and surely find another gate to enter." Yet, Zhang Chuhe appeared oblivious to her brother's counsel, turning instead towards the waiting Xiaobai. Observing this scene, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief, believing Zhang Chuhe was finally ready to withdraw. Zhang Chuhe did not mount the horse. Instead, she rummaged through the satchel on Xiaobai, eventually extracting a black lump the size of an adult's fist. With a cheerful smile, she returned to the forefront of the crowd, her other hand holding a firecracker. Before Cheng Chumo could utter another word, Zhang Chengyuan's expression changed drastically, and he stammered, "Chuhe, where did you find that bomb? I thought I had hidden it away." Upon hearing her brother's words, Zhang Chuhe rolled her eyes dramatically and muttered, "Wasn't it under father's bed? Did you think I didn't know?" Zhang Huaian, blissfully unaware that his son had concealed treasures beneath his own bed, would surely lament his son's filial piety if he were to discover the truth. Zhang Chengyuan attempted to prevent Zhang Chuhe from proceeding, but his strength paled in comparison to his sister's. Realizing he could not stop her, He urgently shouted to Chingchumo and the others, "You all must run. That bomb is extremely powerful." This time, however, Chingchumo remained unfazed, reasoning that the little girl was strong enough to avoid a direct confrontation. What was there to fear? Zhang Chuhe chuckled, blew on the firecracker, and ignited a cotton fuse attached to the black lump before hurling it towards the city gate with all her might. Although the little girl possessed considerable strength, her aim was lacking, and the dark bomb soared far beyond the city wall, covering her ears. Zhang Chuhe laughed heartily at Chingchumo, exclaiming, "Haha, if you won't let me pass, I'll blow up the city gate with this bomb." The next moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated from above the city wall, a plume of black smoke billowing skyward, forming a small mushroom cloud. The resounding boom echoed throughout half of Chang'an, reaching even the imperial palace, where the dilapidated tiles of some ancient halls were dislodged by the shockwave. Meanwhile, on a small hillside 10 miles from Chang'an, Zhang Huaian was startled by the commotion and quickened his pace. Goodness, could Qingyuan have brought a bomb? I sincerely hope it doesn't blow up the palace. If Li Er were to perish, it would truly spell disaster. Li Er, the most formidable carbon-based life form of the 7th century, had to endure. He could not be so easily eliminated. Zhang Huaian did not believe he would excel as emperor compared to Li Er, so it was best for Li Er to remain alive. Otherwise, the favors he had sold at Xuanwu Gate would be for naught. He was still contemplating returning to Li Er for assistance when his finances ran dry. Chapter 3. The Princess of Xiangqing within the palace. In the Mingde Hall of the inner court, a table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, and seated beside the bed was a girl with delicate features, though her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Next to her sat a woman in her 20s, dressed in court attire, adorned with a phoenix hairpin. "Xiang, you must eat something. If you continue like this, your health will inevitably deteriorate," the woman urged gently. The girl lifted her gaze to the woman, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet she remained silent. The woman waved her hand, signaling the attending maidens to withdraw. Once they had departed, she resumed speaking. "Xiang, you are the emperor's eldest daughter. You must be more understanding. This year, since the spring sowing, the Guangzhou region has hardly seen a drop of rain. Your father is already preparing for disaster relief. Today is a rare day of respite, yet your father, the emperor, remains restless, anxiously awaiting outside the palace. Be obedient, nourish yourself well, and should any concerns arise, speak to your mother, who will assist you." Tears flowed uncontrollably from Princess Xiangqing's eyes as she rose from her bed, facing Chang's son. She bowed deeply, expressing, "Xiang humbly thanks father and mother for their nurturing and guidance. I am merely a concubine's daughter, yet mother treats me as her own, showering me with affection equal to that of my sister, Chang'an, and even personally instructing me. I, Xiang, hold this in my heart, never to forget. However, my sole desire is for mother to permit my exit from the palace, so that I may reunite with my husband. Beyond this, I ask for nothing more, and I hope for your understanding." No sooner had Xiangqing finished speaking than a furious voice echoed from outside the hall. "You shall not. I have raised you for so many years, and now you defy me for a commoner, even resorting to fasting. Just wait. Once I find him, I shall kill him, and then we shall see how you reunite." Inside the hall, Xiangqing remained kneeling before Chang's son, her head bowed, softly weeping. She understood that if anyone could sway her father's resolve, it would be Chang's son. With a heavy sigh, Chang's son rose and helped Xiangqing to her feet, observing her frail form, weakened by malnutrition. "Xiang, you were lost for 5 years after the treachery of Prince Qi in the 6th year of Wuda. Do you know how much your father has worried, fearing for your safety? Last year, someone spotted you in Lantian, and you cannot imagine his joy upon receiving that news." With red-rimmed eyes, Xiangqing gazed at Chang's son, her voice akin to the mournful cry of a cuckoo. "Mother." Chang's son sighed once more, her tone laced with resignation. "Enough, enough. Since you insist on leaving the palace to reunite with your husband, I shall not stand in your way. In a few days, when your father leaves the palace, I will endure his wrath to grant you your wish. But upon your departure, make haste to leave Chang'an with your husband. Do not allow your father to find you. You know well the consequences of his temper." Xiangqing looked at Chang's son in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Mother." Chang's son gently caressed Xiangqing's face and smiled softly. "Silly child. I am a woman too. I understand your feelings. But first, you must eat well, lest you lack the strength to flee." "Mother." Overwhelmed by Changsuan's words, Xiangqing fell into her embrace, soon dampening her garments with tears. After a moment, Chang'an exited the Mingde Hall, closing the door behind her, and shook her head at the anxious Li Shimin outside, signaling him to remain silent. Together, they made their way to the Ganlu Hall, where Lier, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, "What transpired?" Chang'an shook her head, speaking with resignation. "Xiang is far too stubborn, resembling you in temperament. She remains resolute in her wish to leave the palace." Li Shimin kicked a stone aside in frustration, the veins on his forehead pulsating with anger. "How dare she? How dare she?" Chang'an gently soothed his back, whispering, "Your Majesty, this stalemate cannot continue. Xiang's health is deteriorating. She is, after all, your daughter. Can you truly watch her come to harm?" Li Shimin turned his head, breathing heavily as he looked at Chang'an. "Guanyin maid, you must have a solution, right?" Chang'an gently shook her head. "If you are at a loss, how could I possibly have an answer? Moreover, I suspect Xiang may already be with child. Otherwise, she would not be so resolute with you." Li Shimin's mouth fell open in astonishment, and once he regained his composure, he erupted with the fury of a lion. Before he could speak, Chang'an continued, "A woman may be gentle, but a mother is fierce. If not for the child, Xiang would not be so determined. I have already promised her that once your Majesty is no longer in the palace in a few days, I will let her leave." "No, absolutely not." Chang'an gently shook her head. "Erlang, this is merely a temporary measure. Did you not hear that Xiang has agreed to dine?" Li Shimin slammed his thigh and, with gritted teeth, declared, "Indeed. I shall send someone to find that commoner at once. If Xiang is truly with child, we must bring the child back, for it is the royal bloodline. As for that commoner, how dare he engage in such private dealings with a princess?" "Humph," Chang'an sighed, understanding that this was the greatest concession Li Shimin could muster. She hoped Xiang would forget about that commoner upon seeing the child. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from outside Chang'an, causing the ground to tremble. Instinctively, Li Shimin pulled Chang'an into his embrace. A thought struck him, and he rushed back. Panic etched across his face as he shouted, "Xiang, come quickly. The earth dragon stirs." Upon arriving at Mingde Palace, he caught sight of Xiangqing running out, her skirts lifted. Compared to over a year ago, she appeared much thinner, her complexion pale, which filled Li Shimin with both pain and rage. At that moment, the tremors within the palace ceased. Li Shimin glared at his daughter, exclaiming, "Did you not refuse to see me?" Seeing her father, Xiangqing's heart flooded with sorrow. She fell to her knees, weeping, "I beseech you, father, show mercy." Just as Li Shimin was about to scold her further, Chang'an hurriedly intervened, "Your Majesty, there are significant changes in Chang'an. Please go to Taiji Palace to oversee the situation." "Humph." Li Shimin snorted disdainfully, waving his sleeve as he departed. He understood the gravity of the situation. Xiangqing's plight paled in comparison to matters of state. "Xian, Fang Xianling, Du Ru Hui, Chang'an Wuji, present yourselves. I must know what has transpired in Chang'an." As Chang'an watched Li Shimin leave, she helped Xiangqing to her feet, taking one of her hands and gently patting the back of it in a comforting manner. "Be good and return to your meals. Take care of your health, and in a few days, your mother will let you leave the palace. I must go to soothe the inner palace. For now, stay outside until it is safe to return." Princess Xiangqing bowed deeply. "Thank you, mother." Chapter 4. Zhang Huaian has finally arrived. The explosion at Mingde Gate resounded like thunder, echoing throughout Chang'an, reaching the imperial palace. Chen Chu rose silently from the ground, spitting out bloody dust, his gaze blankly turning toward the walls of Chang'an. At the gates of Chang'an, over 100 soldiers clad in black armor were paralyzed by fear, some letting out piercing screams. Suddenly, Chen Chumo caught sight of a section of the wall where the wooden structure had collapsed, and an anguished cry, akin to an explosion, escaped his lips. "Uncle Yuchi, how tragically you've perished. Brother Yuchi, you're fatherless now. Woe is me." Behind him, a city guard rose from the ground and tugged at the weeping Chen Chumo. "Lieutenant, you must hurry and inform His Majesty." The words were somewhat unclear to Cheng, but he distinctly heard His Majesty, which sent a shock through him. Although Uncle Yuchi was significant, His Majesty's importance outweighed all. "Yes, His Majesty. I shall inform him. You must hold the gates. Remember, do not let the intruders enter the city. I will notify His Majesty to reinforce our defenses." After speaking, he darted toward the gates like a sharpened sword, mounting a neighing warhorse. Ignoring the animal's frenzy, he yanked the reins and struck its flanks with vigor. The horse, stung by the pain, surged forward. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingyuan, lying on the ground, lowered his hands from his ears and gazed mournfully at his sister, who was laughing heartily not far away. It's over. They truly blew up Chang'an. I am doomed. Father will surely thrash me. He scrambled to his feet and rushed to his sister. Chuhe, we must flee. Zhang Chuhe turned to her brother, dissatisfied. Flee? We haven't found mother yet. Zhang Chuhe felt as if 1,000 warhorses were galloping through his mind. He merely wanted to find their mother and had never intended for Chang'an to be destroyed. What should he do now? As he watched Zhang Chuhe take small steps toward the white horse, he summoned every ounce of speed he possessed, reaching the horse before her, clutching the pouches tightly to himself and dropping to the ground, determined not to let Chuhe have the explosives. Chuhe. Outside Chang'an, a figure, swift as the wind, approached the city, raising a massive cloud of dust behind. Father. Zhang Chuhe heard her father's voice and halted, freeing her small hand from her brother's grip. She dropped her spear and joyfully leaped into Zhang Huaian's embrace. He instinctively caught his daughter, but then his gaze twitched towards a section of the wall. A fissure had been blasted open. Seeing his father arrive, Zhang Chuhe felt as if salvation had finally come. He stood up, his small face covered in dust, 2 tear-streaked paths marking his cheeks. Suddenly, laughter erupted from both his father and sister. Chuhe lowered his head, unable to meet his father's gaze, murmuring, Father, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I have led my sister into a catastrophic mess. Please punish me. Zhang Huaian looked at his son, who clutched the pouches tightly, feeling a pang of sympathy. He reached out to pat his son's head, fully aware that his child was not capable of such mischief. It was undoubtedly the beloved daughter in his arms who was the true source of trouble. However, Zhang Huaian refrained from saying too much. After all, his 2 children were also in search of their mother. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at himself for failing to locate Xiang after more than a year. Brother, how shameful. At your age, still crying. Zhang Chuhe, nestled in Zhang Huaian's embrace, wrapped one arm around her father's neck while playfully poking his face with her finger, laughing at Zhang Chuhe. With a swift smack on his daughter's small backside, Zhang Huaian adopted a somewhat stern tone. Chuhe, cease your mischief. The little mischief maker, who had just been wreaking havoc in Chang'an, was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe that her father would actually scold her. Pouting her lips, her large eyes sparkled with tears, as if a spring had burst forth. Unlike his usual approach of comforting her immediately, Zhang Huaiyan paused. Although there was reason behind her actions, his daughter had indeed caused quite a ruckus, and he had indulged her too much. If only Xiang were present, he could have reprimanded his son with a measure of authority, but when it came to his daughter, he found it difficult to be stern. As a result, with Xiang missing for nearly 2 years, the little girl had become somewhat unruly, emboldened by her innate strength. Zhang Huaiyan gently set the sobbing Zhang Chuhe down and turned to Zhang Chuhe, saying, Take good care of your sister. I shall assess the situation. Zhang Chuhe nodded earnestly, grasping his sister's small hand tightly, although he knew his efforts might be in vain. Due to their distance from the city wall, the soldiers stationed with Chang Chuhe had now risen to their feet, legs trembling, yet they held their spears firmly. Watching warily the young man who bore a halberd upon his back, Zhang Huaiyan approached the group, bowing respectfully, and spoke earnestly, My brothers, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. My daughter has been unruly and has caused you significant trouble. I understand the gravity of her actions, which could warrant severe punishment, yet we shall not surrender ourselves here. Therefore, I extend my apologies. The soldiers merely kept their vigilant gaze fixed on Zhang Huaiyan. As for apprehending him, that seemed an impractical notion. After all, if they could not even subdue a girl of a few years, how could they hope to detain him? They had witnessed her swift retreat, outpacing even a warhorse. She was no ordinary child. Moreover, if they were to capture him, what if he unleashed another explosive? Had they not seen how the walls of Chang'an had nearly crumbled? If such a device were thrown into a crowd, it would spell disaster. Zhang Huaiyan retrieved a gold ingot from his pocket and placed it on the ground. His tone somber as he stated, This is my compensation for the injuries sustained by the soldiers and for the repairs needed for the wall. It may not suffice, but it is all I can offer at present. If the casualties are significant, I kindly request that you post a notice on the city wall, and I will ensure to send funds regularly. Zhang Huaiyan had also observed that the bomb thrown by Zhang Chuhe had missed its intended target. As long as the explosion occurred in an unoccupied area, fatalities were unlikely. Noticing armored soldiers emerging from the city gate, he bowed once more to the soldiers, saying, I cannot linger longer. Please convey to His Majesty that this incident was merely a misunderstanding. Upon my return, I shall ensure my daughter is kept in check. May our paths cross again under better circumstances. The soldiers guarding the city simultaneously thought to themselves, let us hope we don't cross paths again. It would spell trouble. It would be best if this father-daughter pair never set foot in Chang'an again. Zhang Huaian, after speaking, turned around and lifted his son and daughter onto the back of Xiao Bai, securing his long spear into the victory hook. In a matter of moments, amidst the astonished gazes of the city guards, he hoisted Xiao Bai and vanished before the city gate, leaving behind a cloud of dust that caused several guards to cough uncontrollably. Chapter 5. What? 200,000 Turks are attacking the city? At this moment, within the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin glanced at Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Changsun Wujing, inquiring, what on earth is happening? Is the earth dragon stirring? Changsun Wujing stepped to the center of the hall and, with a respectful gesture towards Li Shimin, replied, Your Majesty, it does not seem like the earth dragon stirring. Rather, it sounds like commotion coming from the Mingde Gate. I have dispatched someone to investigate, and news should arrive shortly. At the same time, Cheng Chumo had already ridden to the gates of the imperial city. The one guarding the city today was none other than General Cheng Yaojin of the Left Wu Guard. Clad in full armor, Cheng Yaojin gripped a dark horse spear tightly. From a distance, Cheng Yaojin noticed a swift steed galloping towards the palace. He intended to stop it, especially given the recent disturbances in Chang'an that had even reached the imperial city. No one should be allowed entry at this time. As the warhorse approached, he recognized it was his own son. Covered in dust, Cheng Chumo desperately urged his horse forward, shouting, Urgent report! Urgent report! Cheng Chumo had no intention of acknowledging his father, nor did he have the time, as he cried out towards the city gate, Let me pass. Cheng Yaojin stepped aside, permitting his son to enter the city, fully aware that if it were not an emergency, he would not be so reckless. Although Cheng Yaojin was curious about the unfolding events, he understood that it was not the time for inquiries. His foremost duty was to defend the imperial city. Within the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin paced anxiously, growing increasingly impatient. He glanced again at Fang Xianling and the others, and before he could speak, shouts echoed from outside the palace. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The city is under attack. The four within the hall turned pale, and without waiting for the messenger to enter, they dashed outside. Thankfully, Cheng Chumo retained some composure and did not ride directly into the Taiji Palace. Dismounting at the palace steps, disregarding the bruises on his horse, he leaped down 4 or 5 steps and rushed towards the palace. As Li Shimin and the others emerged from the grand hall, they saw a dusty soldier charging towards the gates of the Taiji Palace. Upon spotting Li Shimin, Cheng Chumo fell to his knees, his voice trembling with emotion. Your Majesty, the city is under attack. Though tumultuous waves surged within his heart, Li Shimin's years of battlefield experience compelled him to regain his composure. He asked in a deep voice, How many are they? Are they Turks? Cheng Chumo raised 2 fingers. The 4 of them inhaled sharply, and then Li Shimin, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, 200,000. Are the local officials utterly useless? 200,000 marching straight into Chang'an, and I received no prior warning. Bring me my armor. Changsun Wujing. Mobilize all the forces in Chang'an. We must prepare to defend the city at all costs. Fang Xianling, upon seeing the kneeling soldier before them, suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. A closer look revealed that he was none other than Cheng Yaojin's son. Fang Xianling sensed that something was amiss. While you might argue that the entry of 20 Turkic individuals could pose no issue, the advance of 200,000 towards Chang'an surely would not occur without some form of intelligence. Stroking his short beard, Fang Xianling spoke calmly. Your Majesty, please remain composed. I fear there may be a misunderstanding. At that moment, Cheng Chumo felt a tinge of awkwardness. It seemed that the emperor had indeed misconstrued the situation. In a trembling voice, he murmured, Your Majesty, it is not 200,000, but merely 2 individuals. An eerie silence enveloped the vicinity of the Taiji Palace, abruptly interrupted by the cawing of a crow soaring overhead, breaking the tension among the gathered courtiers. Li Shimin could scarcely believe his ears. He dug into his ears, convinced he must have misheard. Surely it was 20,000 he had heard. He turned towards the kneeling Cheng Chumo and demanded, Repeat that. How many? Feeling the brunt of Li Shimin's fury up close, Cheng Chumo's voice dwindled even further as he extended 2 fingers. Your Majesty, just 2 individuals. A boy of 5 or 6 years and a girl of 4 or 5, claiming that you have taken their mother and demanding her return. Coughing violently, Du Ruhui attempted to alleviate the awkwardness that had settled among the group. Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling turned their heads away, feigning ignorance of the conversation. Meanwhile, Li Shimin was on the verge of an explosive rage, delivering a kick towards the kneeling Cheng Chumo, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! Someone, drag this fellow away." However, his sentence was abruptly cut short. In his fury, he had not taken note of whom he was addressing, believing it to be an ordinary soldier. He unintentionally sent Cheng Chumo sprawling backward, revealing a face dusted in grime. Recognizing him, Li Shimin, despite his anger, could not bring himself to execute Cheng Chumo. Changing his tone, he ordered, "Drag this fellow out and administer 20 military lashes." Fang Xianling stepped forward, urgently interjecting, "Your Majesty, it would be prudent to ascertain the facts before resorting to punishment." Li Shimin was nearly beside himself with rage, having expected 200,000 silent Turkic invaders to have stealthily reached Chang'an, only to discover it was merely 2 children claiming that he had abducted their mother. With an array of beautiful concubines in his harem, the notion of abducting common folk baffled him. Had it been anyone else, he would have certainly executed this individual for such an affront. 2 infants attacking the city. Did Cheng Chumo think him a fool? Cheng Chumo, having received a kick from Li Shimin, bore a look of indignation. It was, after all, the emperor's failure to clarify the matter. Yet, he dared not contest this and hastily retorted, "Your Majesty, they possess explosives. Earlier today, 2 children rode into the city. When the guards attempted to stop them, they were injured, prompting me to intervene." The girl produced a black object, ignited it with a spark, and hurled it towards the city wall, resulting in a tremendous explosion that cracked the outer wall of Chang'an. Recalling something, Cheng Chumo's expression turned grave as he lamented, "Your Majesty, Uncle Yechi may be in grave danger." The expressions of Li Shimin and the others shifted dramatically. They had indeed heard the recent explosion, yet they remained skeptical of Cheng Chumo's claims, as they were simply too incredible to fathom. Li Shimin, having clarified that the assailants were not the Turks, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Chumo, who was seated on the ground, and said, "You shall wait here in the palace. I will personally investigate. If you dare deceive me, see how I deal with you." Cheng Chumo, trembling with fear, knelt once more and replied, "I would not dare." As Li Er prepared to descend from the Tai Chi Palace, it was evident he intended to leave the imperial city and inspect the situation at Mingde Gate. The portly Changsun Wuji hastily intervened, "Your Majesty, you must not. The enemy possesses weaponry capable of breaching the city walls. Your health is paramount." He continued, "I can go in your stead to assess the conditions at Mingde Gate." Li Er waved his hand dismissively, scoffing, "I have faced countless battlefields. I even dared confront Do Jianda's 100,000-strong army. Am I to fear a mere pair of infants?" Ignoring Changsun Wuji's protests, he strode down from the Tai Chi Palace, issuing a flurry of commands. "Fetch my armor. Have Duan Jishuan mobilize 3,000 Qinyo guards to accompany me to the city gates." Changsun Wuji turned to Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, signaling them to intervene. However, Fang Xianling merely stroked his short beard and chuckled, "Haha, Zhao Gong is overly concerned. His Majesty is well aware. Can 2 children truly seize Chang'an? I too wish to witness these children capable of breaching the city." Du Ruhui echoed his laughter. "Let us go together. With our protection, His Majesty will surely remain unharmed." Changsun Wuji studied the 2 crafty old foxes, well aware of their intentions. Yet, he understood that sometimes it was necessary to utter a few courteous words. Chapter 6. Just ended. Zhang Huaian, carrying his son and daughter along with a warhorse, raced back to Lantian. Upon entering Lantian's territory, he finally mounted his steed, Little White. At this moment, he cradled his children in his arms. His son, Zhang Qingyuan, rested his small head against his father's chest and looked up, saying, "Father, I have troubled you." This position was once reserved for Zhang Chuhe, but now the little girl sat at the front, her arms crossed and her lips pursed in a sulk. However, Zhang Huaian decided it was time to teach his daughter a lesson. While he typically overlooked her mischievous antics, there were limits to such behavior, especially when it endangered lives. He gently ruffled Zhang Qingyuan's hair. "You cannot bear all the blame. I too must take responsibility for not being capable enough to find your mother after all this time." Upon hearing his father mention their mother, Zhang Qingyuan's head drooped in disappointment. "Yet, Qingyuan, you must understand that regardless of one's social standing, every life is precious. Even a beggar by the roadside possesses a life of equal value. A king and a beggar alike succumb to death. Thus, we must not wield our strength to harm others. Zhang Qingyuan felt somewhat aggrieved, yet he heard his father continue. You are the older brother, trained by me personally. You have always been bright, but you are still young, and your actions require more careful consideration. In the future, remember not to involve Chuhe in such matters. You lack her strength, and when she acts rashly, you are unable to manage it. A soft huff, tinged with nasal disdain, reached the ears of the father and son, causing them to exchange a knowing smile. Xiao Bai, robust and sturdy, bore the weight of the three men effortlessly as his swift steps carried them back to Zhangjia village. From a distance, Zhang Huaian spotted the village chief still waiting at the entrance. Dismounting, he led Xiao Bai over to the elder. Chief, why are you still here in this sweltering heat? The chief wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the two children approaching. Noticing Zhang Chuhe pouting, he chuckled. Has Chuhe gotten into trouble again? Zhang Huaian offered an awkward smile, refraining from replying. For if he were to tell the chief that his daughter had blown up Chang'an City, the old man might very well perform an impromptu ascent to the heavens. Seeing the group return, the chief leaned on his cane and began to walk towards the village. I had the wild boar divided. I saved some for you. Kept at my place. You can take it later. Zhang Huaian replied, all right. I asked your aunt to find a girl from the neighboring village. She's 16 and reputed to be quite capable, the chief continued. Before Zhang Huaian could voice a refusal, Zhang Chuhe, perched atop the horse, overheard and immediately protested. Grandpa Chief, if you dare find me a stepmother, just wait. I will beat your dog every day. With that, she leaped off the horse and dashed towards her home, her little legs pounding the ground. Zhang Huaian chose not to chase after his daughter, instead continuing his conversation with the chief. Chief, let it be. I already have 2 children. There's no need for another. And who knows, Xiang might return one day. The chief's brows furrowed, feeling somewhat guilty towards his grandson. How could he suggest a match that might bring trouble upon his family? If it were any other child, he might not feel so uneasy. But Chuhe had a penchant for mischief, and aside from her father, no one could rein her in. What if she harmed the dog? Zhang Huaiyan followed the chief to his home to retrieve half a leg of wild boar, leading his horse with his son as they made their way home. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to his son, who was still mounted. Qingyuan, where have you hidden the bombs? I couldn't find them last time. Yet Chuhe managed to this time. Zhang Qingyuan's knowledge had all been imparted by Zhang Huaiyan, though he had little interest in delving into such matters himself, teaching only the theoretical while leaving the practical to his son. In order to ensure Zhang Chuhe's safety, the father and son had discreetly hidden the bombs away. The last time, when Zhang Qingyuan was absent, his father had searched in vain, perplexed as to how his daughter had discovered them this time. Suddenly, Zhang Qingyuan fell silent, his head bowed in guilt. You didn't hide them all in Xiao Bai's stable, did you? Next time, choose a different hiding spot. Perhaps bury them at the back mountain for safety. Besides, Chuhe enjoys playing with Xiao Bai, and she might stumble upon them accidentally. If they were to explode, wouldn't Xiao Bai and our home be at risk? Zhang Qingyuan's head drooped further, almost resting on the horse, as he muttered in a voice barely above a whisper. They're not in the stable. Now it was Zhang Huaiyan's turn to be intrigued. He turned to his son, asking, then where are they? You can't even reach the beams. They're under your bed, came the meek response from Zhang Qingyuan. Zhang Qingyuan realized that he could no longer conceal the truth and, steeling himself, decided to confess, hoping that when his father inevitably reprimanded him, it would be with a lighter hand. Just as Zhang Huaiyan was about to cross the threshold of his home, he abruptly halted, convinced he must have misheard. Where is it hidden? Under your bed, came the reply. Zhang Huaiyan, abandoning his daughter, who was sobbing at the table, rushed into his room, disregarding her tears. He approached his bed and lifted the wooden slats with urgency, staring in astonishment at the hundreds of neatly arranged black objects beneath, each roughly the size of his fist. He found himself momentarily dazed. Zhang Qingyuan hurried in, feeling a twinge of guilt at his father's expression. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Huaiyan made his way to the living room, appearing lost and dejected as he sank into a chair at the table. He poured himself a cup of cooled boiled water and gulped it down in one go, attempting to quell the rapid beating of his heart. After all, who could remain calm knowing they had been resting atop 100 bombs? As Zhang Huaiyan observed his son standing awkwardly to the side and his daughter, tear-streaked and bewildered, gazing up at him in confusion, he curiously inquired, Qingyuan, have you found your biological father this time? Why do you ask, father? Aren't you my and Chuhe's biological father? Although Zhang Qingyuan felt a pang of anxiety, he was still puzzled by his father's question. Zhang Huaian rose without a word, searching the room as if seeking something. After a while, he discovered a vine rod over a meter long and as thick as his thumb behind the door. He grasped the makeshift implement, weighing it in his hands, and nodded in satisfaction. It was the very rod Xiang had once employed to intimidate Zhang Chuhe. Seeing his father brandishing the rod, Zhang Qingyuan braced himself for the impending punishment. However, before the blow could fall, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. "Mother, why haven't you returned yet? I miss you so much. If you don't come back soon, father will find me a stepmother." Little Fugua has been bullied terribly by his stepmother. Who doesn't he even feed him? Both father and son turned towards Zhang Chuhe, who was weeping with closed eyes, utterly confused by the situation. Zhang Qingyuan understood that his father was likely preparing to strike him, for who else would place so many bombs beneath his father's bed? However, Zhang Chuhe remained oblivious to the circumstances. She believed her father intended to use the rod against her. Although she was not as clever as her brother, she was not foolish either. To preemptively avoid punishment, she decided to take the initiative. Narrowing her eyes, she noticed the rod in her father's hand. And summoning her courage, she stood on a stool, thrusting out her rear defiantly, and declared through clenched teeth, "If you wish to beat me, then do it." Chapter 7. The Forgotten Bombs. When Li Shimin, clad in his full battle armor, ascended the city wall, Zhang Huaian and his 2 children were already at home. Naturally, Li Shimin was unable to catch a glimpse of those besieging the city. Adorned in a suit of black armor, with a helmet sporting a long red plume atop his head and a breastplate glinting in the sunlight, he was a sight that commanded attention. His waist adorned with a sheathed longsword. Beside Li Shimin stood a burly man, bald and armed with a long spear, who was none other than the formidable General Duan Jishuan of the Chinqiu Guard. Typically, Li Shimin preferred to maintain a distance from others. However, upon witnessing the crack on the city wall, even if Li Shimin were to kick him, Duan Jishuan would stubbornly refuse to leave his side. The crowd, filled with astonishment, ascended the walls of Chang'an, where they found a group of soldiers laboriously excavating near a collapsed structure. Their voices occasionally punctuated by curses that reached the ears of the onlookers. "You bunch of scoundrels. Can you move any faster? I'm being crushed here. Could you slow down a bit? You're pinning my leg." Hearing these robust exclamations, Li Shimin exchanged amused glances with several ministers behind him, feeling a sense of relief. Changsun Wuji chuckled softly and remarked, "I told you. How could Jingda possibly have met his end so easily? He is a valiant man who has fought alongside your majesty in numerous campaigns. That little brat Cheng is merely talking nonsense. Let us inform Jingda to give him a proper reprimand." Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's words, Li Shimin let out a hearty laugh and said, Come. It is a rare sight to see Jingda in such a predicament. My loyal ministers, let us go and see him." Yu Qigong, whose arms were trapped beneath the rubble, recognized many familiar faces and wished fervently that his head could also be buried in the debris. In truth, he should have been grateful that the tower had a wooden roof. Had it been made of bluestone, he would have either perished or sustained serious injuries. As Yu Qigong noticed Li Shimin approaching, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly chuckled, Your Majesty, I am in a bit of a predicament, so I shall forego the formalities." Observing the soldiers straining to lift the stones, Li Shimin turned to the towering Duan Jishuan and commanded, "Jishuan, lend a hand and assist Yuqi in getting out promptly." "Your Majesty, I must protect you," Duan Jishuan replied in a deep voice. "Enough. There are no enemies here. What need do I have for your protection? Are you afraid I might fall?" Seeing Li Shimin's ire, Duan Jishuan lowered his head in silence and began to assist. Realizing he could not evade his fate any longer, Yu Qigong resigned himself to his predicament and addressed Li Shimin, "Your Majesty, what on earth happened? I was merely sleeping when a tremendous crash occurred, and I found myself trapped beneath." "Humph," Li Shimin scoffed. "Are you the general guarding the city, or am I? How dare you, a mere city guard, inquire about the situation? Forgive me, Your Majesty. I truly had no idea what was happening. There was a thunderous roar, and then I was buried. Luckily, I am fortunate to be alive. Otherwise, it would have been the end." Fang Xianling stepped forward and explained to the trapped Yu Qigong. Young Cheng said that today, at the hour of the snake, 2 toddlers, around 4 or 5 years old, attempted to ride into the city but were stopped. One of the little girls possessed extraordinary strength and injured the guards. With so many soldiers present, she threw an object called a bomb at the city wall, resulting in a crack. Yu Qigong gasped in shock, having yet to see the crack in the wall. Old Fong, what is a bomb? I have never heard of such a thing. I have not heard of it either, Cheng Chumo remarked, describing it as a black lump the size of a fist, though he was unclear about the specifics. Nevertheless, His Majesty has already dispatched someone to investigate. As Fong Xianling finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. The crowd turned to see a Qian Niuwei captain, sent by Li Shimin, rushing towards them. Upon reaching within 10 paces of Li Shimin, the captain knelt on one knee and reported solemnly, "Your Majesty, while we were scouting outside the city, we discovered this object less than 300 paces from the city gate. The soldiers stationed at the wall have identified it as the weapon used by that little girl to breach the city walls." As he spoke, the captain extended his hands, revealing a black lump slightly larger than an adult's fist. The lump, resembling a nearly spherical polyhedron, emitted a dark luminescence, suggesting it was crafted from metal. Upon hearing Cheng Chumo's account, Li Shimin felt an intense curiosity about this mysterious object. Now that he was finally seeing it, his intrigue intensified, prompting him to step towards the captain. However, just as he moved, he sensed a tugging force from behind. Turning, he found not only Duan Jishuan, but also Fong Xianling, Changsun Wuji, and Du Ruhui tightly gripping his armor. Changsun Wuji admonished the captain, "Quickly remove that object. If it injures His Majesty, your entire clan will pay the price." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the captain promptly stood and distanced himself from Li Shimin with the explosive. Although prevented from approaching to inspect the device, Li Shimin had already caught a glimpse of the bomb's appearance. He could not help but reflect that had he possessed such a weapon in his earlier campaigns, he might have spared himself years of arduous warfare. Just a few of those black lumps could have easily toppled any formidable fortress or valiant general. While he had seen the cracks in the city wall, he yearned to witness the explosive's power firsthand. Li Shimin inquired of the captain, who was now a full 50 paces away, "Do you know how this is used?" The captain nodded, explaining. "The soldiers guarding the city said that the little girl lit the cotton fuse with a fire stick and then threw it. Moments later, it erupted with a tremendous explosion. Ignite it. Let me witness its power personally," Li Shimin commanded. "Your Majesty, no. Your Majesty. Please, do not." The voices of the ministers echoed in protest. Fong Xianling, as Chancellor, reiterated, "Your Majesty, this object is exceedingly perilous. The city wall is already damaged. If it detonates again, it could lead to a collapse, which would be quite troublesome." After considering Fong Xianling's counsel, Li Shimin conceded that he had a point. If the wall were to collapse, the repairs would entail a significant expense. The treasury is already strained. Then let us relocate. This area is close to Furong Garden. We shall observe the power of this object there. This time, the ministers had no objections. Furong Garden had lain abandoned for many years, making it an ideal site to test the device's capabilities, and their curiosity was piqued. "Your Majesty, wait for me. I must see what kind of contraption could cause such destruction." Emerging from the ruins, Wei Qigong, with his waist exposed, grasped a beam lodged at his midsection. With his robust arms straining, accompanied by the sound of falling stones, he forcefully dislodged the massive beam. Wei Qigong leapt out from the debris, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet miraculously unscathed. On their way to Zhujiang Pool, the group encircled Li Shimin, maintaining a prudent distance of 50 paces from the officer brandishing a bomb. Towering in front was the formidable Wei Qigong, with the stalwart Duan Jishuan at his back, both prepared to shield Li Shimin from any potential harm. Chapter 8. The Explosive Fish. As the group strode into Furong Garden, the sight of tall reeds by Zhujiang Pool greeted them. The last renovation of Furong Garden occurred during the reign of Emperor One of the Sui dynasty, and decades later, it had fallen into disrepair. Although Li Shimin wished to restore it, the empty state of the national treasury made such aspirations futile. The continuous warfare in the early Tang Dynasty had further drained the already meager resources, with the Wei-Shui alliance of the first year of the Jingguan era exacerbating the financial strain. It was said that Empress Chang'an, in an effort to economize, wore skirts that barely covered her feet. Li Shimin and his companions stood within a corridor, observing the officer of the Qian Niuwei stationed 100 paces away. At that moment, the officer clutched a bomb dropped by the Zhang siblings during their scuffle in one hand and a fire stick in the other. However, his trembling hand failed repeatedly to ignite the bomb. Li Shimin, growing impatient, shouted towards the officer, "Hurry and light it. I am eager to see the spectacle." The officer, now trembling not only in his hands, but also in his legs, felt the weight of his earlier bravado dissipate. The thought of the fissures he had seen on the city wall extinguished any courage he had to ignite the bomb. After all, this device had the power to breach the very walls, and he realized that facing such a fate would be far worse than a gruesome death. After several more futile attempts to ignite it, the officer, overwhelmed with fear, suddenly knelt before Li Shimin, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have an elderly mother of 70 and a 3-year-old child who depend on me. Your Majesty, I cannot die." Duan Zhishuan's expression darkened instantly, appalled that such cowardice resided among his ranks. However, before he could react, Wei Qigong had already leapt from the corridor, approaching the kneeling officer and kicking him a considerable distance away. Incompetent fool! Wei Qigong retrieved the bomb and fire stick from the ground, inquiring how to operate it. With a grin revealing his yellowed teeth, he ignited the fuse of the bomb in his hand. The officer, terrified, watched as Wei Qigong did not discard the bomb, but rather scrutinized the burning fuse. "General, throw it away quickly." The officer, abandoning all pretense of dignity before the emperor, scrambled on all fours to escape far from the scene. "Jingda, throw it out, enough of this folly." Li Shimin frowned as he spoke. "Right away, Your Majesty." Wei Qigong casually tossed the burning bomb into the reeds by the banks of the Zhujiang River before leisurely retreating. The onlookers in the corridor eagerly awaited the bomb's impact. Bang! It appeared that Wei Qigong had miscalculated his strength. The bomb soared high over the reeds and plummeted into the waters of Zhujiang Pool. Li Shimin, witnessing this from the corridor, felt a dark cloud of anger shadow his face as he glared at Wei Qigong. Although he was unfamiliar with bombs, he instinctively understood that fire extinguished in water, leading him to believe that the bomb, now submerged, would not detonate. Hearing the sound of a heavy object splashing into the water, Wei Qigong awkwardly turned to glance at the surface, where ripples continued to expand. "Your Majesty, it is of no concern. I shall retrieve that object from the water." Wei Qigong, feeling rather helpless, had initially desired to redeem himself in front of the emperor, only to find himself in a predicament. He began to walk toward the riverbank, loosening his armor as he went. Meanwhile, Li Shimin, his expression still dark, stepped out of the corridor alongside the others. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from beneath the water. Boom! Splash! The bomb detonated underwater, sending a towering water column soaring to a height of 3 yards, as fish and shrimp were propelled into the air, startling numerous wild ducks and pheasants from the reeds. Those closer to the blast had no time to take flight, being swept away by the shockwave, tumbling through the air before regaining their balance. Li Shimin, witnessing the bomb's explosive power firsthand, stood with his mouth agape in disbelief. The water, propelled skyward by the explosion, rained down within a 100-meter radius, accompanied by fallen fish and shrimp. Wei Qigong, standing closest to the riverbank, felt the rush of air and instinctively reached out, capturing a 10-pound grass carp in his grasp. However, due to the underwater explosion, there was no deafening roar to echo throughout Chang'an. Only the nearby neighborhoods close to Furong Garden heard a muffled thud. In a peculiar twist of fate, this muted explosion spared the palace from the rumors of being struck by lightning. The prominent figures and the Qinxiu guards stood in awe, mouths agape, as they gazed at the writhing fish scattered across the ground. The centurion, still prone, felt a mix of dread and relief at the bomb's destructive force, reflecting that even if he faced reprimand and demotion upon returning, it was preferable to being caught in such an explosion. Had he truly been blown apart, it would have been a chaotic scattering of limbs, with his head possibly found in the East Market and his legs in the West Market. "Good heavens! What a catastrophe!" exclaimed one, followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations that filled Furong Garden. Once Long Sun Wujie regained his composure, he immediately bowed to Li Shimin, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. With such a divine artifact in our possession, our great Tang shall surely command the allegiance of all corners of the realm." After a flurry of flattery, Li Shimin's smile stretched wide, for all present, seasoned commanders of battle, recognized the immense advantage this device could provide in warfare. Yet, one thought lingered. They must locate the 2 children responsible for this creation, otherwise, it would all be in vain. Wei Qigong approached, holding a grass carp that was missing half its head, uttering remarks that seemed rather out of place. Li Shimin, lost in a reverie of his grand army wielding explosives to sweep away dissenters, was immediately deflated by Wei Qigong's words, his expression turning to one of furious exasperation directed at the foolish man. Fang Xuanling's demeanor was grave as he addressed Li Shimin, suggesting, "Your Majesty, I advise that we promptly issue orders to locate those two children. This object could prove immensely beneficial to our great Tang Dynasty. Du Ruhui, too, offered his counsel, stating, Your Majesty, I propose we cease pursuing the charges against those children for their incursion. We should instead focus all efforts on tracking their whereabouts. This item may have been crafted by their kin, and if necessary, we could even grant them titles. Li Shimin's expression grew somber. If he could truly seize this item, he would not mind if the walls of Chang'an were merely breached or even collapsed. After all, while the walls served as a defense, with this object, their existence would become irrelevant. Enemies would fall in droves regardless. Let my decree be known, he commanded. Fang Xianling responded, As you command. Let the cities of Chang'an and Luoyang dedicate their full efforts to searching for the two children responsible for today's incursion. We shall not pursue their disrespect towards me any longer. Those who provide information shall be handsomely rewarded. Should anyone willingly present this object, I shall bestow upon them a title. Changsun Wuji, with a glimmer of insight, turned to Li Shimin and said, Your Majesty, I have thought of a lead that may assist us in locating these children. Li Shimin's eyes lit up as he eagerly urged, Wuji, please share. Changsun Wuji cleared his throat twice and glanced at the soldiers behind them. Li Shimin, understanding, waved his hand dismissively. You may step back, the danger has passed. Yes. As the soldiers, led by Duanji Xuan, retreated towards various posts in Furong Garden, Changsun Wuji coughed again before continuing. Cheng Chumo previously reported that the two children came to Chang'an in search of their mother. Perhaps we can begin our investigation from this angle. Changsun Wuji's words trailed off, and he lowered his head into silence, intimidated by what he dared not say next. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, privy to the information, remained silent as well, while Wei Qigong was oblivious. Wuji, do continue. This is maddening. Who is their mother? Surely we could simply return her to them. Can it be that someone would forcibly take a commoner's daughter? A series of urgent coughs interrupted, as Wei Qigong, still holding the fish, looked quizzically at the coughing Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. What are you two coughing about? On such a hot day, could you have caught a chill? Bang! Li Shimin, with a darkened expression, kicked Wei Qigong in the rear. The latter merely swayed without moving an inch. Your Majesty, why did you kick me? Could it be? Wei Qigong's words were abruptly cut off, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Li Shimin. The latter, too irritated to engage with the fool, huffed humph. Back to the palace. Li Shimin's only desire was to return to the palace swiftly and inquire of Cheng Chumo to clarify the situation, as he had been too preoccupied to ask in detail during the earlier chaos in Chang'an. He would like to inquire when Li Shimin, the governor of Asia, the general of heavenly strategy, the most formidable carbon-based life form of the 7th century, ever needed to forcibly seize a maiden. Do you think your mother is a fairy? Upon their return to the imperial city, Li Shimin and his entourage spotted Cheng Chumo, huddled beside his father, clad in armor. Cheng Yaojin greeted the mounted Li Shimin with a hearty laugh. Ah, your Majesty has returned. Have you successfully repelled the enemy? Your valor remains unmatched, even surpassing your past exploits. I, old Cheng, am in awe. Humph. Li Shimin, still irked, chose not to respond, well aware that this fellow was interceding on behalf of his son. Cheng Chumo, accompany me into the palace. I have matters to discuss with you. Noticing Cheng Yaojin's furrowed brow, Li Shimin added, Jijia, you shall join us as well. Duan Jishuan, remain behind. Cheng Yaojin's countenance brightened. As long as His Majesty permitted him to accompany, it signified that his son's punishment would not be severe. He bowed to Li Shimin, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Majesty. Observing his foolish son still standing in a daze, Cheng Yaojin delivered a kick. Cheng Chumo quickly comprehended, bowing in reverence to Li Shimin. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 9. The first iron-headed child of the great Tang in the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin sat regally upon the dragon throne, flanked on the left by Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin, while on the right stood Fang Xianling, Changsun Wuji, and Du Ruhui. Cheng Chumo, however, knelt despondently in the center of the hall. Cheng Chumo, clarify, who was the mother of the other party? How could it be said that I seized her? Cheng Chumo lowered his head, his tone lamenting. Your Majesty, I never claimed that you seized her. It was those two children who said their mother was in the palace, urging you to release her. Nonsense. How could I forcibly seize a maiden? Do you think I am one of you frivolous young rascals? Li Shimin retorted. Clarify your words. Today I shall spare you the military punishment, but otherwise, you shall face dual penalties. Before he could finish, a yellow gate attendant entered, bowing before Li Shimin, Your Majesty. The advising minister and left assistant minister, Lord Wei Zheng, requests an audience. The mention of Wei Zheng caused a shift in expression among the gathered officials, including Li Shimin, who pondered the unexpected arrival of this individual at the Taiji Palace. After a moment, he sighed, ultimately deeming it unreasonable to bar Wei Zheng from entry, and waved his hand. Announce him. As Wei Zheng entered the Taiji Palace, he surveyed the ministers, who were observing with a composed demeanor, before approaching Cheng Chumo and bowing to Li Shimin. Today is not a day of rest. What pressing matter brings you before me? Li Shimin's authoritative voice resonated throughout the palace. Wei Zheng stood upright and replied, Your Majesty, I heard a loud commotion at home. The citizens spoke of an attack on Mingde Gate. Is there truth to this? Li Shimin, undeterred by Wei Zheng's words, replied solemnly, Indeed, there is truth to it. But I have ascertained that it was a misunderstanding. 2 children wielded sharp objects in an attack on Chang'an City, but they have since been taken away by their father, and I do not intend to hold them accountable for their actions. Wei Zheng nodded, indicating his understanding, and remarked calmly, Your Majesty possesses a magnanimous heart. The children are young and naive. I extend my gratitude on their behalf. However, regarding the issue of the city wall repairs and the injuries sustained by the defending soldiers, I beseech Your Majesty to issue a prompt order for the restoration of the walls and to provide compensation for the injured soldiers. Li Shimin, seated high on the dragon throne, nodded in agreement. This reasoning is sound. I shall soon command the repairs of the city wall and the compensation for the soldiers. At that moment, Changsun Wuji stepped forward, producing a gold ingot from his bosom, and with a smile, he said, Your Majesty, this was just handed to me by the defending soldiers. They mentioned it was left by the father of 2 children, intended for the repairs of the city wall and to compensate the injured soldiers. Moreover, the father stated that if the sum is insufficient, he will post a notice of the casualties on the city wall and will regularly provide more funds. I was preoccupied with examining the explosives and forgot to report this to Your Majesty. Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's words, the courtiers exchanged smiles. Although the amount left may not suffice, the goodwill expressed by the father indicated he was not a malicious individual. Wei Zheng, upon seeing the sizable gold ingot in Changsun Wuji's hand, nodded with satisfaction. However, he then shifted his gaze towards Li Shimin and remarked, Your Majesty, I have heard that the purpose of the 2 children's entry into Chang'an was to seek their mother, who is said to be within the imperial palace. This matter may require Your Majesty's clarification. Otherwise, how shall we prevent further attacks on Chang'an? Li Shimin's lips twitched at these words. He was aware that Wei Zheng, the old rascal, had no genuine concern for him. You worry too much. How could I possibly act in such a manner? The children are young and likely harbor some misunderstanding, and their father did not mention that their mother resides within the palace. Wei Zheng nodded again. Naturally, I trust Your Majesty, but misunderstandings should be resolved promptly. If possible, I implore Your Majesty to seek out their mother. For the separation of mother and child is indeed a great misfortune. Moreover, the common folk have begun to spread rumors. If this matter is not swiftly addressed, it may tarnish Your Majesty's reputation. What do you mean? Do you truly believe I have forcibly taken a common woman into the palace? Li Shimin's voice turned icy, clearly displeased by Wei Zheng's insinuation. Not at all. I merely fear for Your Majesty's reputation and hope for a swift explanation to the people. Li Shimin, hearing Wei Zheng's sarcastic tone, felt anger welling up but suppressed it, reflecting that engaging with someone like Wei Zheng was akin to stepping in a pile of dog excrement right after donning new boots. Rest assured, I shall certainly investigate the matter swiftly and provide you with an explanation. Wei Zheng clasped his hands but stood upright, stating, I would not presume to overstep. In truth, Wei Zheng had merely come to confirm the rumors. If it were true, he would not have been so courteous and would have confronted the issue directly. Once Wei Zheng departed from the Taiji Palace, the other courtiers within did not dare to breathe freely, acutely aware of the simmering anger within Li Shimin. With a resounding bang, Li Shimin slammed his palm onto the table before him, exclaiming, That country bumpkin Wei Zheng dares to insult me. I am so incensed that I could wish to eradicate his entire lineage. Unbeknownst to the wrathful Li Shimin, the true culprits, the father and his 2 children, sat at a table, each savoring a luscious rib, thoroughly enjoying their meal. Zhang Huaian ultimately could not bring himself to strike the children. His inability to reconcile with Xiang had already instilled a sense of guilt within him regarding his 2 offspring. Recently, under a misunderstanding, Zhang Huaian found himself laughing in exasperation, which extinguished any thoughts of reprimanding the children. He merely issued a stern warning to Zhang Qingyuan, emphasizing that explosives must never be kept in the house, but rather stored at least 500 meters away. With the arid climate of Guangzhou this year, he could not bear the thought of being sent skyward by a bomb in his slumber. Zhang Huaian took it upon himself to relocate all explosives from beneath his bed to a small hillside behind the house, strictly forbidding Zhang Chuhe from discovering their whereabouts again. Upon returning home after concealing the explosives, the little girl became upset, not fully understanding the situation, only aware that her father had taken her brother, but not her. However, when a pot of braised ribs was finally served, Zhang Chuhe swiftly forgot her anger, trailing behind Zhang Huaian with a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth. After savoring a rib, Zhang Huaian observed his son struggling to gnaw the meat off the bone and sighed, lamenting the unpalatable nature of wild boar meat, which lacked the tenderness of the pork they would raise themselves. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Chuhe were oblivious to their father's musings. They merely recognized that while other children often went hungry, they were fortunate to have meat every day. "Father, why don't we raise our own?" Zhang Qingyuan finally inquired after finishing a rib. "It's quite a hassle," Zhang Huaian replied. "It requires daily feeding, and I won't be able to castrate them. Domestic pigs must be castrated to be delicious. Otherwise, they grow slowly and carry an unpleasant odor." Chapter 10. 2 years, the world is plagued by locusts. "Father, can we give it a try?" Zhang Qingyuan urged. "Chuhe and I can help with feeding." He tugged at his sister, who was engrossed in her rib, eager to taste the delicacies his father spoke of. After all, their mother once claimed that their father's cooking was the finest in the world, and since she was a princess, that meant his meals were indeed the best. Yet, now it seemed their father had little interest in the tempting fare before them, while Zhang Qingyuan simply struggled with his teeth. Crunch, crunch. Zhang Chuhe relished the crispy bones beneath the ribs, her favorite part. Zhang Huaian would always cut them specifically for her. With her cheeks stuffed like a little hamster, she crunched the bones under her tiny silver teeth. Noticing her brother pulling at her, she swallowed her mouthful and asked, "What is it, brother?" With a hint of envy, Zhang Qingyuan replied, "Father says this meat isn't tasty and that the pigs he raises are better. But since he is off hunting, we could help him feed the pigs." Zhang Chuhe glanced at her father and brother in confusion, then reached for another piece of crispy bone, munching away as she mumbled, "But it tastes really good. Last time, Guzi gave me some meat from his house, and I spat it out after one bite. That was truly awful." Zhang Qingyuan looked back at their father, his eyes filled with anticipation, genuinely eager to experience the deliciousness his father spoke of. Zhang Huaian smiled as he handed a bone to his son, saying, "Go on, eat. This year's weather has been poor, and I fear the harvest will be diminished. Although we do not cultivate the land ourselves, the price of grain will undoubtedly rise. And with people struggling to fill their stomachs, we cannot afford to feed the pigs. Come next year, when grain prices are lower, I will find someone to buy a few piglets for you and your sister to tend." Upon hearing his father's remark about the impending rise in grain prices, Zhang Qingyuan suddenly recalled something. Taking a bite of meat, he asked, "Father, while playing with my sister, I saw many locusts in the grass. Could there be a locust plague this year?" Zhang Huaiyan's expression changed abruptly at his son's words, as if he had forgotten a significant matter. He turned to his son and asked, "What year of the Jingguan era is it?" "It is the 2nd year of Jingguan," replied the boy. Zhang Huaiyan hurried back to his chamber and retrieved a book from a locked chest, flipping through its pages. Upon seeing the hastily scrawled notes he had previously inscribed, his countenance darkened further. The book bore the carelessly written characters, 2nd year of Jingguan, May, severe drought, locust plague, affecting the regions of Guanyi, Shandong, Hunan, Hebei, and Huainan, with the disaster spanning 27 provinces. The next line read, "In the 3rd year of Jingguan, June, floods." In November, the Tang Dynasty dispatched Li Jing, Li Ji, and Chai Shao to confront the Turks. Early in the 4th year of Jingguan, the Turks were subdued, and Zhang Bao captured Chile. Zhang Huaiyan locked the book away once more. He had never been a historian prior to his rebirth, and his recollections of significant events in the Tang Dynasty were primarily drawn from novels. Fortunately, his memory was quite sharp. After crossing over, he devoted an entire month to documenting the major events that would unfold, revising countless times, resulting in this rudimentary history of the early Tang period. Returning to the table, Zhang Huaiyan's expression remained grim. Zhang Chuhe continued to eat heartily, while Zhang Qingyuan, preoccupied, nibbled on a bone, keenly observing his father's demeanor. Qingyuan, what is the current price of rice in Chang'an? He inquired. Father, it is 4 won for a dough, replied the boy. Zhang Huaian nodded and continued. How much wealth does our family possess? 27 taels of silver and 40 guan plus 300 copper coins. I had a large gold ingot, but I gave it to the soldiers guarding the city today. Zhang Huaian nodded again, indicating his understanding. At 4 won per dough, with one shur weighing 120 jin, that amounts to 41. If all the family's money were converted into grain, it would yield over 1,600 shur, or 200,000 jin of grain. Zhangjiazhuang, with its 200 households, harbors nearly 1,000 souls. Even with careful rationing, it would suffice for only 4 months, scarcely lasting until the next harvest season. Though it was now the era of Xingguan, Zhang Huaiyan knew that apart from his family, nearly no household in Zhangjiazhuang had any grain reserves. Alas, this is the peril of a lack of family planning. However, after some calculation, Zhang Huaiyan felt less anxious. He could at least ensure that no one in Zhangjiazhuang would starve this year. He was not a saint, but he had received the kindness of nearly all the villagers before and shortly after his arrival. And it was evident from the village's name that Zhangjiazhuang was a clan village, comprised entirely of his own kin. If Zhang Huaiyan were to harbor rebellious intentions, his initial cohort of soldiers would undoubtedly emerge from Zhangjia village, consisting entirely of his most trusted men. Zhang Qingyuan, being astute, grasped this from his father's inquiries. Father, will there truly be a locust plague? Zhang Huaiyan nodded solemnly and replied, yes, but that is a matter for the emperor. It does not concern us. Our primary focus must be on ensuring the well-being of Zhangjia village. Zhang Qingyuan nodded slightly, his eyes darting as he pondered his thoughts. Zhang Huaiyan continued to advise his son, starting tomorrow, keep a watchful eye on your sister, and do not trouble your father any further. I need to venture into the mountains to hunt for valuable game, which I shall trade in the city for some much-needed funds to procure grain. Understood, father. After their meal, Zhang Huaiyan instructed his son to help his sister take a nap while he set about crafting bows and arrows. Within the Qinling Mountains, the most prized creatures are tigers, leopards, and bears. Although Zhang Huaiyan did not fear these beasts, he recognized that their value lay solely in their pelts. Bows and arrows inflict minimal damage to the hide. If fortune favored him, a well-aimed shot could pierce a tiger's eye, yielding a pelt worth dozens or even hundreds of coins. However, it was summer, the least favorable season for fur, yet this was the quickest means Zhang Huaiyan could conceive to acquire funds. As a time traveler, the absence of overnight provisions would likely rob him of any restful sleep. Regrettably, Zhang Huaiyan lacked a reliable bow. A fine 3-stone bow could fetch several dozen coins, yet it would not endure even 3 days in his hands. To obtain the legendary 5-stone bow was said to require 3 years of craftsmanship and was quite costly. The following morning, with the dawn barely breaking, Zhang Huaiyan prepared breakfast and instructed his children, you two must behave at home today. Qingyuan, teach your sister to read. Do not leave the village, and certainly do not venture into Chang'an City. Chuhua, if you go out to play, do not bully the other children. Zhang Chuhe, rubbing her sleepy eyes, replied, rest assured. Father, as long as you do not seek a stepmother for me, I shall not harm that rascal. You little imp. Zhang Huaiyan chuckled as he scolded his daughter playfully, shouldering his spear and the bow he had crafted the night before, and set off deeper into the Qinling Mountains. Chapter 11. A second journey to Chang'an City. After Zhang Huaiyan departed, Zhang Chuhe finished a bowl of porridge and nibbled on some leftover bones from the previous day before turning to her brother, who had been busily engaged at home. Brother, what are you doing? Zhang Chuhe trotted over to observe her brother's tasks. She discovered Zhang Qingyuan packing various items into a bundle, including a couple of their usual toys and some of the things crafted by their father and brother. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qingyuan gritted his teeth and retrieved a long black tube from his room to add to the package. Then turned to Zhang Chuhe and said, Sister, would you like to accompany me to Chang'an City today? Zhang Chuhe's eyes gleamed with excitement. Really? Fantastic. Today, you will see how I deal with that big rascal. Zhang Qingyuan, upon hearing his sister's words, broke into a sweat and quickly spoke with a serious demeanor. Today is not a day to seek mother, nor can we afford to engage in any brawls. We have important matters at hand. We must sell these items to procure money, which we will then use to buy grain to bring back. Why must we do that? Zhang Chuhe's interest waned somewhat. Chuhe, our father has warned us that a locust plague is imminent. When that time comes, The locusts will devour all the crops, and everyone will face hunger. Zhang Chuhe, endowed with remarkable strength, yet possessing the typical spirit of a 4 or 5-year-old, seemed unconcerned by her brother's words. But we have money at home, and we still have grain. Father is also a skilled hunter. We won't go hungry, will we? Indeed, Father is formidable and will ensure we are not starved. However, if we fail to acquire grain, then the village elder, Antahua, Ergo, Guzi, Xiaofugu, and Xiaohua, they will all face starvation. Hearing her brother's words saddened Zhang Chuhe. After pondering for a moment, she replied, "All right then. I don't want Xiaohua and the others to die. If they perish, there will be no one left to play with me." Zhang Qingyuan spoke earnestly, "Thus, you must heed your brother's advice today. Do not engage in any further conflicts with the city guards. Mother and father will assist us. Our foremost priority now is to ensure everyone has food to eat." Zhang Chuhe nodded solemnly, as if recalling something, and patted her small belly, saying, "I understand. I want to teach them a lesson today. I'll wait for another day to discipline that charcoal-faced one. Being hungry is most uncomfortable. The last time I quarreled with father, I only had a pound of meat for dinner, and I couldn't sleep all night due to hunger." Zhang Qingyuan's lips twitched slightly. "Very well, I shall go fetch Xiaobai. Let us be swift in our return. When father sees the ample grain we bring back, he will surely praise us." "All right." Zhang Qingyuan exited to the stable, approached Xiaobai, and patted its leg. Xiaobai promptly knelt down, allowing Zhang Qingyuan to shakily mount. As Xiaobai gradually stood, Zhang Qingyuan found himself nearly 2 meters high atop the horse. He reached up to touch the stable ceiling, and moments later, 2 bombs appeared in his hands. Though he had no intention of stirring trouble today, Zhang Qingyuan worried that the commotion from the previous day might lead to recognition. So he prudently decided to carry 2 bombs for self-defense. He tucked the bombs and their package into the saddlebag on Xiaobai before dismounting and unfastening the reins. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuhe stood in the courtyard, yawning as she awaited her brother's return with Xiaobai. Under the cover of night, the siblings slipped out of Zhang family village unnoticed and made their way towards Chang'an City. As they approached Chang'an, they encountered a sparse crowd on the official road. Some pulling carts, seemingly heading to the city for trade. Having risen early due to Zhang Huaian's early start that day, the siblings also woke at dawn. As the horse jostled along, Zhang Chuhe, drowsy, leaned against her brother and fell asleep. Zhang Qingyuan halted the reins in front of a middle-aged man. After Xiaobai came to a stop, Zhang Qingyuan noticed the man's gaze upon him. Sitting atop the horse, he clasped his fists in respect and said, "Esteemed sir, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. May I inquire where my sister and I might go to sell some items in Chang'an City, and which city gate we should use?" As the middle-aged man beheld a handsome young boy accompanied by a sleeping little girl in his arms, he smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Young master, I extend my respects. If you wish to sell some ordinary items, you should head west to the Golden Light Gate. After passing through the Hall of Virtuous Scholars, you will arrive at the Western Market, where inexpensive goods are typically sold." However, upon observing the attire and the steeds of the siblings, he continued, "You, young master, do not appear to be of a common household. It stands to reason that the items you intend to sell are far from ordinary. Therefore, you ought to proceed to the Spring Bright Gate, traverse the Governance Alley, and you will find yourself at the Eastern Market, a place frequented by the affluent and influential." "Thank you, kind sir. I shall take my leave," replied the boy. The siblings made their way to the Spring Bright Gate. Drawing from their prior experience, Zhang Qingyuan roused his sister. "Chuhe, we have arrived in Chang'an. Wake up. We must dismount and enter the city." "Oh," the little girl responded groggily, leaping down from the back of their steed. "Bye." Zhang Qingyuan held the reins in one hand while guiding Zhang Chuhe with the other as they joined the queue to enter through the Spring Bright Gate. Unbeknownst to Zhang Qingyuan, Chang'an City did not strictly prohibit horseback riding. It was merely that the previous day they had taken the Mingde Gate, which led directly to Zhuke Street, facing the Imperial Zhuke Gate, an area bustling with crowds, hence the restriction against galloping horses. In contrast, at the Spring Bright Gate, the queue was sparse, predominantly consisting of horse-drawn carriages delivering goods to the establishments of the Eastern Market. The siblings successfully entered Chang'an City, and Zhang Qingyuan felt a sense of bewilderment at how effortlessly they had gained entry this time. With this thought, he glanced at his sister, who was sleepily trailing behind him, and sighed in resignation. They navigated smoothly to the Eastern Market, where Zhang Qingyuan observed for a moment before arriving at the entrance of an opulent tavern named Elegant Pavilion. Finding a vacant spot, He opened their bundle and began to display their wares. The tavern's young attendant, noticing someone setting up a stall at the entrance, initially intended to scold them. However, upon observing the siblings' attire and their fine horse, he reconsidered and decided to inform the manager instead. "Manager, there are 2 children setting up a stall at the entrance." Without lifting his gaze from the accounts he was reviewing at the counter, the manager waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just chase them away. Do they think this is the Western market for the impoverished?" The attendant chuckled awkwardly. "But I see those children are dressed exquisitely and accompanied by a fine steed. They surely do not belong to a common family." Finally raising his head, the manager closed the ledger. Though the attendant was of humble origins, he had daily dealings with nobility and was not lacking in discernment. "Very well, let us go see for ourselves." The manager led the way to the tavern entrance. Glancing to the left, and quickly realized the attendant's assessment was indeed correct. The demeanor and attire of the 2 children were far from that of common folk. Moreover, the horse accompanying them, while perhaps not as valuable as the tavern itself, was likely worth several hundred coins. Perplexed, the manager pondered why children of such affluence would be selling goods. After a moment's reflection, he returned to the tavern and instructed the attendant, "Go fetch some pastries and tea for these children. Do not concern yourself with anything else." "Understood, manager." The innkeeper's thoughts were rather straightforward. Since they were not children from an ordinary family, it was prudent not to offend them. Tea and pastries were of little value, and should their elders become aware, it might even yield a favor in return. Chapter 12. Sister, you resemble my mother. Zhang Chuhe lacked experience in setting up a stall. Previously, his family sold animal hides. With his father alone journeying to Chang'an City, he could only arrange the items he wished to sell atop the open package. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuhe leaned against her brother's shoulder, lost in a daze. What Zhang Chuhe did not realize was that had they ventured to the West Market, it would have been bustling with the sounds of vendors, while the East Market was filled with shops, devoid of any calls for wares. In her stupor, Zhang Chuhe twitched her nose, before suddenly opening her beautiful peach blossom eyes, directing her gaze towards the entrance of a nearby tavern. At the tavern's entrance stood a young servant clad in blue, holding a wooden tray upon which rested a pot of tea and a plate of pastries. Noticing Zhang Chuhe's gaze, the servant smiled kindly and hastily approached the siblings. "Esteemed young master and young lady, our innkeeper has sent you some tea and pastries. Please enjoy." Zhang Chuhe was taken aback, never expecting to be allowed to set up a stall at the tavern's entrance without being driven away, let alone receiving tea and pastries. He quickly rose to his feet and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Good sir, it is said that one should not accept rewards without merit. My sister and I are merely setting up a stall here. It is already a stroke of good fortune that the innkeeper does not mind our presence. How could we dare to accept such generous gifts?" The servant, eager to decline any form of gratitude, quickly sidestepped, saying, "Oh, young master, you worry too much. Our innkeeper found you both quite endearing, and tea and pastries are of little worth. Please, indulge yourselves." Zhang Chuhe wished to continue refusing, but just then, his sleeve was tugged. Turning to see his sister's eyes fixed intently on the pastries in the servant's hands, he realized she was captivated. The servant, noticing her longing gaze, cheerfully placed the tray before the siblings. With a sigh, Zhang Chuhe acknowledged his sister's hearty appetite. They had rushed out that morning, and she had only consumed a bowl of rice porridge, undoubtedly still hungry. Zhang Chuhe reached into her pocket and produced a piece of silver. "Very well, I shall purchase some," she declared. "Young master, you jest. What value do these items hold? If you insist on paying, it would imply a lack of regard for our innkeeper, and that might anger him. Not only would you miss out on tea and pastries, but you might also be instructed to set up elsewhere, and I might find myself reprimanded," the servant replied earnestly. Reluctantly, Zhang Chuhe clasped his hands once more and said, "Then please convey my gratitude to the innkeeper. I am unable to leave at the moment, but I shall visit in person to express my thanks after we close up shop this evening." With the siblings accepting the offering, the servant returned to the tavern with a smile. Once he departed, Zhang Chuhe eagerly reached for a pastry, but was halted by her brother. Instead, he took a piece for himself, finding the pastry dry, which he washed down with tea. After indulging in the pastry, Zhang Chuhe waited a full quarter of an hour, during which he repeatedly thwarted his sister's attempts to seize the pastries, ignoring her yearning gaze. After a quarter of an hour had passed without any unusual sensations in his body, Zhang Chuhe turned to his sister, who had long been drooling in anticipation, and said, "Go ahead and eat." He smiled warmly as he watched her devour the pastries and empty the teacup, letting out a satisfied burp. One must always be cautious in this world, for while one should guard against deceit, one must also harbor no ill intentions. Zhang Chuhe observed the elegantly dressed passers-by in the bustling East Market, yet none chose to linger at his humble stall. Seated on the ground with his knees drawn up, he noticed that his sister, out of boredom, had gone off to play with Xiaobai. Meanwhile, deep in the Qinling Mountains, Zhang Huaian was likely unaware that his son and daughter had returned to Chang'an City once more. As noon approached, a lavish carriage came to a slow stop at the entrance of a tavern, and Zhang Chuhe spotted the plump shopkeeper who had delivered pastries to him earlier, standing respectfully at the door, awaiting a guest. Zhang Chuhe understood that a person of high status must be inside the carriage, which warranted such deference from the tavern's proprietor. So he refrained from intruding. He turned his attention back to the crowd, contemplating whether the absence of his calls was the reason for the lack of patrons at his stall. At that moment, a familiar childish voice reached his ears. "Sister, you are so beautiful. You look just like my mother." Zhang Chuhe felt a pang of unease and turned to see Zhang Chuhe standing at the tavern's entrance, beside a young girl of about 10. The girl was clad in a bright yellow skirt adorned with golden thread embroidery at the collar and cuffs, her hair styled in an elaborate topknot, clearly signifying noble birth. Zhang Chuhe found himself momentarily dazed, for the girl bore a striking resemblance to their mother. Upon hearing Zhang Chuhe's remark, the girl's fair face flushed with a rosy hue. A maid beside her, upon hearing the words, sharply reprimanded. Where did this wild child come from, spouting nonsense? Zhang Chuhe felt a sense of foreboding. If the girl spoke kindly to his sister, then Chuhe would respond with courtesy. But if the maid chose to bully her, Chuhe could certainly show them what it meant to be the little tyrant of Zhangjia village. Rising to intervene, he intended to pull his sister away before the maid could become too aggressive, but to his surprise, the young girl had already chastised her maid. "Huaner, do not be rude." After scolding her servant, the girl crouched down, gazing at Zhang Chuhe, who stood with her hands on her hips, ready to be indignant. With a smile, she gently ruffled Chue's hair, saying, "Little sister, which family do you belong to? Why are you playing here all by yourself? Where are your elders?" Perhaps drawn to the girl's resemblance to their mother, Zhang Chuhe savored the gentle touch of the girl's delicate hand on her head and replied slowly, "I came out to set up a stall with my brother. My father went hunting." "Sister, what is your name?" The girl, charmed by the adorable Zhang Chuhe, glanced toward Zhang Chuhe, who stood behind a stall, and replied with a smile, "My name is Li Changle. What is yours?" "Oh, Changle sister. My name is Zhang Chuhe, and my brother is Zhang Chuhe." Upon hearing Zhang Chuhe's words, Li Changle remained skeptical, dismissing it as mere mischief from the two children, who had taken items from their home to exchange for silver. Yet, for reasons unknown, Li Changle felt an inexplicable sense of affection for these two youngsters. "Why don't you show me what you are selling? If I find something I like, I shall purchase it, and you can return home sooner." Zhang Chuhe, however, was quite generous, waving her small hand dismissively. "No need, sister. Just take whatever you like. I gift it to you." Chapter 13, The White Dragon Fish Garment. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chuhe and his sister, Li Changle was not their sister, but, in fact, their aunt by generation. Li Changle was the legitimate daughter of Li Shimin, and the establishment where the siblings were peddling their wares, Finjiazhai, was a property under the imperial household. This year, Empress Changsun had just given birth to Li Ji, thus delegating some responsibilities to her daughter, Princess Changle, to manage. Zhang Chuhe led Princess Changle to the siblings' stall. "Sister, feel free to peruse. Take whatever you fancy." Zhang Chuhe observed his magnanimous sister, his lips twitching slightly, yet he refrained from scolding her, reasoning that if his sister was pleased, gifting away an item was of little consequence. He bowed respectfully to Li Changle, expressing his apologies. "Dear sister, my younger sister has been impolite. I hope you will not take offense." Princess Changle gazed at the bowing brother before her, then glanced at the sister squatting by the stall, helping her select items, one courteous, the other mischievous and charming. The fondness she felt for this pair of siblings grew stronger. With a playful gesture towards Zhang Chuhe, she covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, teasingly saying, "It's quite all right. Your sister has offered me a gift, so consider it a form of atonement. Surely, you wouldn't begrudge me that?" Zhang Chuhe stood upright, sincerely responding, "Of course, sister. Please select freely." Initially, Princess Changle had not intended to pay much mind, merely wishing to enjoy the company of the siblings for a while. However, As her gaze fell upon the stall, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh." Zhang Chuhe turned to inquire, "What is it, sister?" Princess Chang'an reached out and picked up a round object, slightly caked in dirt, from the stall. Without disdain, she gently rubbed away the soil with her delicate white hand, unveiling its original form. To her astonishment, beneath the dirt lay a crystal-clear glazed sphere, within which a petal appeared to bloom in the center, vividly lifelike. Still astonished by the precious treasure, Princess Chang'an pondered how such a valuable item had come to be offered for sale by two children. If encountered by someone intent on bargaining, it could easily be acquired for a mere handful of silver. After much deliberation, Zhang Chuhe lifted an exquisitely crafted dagger from the stall and presented it to Princess Chang'an. "Sister, this is for you. It is my favorite." However, upon noticing the glass sphere in Princess Chang'an's hand, Zhang Chuhe reached out, took it from her, and tossed it back onto the stall, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Sister, do you look down upon me? That shabby sphere is something I no longer play with. Behold this dagger. It can slice through hair." As she spoke, Zhang Chuhe drew the gleaming blade from its sheath, seemingly eager to showcase it to Princess Chang'an. Chang Lu turned to prevent the approaching maid and guard, carefully sheathing the dagger and retrieving the glass orb. With a hint of reproach, she glanced at Zhang Chuhe. "Children should not play with knives. It is perilous. Moreover, this is not a mere bauble, but a fine glass orb, quite valuable." Zhang Chuhe felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that her sister did not appreciate the gift she had chosen, instead favoring a simple glass ball. "Since you like this orb, I shall give it to you," she pouted, a touch of indignation in her voice. Seeing the little girl's endearing expression, Chang Lu could not resist patting her head and smiled. "Sister does like it, but unfortunately, I lack the funds to accept it." Observing Chang Li's unwavering focus on the orb, as if she had spotted a freshly cooked dish of braised ribs, Zhang Chuhe chuckled, "Sister, my little sister has already offered you a gift. Since you fancy it, please take it." "Yes, sister, it's of little worth. It is merely a toy given to me by my father." "Since you like it, please take it," Zhang Chuhe chimed in. Chang Lu watched the orb rotate in her palm, the petals within swirling captivatingly. She was quite taken with it. Yet such a glass orb would cost at least 100 coins. The two children were naive, but she could not deceive them. Chang Lu pondered whether she possessed an item of similar worth. To purchase, it would likely incur her mother's reprimand for being imprudent. After a moment, Chang Lu suddenly removed a gold-inlaid jade bracelet from her wrist and slipped it onto Zhang Chuhe's. "Sister truly appreciates your gift, so let me offer you one in return, shall we?" Given the resolute stance of the siblings, Chang Lu suspected that if she were to offer money, they would refuse. The jade bracelet was the item of value closest to the glass orb. As anticipated, Zhang Chuhe touched the bracelet on her wrist, beaming at Zhang Chuhe. "Brother, do you think I look lovely in this bracelet?" However, Zhang Chuhe turned to Chang Lu, saying, "Sister, this piece is too precious. I kindly ask you to take it back. Your sister wears this bracelet beautifully. She shall undoubtedly grow into a more exquisite beauty than I." Chang Lu praised Zhang Chuhe, then turned to Zhang Chuhe. "Rest assured, in truth, I am the one who benefits. Should our elders inquire upon our return, you may simply say that Chang Lu purchased this orb, and they will surely understand." Chang Lu assumed the siblings were children from a noble family in Chang'an, and by leaving her name, they would surely grasp that she had bought the orb. Zhang Chuhe sighed, observing Chang Lu engrossed in conversation with his sister. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, he glanced at the sun overhead and addressed the siblings. "It is already noon. You two have not eaten, have you? Allow me to treat you to a meal, after which you may return home. Otherwise, if you sell these items, you may find yourselves in trouble." Chang'an harbored concerns. Judging by this exquisite bead, it was plausible that the siblings had other treasures on their stall. Should someone acquire them at a meager price, returning home would likely result in a reprimand. After all, this single glass orb was a prized possession in her eyes, let alone for others. "Chang'an, what are you doing here?" A voice tinged with curiosity interrupted her thoughts. Turning her gaze, she beheld a middle-aged man clad in a blue long gown, flanked by two robust figures. Recognizing their identities, Chang'an hastily rose to pay her respects. The middle-aged man waved dismissively. "There's no need for excessive formalities. I am merely accompanying your father and Uncle Chung for a meal." Chang'an shot a reproachful glance at her father, Li Shimin, who sheepishly rubbed his nose, not anticipating his daughter to catch him in his less formal attire. Nevertheless, she gracefully approached the trio, bowing slightly, Chang'an pays her respects to my father and greets Uncle Cheng and Uncle Weiqi. Uncle Cheng, with a hearty laugh, remarked, "No need for such formality, my dear niece. I have heard that the newly opened Finjiazhai offers delightful cuisine, and I thought to invite His Majesty to sample it." Li Shimin glared at Cheng Yaojin, bemused by his propensity to flatter. Chang'an then turned to her father, saying, "Father, Mother has entrusted me with certain affairs, and today I have come to inspect the accounts of Finjiazhai. Is Finjiazhai a property of the inner court?" Li Shimin queried, genuinely unaware, as the inner court's matters were overseen by Empress Chang'an, leaving him unburdened. Indeed, as the palace's expenditures are rather modest, Mother has allocated personnel to open a tavern to supplement the palace's finances. Li Shimin nodded. In truth, not only the inner court but the national treasury was also constrained. He then pointed toward the siblings' modest stall, smiling as he inquired, "Why are you not inside then? What brings you here?" Chapter 14. The telescope. Upon hearing her father's question, a faint smile graced Chang'an's lips as she glanced at the two children. "Father, I am not certain which noble house these siblings hail from, but they have brought their family's belongings to set up a stall here. The young girl insisted on gifting me something, claiming I resemble her mother, so I am merely here to see what it is." Intrigued by his daughter's words, Li Shimin prodded further. "Oh, what gift did they offer you? Let me have a look." Chang'an opened her palm, revealing the exquisite glass orb that spun gracefully in her hand. Instantly, Li Shimin's attention was captivated by the delicate sphere. Such a precious gift from these children? Aren't you concerned about facing reprimand when you return home? Chang'an, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, responded to her father's inquiry. "I gave the young girl a bracelet in return, so I believe I have come out ahead." Cheng Yaojin, having noticed the glass orb in Chang'an's possession, was equally enamored. His eyes sparkled with desire for the treasure, and he swiftly approached the siblings' stall, crouching down to examine their wares, hoping to uncover one or two more treasures to acquire at a bargain. The kindness of Chang Lu is a matter pertaining solely to him, while Cheng Yaojin, with his origins as a notorious bandit, has certainly engaged in his fair share of unscrupulous dealings, whether through low-priced acquisitions or outright theft. Yet, as Cheng Yaojin scanned the stall for a moment, he found no trace of the desired glass beads, though his keen eye soon alighted upon something of value. At that moment, Li Shimin and Wei Qigong, accompanied by Chang Lu, approached. Without uttering a word, Li Shimin discreetly kicked Cheng Yaojin in the rear, signaling him to temper his excesses. Cheng Yaojin chuckled without looking back, seizing the dagger that Chang Lu had just set down. The sheath was unadorned, merely crafted from simple leather, but upon unsheathing it, the blade revealed an intricate pattern that immediately captivated Cheng Yaojin. "Little one, how much for this short blade?" Cheng Yaojin inquired of Zhang Qingyuan. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Qingyuan found himself uncertain of its value. "What do you think it is worth, uncle?" Cheng Yaojin grinned broadly, squatting down like a bear, and nonchalantly plucked a hair from his head, placing it upon the blade's edge. With a gentle breath, the hair was effortlessly severed in two. "Such a fine blade. I deem it worth at least 101. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's proclamation, the three behind him rolled their eyes in disbelief. Finding the old rogue utterly shameless for suggesting such a price, 101 would indeed be fitting for the sheath alone. While Zhang Qingyuan grappled with the appropriateness of that price, Zhang Chuhe, standing nearby, grew impatient. She snatched the dagger from Cheng Yaojin's grasp and returned it to the stall. "I won't sell it to you. Just leave." Cheng Yaojin, momentarily taken aback, thought he had been caught in a ruse, yet his thick skin prevailed. He smiled at Zhang Chuhe, saying, "If you believe my offer is too low, let us negotiate. I truly adore this blade. If not, you may set the price." "No way. I won't sell it to you. You look somewhat like a scoundrel, and I dislike him, hence I cannot like you either. I won't sell it at any price, so be off and don't hinder my business." Now at a loss, Cheng Yaojin found himself perplexed. How could these children judge a deal based on appearances? "Ha ha." Wei Qigong erupted in laughter. "Old Cheng, they refuse to sell to you because they find you ugly. Get up so I can see if there are any treasures here." Cheng Yaojin, still squatting at the stall, rolled his eyes, inwardly cursing. "You, Wei Qigong, stand 8 feet tall and are as broad as a barn door, with skin darker than a Kunlun slave. And you dare call me ugly?" Suddenly, Li Shimin bent down and picked up a dark, elongated tube from the stall, examining it for a moment before asking, "Little one, how does this work? What is it? If you hand it to me, I will demonstrate. This is called a telescope. It allows one to see far-off places." Li Shimin then returned the telescope to Zhang Huaian, who took it and pulled it apart, transforming it from a mere 20 centimeters to approximately 50 centimeters in length. Place the small into your eye and look into the distance. You will be able to see far. Intrigued, Li Shimin raised the telescope to his eye, focusing intently, and was met with the sight of a large, bulbous eye appearing before him. By heavens! Li Shimin was taken aback and instinctively kicked out, causing Wei Qigong, who was still oblivious to the situation, to stumble from the unexpected blow. "Why did you kick me, Your Majesty?" Wei Qigong exclaimed, bewildered. Zhang Chuhe found their antics amusing and burst into laughter. Li Shimin, unsure of what had transpired, narrowed one eye and pressed it against the eyepiece of a telescope, while the large black spot on the other side mirrored his action. What Li Shimin beheld was nothing less than a grand eye. "Look into the distance," he commanded Wei Qigong with a glare, repositioning the telescope to survey the flying eaves of the imperial city afar. To his astonishment, he stood in the eastern market and could distinctly see the structures of the eastern palace. Even the beast heads adorning the eaves were vividly clear. Turning the telescope, he recognized the Tai Chi Palace, and his shock deepened. Setting the telescope down cautiously, he steadied his breathing and inquired, "Little one, how much is this marvel? I must have it. Let me see, let me see." Wei Qigong, already intrigued, had been eager to look during their earlier antics. "Get lost. If you break it, you won't be able to compensate." Zhang Chuhe, observing Li Shimin's careful demeanor, felt a flicker of inspiration and jestingly replied, "Uncle, name your price. But you know this is a fine item. I won't sell it for a pittance." Li Shimin let out a hearty laugh, impressed by the articulate 5-year-old, and waved grandly, declaring, "Very well. I shall offer 500 guan." "What?" Cheng Yaojin turned to Li Shimin in disbelief. While Li Shimin had been preoccupied with the telescope, Cheng had been persistently trying to negotiate for a dagger with Zhang Chuhe, who remained steadfast in her refusal. Cheng had offered 500 guan. But hearing Li Shimin's astonishing bid of 500 guan for an item caused him to gasp in shock. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuhe, exasperated by Cheng Yaojin's relentless pursuit, placed her hands on her hips and glared at him, frowning as she retorted, "You, black charcoal, are truly bothersome. I've said I want to sell it to you, and I mean it. Persist any further, and I shall make your face blossom with bruises." Wei Qigong chuckled and leaned closer. "If you want to sell it to him, then sell it to me." Zhang Chuhe glanced at Wei Qigong, who, though not the most handsome, was certainly more pleasant than the black charcoal from yesterday's city gate, and thus had no qualms in selling to him. She handed the dagger to Wei Qigong. "Pay up. 101. Not a single one less." Chapter 15. "If you continue to pester me, I shall toss you off the rooftop to cool off." Now it was Cheng Yaojin's turn to be displeased. If Zhang was unhappy with the low price, he had no objections. After all, he had carelessly undervalued the dagger, mistaking its worth at a mere 101. Yet, having offered 501, he was taken aback to see her sell it to Wei Qigong for a mere 101. This young lady has no sense of fairness. I was the first to show interest. I offered 501, and you sell it to him for 100? Unbeknownst to Cheng, Zhang Chuhe was even more distressed, as the sight of his face reminded her of the bothersome black charcoal that had blocked her way into the city the previous day. After a moment of bewilderment, Wei Qigong suddenly burst into laughter, causing dust from the rooftops of the shops on either side of the street to rain down. "If you keep laughing, I won't sell it to you," Zhang Chuhe exclaimed, covering her ears and glaring at Wei Qigong. Instantly, his laughter ceased. Yet he rummaged in his pocket and produced a money pouch, from which he extracted a 10-tael gold ingot and offered it to Zhang Chuhe. "I do not take advantage of children. This dagger is worth this amount, and that old man is not to be trusted. Do not heed his words." Zhang Chuhe, although unsure of the true value of her possession, accepted the gold with skepticism, fully aware of its monetary significance. She took the gold from Wei Qigong and playfully patted his thigh, declaring, "All right, you are a good person. I shall be your friend." "Ha ha." Wei Qigong laughed heartily. Cheng Yaojin was not pleased. He genuinely coveted that dagger, and now, witnessing Wei Qigong purchasing it, he grew anxious. "Little girl, do you have another such dagger? I am willing to offer 200 guan. I will not sell it to you, so stop pestering me. If you keep it up, I shall toss you onto the rooftop to cool off." "Hey, how dare you speak to me like that, threatening to throw me on the roof? Let me see you try." Li Shimin observed Cheng Yaojin engaging in a contest of wills with a 4-year-old girl and kicked him lightly. "How can you, a grown man, argue with a little girl?" Cheng Yaojin, undeterred, produced an even larger gold ingot from his pocket and said to Zhang Chuhe, "No need for you to throw me on the roof. If you can knock me down, this 20 taels of gold shall be yours." Zhang Chuhe cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Yaojin and then turned to her brother, asking, "Brother, how much food can 20 taels of gold buy?" Zhang Qingyuan pondered for a moment before replying, 5,000 sure. That should sustain our entire village for quite a while. Zhang Chuhe faced Cheng Yaojin, hands on her hips, asserting, "Very well, I shall show you what I can do." Cheng Yaojin, noticing her earnestness, thought to tease her. He assumed a hoarse stance, raised his hands, and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Chuhe. "Jizha, do not act foolishly. Hee, I am merely playing with the little girl. I shan't harm her." Li Shimin handed all his money to Zhang Qingyuan, but realized he was still short by 50 guan. Conveniently, he seized Wei Qigong's money pouch, extracted a 5-tael gold ingot, and handed it to Zhang Qingyuan while inquiring, "Young man, are you not worried about your sister? Look how stout that fellow is." Zhang Qingyuan, grinning widely, accepted the gold nonchalantly, replying, "Aside from my father, no one can best my sister now." Hiss. Zhang Qingyuan's tone was serious, leaving Li Shimin momentarily unsure whether he was jesting or sincere. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuhe and Cheng Yaojin had locked arms, appearing as if a human and an elephant were engaged in a contest of strength. Cheng Yaojin leaned forward, peering at Zhang Chuhe, and chuckled. "You will call out start to avoid others claiming I am bullying you." Humph. Zhang Chuhe, feeling Cheng Yaojin's condescension, grew even more irritated with him. "Start." With that command, she exerted her strength. Originally, Cheng Yaojin exerted no effort, merely standing there. However, after a brief moment, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from across the way, causing his expression to change, and he too began to apply force. Li Shimin, witnessing this fellow's seriousness, contemplated intervening to teach him a lesson, thinking that age had rendered him increasingly reckless. However, he was halted by Wei Qigong, who whispered in the puzzled ears of Li Shimin, "Your Majesty, that young girl is extraordinary." Upon glancing back, Li Shimin heard the sound of Cheng Yaojin's deerskin boots scraping against the bluestone floor. To his astonishment, Cheng Yaojin was actually being forced backward, his face flushed crimson, while Zhang Chuhe appeared completely at ease. Cheng Yaojin's heart roared like a tidal wave crashing against mountainous peaks. Was this girl even human? Surely, an elephant's offspring couldn't possess such strength. "I shall exert my strength now." Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth and declared, "Go ahead, go ahead." Zhang Chuhe replied nonchalantly. "Huh." Cheng Yaojin bellowed, his muscles bulging and veins popping on his forehead. In the next moment, a sharp crack resounded, and the eyes of Li Shimin, Wei Qigong, and Chang Lu widened in disbelief. For the blue bricks beneath Cheng Yaojin's feet shattered into several pieces. "Haha, big black carbon, your strength is truly feeble. I shall now begin to apply force." Zhang Chuhe chuckled, seizing Cheng Yaojin with both hands, her arms exerting pressure, causing Cheng Yaojin to unexpectedly lift off the ground. Before Cheng Yaojin could comprehend what had transpired, Zhang Chuhe spun him around twice and then released him, sending him soaring toward the shop across the street. With a thud, Cheng Yaojin landed heavily in front of the shop, groaning, "Ouch, ouch." As all eyes were fixed in astonishment, he rubbed his backside, taking a while to rise. When Li Shimin next turned his gaze toward Zhang Chuhe, it gleamed with a chilling realization. What had that young man said? His sister could only be bested by their father, yet this girl had already managed to overpower Cheng Yaojin. Just how formidable must her father be? Surpassing even the pinnacle of Uncle Bao's prowess? Li Shimin's gaze suddenly drifted to the black horse behind Zhang Qingyuan, adorned with a long spear. His eyes narrowed sharply. Not only did he recall the events of the previous day involving the two children besieging a city, but he recognized that horse and spear as well. Wei Qigong, standing behind him, evidently recalled the events of yesterday too, his mouth agape as he pointed at the young girl. Just as he was about to speak, Li Shimin gestured for silence, saying, "We shall discuss this later." Cheng Yaojin, clutching his backside, limped back, exclaiming, "How can this young girl possess such immense strength?" Zhang Chuhe regarded Cheng Yaojin with disdain, retorting, "Where's my gold? A wager is a wager. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you?" Cheng Yaojin produced the gold and handed it to Zhang Chuhe. "Fear not, old Cheng keeps his promises." Zhang Chuhe accepted the gold and passed it to her brother, then turned her attention back to the still grimacing Cheng Yaojin. "You're not too shabby. Next time I need money, I shall sell to you. How about that knife?" "Not a chance. I said I would sell you something another day. Today, I shall not sell it. Laughter erupted around them. You, young lady, are quite principled. Chapter 16. Are you trying to steal our treasure? Li Shimin curiously inquired of Zhang Chuhe, who was meticulously counting the gold in his hands. What do you and your sister need so much money for? Zhang Chuhe did not respond directly to Li Shimin's question. After counting the silver, which totaled 800 taels, enough to sustain everyone for quite some time if exchanged for grain, he turned to his sister, Zhang Chuhe. Sister, we have enough money now. Let's pack up and not sell anymore. All right, Zhang Chuhe readily agreed. These items were merely toys for the siblings, and had it not been for their desire to assist their father, they would not have considered selling them. After instructing his sister, Zhang Chuhe finally lifted his head to address Li Shimin. My father mentioned that there will be a locust plague in a few days, so we need to prepare some grain in advance. Otherwise, people will starve. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Is that even possible? Is your father some sort of deity? How could he possibly know about future events? Zhang Chuhe rolled his eyes, casting doubt on Li Shimin's intellect. You could just go to the fields and see for yourself. The grass is teeming with underdeveloped locusts. Once they mature, they will inevitably devour the crops. Li Shimin's expression darkened instantly. This year, Guangzhou was already suffering from severe drought, and he had prepared for a reduction in grain production, with relief supplies already at the ready. However, if a locust plague were to occur, it would mean total devastation. The grim scenes of cannibalism that transpired at the end of the Sui dynasty might re-emerge. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Shimin's countenance grew somber. Yet, after a brief moment, he regained his composure and dismissed the idea of returning to the palace immediately. If a locust plague truly were on the horizon, it could not be resolved in haste. Li Shimin observed as the siblings finished packing their belongings and placed them upon the black horse. Do you two have any other matters to attend to? We need to buy grain, Zhang Chuhe replied. After contemplating for a moment, Li Shimin proposed. How about this? I will have someone assist you in purchasing grain. It is already noon, so I shall treat you both to a meal. And then you can take the grain home directly. Li Shimin recognized the horse and spear behind the siblings. After all, it had been less than 2 years since the incident at Mingde Gate, and Huaian was still alive. Naturally, he could identify the steed and weapon that belonged to Huaian at that time. Since ascending the throne, Li Shimin had continuously dispatched individuals to search for the valiant man who had captured Huaian and slain Feng Lixia and Xie Shufang with a single thrust. That individual had merely requested a sum of money, rejecting the titles and positions Li Shimin offered, and had gallantly departed on Huaian's black horse. To discover the whereabouts of this person today filled Li Shimin with a sense of joy, yet the weight of the impending locust plague loomed heavily in his heart. It was worth noting that Huaian had intended to approach the Prince of Qin's residence back then, while he and Yuqigong were trapped inside Mingde Gate. Outside, Cheng Yaojin was no match for Huaian. Li Shimin dared not imagine the consequences had Huaian truly entered the Prince of Qin's residence that day. Zhang Chuhe regarded Li Shimin with a wary expression, pondering whether this man might be a charlatan attempting to swindle him out of his money and flee. However, upon catching sight of Zhang Chuhe engaged in conversation with Sister Changle, Zhang Chuhe felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Li Shimin accepted the gold that Zhang Chuhe had handed over, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Moments later, 2 burly men emerged quietly from a nearby street, standing silently beside Li Shimin without uttering a word. Go to the largest granary in the eastern market and purchase grain with this money, along with the necessary carts for transporting it, Li Shimin commanded. Zhang Chuhe could hardly contain his exasperation. While one might consider him foolish for seeking carts, it was rather clever of him to think of acquiring them. Ox carts, Li Shimin admitted somewhat awkwardly. The 2 men clasped their fists in respect to Li Shimin before departing. A throng of individuals entered the tavern, where the manager had been waiting at the entrance, mindful that the princess had yet to arrive, and thus he could not enter. However, upon spotting Li Shimin, he nearly fell to his knees. Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively. No need for idle chatter. Expedite the meal. We have matters to attend to afterward. Understood, the manager replied, retreating as the group followed a servant to the largest private room. Once they were seated, Li Shimin turned to the 2 young siblings and inquired with a smile. From where do you hail? Zhang Chuhe instinctively began to respond, but then abruptly silenced himself, regarding Li Shimin with suspicion. What is your interest in this? Are you perhaps coveting my family's treasures? Zhang Chuhe glared at Li Shimin with a piercing gaze. Li Shimin felt a tinge of awkwardness under the scrutiny of the young girl, Yet he could not divulge his identity as the emperor. After all, the finest treasures in the realm belonged to him. There was no need for him to steal from their household. However, as his fingers absently caressed the telescope in his hand, he thought of the glass beads in his daughter's possession, rendering him momentarily mute. Indeed, such items were not in his possession, with the esteemed Emperor Li Er himself present. The moment the guests settled, the manager personally arrived with a platter of dishes. I am not here to pilfer your family's treasures. I may know your father and wish to pay him a visit. We have no relatives in Chang'an. Zhang Qingyuan replied, scrutinizing Li Shimin, increasingly convinced that this man was not of good character, for why else would he inquire about their family? Indeed, your father and I, old Cheng, are acquaintances. If you doubt my words, do inquire with him about the man who fought alongside him at Xuanwu Gate, wielding a spear. Wei Qigong interjected, yes, your father and I are old friends, having fought side by side in the past. Zhang Qingyuan remained cautious, while Zhang Chuhe happily savored the dishes that Princess Chang'an had served her, oblivious to the intentions of Li Shimin and his companions. As Zhang Qingyuan listened to their earnest words, he found himself uncertain whether they truly knew his father. Rising to his feet, he bowed respectfully, stating, the world is fraught with peril. Please do not take offense, esteemed uncles. I shall return and inquire with my father. Should it prove true that you are acquainted, I shall humbly apologize upon our next meeting. Li Shimin smiled at the young man's response, finding it rather amusing, and chose not to press further. Enough talk. Let us eat. Several men fell into silence, leaving only the melodious laughter of Chang Lu and Zhang Chuhe echoing at the dining table. Your father mentioned that a locust plague may occur. Is there any way to avert it? You must understand that if such a disaster strikes, many may perish from hunger. Zhang Qingyuan set down his chopsticks, deep in thought. You speak too much nonsense. If my father had a solution, why would he need to purchase grain? Before Zhang Qingyuan could respond, Zhang Chuhe muttered in discontent. Uncertain of the men's actual acquaintance with his father, Zhang Qingyuan decided to treat them with respect, admonishing his sister. Chuhe, do not be impolite. Chapter 17. Eating locusts. Father did not specify how to resolve the locust plague, but my young nephew has a few suggestions that might prove useful. Li Shimin initially paid little heed to Zhang Qingyuan's words, considering him merely a clever 5-year-old. After the summer harvest, burn the fields and turn the soil in winter to expose the insect eggs to the cold, ensuring their demise. The best solution, however, is for the populace to raise more chickens. They will scratch the ground, devouring the eggs and even the immature locusts. Li Shimin nodded in agreement after hearing this. Yet the time until the locusts would strike was merely half a month away. Such methods would likely be too late. Your suggestion is indeed sound. Yet I fear it may be too late, Zhang Qingyuan acknowledged. Indeed, if we wish to combat the locusts further, there is another approach. Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is it? To eat? Eat locusts? Good heavens! I, old Cheng, have seen many things, but how can one consume such revolting creatures? Cheng Yaojin recalled the ghastly sight of squashed locusts and instantly lost his appetite, even as he gnawed on a leg of lamb. Chang Lu, too, covered her mouth with a handkerchief, stifling a retch. Yet, upon hearing her brother mention eating locusts, Zhang Chuhe gleefully recounted her experience with him. Sister, let me tell you. After removing the locust's head and innards, frying them in oil with a sprinkle of salt makes for a delectable dish. Ugh, Chang Lu exclaimed, before hastily exiting the private room. Li Shimin grimaced, turning to Zhang Qingyuan. That hardly seems appetizing. How many could stomach it? Zhang Qingyuan shook his head. That is not entirely accurate. Grandfather's son once told my father that locusts are beneficial. They can be used in medicine and have remarkable effects on respiratory ailments, asthma, hypertension, insomnia, and night blindness. Moreover, my sister is correct. After removing the head and innards, frying locusts indeed yields a delightful delicacy. Grandfather's son? Who is he? Li Shimin inquired, perplexed. Grandfather's son is Sun Simiao, Master's son. This revelation astonished not only Li Shimin, but also Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong. Had anyone else claimed this, they might have been skeptical, but if it were truly Sun Simiao, it must hold merit. Li Shimin turned to Cheng Yaojin. Where is Master's son practicing medicine these days? Cheng Yaojin pondered for a moment before replying. The last I heard, he left Chang'an after examining the Empress. His current whereabouts remain unknown, but perhaps we could inquire with Yuan Tiangang. Li Shimin nodded, reassured by the newly devised plan. As for the taste, if the two children could consume it, then surely others could as well. However, Zhang Qingyuan interjected, suggesting that it would be best for the government to procure the locusts. This way, the common folk would be more motivated to catch them, and if they could exchange them for money, starvation would be less of a concern. What would the government need so many locusts for? They couldn't possibly use that much for medicine. By boiling the locusts in water, drying them, and grinding them into powder, along with dried vegetables and some flour, they could create the finest military rations. My father once mentioned that locusts of the same weight contain more nutrients than beef. At this revelation, the eyes of Li Shimin and the others brightened. Military provisions sounded promising, even if the nobility had reservations about consuming them. The soldiers were accustomed to eating all manner of things. A great weight lifted from Li Shimin's heart. His spirits soared. Ha ha ha, let us dine. If this plan proves effective, there will be generous rewards. Zhang Chuhe belched and cast a sideways glance at Li Shimin, scoffing. Do you think you're the emperor? Generous rewards indeed. Li Shimin took no offense. The prospect of resolving the locust issue was far more significant than a few jibes from Zhang Chuhe. As they descended the stairs after their meal, they encountered a long line of ox carts waiting outside the tavern. Upon seeing Li Shimin, 2 guards approached respectfully, bowing their heads in greeting. Your Majesty, we have procured 30 oxen and carts at a total cost of 330 strings of cash, along with 2,000 pickles of grain costing 80 strings, leaving a remainder of 390 strings. Li Shimin nodded and took the remaining gold from the guard's outstretched hand, then turned to Zhang Chengyuan. This is the leftover money. Anything more may be too much for you siblings to carry. If it is insufficient, return tomorrow with the carts. Zhang Chengyuan surveyed the long line of carts piled high with grain, nodding in satisfaction before respectfully bowing to Li Shimin. Regardless of whether the man truly knew his father, he had indeed rendered him a significant service. If he had been tasked with procuring these supplies alongside Chuhe, it would have taken much longer. Thank you, uncle. With so much money and grain, do you require an escort to ensure your safety from bandits? Zhang Chengyuan glanced at his sister, who was saying her farewells to Princess Changlu, and smiled, remaining silent. Li Shimin then realized that his sister was far more formidable than Cheng Yaojin. Very well. I shall have you drive the carts to the city gates. Return home promptly. You two must have snuck out, lest you cause your family undue worry. As Zhang Chengyuan saw Xiao Bai being led over, he called out to his sister, Chuhe, let us go. Otherwise, father will worry if he returns and cannot find us. Zhang Chuhe gazed longingly at Princess Changlu. Sister, we are leaving now. I shall come to visit you again when time permits. Approaching Xiao Bai, she grasped the saddle with one hand, leaped onto the horse, and extended her hand for her brother to grasp, pulling Zhang Chengyuan up beside her. Zhang Chengyuan clasped his hands together in a gesture of farewell to the gathered company, as we part ways after a journey of 1,000 miles. Dear uncles and sister Changlu, may fate bring us together once more. Zhang Chengyuan's earnest demeanor elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, even causing Changlu, who was dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, to chuckle. Giddy up. Zhang Chengyuan gently tugged on the reins, and Xiao Bai began to amble towards the city gate. Behind them, a cart was being driven by someone trailing closely behind the two. Upon witnessing their departure, Li Shimin waved to 2 riders, instructing them, follow this pair of siblings and ascertain the location of their residence. Just gather the information about their dwelling. Understood, they replied, promptly making their way towards the city gate. Cheng Yaojin, Xuanzong, Changsun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Daizhou, Yuan Tiangang, Do Jing, hastened to the Taiji Palace to see me. Yes. Cheng Yaojin clasped his fists in salute and took his leave. Suddenly, Li Shimin recalled something, turning to Changlu and saying, Changlu, once you finish your accounts, return to your mother and report this matter, providing a detailed description of these 2 children. Changlu looked at Li Shimin in confusion. Father, what do you mean? Li Shimin shook his head. It was merely a conjecture, and he could not be certain. However, the Guanyin maid should understand his intent. With her intelligence, it would soon be evident what was to come in Xianqing. Chapter 18. The old Taoist had never encountered such brazen impudence. In the Qinling Mountains, Zhang Huaian's figure gradually emerged from behind a large tree. His appearance was somewhat disheveled, with a leaf clinging to his hair and his coarse linen robes marred by several tears from thorns. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he cast his gaze towards a massive pine tree nearby, under which a colossal white tiger lay resting in the shade. Its white fur, contrasted by the black king emblem upon its forehead, exuded an air of majesty. A faint smile graced Zhang Huaian's lips. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the tiger's glossy coat, indicative of a well-nourished creature, and he noted that a plentiful mountain stream flowed just below this hillside. Thus, this white tiger had not begun to shed its fur prematurely, unlike others whose coats were often matted and of little value. The skin of this majestic beast could fetch at least 100 taels, and in Zhang Huaian's eyes, this tiger represented several thousand stones of grain, sufficient to ensure the entire Zhang family village could weather the impending disaster. As for others, he felt no remorse. He was not Li Er, who bore the burdens of a larger heart. The question of whether he could defeat the beast had not even crossed his mind. Since arriving in the Tang Dynasty, Zhang Huaian had yet to encounter a worthy adversary, unless the legendary Zhao Wang Li Yuanba made an appearance, which might provide a challenge. In terms of animals, perhaps only rhinoceroses and elephants could match his strength. Against tigers and bears, he had already slain many. Zhang Huaian removed the bow from his back, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the tiger's eye. The dry wood, combined with the iron piece he had forged himself, while not reaching the strength of a 500-pound bow, still possessed the power of a 400-pound bow. As Zhang Huaian drew the bow into a crescent shape, it creaked under the strain, for the arrow, once released, would render the bow nearly useless in a single, fatal shot. Zhang Huaian held his breath, his right hand suddenly loosening as the specially crafted triangular arrow whistled through the air, traversing 100 meters and slicing through a cascade of fallen leaves, aiming directly for the right eye of the white tiger. However, in the next instant, Zhang Huaian lamented his misfortune as the white tiger, in a moment of folly, opened its jaws wide to yawn. A thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains, startling countless pheasants and birds into flight. Without hesitation, Zhang Huaian drew the spear from his back, firmly planted one foot on the ground, and launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at the white tiger. The triangular arrow did not meet its intended target. Instead, it plunged straight into the tiger's gaping mouth. While the tiger would eventually succumb to blood loss, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't thrash about in agony, damaging its own precious fur. At this moment, the tiger's pelt represented the lives of thousands in Zhangjia village. The white tiger, with the arrow piercing its mouth, emitted a series of anguished roars that echoed in the valley. As Zhang Huaian approached, the white tiger seemed to sense the impending threat, suppressing its pain while its enormous vertical pupils fixated on him. Before Zhang Huaian could make a move, the tiger coiled its massive body and leapt a full yard high, launching itself towards him. Although the tiger's deadly jaws were rendered useless, its claws, each larger than a human head, were no trifling matter. 5 curved talons could easily slice through the hide of a wild boar. Should those colossal paws strike an ordinary person, even the sturdiest of thigh bones would be effortlessly shattered. Yet, Zhang Huaian stood before the strongest human on the surface of the earth in the 7th century, a being comparable to a towering giant. He too leapt high, hurling his spear with great force. Remarkably, the white tiger, relying on its powerful muscles, evaded the spear's trajectory in midair. But in the next moment, Zhang Huaian's fist connected heavily with the tiger's chin, causing its mouth to snap shut with a painful crunch. The arrow lodged within its maw, severed by the tiger's teeth. A howl of misery escaped the tiger's lips. Zhang Huaian, relentless, unleashed a powerful kick into the soft underbelly of the beast. Thud, thud. The forest echoed with the sound of 2 heavy bodies hitting the ground, the white tiger spinning around to unleash another roar. A foul, rancid roar rushed toward Zhang Huaian. He chose not to linger, swiftly retreating toward the spear he had thrown. Now lying several meters away, the white tiger stumbled briefly before continuing its pursuit. Zhang Huaian's kick had shattered its insides, and though it writhed in pain, its formidable combat experience reminded it that now was not the time to dwell on injuries. Zhang Huaian sprinted ahead, the massive white tiger in relentless pursuit. As he reached the spear, he drew it from the ground and swiftly turned to fire again. Thud! The sound of a heavy object falling resonated once more in the forest as Zhang Huaian's spear drove deep into the tiger's eye socket. Pale pink blood trickling down the spearhead. This once mighty ruler of the Qinling Mountains, which had dominated the region for countless miles, now lay vanquished beneath the might of Zhang Huaian's swift and decisive strike. As the life force of the white tiger slowly faded away, a few audacious flies began to alight upon its body, the once mighty king of beasts now devoid of dignity. Zhang Huaian withdrew his spear, anticipating the gradual flow of blood from the tiger's body, for he did not wish to soil his garments when he carried it away later. He took a cloth from his pocket and sat upon the fallen beast, meticulously wiping the blood from the spear, a precious relic from his deceased father. He cherished it, as it also served as a tribute to the fool he once was. Zhang Huaian had heard that this spear was a reward given to his father by a general whom he had saved on the battlefield. Otherwise, even the most humble spear would cost no less than 50 coins, a sum far beyond the reach of his father's meager means. Having cleaned the spear, Zhang Huaian stood and pried open the tiger's mouth, extracting the arrow lodged within and removing the three-edged arrowhead to place into his backpack. He then secured the spear at his back and carelessly discarded his longbow, rendered useless. Just as Zhang Huaian hoisted the immense white tiger onto his shoulders, a call echoed from the distant woods. "Huaian, is that you?" Zhang Huaian did not suspect he had encountered a ghost, for he had just vanquished the mountain lord reputed to command spirits. Turning around, he beheld an elderly man with hair as white as snow, clad in a tattered blue Taoist robe, his hair tied back with a peachwood hairpin, and a large woven basket slung over his back. Apart from Zhang Huaian, the only other person daring enough to wander the depths of the Qinling Mountains was Sun Simiao. "It is I, Taoist son, please come over. All is well." Zhang Huaian, still bearing the tiger, waited in place. Sun Simiao, with his enormous basket, arrived at Zhang Huaian's side a few minutes later. The old Taoist chuckled. "I was foraging for herbs nearby when I heard a tremendous roar of a tiger. Sensing something amiss, I figured it must be you, my boy." Zhang Huaian and Sun Simiao were old acquaintances, having first crossed paths during Zhang Huaian's hunting ventures in the Qinling Mountains. As Zhang Huaian trudged forward with the white tiger, the old Taoist followed closely behind, speaking candidly. "Indeed, aside from you and me, who else would dare to meander through the Qinling? You ought to have brought a companion. While you possess some martial skills, you cannot match a tiger. Look at this beast, weighing 700 to 800 pounds. Even your physique would not suffice for a single meal." With a swift motion, the old Taoist leaped and playfully struck Zhang Huaian on the forehead. "How dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? I am older than your grandfather, and you show no respect." The old Taoist continued. "It is not as if I seek out tigers. If I encounter one, I would simply avoid it." Zhang Huaian brushed off the old man's playful slap, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, the Taoist was older than his grandfather. "Would you care to stay at my home for a few days? I shall save the tiger's whip for you. It would do you good." Sun Simiao's face darkened with indignation, and he struck Zhang Huaian's back with his herb hoe. "How outrageous! I am a man of the cloth. I have led a life of simplicity and moderation. Keep it for yourself." He retorted. "All right. I almost forgot your wife has left you. You have no need for it." Sun Simiao was genuinely infuriated by Zhang Huaian, and they began to exchange barbs. Observing the old Taoist's heaving chest, Zhang Huaian feared that he might provoke him further and hastily changed his tune. "No more jokes. Please come back and stay with me for a few days. The children often speak of you." Sun Simiao nodded in agreement. "Very well. I too miss those two children. Has Chuhe been misbehaving lately?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaian's expression darkened. The old Taoist, noticing Zhang Huaian's grim visage, stroked his beard and inquired, "Has Chuhe caused you more trouble?" "Alas, indeed. Yesterday, the siblings ventured into Chang'an, demanding that Li Er hand over their mother. The city guards intervened, and Chuhe struck someone. Realizing they were outnumbered, they created a breach a foot wide in the city walls." "Ah!" Sun Simiao's hand trembled, pulling out several of his own beard hairs in astonishment as he stared wide-eyed at Zhang Huaian. "Are you saying that contraption you were developing actually succeeded? Has Li Shimin not sought vengeance upon you?" "Not at all. I arrived just in time, whisked the children away, and they could not catch us." Zhang Huaian continued. "The explosives were concocted by Cheng Yuan. That rascal, fearing his sister might discover them, stuffed them beneath my bed. He nearly broke his leg yesterday." Sun Simiao rolled his eyes, knowing how indulgent Zhang Huaian was with the children and doubting his words. However, an idea struck him, and he queried, "Wasn't he your wife missing in Lantian? How could the children end up in Chang'an?" "It stems from a jest I made with Xiang, suggesting she might be a noble lady enamored with my good looks, which is why she stayed. Xiang joked that she was a princess, captivated by my beauty, and thus married me. At that time, Chuhe was not yet a year old, but Cheng Yuan was already 2. You know how clever that lad is. He likely retained the memory." Upon hearing this, Sun Simiao's face darkened once more, and he scolded. "Neither of you are reliable. What foolish jesting is this?" The old Taoist, concerned for the children's safety and irritated by Zhang Huaian's irresponsibility, strode ahead in a huff. Unfazed, Zhang Huaian followed with the white tiger slung over his shoulder, humming a tune. Suddenly, Sun Simiao turned around and chastised Zhang Huaiyan. I have never encountered such unrepentant shamelessness in a person. Chapter 19. Why not eat meat porridge after departing from Chang'an? The helper who had driven the cart returned to the city. The reins, originally held by Zhang Qingyuan, somehow ended up in the hands of Zhang Chuhe. The little girl beheld the grand procession of ox carts, as if she had discovered the exhilaration of commanding a vast army, urging the little white ox to run about. Little white, quick! That ox is about to escape. Her peals of laughter resonated along the official road. In late May in Guangzhou, the sun blazed fiercely, yet it did not dampen Zhang Chuhe's ambition to be a great general. 30 yoke of oxen pulled the cart, their bellowing filling the air as Zhang Chuhe brandished her spear. The oxen, driven at a speed akin to that of a horse cart, were fortunate that Li Shimin's order ensured only the finest animals were selected. Had there been one or two feeble beasts, they would have surely succumbed to the burden. It is a pity for Zhang Qingyuan, who sits atop the horse, his head exposed to the blazing sun while being jostled by the little white steed beneath him. He feels as though he is enduring a fate worse than death. Yet, upon witnessing the joy radiating from his sister, he resolves to persevere a while longer. Having recently departed from Chang'an, under ordinary circumstances, they would have reached home within half an hour, given the swift pace of the little white horse. However, today, in consideration of the ox cart's speed, they have trudged for nearly 2 hours before finally arriving at Zhangjiao village. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the siblings rode the little white horse, accompanied by 30 oxen pulling laden carts filled with grain, back to their village. It was the time when villagers ventured into the fields to toil. From atop the towering little white steed, Zhang Chuhe spotted several villagers, tools in hand, making their way to the fields. Second grandfather, Uncle Dainyu, Uncle Xiang, she began to call out from a distance. Upon hearing her voice, the villagers turned their gazes toward the source. Upon recognizing the familiar sight of the black horse and the petite figure wielding a long spear, smiles broke out on their faces, as they were accustomed to such spectacles. Zhangjiao village enjoyed a superior standard of living compared to the surrounding hamlets, primarily due to Zhang Huaiyan's relentless hunting expeditions in the mountains, allowing the children here to partake in meat. Though Zhang Huaiyan had once received their assistance, it amounted to little more than a couple of flatbreads mixed with bran or a bowl of thin porridge. What he provided was real meat, a fact the villagers might have grasped had they been more educated. Furthermore, under the guidance of Xiang and Zhang Huaiyan, the siblings had cultivated a sense of decorum. Although their child might occasionally be bullied by the little girl, she was always measured in her actions, far gentler than the blows the Zhang children received. However, when the villagers beheld the 30 ox carts being towed along by the little white horse, jaws dropped in astonishment among the 3 men from Guangzhou. After a prolonged silence, the bulliest among them, Uncle Xiang, finally spoke. Good heavens! How on earth did Qingyuan and Chuhe manage to bring back so many carts? What on earth are they carrying? This must have cost a fortune. Could it be grain? Quickly, summon the village chief. He instructed his brother Dainyu. Before Dainyu could respond, Xiang dropped his hoe and dashed toward the village. Meanwhile, the heat and excitement had flushed Zhang Chuhe's cherubic face a rosy hue. She leaped down from the horse and exclaimed, Second grandfather, Uncle Dainyu, look at how much grain my brother and I have brought back. Hearing her words, the elderly second grandfather, his hair entirely white, began to tremble as he replied, My heavens! In my lifetime, I have never seen such an abundance of oxen and grain. How long will this sustain us? Noticing that Qingyuan was still slumped atop the horse, Uncle Dainyu approached him. Observing Qingyuan's pale visage and furrowed brow, he promptly lifted him off the horse. Qingyuan, already feeling unwell and slightly overheated, was further jolted by the 2-hour ride, and as Dainyu set him down, his stomach churned violently. Just as he was placed on the ground, he crouched and began to retch. Ugh! Uncle Dainyu gently patted Qingyuan's back and inquired with concern, Qingyuan, what is the matter? Ugh! I'm fine, ugh! Uncle Dainyu. Meanwhile, Uncle Air was trembling with excitement, grasping Zhang Chuhe's small hand, utterly at a loss for words. At that moment, young men and children were already rushing out from the village, and the little cow was sprinting back, shouting that Qingyuan and Chuhe had returned with dozens of bullock carts, although the little cow had no idea what was being transported. The mere sight of the carts was enough to astonish the villagers, considering that the entire Zhang family village, along with Xiaobai, had no more than 30 livestock. Unless dogs were included, The people of Guangzhou have always had a penchant for revelry. Even the Tang Dynasty folk, over 13 centuries ago, were no exception. One by one, villagers flocked to the entrance, including many women curious to witness the spectacle. When the little cow, carrying the village chief's cane, arrived at the village entrance, the chief seemed to be on the verge of death. However, upon seeing 30 bullock carts lined up neatly, the chief was instantly revitalized, patting the little cow's head and asking to be set down. With his cane in hand, the chief hurriedly approached Zhang Chuhe, trembling as he inquired, "Chuhe, what do you have on those carts?" "Grain." The chief, being of advanced age, could hardly withstand such a shock and gasped before fainting. "Grandpa Chief! Chief!" Hundreds of villagers froze in shock, fearing the chief might have passed away. It was Zhang Huaian, noticing the commotion, who strained his weary body to rush over and check on the chief's condition. The little cow uncle, pressing firmly beneath the chief's nose, knew that villagers would understand better if he directly indicated the location rather than using vague terms. The little cow had no doubt regarding Zhang Huaian. With 30 carts of grain, he would believe anything he said. Yet, when Zhang Huaian observed the little cow uncle's dirt-encrusted nails pressing against the chief's nose, his stomach churned once more. He retched, stepping aside to suppress his nausea. Moments later, the chief's frail hand, resembling a withered branch, landed upon the little cow's arm. "Loosen up. It hurts." The chief had awakened. Huaian truly has a talent. Indeed, haven't you noticed how often Master's son visits the Huaian household? He must have taught him. Once I learn it, next time someone faints, I will revive them too. Supported by the little cow, the chief unsteadily approached one of the bullock carts, instructing the little cow to open a sack. With his dry hands, he delved into the bag and pulled out a handful of golden wheat. "Wonderful. So much grain, enough for our village to feast for several years." Turning to Zhang Chuhe, who looked up with an expectant face, the chief's weathered visage broke into a smile full of wrinkles. "Chuhe, how much grain do we have in total?" 2,000 sure." The chief nearly fainted again upon hearing the amount, but remembered the little cow had nearly knocked out his front teeth moments ago and managed to stay conscious. What Zhang Huaian was unaware of was that while calculating the grain, he and his father had already underestimated the figures, assuming a daily ration of 1 gene per person. Little did they realize that during years of famine, even a handful of rice sufficed for a family's meal. Surviving was the priority, and the notion of being fully satiated was a luxury beyond their comprehension. Father and son both made the mistake of being oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Chapter 20. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. Zhang Huaian, carrying a white tiger, cheerfully followed the irate Sun Simiao. They had traversed the surrounding mountains countless times over the years, rendering the notion of getting lost utterly implausible. As for Sun Simiao, he claimed to have journeyed from Guangzhou to the Qinling Mountains and all the way to Shuzhong along the mountain range. Zhang Huaian often regarded the old Taoist's boasts with skepticism, considering the multitude of wild beasts lurking within the mountains and the fact that the old man was already 87 years of age. Sun Simiao was a Taoist, not a magician, so what merit did he have in such grandiose claims? Yet, when Zhang Huaian declared the old man was simply bragging, Sun Simiao pursued him with a medicinal hoe, running 3 laps around Zhangjiakan, leading Zhang Huaian to reconsider. He could only marvel at how many lives the old man had saved throughout his lifetime, accruing a wealth of virtue comparable to the thickness of abandoned governmental documents in later generations. Thus, even the heavens had not taken him away, unlike Zhang Huaian, who could only forge his own path across the Qinling Mountains through force. As they emerged from the mountains, Sun Simiao suddenly halted. "What is the matter, Taoist son?" Zhang Huaian inquired. However, before the old man could respond, Zhang Huaian noticed a crowd of villagers gathered at the village entrance, with a long line of ox carts waiting. "What is going on?" he asked. "Why would I know?" Sun Simiao retorted, his tone indicating lingering frustration. "Could it be that my father-in-law has had a change of heart, bringing my wife back along with all these goods? Why do you always think of such absurd things?" The old man glared at him, seemingly tempted to strike him with the medicinal hoe once more. In the next moment, Zhang Huaian spotted the towering figure of his beloved Bai and the airborne form of Zhang Chuhe. What on earth? Did that little girl do this? Where did she find the money? Surely she hasn't resorted to robbing the rich to aid the poor. This was troubling. He feared for the lives of those involved. "Oh dear, my precious niece. Your father may soon lead you and your siblings into a life of wandering," he lamented, regretting ever recounting the tales of water margin as bedtime stories to them. Bang! While Zhang Huaian muttered to himself, he caught sight of the old man's irritated expression as the medicinal host struck his back, bringing him a peculiar sense of clarity. "Well, why don't you hurry and see?" "Oh, right," Zhang Huaian exclaimed, shouldering the white tiger and dashing toward the village entrance, leaving the old man to choke on dust. The villagers were celebrating, having received 2,000 measures of grain, ensuring they would not starve. Just then, someone in the crowd spotted a massive white tiger charging toward the village entrance and shouted, "Tiger! A tiger has entered the village." The crowd erupted in chaos, with the timid fleeing toward the village. In the Tang Dynasty, such occurrences were not unheard of. The village chief shouted with all his might, "Don't run! Don't run! Young men, grab your weapons. A few hundred of us can't be afraid of a beast. We mustn't let the oxen be harmed." While most were filled with trepidation, a few stood their ground. Zhang Chuhe found her long spear, placed her thumb and middle finger against her tongue, and let out a piercing whistle. Upon hearing the whistle, the spirited steed reared its front hooves, letting out a resounding neigh as it galloped towards Zhang Chuhe. Seated upon the horse, Zhang Chuhe resembled a general poised for battle. She turned to the villagers and reassured them, "Fear not, esteemed elders. I shall confront that beast." However, scarcely had the words left her lips when a gentle hand landed on her forehead. Irritated, she turned to see her father, Zhang Huaian, bearing a large tiger over his shoulder, his expression one of exasperation. "Zhang Chuhe, have you lost your senses? You wish to confront a tiger? If you seek to ascend, I shall build you a ladder." Gradually, the crowd quieted. One villager chucklingly cursed, "Which rascal claimed a tiger had entered the village? By heavens, I nearly soiled myself in fright. I must give him a few slaps for this nonsense." Did he not see the tiger being carried by Huaian? In the throng, a man of modest height, standing at merely 1.70 meters, shrank back slightly. Amidst the multitude, he caught sight of the enormous tiger's head. Zhang Chuhe, hearing his father's voice, approached slowly, weakly calling out, "Father." Zhang Huaian glanced down to see his son's pale visage and trembling legs. Momentarily setting aside his admonishment of his daughter, he placed the white tiger on the ground and crouched to examine his son. "What has happened, Chuhe? Why do you look this way?" Zhang Chuhe managed a bitter smile. "Father, I am fine. My sister and I rode little by back from Chang'an, but due to the need to tend to the ox cart, we traveled for 2 hours. Perhaps I have overheated, and after the jostling, I just vomited. I feel much better now." Just then, a hand reached out from behind, touching Zhang Chuhe's head before prying his mouth open to inspect his tongue. "No worries, just overheated. It's not serious. A bit of cool water and a couple of acupuncture needles will do the trick." It was then that Zhang Chuhe noticed the recently arrived son Simiao. Managing a faint smile, "Grandfather Sunday, Master Son." "Master Son." The surrounding villagers recognized son Simiao and greeted him, but the elder merely waved his hand, dismissing their attentions. "Have the villagers bring the ox cart into the village, and do not crowd the entrance. First, let us return home and treat Chuhe," he instructed. Zhang Huaian had long grown accustomed to the elder's brusque manner during medical consultations and nodded in agreement. He called out to the villagers, "Everyone, please move the ox cart into the village. Chuhe is feeling unwell, and we must return so that Daoist's son can examine him." The villagers promptly parted to clear a path, allowing Zhang Huaian and his sons, along with Daoist's son, to enter the village. 7 or 8 villagers, under the village chief's direction, placed the abandoned white tiger atop an ox cart, guiding 30 carts towards the village. Zhang Huaian did not allow his son to ride. Instead, he cradled him in his arms, removing the boy's outer clothing, leaving him in only a white silk undershirt, and fanned him with his large hand. Zhang Chuhe, no longer boastful, lowered her head and followed closely behind on little Bai. Zhang Huaian moved swiftly, soon arriving home. He offered Zhang Chuhe some cool boiled water and, clad only in his undergarments, let the elder perform acupuncture on his son. Only then did he have the opportunity to inquire of his daughter about the numerous ox carts and provisions. With a furrowed brow, he asked, "Chuhe, have you ventured to Chang'an once more?" "Indeed." Zhang Chuhe sat on the stool, her little head drooping. "Where did the grain come from? You didn't go to Chang'an to rob the rich and help the poor, did you?" she asked, a hint of grievance in her voice. "My brother and I went to Chang'an this morning, sold some toys, and then used the money to buy an ox cart and grain," she explained. Zhang Huaian sighed in relief. As long as they hadn't resorted to thievery in Chang'an, it was a good thing. And as for selling a few items, as long as they weren't explosives, all was well. He reached out to embrace his daughter, smiling as he said, Chuhe is truly remarkable. Just yesterday, I was worried that everyone might go hungry, and today, after I fought a tiger for some money to buy grain, you both have helped me solve the problem. Chuhe, you are even more capable than your father. Zhang Huaian understood well what thoughts occupied the mind of such a large child. As long as they did not commit any principled errors, he was more than generous with his praise for the two children. Chapter 21. Alcohol really? Father. Zhang Chuhe's mood instantly brightened. She was willing to patiently accompany her brother to set up a stall in Chang'an, for all she desired was her father's praise. Zhang Huaian also realized that he would not glean any significant information from his daughter. She might not even remember what they had sold. To discover the specifics of their day, he would have to wait until Qingyuan felt better and ask him. At that moment, the old Taoist priest emerged from the inner room with a solemn expression. Master Sun, how is he? Zhang Huaian inquired. Sun Simiao sighed. The child's constitution is still somewhat weak. I administered acupuncture to him, but he still has a slight fever. Do you have any remedies? Indeed. Zhang Huaian replied without hesitation. This was not a time for secrecy. After all, this was his own son. Without waiting for further questions from the old priest, he rushed to the courtyard, fetched a bucket of well water, and soaked a towel that only his family possessed, placing it on Zhang Qingyuan's forehead. He then dashed into his room, rummaged through his belongings, and emerged with a well-sealed jar of liquor. As he opened the jar, a pungent aroma of alcohol filled the room. Sun Simiao sniffed, then leaned closer for a better whiff, only to recoil a couple of steps from the overwhelming scent. Alcohol? He asked. Zhang Huaiyan nodded and poured a bowl onto the table. Sun Simiao's face darkened considerably, and he asked in a low voice, You're not planning to make Qingyuan drink that, are you? If you do, the old priest will surely strike you down. Zhang Huaiyan rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? He is my son, my flesh and blood. Rubbing strong liquor on the armpits, the center of the brow, and the groin of a person with a fever will quickly reduce their temperature. Sun Simiao nodded, albeit with skepticism. Over the years, he had indeed learned many novel remedies from Zhang Huaiyan. For instance, Zhang Huaiyan's family never drank raw water for patients with a cold and fever. It was advisable to consume hot water and be wrapped in blankets to induce sweating. Conversely, those suffering from heat stroke should remove their clothing. However, what irritated Sun Simiao was that Zhang Huaiyan only seemed to recall these remedies when his own children fell ill. At other times, when Sun Simiao inquired, he could not remember at all. Though the old priest was frustrated, he did not wish to argue with someone who had once suffered from a brain ailment. He frequently visited the Zhang family with the intention of discerning whether this fellow had conceived any ingenious remedies. Evidently, this time, upon witnessing Xiaoqing Yuan suffering from heat stroke, he devised yet another clever solution. Sun Simiao observed Zhang Huaiyan as he applied alcohol to Zhang Qingyuan, and after watching for a while, he proceeded to the living room, poured some liquor from the jar into a bowl, and lifted it to his nose for a careful sniff. Following that, he took a small sip and closed his eyes to savor the sensation. Sun Simiao was not like the foolish Qing Yaojin or Wei Qigong. Having already detected the overwhelming aroma of the liquor, he naturally refrained from taking a large gulp. However, the alcohol crafted by Zhang Huaiyan was still somewhat overwhelming for the old Taoist. As Sun Simiao swallowed the liquor, it felt as if a fiery line coursed down his throat into his stomach. Coughing involuntarily, he retrieved a scroll from his robes and extracted a brush and a small inkstone from his satchel. Grandfather's son, are you going to write? Let me help you grind the ink. Ha ha ha. Good. Chuhe will assist grandfather in grinding the ink. As Zhang Chuhe leaned closer to the old Taoist, she displayed admirable intuition, pouring some clear water from the teapot into the inkstone before beginning to grind the ink slowly. Yet, the little girl applied excessive force. And as Sun Simiao watched the ink block diminish rapidly, a twitch appeared at the corner of his eye, prompting him to intervene. All right, that's enough, dear. Although Sun Simiao could select from the treasures of the world if he wished, he maintained his commitment to a frugal lifestyle. Ink was rather precious, and if Zhang Chuhe continued grinding, it might soon disappear. Zhang Chuhe nodded obediently, setting down the ink block and resting her chin on her hands, quietly observing her grandfather as he began to write. Chuhe, go to the kitchen and fetch some salt to put into the teapot. Just bring it over, and I will add it. Okay, Daddy. Zhang Huaiyan had just recalled that individuals suffering from heat stroke should be given some diluted salt water. He initially intended for Chuhe to do it, but fearing it might be too salty for his son, he decided against it. Looking at his son lying on the bed, Zhang Qingyuan smiled apologetically, and said, "Son, I have troubled you, but I feel much better now. I am your father. Stop speaking nonsense." Zhang Huaian entered the living room and found the old Taoist writing at the table, so he leaned in for a closer look. Flavor: sweet, bitter, pungent. Nature: warm. Meridians: heart, liver, lung, stomach. Nature: fierce, consumed like fire. It conquers yin and cold. It opens the blood vessels, wards off cold air, and enhances the potency of medicine. It treats wind cold, pain, muscle spasms, chest obstruction, and cold pain in the abdomen. Applying it to the palms, the center of the forehead, the armpits, and the base of the legs may alleviate heat stroke. Zhang Huaian felt somewhat puzzled. Had the old Taoist begun compiling the 1,000 gold prescriptions so early? Taoist: you have omitted some details. This substance also possesses remarkable efficacy for external injuries. When applied to wounds, although it may cause intense pain, it significantly reduces redness, swelling, and ulceration. Sun Simiao turned and shot a glare at Zhang Huaian, who stood there in scathe, remarking with an air of superiority. The knowledge belonged to him, and he was undoubtedly the most informed. The old Taoist merely relied on his experience to ascertain its effectiveness for these symptoms, and now Zhang Huaian was making snide comments. Heh, Taoist, have you truly begun compiling the 1,000 gold prescriptions so early? Sun Simiao was engrossed in writing about the efficacy of treating wounds when he suddenly paused at Zhang Huaian's words, murmuring, "Life is of utmost importance, valued beyond gold. A remedy for all ailments. Qianjin Fang? What a splendid name." After uttering this, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Huaian, remarking, "I presumed you were devoid of knowledge, yet you possess such insight. This book shall henceforth be titled Qianjin Fang." Zhang Huaian rolled his eyes in response, muttering to himself, "Of course you find the name splendid since you coined it, and yet you scold me for lacking knowledge." Just then, Zhang Chuhe entered, cradling a salt jar and handed it to Zhang Huaian. He opened it, pinched a bit of salt, and poured it into the teapot, giving it a gentle shake before retreating to feed his son some water. Meanwhile, Sun Simiao's gaze fell upon the salt jar, discovering that the salt within was pure white. He reached in, took a pinch, and tasted it, his eyes widening in astonishment. This salt possessed only a salty flavor, devoid of any impurities, surpassing even the finest green salt. "Chuhe, has your family always consumed this type of salt?" he inquired. Zhang Chuhe nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, Grandfather Sunday." It was worth noting that although the price of salt was currently low at 5 yuan per pound, it often carried a bitter taste. While high-quality green salt could reach 5 guan per pound, primarily utilized by affluent households for dental hygiene. If this salt were to be sold, it would likely fetch 10 guan per pound and still be in high demand. After feeding his son, Zhang Huaian emerged to find the old Taoist with salt grains clinging to his fingers. He chuckled, "Taoist, you mustn't mimic Shen Nong. History teaches us that one should not taste everything. What if it is poisonous?" Upon hearing Zhang Huaian's jest about Shen Nong, Sun Simiao's brows furrowed. Yet he subdued his irritation and inquired, "Where did you acquire this salt and wine?" Zhang Huaian seated himself and poured a bowl of alcohol, savoring a sip before swallowing and exhaling a breath of wine vapor. "These are my own creations. The salt sold by the officials is tainted, and the green salt is prohibitively expensive. I cannot allow my child to consume poisonous salt, so I made some myself. The wine, too, is of my own making, not for drinking, but in case I sustain an injury, for treatment. With such resources at your disposal, why not share them for the benefit of the people? This fine salt alone, not to mention the alcohol, could save countless lives." He continued, "You are as thick-skinned as a bear. A person who can slay a tiger barehanded should not fear injury. What distinguishes you from those noble families and influential clans? You hoard good things within your home." Sun Simiao initially believed that these items were procured by Zhang Huaian at great expense, only to discover they were all his own handiwork, igniting a fresh wave of anger within him as he bent down to retrieve his medicinal hoe. "Alas, Taoist, those who cultivate the way are meant to be serene and unassuming. Why do you possess such a fiery temper, always resorting to violence?" Zhang Huaian placed his hands on Sun Simiao's shoulders, rendering the old Taoist immobile in his chair. After struggling briefly, the Taoist's face turned crimson with indignation. "Release me," he demanded. "Not a chance. If I let go, you'll just strike me. Release me." The old man insisted. "Today, I shall surely teach you a lesson." Zhang Huaian maintained his grip on the Taoist, speaking slowly and deliberately. "It is not that I am unwilling to share these matters. although the cost of salt is low. With 1 pound of official salt yielding 7 ounces of this particular salt, selling salt clandestinely is illegal. As for this alcohol, it takes 3 pounds of raw material to produce just 1 pound of it. You are aware that brewing consumes a significant amount of grain, and the harvest has been poor these past 2 years. Furthermore, it seems we may face a locust plague this year, which could lead to a complete crop failure. What? A locust plague? How do you know? Upon hearing the mention of the locust disaster, Sun Simiao immediately set aside his grievances with Zhang Huaian and inquired about the situation regarding the locusts. Recognizing that the old Taoist had been captivated by the news of the locusts, Zhang Huaian released his grip from the old man's shoulder. You have been in the mountains these days and Haven Tea checked the fields. The locusts are devouring the grass, and soon they will turn their attention to the crops. He continued, do you think my intentions for the grain are selfish? I am merely concerned that someone in Zhangzhe village may starve. Upon hearing Zhang Huaiyan's words, the old Taoist hurriedly dashed out, prompting a sigh from Zhang Huaiyan, who understood that the old man was going to inspect the locust situation in the fields. He followed suit, stepping outside to find several villagers watering and feeding their cattle. Under a shady tree, he spotted the village chief, who was occasionally glancing at the long line of bullock carts, chuckling foolishly to himself before resuming his laughter. Village chief, Zhang Huaiyan called out. With so many bullock carts and grain, I heard from Chuhe that 2 children sold their family possessions to trade for this. If anything of significance is involved, we must hurry to retrieve it. Zhang Huaiyan shook his head in response. It's nothing, just the children's toys. If they've sold them, so be it. I had initially suggested buying some grain. Then what of this grain? The village chief inquired. You should oversee its distribution. After all, it is meant for everyone. And we can't predict how long we will be able to sustain ourselves. After contemplating for a moment, the village chief replied slowly. Let us do this. Although the grain is purchased for the village, it must not be distributed directly to the villagers. Instead, let the young and able-bodied construct a granary. Officially, this grain will still belong to your family, and when disaster strikes and food is scarce, we can distribute it according to the population. Zhang Huaiyan nodded in agreement. Despite the village chief's illiteracy, his nearly 80 years of life had granted him keen insight into human nature. If the grain were divided equally today, there would be those who would refuse to work in the fields tomorrow. Village chief, I trust your judgment. As for the cattle, let them be raised together. Whoever needs them can care for them. Very well, I will have Dainyu help you with the processing of that large tiger. It is being handled as we speak. Excellent. Dainyu has decent skills. Let us divide the meat, but do reserve for me a rack of ribs. And keep the tiger's tail for me as well. The village chief looked at Zhang Huaiyan with suspicion. Are you hiding a woman in your home? What are you implying? I plan to sell it tomorrow. The tiger's tail is quite valuable. At that moment, Sun Simiao returned from the village entrance, looking disheartened and entering Zhang Huaiyan's home without uttering a word. Zhang Huaiyan bid farewell to the village chief and re-entered his house. The old Taoist observed that a mere kick at the grass by the fields revealed a vast swarm of locusts, leading him to believe that the locust plague was indeed imminent. Taoist, why do you, a practitioner of the way, concern yourself with such matters? These issues should be the worry of Li Shimin, not yours. Sun Simiao glared at him, his tone unfriendly. You little rascal. I have no time to joke around with you right now. Once Qing Yuan feels better, I must head to Chang'an to pay my respects to the emperor. If I can save a life, I shall. By the time you arrive, the city gates will have closed. There's no need to rush. You may stay the night. And in the morning, I will accompany you. I will sell the tiger skin. Do you truly not want the tiger whip? That is a fine item. Get lost. Father. Grandfather Sunday. Just then, Zhang Qingyuan emerged from the inner room. What is the situation now? The child is much better. Let me tell you what happened today. Zhang Huaiyan recounted the events of the day, from meeting Chong Lu to encountering Li Shimin, Cheng Yaojin, and Wei Qigong. They sold 2 items for 600 guan. And Chuhe won 200 guan in a bet. Zhang Qingyuan took out the remaining gold and handed it to Zhang Huaiyan. Father, here is the leftover gold. There are 410 guan remaining. Is that so much? What did you sell? A glazed bead was given to Sister Chong Lu by my younger sister. And my sister's dagger sold for 100 guan. The telescope you made for me sold for 500 guan. Zhang Huaiyan smiled and patted the heads of the 2 children, praising them. Very good. Very good. You are far better than your father. Hee. By the way, father, those 3 said they knew you and wanted to meet you if they had the chance. Zhang Huaiyan pondered. We have no relatives in Chang'an. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuhe immediately retorted. I told you that big black charcoal was a fraud, just as annoying as little black charcoal. He even claimed to have fought alongside you at Mingde Gate. He couldn't even defeat me. So how could he stand shoulder to shoulder with you? Father? Father, take me to Chang'an tomorrow. I must teach that black charcoal a lesson. I want to beat him so badly he won't know where to run. Sun Simiao, upon hearing this, cast a peculiar glance at Zhang Huaian. Mingde Gate. You have been to Mingde Gate? Zhang Huaian then realized that someone must have recognized Xiao Bai and that spear, having fought alongside him. It must have been Cheng Yaojin. After all, those two black charcoals, Wei Qigong, were locked inside Mingde Gate at the time. Indeed, I have seen them, though we are not acquainted. Next time, do not strike him. That fellow has indeed crossed paths with your father. He then whispered to Sun Simiao, Cheng Jijia, back when I was poor, I aided Li Shimin and received some silver in return. Xiaobai was acquired during that time. Sun Simiao nodded. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Zhang Huaiyan's mind, and he muttered, Cheng Lu, Cheng Yaojin. Qing Yuan, describe the person who bought your telescope. Younger than those two black charcoals, somewhat plump, with phoenix eyes and a short beard. Zhang Huaiyan was not truly foolish. He merely lacked the motivation to think deeply. Anyone who could receive a courtesy from Princess Cheng Lu and have Qing Yaojin and Wei Qigong follow as his subordinates could only be Li Shimin, the second prince. My goodness, you two didn't happen to encounter the second prince, did you? Well, wait for it. You two are definitely being followed. It's likely the second prince will arrive in these next few days. Chapter 23. Those who inflate grain prices, execute. After Li Shimin returned to the palace with Wei Qigong, he quietly awaited the arrival of Changsun Wuji and others in the two instruments hall. Nevertheless, having found a solution to the locust plague, Li Shimin was no longer anxious. Otherwise, he would surely be in a state of utter chaos by now. Report. Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Cheng Yaojin, Dai Zhou, Yuan Tiangang, and Do Jing request an audience with your majesty. Announce them. One by one, the officials entered the Tai Chi palace. Once they stood in place, Li Shimin's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall. Yuan Tiangang, I have heard that Daoist's son visited the empress for a medical examination before departing from Chang'an. Do you know where Daoist's son has gone? Called upon, Yuan Tiangang stepped to the center of the palace and replied with cupped hands, Your Majesty, Daoist's son indeed visited the temple last time. Before leaving, he mentioned he would venture into the Qinling Mountains to gather herbs. It has been 2 months now, and I am unaware of Daoist's son's current whereabouts. I see. You may retire. Yes. Fang Xianling, I am here. Disseminate the news throughout all the prefectures and counties in Guangzhou. Wherever Daoist's son's whereabouts are known, ensure he is escorted into Chang'an to meet me promptly. Though Fang Xianling did not comprehend Li Shimin's intentions, perhaps someone in the palace was unwell. He nodded in agreement. Understood. Dai Zhou, I am here. How much wealth remains in the national treasury? Upon hearing Li Shimin's inquiry, a cold sweat cascaded down Dai Zhou's forehead, and he stammered, Your Majesty, at the last Grand Court meeting, you instructed me to gather food supplies. I have amassed 800,000 measures of grain, costing 32,000 strings of cash, leaving the treasury with 110,000 strings. Li Shimin was aware that the treasury had once been quite affluent, but last year's Turkic invasion had depleted much of its resources, along with countless supplies. Continue to gather grain until we reach 1 million measures. Yes. However, after he spoke, Li Shimin's tone darkened. Do Jing. The sudden shift in Li Shimin's voice caused Do Jing's legs to weaken, nearly causing him to kneel. I am here. Li Shimin let out a cold chuckle, and Do Jing promptly fell to his knees. What do you predict the grain yield will be this year? Your Majesty, since the onset of summer, Guangzhou has seen hardly any rain. It appears we may face a significant reduction in yield this year. Bang! Li Shimin slammed his palm onto the dragon throne. Do you know that today someone has informed me that Guangzhou will face a total crop failure this year? As Li Shimin's words echoed, the expressions of all present, except for Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong, drastically changed. Your Majesty, who has spread such slander, I implore you, let me execute this traitor to ensure peace in the realm. Li Shimin descended from the throne and approached Do Jing, sneering as he spoke. Do Jing, you have been a loyal minister since the uprising in Jinyang. During the Wuda era, you achieved merit in the land reclamation of Taiyuan, and the Emperor Taizong appointed you as the inspector of Bingzhou. Upon my ascension, I honored your contributions by granting you the title of Count of Xindu and elevating you to the position of Minister of Agriculture. overseeing the affairs of the realm's agriculture. Tell me, have I ever wronged you in the slightest? Do Jing prostrated on the ground, sweat soaking the floor of the Tai Chi palace, trembling as he replied, Your Majesty, you have not wronged this old minister in the least. I am ashamed before your Majesty. Ashamed before me? It is the common folk you should feel remorse for. In recent years, have not the high officials and lavish rewards made you complacent and less astute than in former times? Do you not realize how many locusts infest the fields now? In half a month, when the locusts mature, what scale of disaster shall we face? A reduction in yield? At that time, how much grain can be harvested in Guangzhou? Humph. This fellow is not like the group of ruthless killers led by Cheng Yaojin. Although Li Shimin was furious, he refrained from taking action, fearing he might inadvertently kick this old man to death. You must immediately leave the city to investigate. If there is indeed a locust plague, devise a method for prevention and treatment, and assist Daiqing in preparing for disaster relief. Should this locust plague result in a total crop failure in Guangzhou this year, leading to countless deaths from starvation, you need not take your own life to appease the world. Instead, return to Xiangzhou and continue your dealings with the Turks. I believe you have performed admirably in that regard. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Please punish me. Li Shimin, seated upon the dragon throne, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Begone. Do Jing, facing the dragon throne, retreated from the Taiji palace, feeling a sense of relief. He did not doubt the truth of the emperor's words, but was wholly preoccupied with how to remedy the situation. If the locust plague were to occur, the emperor, in his wrath, might very well execute him. Yuan Tiangang, you may leave as well. Contact your Taoist sect and assist in locating Taoist Sunday. Yuan Tiangang understood that the emperor wished to discuss matters of great importance, which was beyond his purview, and thus he obediently acknowledged and slowly withdrew. Once the two had departed, Fang Xianling immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands in inquiry, Your Majesty, is it true about the locust plague? Li Shimin replied gravely, Indeed. It is highly likely. The individuals I sent to investigate have returned, reporting that the locusts in the fields are indeed far more numerous than in previous years. Fang Xuanling's heart sank. Locust plagues always resulted in countless deaths from starvation. Rest assured, I have devised a solution, Li Shimin reassured. Fang Xuanling's eyes lit up. May I ask, Your Majesty, how do you intend to resolve this? If we can truly address the locust plague, our great Tang shall no longer suffer from its ravages. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily, pointing at Fang Xianling. The solution is quite simple. You scholarly officials are so dim-witted that you fail to see it. We shall eat the locusts. The locusts consume our grain, so let the people consume the locusts. They are, after all, a source of meat and beneficial to health. Changsun Wuji raised an eyebrow, skeptically regarding Cheng Yaojin, astonished that such a simpleton could possess such insight. Though the notion of consuming locusts may initially seem implausible, upon reflection, it indeed appeared to be the best course of action. You speak wisely. Today someone informed me that locusts are edible and serve as a medicinal ingredient, providing numerous health benefits. My inquiry into Taoist Sun was to verify whether locusts are indeed consumable. Furthermore, I was told that if locusts are boiled, dried, and ground into powder, then mixed with flour and dried vegetables, pressed into cakes, it would become the finest military rations. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Changsun Wuji, all astute individuals, realized the feasibility of this plan. Changsun Wuji stepped forward, cupping his hands. Your Majesty, if this is true, we need only lead by example in consuming locusts, and the populace will surely follow suit. By having the state procure locusts to convert into military rations, we can control grain prices. The people can catch locusts for money, alleviating their hunger. Moreover, the funds used by the state to purchase locusts are, in essence, funds for military provisions, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. This plan is entirely viable. Everyone in the hall bowed respectfully towards Li Shimin and proclaimed, Congratulations, Your Majesty. We celebrate your wisdom. Ha ha ha. WJ, FNGQing, DQing. This matter requires your thorough deliberation to ascertain the pricing. Upon concluding his statement, Li Shimin suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Cheng Yaojin, Wei Qigong. In the face of calamity, should anyone dare to inflate the price of grain, they shall be executed. Understood. Chapter 24. The great and minor dissolutes within the imperial harem. In the Lijiang Hall, Changsun donned a simple blue dress. Her hair elegantly gathered and adorned with a phoenix hairpin. Regardless of the angle from which one gazed, she exuded an aura of regal elegance. At this moment, Chang'an sat beside a cradle, delicately holding an embroidered needle, occasionally brushing it through her hair, as she focused intently on embroidering a garment decorated with 5 poisons. Wah wah wah. A baby's wail emanated from the cradle. Chang'an, freeing one hand, waved away a maid who sought to approach, gently rocking the cradle instead. The chubby infant within seemed to sense his mother's presence, smacking his lips a couple of times before slipping back into slumber. Mother, mother! A bright voice called from outside the hall, arriving before its owner did. Wah wah wah. The infant was startled awake by the exclamation. Chang'an, with a sigh, set aside her embroidery and lifted the baby from the cradle, turning her gaze to the door. In a bright yellow dress, Chang Lu joyfully dashed in. Chang'an furrowed her brow, swaying the infant in her arms as she softly admonished, such a lack of decorum. What sort of princess stomps about like this? Yelling so loudly has disturbed the poor child from his slumber. Chang Lu, unperturbed, giggled as she nestled beside Chang'an, playfully poking at the infant. Mother, the little one is so plump. Will he grow up to be like fourth brother? Chang'an cast a reproachful glance at Chang Lu. You were just like this in your youth, you grew out of it. Qingke has become rather lazy in her demeanor. I don't believe it. With such a beautiful daughter. Surely you were lovely as a child. Chang'an chuckled lightly. How about we check the accounts today? You seem quite cheerful. The tavern's earnings must be satisfactory? Chang Lu nodded, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth as she extended 5 fingers, exclaiming, Mother, you have requisitioned the palace chefs, so the tavern's business must be thriving. This month, the tavern's profits reached a remarkable 500 guan. Chang'an nodded with satisfaction. However, your father left the palace today in his white dragon robe, and I happened to cross paths with him. Chang Lu, nibbling on a pastry from the table, mumbled. I was too busy helping Zhang Chuhe with her dishes at noon and was disgusted by the locusts, barely eating anything. Chang'an gently placed the now quiet Li Ji back into the cradle and poured a cup of water for her daughter. Your father was quite vexed by Wei Jing yesterday. He even complained to me last night. I fear he has gone out to unwind after court today. Chang Lu took a sip of tea, delicately caressing her chest with her small, pale hand. Once she swallowed, she spoke. Mother, you truly possess foresight. Father is out with Uncle Cheng and Uncle Wei Qigong. By the way, Mother, Father spent 500 guan today to purchase a black tube. I wonder what it is. Although Chang'an was perplexed by what could possibly compel Erlang to spend such a substantial amount, she surmised that it must hold great significance. Otherwise, Erlang, known for his appreciation of precious treasures, would not indulge in such extravagance. Suddenly, Chang Lu, feeling a bit bashful, let out a giggle, prompting Chang'an to raise her eyebrows and glare at her daughter. You didn't spend money on something, did you? No, Mother, I didn't spend any money. Chang Lu replied, but I did acquire a precious item. Let me show it to you. As she spoke, she opened her palm, revealing a glimmering glass bead that spun gracefully in her hand, instantly captivating Chang'an's gaze. Women have an innate affinity for beautiful things, a trait that transcends dynasties and social statuses. Chang'an took the bead from her daughter and examined it closely. Indeed, it was a rare gem. After a moment, she sighed in resignation. It is truly lovely. Now, tell me, how much did you spend? If it's under 100 strings of cash, I won't scold you. Chang Lu clung to Chang'an's arm, playfully pouting. Mother, I swear I didn't buy it. Today, when I arrived at the tavern, a little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, stopped me. She praised my beauty and said I resembled her mother. Rangair scolded her. But the little girl had quite a temper and looked like she might throw a punch. I soothed her, and she told me that she and her brother were selling things at the tavern entrance and wanted to give me a gift to express her apologies. Originally, she wanted to give me a knife, but when I saw this bead, it was still covered in dirt. Chang'an rolled her eyes dramatically. And then you bought it? Chang Lu shook her head. No, I thought I couldn't just take her things for nothing, so I traded my jade bracelet for it. Chang'an gently tapped her daughter's forehead twice with her slender fingers, feigning annoyance. Silly girl, that bracelet alone is worth at least 100 strings of cash. While this glass bead is beautiful, it is too small. In the end, you still lost out. Your father is a notorious spendthrift, and it seems you've inherited that trait. Chang Lu shrugged off the reprimand, suddenly slapping her forehead. Mother, that little girl has extraordinary strength. Uncle Cheng jokingly offered 100 coins for her knife, but she retorted that he looked like a villain and refused to sell it to him. She said she would sell it to Uncle Yuchi for 100 coins, yet he ended up giving her 100 strings of cash instead. Uncle Cheng was indignant, so the little girl wagered with him on who was stronger. Uncle Cheng won, and she sold him the knife. If he lost, he would have to give her 200 strings of cash. Mother, can you guess the outcome? Changlu asked, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she looked at Chang's son. Chang's son chuckled, knowing her daughter's playful demeanor. Given how you framed the story, it is clear the little girl must have triumphed. Yet, I shall indulge you and play along. I wager that your Uncle Chang emerged victorious. Incorrect, mother. The little girl won, and even threw Uncle Chang across the street. Changlu exclaimed, then added, oh, and father specifically asked me to tell you about those two children. He said you would understand what he meant. Upon encountering the siblings, an inexplicable warmth enveloped me. The young girl, charming in her appearance, possessed an innate strength, while the young boy, strikingly handsome and astute, resembled a miniature adult, adding a delightful touch to the scene. Moreover, the 500 coins from the emperor were used to procure items belonging to this very pair of siblings. Chang's son, with her keen intellect, grasped Erlang's intention almost instantaneously after hearing her daughter's account. She handed a glass bead to Changlu and said, your sister Xiang Cheng has been in low spirits. Since you have encountered such an amusing event today, why not share it with her to bring her some joy? Watching her daughter skip away, Chang's son let out a heavy sigh. Erlang likely believed that these two children were the offspring of Xiang Cheng, and considering that yesterday Chang'an was indeed besieged by two children, it was particularly telling that Zhang Chuhe had also been struck by a little girl. How could there be so many naturally strong young ladies in the world? It seemed that the children who caused the turmoil in Chang'an yesterday were likely the same ones Changlu had met today. Sons resemble their fathers, and Zhang Chuhe bore a striking resemblance to Cheng Yaojin. It would be intriguing to observe Xiang Cheng's reaction if it were indeed the case. She would certainly recognize her own children. However, it remained uncertain how Erlang intended to address the matter, for ultimately, the children were blameless. And since I could fathom this, it stood to reason that Erlang could as well. Otherwise, he would not have prompted Changlu to inform me. Alas, what a perplexing situation this was. Chapter 25. I am willing to take my own life to preserve the honor of the imperial family. Changlu exited the Hall of Governance, accompanied by her maid, Huan, as they made their way to Xiang Cheng's Mingde Hall. Although Xiang Cheng was the eldest daughter of Li Shimin, she was not of legitimate birth. That honor belonged to Changlu. It was rumored that Xiang Cheng's mother was a maid of Li Shimin, and after a night of youthful indiscretion, the emperor fathered his first daughter, Li Xiang. Li Xiang, with her gentle disposition, shunned conflict and held reverence for customs, winning the affection of Li Shimin, who was still the Prince of Qin at the time. After the death of her mother, she was taken under the wing of Empress Chang's son, who educated her. Being the elder, she accompanied her younger sisters, Ru Nan, Yu Zhang, Gao Yang, and Lan Ling, as they grew up together. The disappearance of Li Xiang had cast a shadow of sorrow not only over Li Shimin and Chang's son, but also over Changlu and her fellow princesses. The previous year, when Li Xiang was finally found, Li Shimin rejoiced and promptly conferred upon her the title of Princess Xiang Cheng, granting her residence in Mingde Hall as a testament to her humility and respect, subsequently issuing an edict for all princesses to take her as a model. As for Xiang Cheng's clandestine dealings and the children she bore, Li Shimin learned of this only later. Changlu bounced into Mingde Hall, where the maid at the entrance bowed in greeting. Your Highness, the princess is within. No need for formalities. Is Sister Xiang Cheng inside? Yes, Your Highness. I shall inform her. No, I shall enter myself. Sister Xiang Cheng. Sister Xiang Cheng. Changlu pushed open the hall door and strode in. Xiang Cheng sat at a table, propping her chin with her hands, quietly gazing at a painting spread before her. Upon hearing Chang Li's voice, she hurried to conceal it, but was a moment too late. Changle observed her elder sister Xiangqing hastily concealing an object behind her back. Her curiosity instantly piqued. Xiangqing, suppressing her inner turmoil, spoke in a gentle tone, "You impetuous girl, why are you still so reckless? If you go to mother, you shall surely be reprimanded." Changle feigned nonchalance, her head drooping as she spoke in a low, dejected voice. "Sister, you are right. I just came from mother's side, and look, she even marked my brow. See how red it has become." As she spoke, Changle leaned closer to Xiangqing, pointing at her brow, seemingly seeking her sister's consolation. Xiangqing examined Changle's brow, noting the delicate, fair skin marred by a faint red mark. "Mother would never be so harsh. You are simply exaggerating." Yet, before she could finish, Changle spun around and snatched the painting from behind Xiangqing. "Changle, give it back to me," Xiangqing exclaimed, her urgency tinged with concern over the possibility of hurting her sister or tearing the artwork in the process. Not a chance. I want to see what kind of man has captured my sister's thoughts day and night. Chang'an, return it to me. As Chang'an darted through the hall, she unfurled the scroll, with Xiang trailing behind, her skirts held up in haste. However, upon revealing the contents of the painting, Chang'an halted abruptly, causing Xiang, who could not stop in time, to collide with her. Ouch! Chang'an cried out, clutching the back of her head, while Xiang, holding her forehead, stumbled backward and sat down with a muffled groan. Seeing her sister fall, Chang'an quickly reached out to help, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. I'm so sorry, sister. It's nothing, Xiang replied, observing that Chang'an had already seen the painting, so she ceased her attempts to intervene and returned to her seat with a sigh. Xiang worried that if their father learned of the painting, he might trace it back to discover her future husband and children. Now that Chang'an had seen it, given her cleverness, replicating the artwork would not be difficult. She could only hope that her sister would keep the secret from their father. Chang'an, holding the scroll, laid it flat on the table once more. The painting depicted a man and a woman standing before a house, alongside a magnificent black horse with a white patch on its forehead. The man was strikingly handsome, cradling a young boy in his arms while gazing down at the woman. The woman, beautiful and graceful, possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with tenderness, holding a chubby little girl, her gaze affectionately fixed on the man. Was the woman in the painting not her sister Xiang? And why did the boy and girl appear so familiar? Sister Xiang, your artistry has truly reached new heights. I feel inadequate in comparison. Xiang turned to Chang'an, her expression complex. Chang'an, I have never asked anything of you, but I implore you not to disclose this to father or mother, otherwise. At this, Xiang began to sob, prompting Chang'an to set down the painting and comfort her sister. Rest assured, sister, I will not divulge this to anyone, especially not to father or mother. Once Xiang's tears subsided, Chang'an pointed at the little girl in the painting held by her sister, her voice laced with curiosity. Is that Chuhe? Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chang'an. Chang'an pointed to the small boy depicted on the scroll. Qingyuan? Before Xiang could utter a word, Chang'an's finger shifted to the black horse. Xiaobai? Upon hearing Chang'an's words, Xiang felt enveloped by an overwhelming dread, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, thoughts of her husband and child compelled her to endure. In the midst of Chang'an's astonished gaze, Xiang suddenly knelt before her. Sister, please rise. What are you doing? Chang'an rushed to assist the kneeling Xiang, momentarily at a loss. Chang'an, I beseech you, the child and my husband are innocent. It is I who have committed an act that dishonors the royal family. I am willing to take my own life to preserve the family's honor. You are the most beloved daughter of our father and mother. I implore you, persuade father to release the three of them. Chang'an then realized that her sister believed Qingyuan and Chuhe had been captured by their father, and that was why she recognized them. Oh dear sister, you are mistaken. Qingyuan and Chuhe are perfectly fine and have not been apprehended by father. Xiang was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the meaning of Chang'an's words. Chang'an helped Xiang to her feet, her face beaming with joy. I encountered Qingyuan and Chuhe when I went out to check the accounts today. Chuhe even complimented me on my beauty, saying I resembled our mother. I was puzzled at first. Now it makes sense that they are your children, which is why I felt such a strong connection at our first meeting. Xiang remained in a daze when Chang'an suddenly exclaimed, but that's not right. The next time I see Chuhe, she should no longer call me sister. She ought to call me aunt. Hearing this, Xiang's heart relaxed slightly, but his old worries dissipated. New anxieties surfaced. Chang'an, could I ask you a favor? When you next encounter Qingyuan and Chuhe, please tell them not to return to Chang'an. If father discovers. At this moment, Chang'an had pieced together the entire situation and, having found the answers, was finding it easier to retrace the events. Chapter 26. The mystery unraveled. Father likely already knew of Qingyuan and Chuhe, the two children from yesterday's incident in Xiqing. Moreover, father had instructed her to inform mother, possibly suspecting that the two children were born of Xiang. He may have wanted mother to probe into the matter. However, Chang'an suddenly considered that the situation might not be so straightforward, as father and Uncle Chang, along with Uncle Weiqi, seemed to mention knowing the children's father. Chang'an took Xiang's hand and smiled. Sister, I have news to celebrate. The reunion of your family may be closer than you think. Xiang, lacking sufficient context, was utterly bewildered. What do you mean, sister? You must know that father has stated that if we find, sister, I forgot to mention, not only did I meet Chuhe and Qingyuan today, but so did father. Furthermore, Chuhe even competed in strength against Uncle Cheng and won 200 coins. Father likely suspects that the children involved in yesterday's incident were Qingyuan and Chuhe. As Xiangqing's brow furrowed, Chang'an gently patted the back of her hand and continued to smile. However, the emperor did not elaborate further. Sister, you may not be aware, but yesterday the emperor was furious, declaring that those who besieged the city must be severely punished. Yet, after visiting the city gates, he returned and issued a decree stating that anyone willing to surrender the explosive device used to breach the city would be granted a noble title. Xiangqing felt a slight sense of relief. The emperor was not one to engage in pretense. Had he truly deduced the identities of the two children, they would likely have been apprehended on the spot. By the way, sister, are you aware of brother-in-law's identity? Xiangqing continued to ponder, her emotions in turmoil, rendering her mind somewhat muddled and unable to follow Chang Li's line of thought. What do you mean? Huaian is merely a hunter, is he not? Although he possesses vast knowledge, my late father-in-law was simply a soldier, and I have never heard him mention any other identity. That cannot be right. The emperor and Uncle Cheng, as well as Uncle Weiqi, all claim to know brother-in-law. How could he possibly be just a hunter? Ah, Huaian knows the emperor? And he is acquainted with General Cheng and General Weiqi? Xiangqing's face was one of astonishment, and Chang Lu nodded. Indeed, this is what the emperor himself stated, expressing a desire to meet brother-in-law again. It is evident that the emperor does not recognize Chuhe and Qingyuan. How could he have deduced brother-in-law's identity? By the way, Xiaobai, if there exists something that can reveal the identities of Qingyuan and Chuhe, it must be that the emperor is familiar with Xiaobai, especially the silver spear he carries. Sister, do you know what this is about? Xiangqing recalled carefully and, after a moment, spoke uncertainly. I remember Xiaobai was brought back by my husband in the 9th year of Wuda, in June. At that time, Chuhe was just 1 year old. Due to her great strength, she often tore her clothes. Although our family lacked for nothing in terms of food, purchasing fine silks and satins was still somewhat burdensome. Huaiyan mentioned he had business to attend to for 2 days, and upon returning, he was riding Xiaobai, additionally bringing back that long spear. He also had 2 large bags of silver and copper coins. I inquired, and my husband said they were gifts from others, but he did not elaborate further. The 9th year of Wuda, June. Chang Lu murmured the date before suddenly recalling something. Sister, the Xuanwu Gate. Was brother-in-law not away from home on the 3rd or 4th of June? Xiangqing pondered for a moment and nodded. It seems it was around the 3rd or 4th. The wheat had just been harvested, yet it has been quite some time, and my memory is a bit hazy. Xiangqing did not understand the significance of the Xuanwu Gate. When the events unfolded, she was still in Zhangjia village, and this topic was taboo in the palace, with no one daring to discuss it privately. Chang Lu leaned closer to Xiangqing and whispered, "It pertains to the emperor, Crown Prince Shi, and King Qi." Xiangqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her sister. Are you suggesting that Huaiyan actually came to the imperial city to assist the emperor during those days? Yes, it aligns perfectly. The reason the emperor recognized the identities of Qingyuan and Chuhe and did not place the 2 children in jeopardy may partly be due to your influence, sister. However, if that were the only reason, then you might have already met the 2 children by now. The more significant reason might be the revelation of her brother-in-law's identity. After all, the money and treasures that Xiaobai and Changxiang possess could very well be gifts bestowed upon him by the late emperor. Chang Lu grew increasingly animated as she spoke, unconsciously pacing within the hall, occasionally landing a fist into her palm. Sister, you are truly naive. Your husband does not mention it, and you do not inquire. Yet, you have not disclosed your identity to him either. She pondered on her brother-in-law's thoughts. Even if he had not earned accolades from accompanying their father in numerous campaigns, merely his actions at Xuanwu Gate might suffice to grant him a noble title. Suddenly, Chang Lu seated herself beside Xiangqing, leaning closer to her sister's face, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Isn't your husband exceptionally skilled in combat? Xiangqing nodded in affirmation. Chuhe possesses innate strength inherited from Huaiyan. He routinely captures bears and hunts tigers without sustaining injuries. Indeed, indeed, Chang Lu exclaimed excitedly, her voice dropping to a whisper as she glanced towards the hall's entrance. I once eavesdropped on a conversation between our father and mother. I recall father mentioning that someone at Xuanwu Gate had single-handedly captured General Shui Wanche and subsequently slain the loyalists of Prince Shi and King Qi. Though Xiangqing was already inclined to believe Chang Li's words, she remained perplexed. Her husband, though distinct from common folk, could truly possess such remarkable abilities? Are you suggesting that all of this was indeed accomplished by Huaian? Absolutely. Mother likely understands father's intentions as well, which is why she sent me to share today's events with you, hoping to gauge your reaction. After Chang Lu spoke, Xiang Cheng fell into deep contemplation, and Chang Lu refrained from interrupting, allowing the hall to remain silent for a moment. Xiang Cheng gradually exhaled a heavy sigh. Are you implying that Huaian has aided father, who may have grasped the entire situation and decided not to burden Huaian and the children any further? Not only that, but father might even consider appointing your husband to a position within the court. As Chang Lu said this, she stood and bowed to Xiang Cheng with a smile. Sister, congratulations. Your aspirations are about to materialize. At that moment, Xiang Cheng felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. By the way, sister, Chuhe gifted me a beautiful bead today, and I returned the gesture with a jade bracelet. The bead is exquisite. Do take a look and see if you recognize it. Chang Lu produced the glass bead from her bosom, presenting it in her palm for Xiang Cheng to admire. Upon seeing the bead, the last vestige of unease within Xiang Cheng vanished, replaced by a smile that had not graced her face in over a year. It's Chuhe's toy. My husband claims he crafted it himself, though Chuhe prefers the wooden sword and spear made by Huaian. Eventually, it went missing, but Qing Yuan found it in the yard after a rainstorm and kept it safe. What? Your husband made it himself? Have I been at a loss then? My jade bracelet. Xiang Cheng exclaimed, narrowing her eyes playfully at Chang Lu. Fear not. I shall compensate you with another piece of jewelry shortly, one of your choosing. With that, Chang Lu took Xiang Cheng's hand and led her towards the exit. Where are we going? Xiang Cheng asked, puzzled. To visit the emperor and empress. Let us hasten to clarify matters, so that you may enjoy a family reunion, and I may also meet my brother-in-law. At that time, I shall request him to craft a pearl as large as a fist. No, I must ask for more. Let him create enough for me alone, so that the young ladies of Renan and Gaoyang will be utterly envious. Xiangqing smiled without speaking, yet her steps were not at all slow. Chapter 27. If it breaks. Let my nephew repair it. As the two young ladies hurried to the entrance of the Lijiang Hall, the Empress Changsun was within, nursing the infant Ji Nu. Empress Changsun authored the book Nzai, which the Old Book of Tang describes as a compilation of the virtues of ancient women, encapsulated in 10 volumes, accompanied by her own preface. In terms of achievements, Changsun may not rival the likes of Empress L of the Han Dynasty. Yet she dutifully upheld her role without meddling in state affairs. When it comes to wisdom, Empress Changsun is undeniably the foremost virtuous empress through the ages. During her lifetime, there were no reports of discord in the harem of Li Shimin. Even the talented Wu was compelled to avoid her brilliance. The only comparable figure is Empress Ma of the Ming Dynasty, who, it is said, commanded troops without the need for military tokens. Additionally, historical records note that upon her death, the emperor mourned deeply, and ministers petitioned for Zhu Yuanzhang to accompany her in death. Nevertheless, Empress Ma's virtuous name in history remains overshadowed by that of Changsun. Thus, any prince or princess born of Changsun is nurtured by her for the first year before being entrusted to a wet nurse. Xiangqing intercepted Chang Lu, who was eager to rush in, as Xiangqing valued propriety and held a different status. Upon seeing the two princesses approach, the maidservant at the entrance smiled and said, Princess Chang Lu, Princess Xiangqing, do you wish to pay your respects to Her Highness? Xiangqing stepped closer, bending slightly, and said, Might I trouble you, Aunt, to announce our visit to the Empress? Chang Lu and Xiangqing seek an audience. No need for such politeness, Your Highness. The maidservant replied before opening the hall door and entering. A moment later, she returned, saying, Her Highness invites both princesses inside. Chang Lu rushed in with great enthusiasm, while Xiangqing once more inclined her body slightly. Thank you, Aunt. I am unworthy, Xiangqing said as she entered the Lijiang Hall. Li Ji had already been placed in his cradle, and Chang Lu was nestled beside Changsun. Xiangqing performed a deep bow to the Empress. I have come to see you. Mother, may you be well. Changsun gently pushed aside Chang Lu and rose to assist Xiangqing, patting her head as she said, Silly child. When did you become so distant with your mother? Look at Chang Lu. Does she seem as formal with me as you do? Xiangqing raised her gaze to Changsun. Her lips sealed, yet her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Changsun took Xiangqing by the hand and led her to the couch, urging her to sit while she settled beside her, smiling softly. Have you dined yet? Would you care to share a meal here with your mother today? You seem to have lost weight. If your husband sees you like this, he might think this grand palace forbids you from eating. Upon hearing the mention of her husband, Xiangqing shyly lowered her head and replied softly, "Yes, I shall heed my mother." Before Changsun and Xiangqing could continue their conversation, Changlu eagerly interjected, Mother, I must tell you that Sister Xiangqing's husband is." Before Changlu could finish her words, the voices of the maidens outside echoed, "We have come to pay our respects to your majesty. No need for formalities." The authoritative voice of Li Shimin resonated from outside the hall, silencing all within. Changlu cast a worried glance at Sister Xiangqing. Although she was already aware of the unfolding events, the final decision regarding Sister Xiangqing and her husband ultimately lay with Father Emperor. As the three of them rose, they spotted Li Shimin entering with his hands clasped behind his back, holding the telescope he had purchased that morning. When Li Shimin saw Changlu, he displayed no surprise. After all, she frequently visited the Empress. However, upon seeing Xiangqing, he visibly froze for a moment before swiftly adopting a stern expression. Changsun, well acquainted with Li Shimin's temperament, approached him subtly and gave him a gentle nudge. Changlu merely inclined her head in a slight bow. "Greetings, Father Emperor." She then walked towards Li Shimin, her curiosity piqued by the precious item he had acquired for 500 guan. Xiangqing knelt once more, offering a deep bow to Li Shimin. "I pay my respects to Father Emperor. May you be well." Li Shimin emitted a disdainful snort, not permitting Xiangqing to rise. He pushed aside Chang Li's reaching hand and strode directly to the couch, taking a seat before speaking. "Rise. You have finally deemed it worthy to leave your Mingde Hall and meet your father." Xiangqing remained kneeling, her head bowed as she replied, "I am guilty, my father." Changsun also took a seat beside Li Shimin, gently pinching his waist to signal him not to be overly harsh, as it would complicate future interactions. Li Shimin glared at Changsun, who maintained a serene gaze, her eyes like flowing water. To put it bluntly, the princesses were essentially tools employed by Li Shimin to win over the nobility, and even Changlu would eventually be wedded to Changsun. As for Xiangqing, securing an unmatched warrior as a husband would undoubtedly bring joy to Li heir upon learning the truth. His current fierce demeanor toward Xiangqing was merely a manifestation of his prideful nature. "Humph, rise, I pardon you." As Xiangqing slowly stood, the atmosphere in the hall softened somewhat. "Father Emperor, please show me the treasure you purchased for 500 guan. I have already reported to Mother, who said you are a great spendthrift. And I am but a minor one." The tea that Li Shimin had just sipped was immediately expelled as he reacted swiftly. Had he not, it would have drenched Changsun's face. Li Shimin glared at his daughter, admonishing, "How dare you speak so? I am your father. Cannot you learn from your sister?" Changlu, undeterred, continued to charm Li Shimin. "Father Emperor, please show me." "No, this is a vital military apparatus. You cannot play with it. It would be troublesome if it were damaged." Changlu, displeased, turned to Changsun, seeking solace. "Mother, Father Emperor refuses to let me see." Changsun, understanding the gravity of the situation, patted her daughter's hand gently, saying, "Since your father has declared it a military treasure, it must not be handled lightly. Causing damage would indeed be troublesome." Changlu pouted and turned away, saying, "If it gets damaged, let my nephew fix it and make a new one." "Nephew?" Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback before realizing whom Changlu was referring to. He shot a disapproving glare at his daughter, but nonetheless extended the telescope in his hand to her. Turning to Xiangcheng, who stood nearby, he spoke in a somewhat curt tone, "Do not just stand there, take a seat. This evening, during dinner with your father and mother, do share the details regarding your husband." Xiangcheng felt a surge of joy and quickly bowed in response. "Yes, I will heed your words, father." "Empress, please serve the meal. I am quite famished," he added. Changlu, being quite astute, recalled how to use the telescope from the morning, though she was not as familiar with it as her sister Xiangcheng, as it belonged to her family. As Xiangcheng instructed Changlu on how to utilize the telescope, she recounted to Li Shimin and Changsun the matters she had previously discussed with Changlu. Li Shimin listened intently, for every emperor possesses a penchant for collecting, and the agony of watching an extraordinary martial general slip away was a pain too profound to share with outsiders. Now, upon learning that Zhang Huaian had transformed into his son-in-law, even if that man had no desire to serve him, he had no choice but to comply. This was akin to a long-lost love from years past suddenly reappearing and declaring her unwavering intent to marry him. Such bliss sent Li heir into a euphoric reverie. Chapter 28. Sun's Fury. After the meal, Li Shimin whispered a few words to Changsun before departing from the Hall of Governance to spend the night with other concubines. Once he left, The atmosphere in the grand hall became markedly more harmonious. Chang Lu, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, leaned closer to Chang's son and inquired, Mother, what did father say to you? Chang's son shot her a disapproving glance, noting how increasingly unruly the girl had become. It is none of your concern. Why do you ask such impudent questions? She then turned her gaze to Xiang. During these days you remain in the palace. Please take the opportunity to guide your younger sisters. Since you have been away, I have been somewhat remiss in my duties. And Chang Lu and Gao Yang have become even more unruly. Of course, mother, Xiang replied. Chang Lu protested, how is it not my concern? My nephew and niece are so delightful. I wish to play with Chuhe, as she is quite amusing. Moreover, Xiang has informed me that the beads were crafted by my brother-in-law himself. She has already promised that he would make me a multitude of beads, including one as large as my fist. Chang's son pushed away Chang Lu's head that had leaned too close. Shameless. She then turned to the smiling Xiang and remarked lightly, good things often take time. Your father has just informed me that he has decided not to pursue this matter further. However, you are not yet permitted to leave the palace. Your father wishes to meet your husband first to ascertain his true character. Furthermore, your husband must first enter the palace to assume an official position, as your father intends to confer upon him a title. As for his merits, the events at Xuanwu Gate and the explosives provide ample accomplishments. Subsequently, your husband will be bestowed the rightful title of Prince Consort, thus diminishing gossip among the court and the populace, even if some are aware of the truth. The dignity of the royal family must still be preserved. In the realm of clandestine exchanges, perhaps you remain indifferent to the opulence bestowed upon you by the royal lineage. Yet the dignity of your father, the emperor, must always be upheld. Xiang finally received the long-awaited affirmation from Chang's son, overwhelming joy causing her to weep profusely as she fell to her knees in reverence. Gratefully, she expressed her thanks to both her mother and father. Chang's son assisted Xiang to her feet with a smile, remarking, your father has made considerable concessions on your behalf, and your husband has proven himself worthy. Had it not been for the incident at Xianyuan Gate, this matter might still be under deliberation. Holding a telescope, she surveyed the surroundings of Chang'an, cheerfully exclaiming, ultimately, it is still Sister Xiang's discerning eye. You cheeky girl, you are quite the charmer, came the laughter in response. In Zhangjiakan, Zhang Huaian elucidated that the locust plague could not be resolved swiftly, and that Qingyuan had already conveyed the most effective solution to Lier. Under the enthusiastic invitation of the father and son duo, Sun Simiao finally decided to rest for the night at Zhang's residence. As Zhang Huaian busied himself in the kitchen preparing dinner, Sun Simiao perched on a small stool before the stove, aiding in stoking the fire. Unlike the stoves of other households, Zhang Huaian had constructed his own, featuring 2 pots, one in front for stir-frying and the other behind, ideal for simmering porridge and soup. Adding water and fine rice to the rear pot, Zhang Huaian covered it with a lid before attending to the tiger meat sent by the village chief. Turning to observe the elderly figure squatting before the stove, his gaze fixated on the flickering flames, Zhang Huaian mused aloud, Sun Daochong. To have you stoke my fire is likely a first in all of Tang. Sun Simiao, lost in his thoughts, was drawn back by Zhang Huaian's words. Does the old Dao not require sustenance? Zhang Huaiyan teased as he snapped a tiger rib before deftly slicing it into smaller pieces. The ribs were thick as an adult's wrist, far too robust for mere knives to cleave. Continuing the banter, he remarked, indeed? How many commoners have erected shrines in your honor? I presumed you had already transcended to the realm of true immortals, no longer needing to eat. The corners of Sun Simiao's mouth twitched, aware that Zhang Huaiyan sought to lighten his spirits, yet he retorted without hesitation, enough with the nonsense. You, my friend, are excessively concerned for the welfare of the nation. You care more for the common people than even Li Shimin does. As the finest physician, do you not understand that excessive worry is detrimental to one's health? Sun Simiao added a log to the fire with a sigh. Do you know how many suffer from ailments daily? And with the impending locust plague, many will surely perish from starvation. The summer brings rampant epidemics. Are you certain your solution is viable? Will Li Shimin heed your counsel? Zhang Huaiyan placed the prepared tiger meat into the pot for blanching, casually addressing the old Dao's concerns. This is currently the best approach. At least there are no other methods available in the Tang to eradicate the locust plague. However, the populace is ignorant, believing locusts to be a divine calamity. Not all dare to capture them. You underestimate the desperation of hunger when driven to the brink. People resort to cannibalism. I have not witnessed such horrors, but have you? Zhang Huaian was well aware that Sun Simiao was a man deeply concerned for his country and its people, having lived from the Sui dynasty to the present day. Given that Emperor Yang of Sui regarded the populace as mere tools, he feared that Li Shimin might possess a similar disposition, which would spell disaster for the common folk. Zhang Huaian retrieved the tiger meat, cleaned it, set aside a piece, and left the remainder in the basin for later use. He ladled out all the water from the pot in front of him, and the old Taoist, likely accustomed to simmering herbs, had an impeccable grasp of the heat. Zhang Huaian poured some lard into the pot, followed by a sprinkle of white sugar, which made the old man grimace. However, the next moment, Zhang Huaian added star anise and cinnamon, causing the Taoist to spring to his feet. What have you added? Star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and grass fruit. Preposterous. These are medicinal herbs, each with its own properties. How can you haphazardly throw them into food? Rest assured, it's perfectly fine. While you are well versed in the properties of herbs, have you never heard of the principle that medicine and food share the same origin? We consume such combinations daily. Your reaction is rather excessive. Suddenly, Sun Simiao recalled something and asked suspiciously, "Where did you get these ingredients?" "I took them from your bag," Zhang Huaian replied. Immediately realizing his misstep, the old Taoist's beard bristled in anger. "Ah, so that's why I noticed a few less medicinal herbs after my stay at your place. I thought I had misplaced them, but it turns out you took them. You rascal. Do you realize these are life-saving herbs? You, who are not lacking in wealth. Why not procure your own in the city? I only took a little. When you borrowed my things, you weren't shy about it. Humph. Next time, you go to the city yourself to buy them, and see if you can survive by taking things from the old Taoist bag." The old Taoist felt somewhat guilty. Recognizing that Zhang Huaian had given him far more than he had taken, including a magnifying glass that he valued greatly, Zhang Huaian added the meat to the pot, stir-fried it for a while, then added water and covered the pot to let it stew. He lifted the lid of the pot behind him, stirred the rice porridge, took the piece of tiger meat he had set aside, and began tearing it apart with his hands, tossing it into the porridge, which left the old Taoist astonished. "Isn't there already a pot simmering? Why are you tearing it up to add to the porridge? Both I and Chuhe can eat it, but this is tiger meat. Can your old teeth manage to chew it? I wouldn't want you to break a tooth." Though the lad's words were rather ungracious, the old man felt a warmth in his heart. However, the next moment, he heard Zhang Huaian continue, "Actually, it's primarily for Qingyuan, as he might struggle to chew it. Moreover, tiger meat is excessively warming. Given his recent illness and weakened constitution, I fear he might not handle it well. You are merely an afterthought." Sun Simiao was incensed. Chapter 29. Old Sun. You are more ruthless than a bandit. Zhang Huaian felt a bump form on his head from the irate elder's strike, while Sun Simiao and Zhang Qingyuan sat together, slurping their porridge enriched with tiger meat. Sun Simiao glared at Zhang Huaian across the table, while Zhang Qingyuan, glancing at the bump on his father's head, struggled to contain his laughter, feeling it inappropriate to do so. Zhang Huaian, on the other hand, thought that Sun's fury was far more formidable than Yan's. For Yun had merely killed Gao Lan and defeated Zhang He. In a fit of rage, Sun Danu pursued Zhang Huaian, who fled in disarray. While Zhang Huaian believed himself capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the overlord, convinced that Lu Bu would be unable to defeat him. The father and daughter relished their feast of tiger meat, though Zhang Qingyuan, frail in health, could not endure the rich sustenance it provided. And despite the old Taoist's robust constitution, at 87 years of age, he struggled with his diminished appetite. Zhang Huaian had long harbored doubts about whether he and Zhang Chuhe possessed a bone density that far exceeded that of ordinary humans. There is a saying that aptly describes this: their bones are composed of muscle. After all, even Zhang Chuhe's strength transcended that of the great strongmen of later generations, who relied solely on muscle for their power, while Zhang Chuhe was no Barbie doll. Her slender arms and legs clearly did not derive their strength solely from muscle. Interestingly, it also seemed that his daughter weighed slightly more than his son, yet without a scale, one could not ascertain whether their bone density rivaled that of a tiger. A series of knocks echoed from outside, prompting Zhang Huaian to set down the meat and venture out. In the shadows near the entrance of the Zhang residence stood a tall, imposing figure. Upon seeing Zhang Huaian emerge, the man, his features concealed by darkness, clasped his fists in greeting. "Mr. Zhang, His Majesty shall visit at the hour of the snake tomorrow." Zhang Huaian nodded and returned the gesture. "Please inform the general that I, Zhang, shall be awaiting him in my humble abode." As he watched the man's silhouette vanish into the night, Zhang Huaian turned back inside. Sun Simiao inquired, "Who was it?" Resuming his meal, Zhang Huaian replied, "It seems to be someone from the 100 Riders." "The 100 Riders seek you? For what purpose?" "They conveyed that Li Er intends to visit, suggesting I prepare accordingly. I wonder if he will bring his own provisions. As my humble home lacks sufficient offerings for such a guest," Zhang Huaian lamented. Sun Simiao's eyes widened. "Could you be more serious? No matter how you spin it, he is still the emperor. If you offend him, you'll face dire consequences." Gathered around the table were the 4 individuals in all of Tang who did not regard Li Er's title with deference. "Absolutely not. I have no intention of opposing Li Er. Though he may be somewhat petty, we share a bond akin to life and death. Regarding someone of my caliber, Li Er has always been rather lenient." Sun Simiao picked up a bone that Zhang Chuhe had gnawed on and tossed it at him. "You keep mentioning Li Er. Tomorrow when you slip up, let's see how you handle it." Zhang Huaian tilted his head to evade the projectile, feigning displeasure. "Old Taoist, you ought to show me some respect. Soon I too shall be a figure of nobility and rank." Sun Simiao scoffed dismissively. "When I visit Fang Xianling, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner." Indeed, not only Fang Xianling, but even Li Er treated the old Taoist with utmost courtesy. Longevity has its merits. When I reach the age of 87, it matters not who the emperor is, they shall treat me with respect. Suddenly, Zhang Huaian turned to Sun Simiao and said, "Taoist, do you not wish to save the common people? I have a proposal." Zhang Huaian looked at Sun Simiao with great satisfaction, eagerly awaiting the old Taoist's sincere inquiry regarding his plan for a peaceful resolution. He had always relished this line from novels, as it perfectly fulfilled his desire to appear impressive. However, the old Taoist merely lifted his eyelids and retorted, "If you have something to say, then say it." Zhang Huaian felt a bit deflated but quickly regained his composure. One Taoist identity alone was insufficient. He would wait until tomorrow and let Li Er pose the question for a greater sense of accomplishment. "You should consider a political career," he suggested. "First, let Li Er bestow upon you a noble title, then serve as the chief physician, gathering numerous disciples. Once your students are ready to venture forth, you may apply for funding from Li Er to establish a government-sponsored medical clinic in every province and county. Just think, the current physicians vary greatly in skill, and healing often relies on luck. It is more accurate to say that patients endure the illness rather than credit the physicians with their recovery. If you could organize your medical knowledge into a systematic curriculum, it would surely prevent many incompetent doctors from causing further harm." Upon hearing Zhang Huaian's words, Sun Simiao fell into deep contemplation, perhaps pondering the feasibility of such an approach. "In any case, if Qingyuan were to fall ill, aside from your care, I would prefer to find my own solutions, for I would not dare administer the medications prescribed by those doctors." Sun Simiao's lips moved slightly, clearly intrigued by the grand vision Zhang Huaian had painted for him, yet he hesitated at the thought of entering officialdom. Without a political title, Sun Simiao existed as a transcendent being, indifferent even to Li Shimin. However, should he assume a governmental role, he feared he would lose the freedom he currently enjoyed. Suddenly, the old Taoist's gaze fell upon Zhang Qingyuan, who was diligently enjoying his porridge, and his eyes gleamed with inspiration. Sun Simiao feigned a cough and, with a somber tone, addressed Zhang Huaian. "Alas, the idea is indeed commendable and could greatly benefit the people. As I traverse the world, I have encountered numerous physicians with a heart to serve humanity, yet lacking in skill. Recently, I have come to realize my own vitality is waning. I may not have many years left. Perhaps I should take Qingyuan as my disciple, and I assure you, I will impart all my medical expertise to him. As for your grand aspirations, are you not intending to achieve a noble rank? Once Qingyuan attains proficiency in medicine, coupled with your support, success will be within easy reach." Zhang Huaian was taken aback by the old Taoist's proposal. "How intriguing. You, Sun Simiao, appear to be a man of substance, yet here you are, plotting to ensnare my son. Your cunning rivals even that of Cheng Yaojin when he was a bandit. I offered you a piece of advice, and now you seek to lead my son astray. Such sweet words, yet you claim your days are numbered. At 87, you may outlive Li Shimin, and you nearly exhausted the newborn Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji. Were it not for my knowledge of your eventual demise, I might have believed you." Zhang Huaian rolled his eyes, insisting, "No, my son and daughter shall pursue their own paths. As their father, I will not burden them with expectations, so you should abandon such notions." My desire to enter politics is solely to ensure a brighter future for my children. Yet, you have already charted a course for my son. This will not do, absolutely not. Sun Simiao glared at Zhang Huaian, his face contorted with anger. However, upon reflecting on Zhang Huaian's words, he conceded that perhaps the prospect of a bright future was indeed less significant than the pursuit of happiness. Alas, life is arduous, and the old Taoist sighed. Observing the old man resembling a deflated balloon, his despondent demeanor stirred a pang of sympathy within Zhang Huaian. Do not be disheartened, my esteemed elder. I have just calculated that you still have several decades to live. Who's to say that either of us will outlive the other? Once I ascend to a high position, I shall ensure that your medical practice flourishes throughout the Tang Dynasty. Old Sun rolled his eyes. Even Yuan Tiangang dared not predict his lifespan. Yet this young lad presumed to calculate it, asserting there were still decades ahead. Old Sun felt that merely reaching a centenary would suffice for him. Chapter 30. The Importance of Extensive Learning. The following morning, Zhang Huaian rose early and ventured to the back mountain. After all, this was the Tang Dynasty. And with no refrigerator at home, he worried about his child suffering from stomach ailments. Thus, he generally avoided keeping meat at home for more than 2 days. The usual practice was to consume the day's catch on the same day, at most leaving it overnight. In contrast, the other villagers were different. The meat distributed by Zhang Huaian was often preserved in wells, and they would wait a couple of days until it developed a flavor before reluctantly cooking it for their families. This cycle meant they consumed meat with a distinct taste daily, reminiscent of the memories of his grandmother from his past life in the countryside. Zhang Huaian had offered advice. Yet even the wisest village chief deemed their methods correct and strongly condemned his practice of not storing overnight provisions at home. In truth, Zhang Huaian could understand their perspective. Most of these individuals had endured the chaos of the Sui dynasty's downfall and had known the pangs of hunger, realizing how precious a morsel of food truly was. After wandering the back mountain and catching a few rabbits and pheasants, he returned to the village and acquired some eggs from neighboring households. It was not merely about flattering Lier, for he was the emperor. Rather, it was prudent to prepare several dishes and concoct some alcohol for Lier to enjoy. Should he find delight in his drink, perhaps he might bestow upon Zhang Huaian the title of a duke, which would be quite a splendid outcome. As the saying goes, no merit surpasses that of rescuing the sovereign. If the merits of the Xuanwu Gate incident were to be assessed, Yuqigong would be first, and Zhang Huaian would follow closely, for Yuqigong had protected Lier. Moreover, Zhang Huaian had apprehended Xue Wanche, who sought to reach the Prince of Qin's residence, effectively safeguarding the entire household. Of course, Lier remained unaware that Xue Wanche had historically failed in his endeavors. Based solely on this act, acquiring the title of an earl would be effortless, yet what if Lier granted him the title of a marquis? With additional efforts, he could secure a hereditary title for Qingyuan, thereby significantly alleviating his future endeavors. While Zhang Huaian was busy organizing his catch, he cast a glance at the old Taoist, who was sitting under the eaves, sorting medicinal herbs. The old fellow had woken up with an unusually fierce demeanor, glaring at Zhang Huaian as if possessed by some strange spirit. As Zhang Huaian began to speak, the old Taoist, carrying the herbs toward the main hall, emitted a cold snort. Humph. I have no desire to converse with someone so obsequious, sycophantic, and opportunistic, who bends with the wind. Zhang Huaian was momentarily taken aback by the old man's barrage of idioms, left speechless with his mouth agape. After a prolonged silence, he mustered a feeble response. Oh, how impressive it is to be well-read. He is also aware of what Old Sun implies, seeing the multitude of dishes prepared. He suspects it is an attempt to curry favor with Lier, thus feeling somewhat displeased. Why would Sun Simiao choose to befriend a commoner? His lack of arrogance is a matter pertaining solely to him. Part of it can be attributed to his endeavors in medical practices from the future, but it is also due to Zhang Huaian's integrity, which keeps him from colluding with the powerful. Yet, in an instant, Zhang Huaian finds himself on the cusp of becoming one of the elite. This situation is difficult for him to elucidate. Although he claims indifference, he cannot overlook the fact that his children are growing up. The deeply ingrained genetic legacy of the Huaxia people, from the Qin dynasty to modern times, permeates all strata of society, from emperors and nobles to common folk, instilling in them a habitual desire to pave a path for their offspring. Emperors yearn for a stable succession of the throne, nobles aspire for hereditary titles, and commoners desire to pass their skills onto their children. Zhang Huaian, self-proclaimed as an ordinary man, is naturally ensnared by such customs. Old Sun, however, is different. He is a sage. Therefore, Zhang Huaian does not equate himself with Old Sunday. Amidst the bustling kitchen, Zhang Huaian prepared braised wild rabbit, stewed mountain chicken, and briefly heated tiger meat. Knowing well that Lier would be none the wiser about last night's leftovers, he dressed his 2 children in fresh attire. Previously, when Xiang was around, the children would change clothes daily, while the village children wore garments until they were threadbare, patched repeatedly until they were beyond use. In contrast, Zhang Huaian was less meticulous, allowing his children to wear the same clothes for 3 days, as he truly despised doing laundry. He changed their clothes with the hope that perhaps Lier would take a liking to his children and bestow a county title upon them, resulting in mutual delight. Shortly after the hour of the snake, while seated at the entrance and washing clothes with fragrant soap, Zhang Huaian noticed 2 ornate carriages approaching from the village's entrance. Following the carriages were 6 magnificent horses, and in the distance, he could make out 4 robust men. The remaining 2 were a short, stout fellow and a tall, slender man, albeit gaunt. Each horse was of comparable quality to his own bai, though it remained uncertain whether any of them could sire a superior foal for his bai, which would then be ridden by Chu He, and when the foal matured, by Cheng Yuan. Indeed, bai was a mare. Many mistakenly believe that warhorses are exclusively robust stallions. But that is not the case. Both mares and stallions serve as warhorses, with stallions often being gelded for combat. Some generals, aside from their gelded steeds for battle, keep favored warhorses at home, which are not gelded. As for those accompanying Li Shimin, they were still unaware that their steeds had already caught someone's eye. However, why 2 carriages? It is commonplace for Lier to travel by carriage, but who could possibly accompany him? Could it be that he has summoned Li Yuan? This is not a brothel, so what purpose would Li Yuan serve in this gathering? Notably, Lier did not take his formal sedan chair. Otherwise, last night, the army would have surely occupied Zhang's village. Although the villagers did not recognize the riders or the occupants of the carriage, they understood that these were formidable figures, prompting them to retreat into their homes at the first sight. The carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the Zhang family, and judging by his stature, the driver was likely the same cavalryman who had reported to Zhang Huaian the previous evening. In truth, Zhang Huaian held a measure of admiration for Lier, particularly for the fact that he had chosen to come without an army. It was well known that Lier was aware of Zhang's formidable martial prowess, yet he dared to approach with only a few generals. Had Zhang truly wished him harm, it was questionable whether Lier would have been able to escape. Zhang Huaian tossed his garments into a wooden basin, and with his hands, now covered in white foam, he casually rinsed them before rising to await Lier's descent from the carriage. The 6 mounted men dismounted first, and among them was the imposing figure of Yu Qigong, a robust man who resembled a great water vat as he stood by the carriage, assisting in lifting the door curtain. At long last, Zhang Huaian had the opportunity to behold the illustrious Lier, a figure whose historical reputation was a blend of acclaim and criticism, yet whose achievements were comparable to those of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu. He was the epitome of elegance, the remarkable Emperor Li Shimin, also known as the Heavenly Khan. Chapter 31. Thankfully, no dogs were raised. Sun Simiao emerged from the courtyard with 2 children. Although he was not particularly enamored with imperial authority, he was still willing to extend the respect due to Lier. Li Shimin's physique was not that of the portly figure depicted in later portraits. He stood at 6 feet tall, robustly built, adorned in a well-tailored bright yellow robe. What surprised Zhang Huaian was that Li Shimin did not immediately direct his attention towards him, but instead burst into laughter and hurried toward the 2 children. "Oh, my little friends, we meet again. Were you not worried yesterday that I would steal your treasures? Well, here I am today to see what treasures you possess, and I might just take them." Sun Simiao and Zhang Qingyuan, one tall and one small, dusted off their sleeves, bowed, and greeted him. "We humbly meet your majesty." Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. No need for formalities. Clearly, compared to the precocious and courteous Zhang Qingyuan, Lier had a preference for the somewhat headstrong Zhang Chuhe. However, it was understandable, as Lier himself was not a man of strict decorum. After all, only a person of audacity could orchestrate the events at the Xuanwu Gate. With her hands on her hips, Zhang Chuhe regarded Li Shimin with suspicion, dismissively stating, "You think you can take my family's treasures with those stinky tomatoes and rotten eggs? You are dreaming. I could defeat them all by myself, let alone with my father at home." Zhang Huaian was at a loss for words and gently tugged at his daughter, whispering in her ear, "Chuhe, do not be unruly. This is His Majesty the Emperor. He is jesting with you and has come as a guest. Moreover, he has said he wishes to help you find your mother." Zhang Chuhe cast a doubtful glance at Li Er, her gaze sweeping over the large men surrounding him, revealing her skepticism. Half convinced, she turned to Li Er and inquired, "Are you truly willing to help me find my mother?" Since Zhang Huaian had explained to the children 2 nights prior that their mother was neither a princess nor taken by the emperor, Zhang Chuhe refrained from hurling any expletives. Li Er paused for a moment, then smiled and responded, "Your Majesty, if you allow me a hug, I shall assist you in finding your mother. As the emperor, there is nothing in this realm that I cannot accomplish." After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhang Chuhe extended her slender arms toward Li Er. However, as Li Er bent down to embrace Chuhe, Zhang Huaian distinctly observed the movement of his daughter's lips, which seemed to form the words bragging. What Zhang Huaian remained unaware of was that Li Er's willingness to hold Zhang Chuhe was not solely based on affection, but also stemmed from a grandfather's love for his granddaughter. It is noteworthy that these 2 children are, in fact, the only grandchildren in Li Er's lineage. Cradling Zhang Chuhe in his arms, Li Er greeted Dao's son with a smile. "Dao's son, I sent someone to seek you out yesterday, yet I never anticipated encountering you here today. It has been over 2 months since our last parting. How is your health faring?" Dao's son Si Miao responded with a respectful gesture, "Your Majesty's concern is appreciated. I am in reasonably good health." It was now the turn of today's main character, our time traveler Zhang Huaian. Li Er scrutinized Zhang Huaian for a moment, poised to smile, but something seemed to hold him back. "Huaian, it has been 2 years since we last met at the Qinhuang mansion. I have longed for this reunion every day, and it brings me great joy to see you again today. I am grateful for your Majesty's concern." Zhang Huaian replied with a bow. Standing upright, Zhang Huaian suggested, "Your Majesty, given the sweltering heat, shall we move indoors to converse?" Li Er nodded and gestured to those standing behind him. "Everyone, please enter the courtyard. Aside from Wu Ji and Xian Ling, you are all familiar faces. Do not stand on ceremony, come in." Li Er, displaying a demeanor more akin to that of a host, led the way, and it was only natural for him to take precedence, for the world belonged to him, while Zhang Huaian's modest dwelling was a mere dilapidated abode. To have Li Er visit was a tremendous honor, something that others could only dream of. Yet, Li Er first engaged with his own children before addressing old son, almost as if he would have spoken to a dog first, had there been one in the household. Upon entering the room, although Li Er was intrigued by the round table and chairs of the Zhang household, he did not hesitate, taking a seat at the northern end. Old son, accompanied by Cheng Yuan, settled beside Li Er on his right. Holding Zhang Chuhe in his arms, Li Er jovially remarked, "This seat is certainly far more comfortable than kneeling." On Li Er's left, Fang Xianling chuckled in agreement. "Your Majesty, this seating arrangement is indeed quite suitable for one of my advanced years." Li Er smiled and turned his gaze to Zhang Huaian across the table, pointing to the individuals he had brought along. "I presume Huaian has met these gentlemen. Only Wu Ji and Xian Ling are strangers to him." Fang Xianling politely rose and bowed toward Zhang Huaian. "I am Fang Xianling. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Zhang, yet we have not had the fortune of meeting until today, and you are indeed remarkable." Zhang Huaian returned the gesture. "You are too kind, Master Fang. I am unworthy of such praise." A jovial, portly middle-aged man rose and, before speaking, broke into a smile. "Haha, I am Changsun Wuji. Over the past 2 years, His Majesty has not ceased to speak of Huaian. My ears have nearly developed calluses from hearing it. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you." "Too kind, I am overwhelmed," Zhang Huaian responded modestly. The robust, yet pallid Qin Xiong smiled as he added, "I am Qin Xiong, and the valiant spirit of my youth still lingers vividly in my memory. Having encountered Lord Qin, I can attest that his gallant demeanor remains undiminished. Yet, a hint of melancholy graces Qin Xiong's countenance, which Zhang Huaian understands all too well. It is worth noting that Qin Xiong was once revered as the foremost martial figure in history, now reduced to a status inferior even to that of Cheng Yaojin. As for the foolish Yuqi, Cheng Yaojin simply declared, "I am Yuqi Gong," to which he added, "I am Cheng Yaojin." Zhang Huaian, with a smile, proclaimed, "I am Zhang Huaian." Their laughter resonated in unison. As for the last individual, Zhang Huaian preemptively offered his hands in greeting, saying, "General Xue, I must apologize for any past grievances." Xue Wanche rose, a slight awkward smile adorning his face as he returned the gesture with respect. I am unworthy, Zhang Sir. Your extraordinary prowess is still fresh in my memory, as if it were but yesterday. Once introductions were complete, Li Er set aside the infant Chua, gesturing towards one among them, then turned to Huaian. I trust the child informed you that Lizzie shares a remarkable bond with the two children. She awaits in the carriage behind. Would it be agreeable for Mr. Sun to escort them to meet her? Without suspicion, Zhang Huaian nodded in affirmation, well aware of his daughter's capabilities. As Sun Simiao departed with the two children, the door was closed from the outside, and an air of merriment enveloped the room. Enough of this pretense. I can already scent the meat. Let us go and indulge while we converse. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed with hearty laughter. Fang Xianling chided him playfully. You simpleton. Before Zhang Huaian could rise, Cheng Yaojin had already seized Shui Wanche and dashed into Zhang's kitchen. Li Er chuckled. Do not be taken aback, Huaian. Beyond my role as emperor, I share a bond of life and death with them. In private, do not mind the formalities. Zhang Huaian stood and retrieved a jar of fine spirits from the inner room, placing it upon the table. As he uncorked it, the aroma of the wine wafted throughout the chamber. Li Er inhaled deeply, his face glowing with delight. I had not anticipated such exquisite brew here. It seems you have indeed gone to great lengths to host me. Chapter 32. Beauty fades. The general grows gray. Yuchi Gong gazed at the jar on the table, laughing heartily. Young man, this wine is indeed splendid. Yet do you hold us in such low regard? Is this but a single jar? Bring forth more. Zhang Huaian, smiling yet silent, poured half a bowl for each guest, approximately 3 taels in measure. Fang Xianling lifted his bowl to his nose, only to be met with the overpowering scent, causing him to set it down with a chuckle. Do not take offense, Jingda. This aroma is quite potent. I fear the taste may be even stronger. In truth, the jar was substantial, holding a full 10 pounds, and yesterday's consumption had barely reached 3 taels, leaving it nearly full. Yuchi Jingda, undeterred, raised his bowl towards Li Er, grinning. Your Majesty, I am quite tempted. I shall partake of a bowl first. Li Er waved his hand dismissively. Ha ha. Jingda, feel free to indulge. Wei Qigong is undoubtedly the foremost aide of Li Er, and it is essential to recognize the significance of his role at the Xuanwu Gate. Without Wei Qigong, there would be no Li Shimin as we know him today. At that time, Wang Shun informed Li Shimin of Li Jianqing and Prince Qi's conspiracy to assassinate him. Li Shimin hesitated, torn between fraternal loyalty and survival. When Wei Qigong interjected, stating that if he was unwilling to take a risk, he himself would retreat to the countryside. This sentiment was echoed by Changsun Wuji, which ultimately led to the momentous events at the Xuanwu Gate. As Wei Qigong raised his wine bowl, he turned to Zhang Huaian. Ah, you are the host. I must have a drink in your company, he exclaimed. Yesterday, I accompanied His Majesty to meet your 2 children, and I took quite a liking to the young lady. Let this drink be in her honor. Zhang Huaian chuckled as he filled his own bowl and clinked it against Wei Qigong's, saying, General Wei, drink slowly. Upon finishing his drink in one go, Wei Qigong burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, I admire a man like you. Fierce in battle and hearty in drink. Let the young lady visit my residence more often. Your 2 sisters-in-law adore girls. Alas, I have only a few foolish sons. Should she come to my house, she may take whatever she desires as if it were her own. Then I shall take you at your word, and I thank you on behalf of my daughter. General Wei, it is worth noting Wei Qigong's wealth. Li Yuanji's treasures had all been generously bestowed upon him by Li Er. Among those present, aside from Li Er, Wei Qigong possessed the most considerable fortune. It seems the dagger sold yesterday was indeed worth its weight. Call me brother, not general. Wei Laoch. Wei Qigong tilted his wine bowl back, consuming a potent spirit, only to suddenly cease his laughter. His face transformed from a deep hue of black to an intense crimson, then to a striking green, resembling a vivid theatrical mask. Cheng Yaojin and Shui Wanche emerged from the kitchen, each carrying large basins. Before they entered the room, Cheng Yaojin's laughter, reminiscent of a night owl, filled the air. Ha ha, you are in for a treat today. Behold what we have. Leading the way, Cheng Yaojin proudly presented a basin of tiger meat, his joy evident, while Shui Wanche carried 2 massive earthen basins filled with braised rabbit and clear chicken soup. The aromatic scent of the food quickly overpowered the lingering smell of wine, as the hearth continued to smolder warmly, thanks to Li Er's early arrival. As Cheng Yaojin placed the basin on the table, everyone was taken aback by the substantial ribs resembling the thickness of a wrist. Li Er straightened up and turned to Zhang Huaian, inquiring, Tiger meat? Zhang Huaian nodded in acknowledgement. I must admit, due to an impending locust plague, I initially intended to sell tiger skins for grain, but the children returned with ample provisions yesterday. This is an 800-pound white tiger, slain just last night. I kept one rib and distributed the rest to the villagers. Ah, Changsun Wuji inhaled sharply. An 800-pound tiger? That rivals a healthy bull. Upon hearing the term white tiger, Li Er's eyes sparkled with interest. Is the skin available? However, his excitement quickly waned. Regrettably, if only it were winter. Your Majesty may not be aware that this white tiger resides in a cool valley, accompanied by a mountain stream, hence it has yet to shed its fur. The villagers have already attended to it last night. If your Majesty is pleased, you may take it with you shortly. Li Er chuckled, showing no signs of embarrassment. Then I shall graciously accept. Cheng Yaojin patted the motionless Yu Qigong, who stood there like a black tower. What are you standing about for? Trying to show off? Yu Qigong, startled by Cheng Yaojin's slap, exhaled a long breath of wine and bellowed, "What fine wine! By their mothers! You black rascal, you startled me." Aside from Cheng Yaojin and Shui Wanche, the others laughed heartily at Yu Qigong's folly. His face, already flushed from the alcohol, made it impossible to discern whether he was embarrassed or not. Yu Qigong sat down in silence, unwilling to be the sole object of ridicule, especially with two others still oblivious to the situation. Yu Qigong reached for a piece of tiger meat and began to eat heartily, while Fang Xianling picked up a piece of rabbit meat and Changsun Wuji ladled some chicken soup. Zhang Huaian paid no mind, for even though he wished to eliminate Li Er, there was no need for poison. He understood the necessary protocols. After Yu Qigong finished the tiger meat, he examined the broken rib bones. Curiosity piqued. Brother Huaiyan, how did you break this tiger's bones? It doesn't appear to have been cleaved by an axe. The break seems rather peculiar. I was just telling old Shui that a cow's rib requires an axe. In my days as a bandit, I once captured one, and it took several blows from an 18-pound hammer to shatter it. Zhang Huaiyan took the finished bone from in front of Yu Qigong, measuring about 10 centimeters. And with a mere press of his thumbs, the bone snapped with a crack. Wow! Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, and Shui Wanche unanimously gave Zhang Huaiyan a thumbs up. As warriors, they understood the distinction between martial prowess and literary talent at a glance. Even Qin Xiong, who had been relatively quiet, appeared astonished. Li Er stroked his short beard and looked at Qin Xiong with a smile. Shu Bao, do you still possess such strength? Qin Xiong's expression dimmed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, chuckling lightly. Your Majesty truly holds me in high regard, not only in my current state, but even in Huaiyan's youth. Such feats were beyond my capabilities. In my humble opinion, Huaiyan's valor could rival that of the ancient Xiang Yu. This revelation surprised Li Er. Shu Bao had once ranked among the mightiest in the realm. His endorsement of Huaiyan suggested that indeed, Huaiyan was extraordinary in bravery. Zhang Huaiyan, moved by the praise, filled his wine bowl and stood to toast Qin Xiong. Throughout history, beautiful figures have mirrored valiant generals. It is a lament that a general must face gray hair while beauty fades with time. The sight of a general's white hair is one of life's great sorrows. I raise my cup to General Qin. Fang Xuanling's eyes lit up. I had thought Huaiyan merely a fierce warrior like Xi Jia. Who would have imagined he possesses such talent? Lamenting the general's white hair as the beauty's decline from Li saw. How exquisite! As Cheng Yaojin and the others pondered in silence, the atmosphere grew momentarily subdued. Li Er raised his wine bowl before the assembly and proclaimed, "Come, today we celebrate fine food, exquisite wine, and brave generals. Cheers!" Cheng Yaojin and Shui Wanche, upon noticing the wine bowls placed before them, lifted them gently. Li Er and the others took a delicate sip, their eyes fixed on Cheng Yaojin and Shui Wanche, eagerly anticipating their potential embarrassment. Cheng Yaojin, ever astute, detected an anomaly upon bringing the bowl close. Recalling Wei Qigong's earlier demeanor, he feigned a hearty gulp, yet barely swallowed any. Poor Shui, being a man of integrity, finished his drink in one go, only to sit there in stunned silence. Laughter erupted as onlookers beheld Shui Wanche's expression. Chapter 33, Li Er's elaborate deception. Zhang Huaiyan was taken aback, observing the rapid depletion of the 3 enormous earthen pots brimming with dishes until they lay bare. When Cheng Yaojin retrieved 2 steamed buns from the Zhang household kitchen, dipping them in the accompanying broth, Wei Qigong expressed his discontent. "Old Cheng, how can you be so inconsiderate? Share a bun with me." Cheng Yaojin devoured one bun in mere moments, swiftly taking a bite from the other, his mouth stuffed like a hamster, mumbling, "No, no." You are a duke. While visiting another's home, indulging in buns dipped in broth is beneath your dignity. With a jest, he remarked, what of your mother? Are you not a duke? Wei Qigong, reaching out to snatch the bun from Cheng Yaojin's grasp, was met with a swift sidestep. As Cheng Yaojin seized an earthen pot from the table and dashed into the courtyard. Now, only Li Er, Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Zhang Huaian remained at the table. As for Shui Wanqie, he had succumbed to drunkenness and retreated to the Zhang family's stable, weeping with the little white horse. Fang Xianling covered his face, unable to bear the spectacle. What a disgrace! Changsun Wuji's chubby visage flushed crimson. Chuckling intermittently, he turned to Zhang Huaian, saying, do not be surprised, Huaian. This group is accustomed to crudeness. Even in the emperor's court, they behave thus when intoxicated. It merely reflects the emperor's affable nature throughout history. How many ministers would dare to act so freely before the sovereign? Zhang Huaian flattered Li Er, sensing it was time to discuss serious matters. Li Er set down his wine bowl, his tone gravely serious. Is Cheng Yuan's proposition regarding locusts as a food source feasible? Zhang Huaian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is feasible. Few may experience skin rashes after consumption, but such individuals are exceedingly rare, and they will recover within hours. It poses no harm to the majority. Fang Xianling, intrigued, inquired, what causes such reactions? Medically speaking, it is termed an allergy. It's not just locusts. Some individuals even exhibit allergies to grains. I've even heard of those allergic to water. Li Er expressed astonishment. Such a phenomenon exists? Indeed, Zhang Huaian interjected. It is akin to a wasp sting. Some may swell for 3 days yet recover fully, while others may suffer extensive swelling. For instance, if stung on the finger, the entire hand, or even the arm may swell, accompanied by intense itching and pain, leading one to wish to sever the afflicted limb. The latter exemplifies a venom allergy. The three listened, captivated, for such fascinating knowledge was unknown even to the seasoned Changsun. In this world, there exist astonishing phenomena. If one were to be allergic to rice and flour, how might they survive? Simply put, one could sustain themselves on meat and soybeans. Should the government engage in procurement, how would one determine the pricing? 10 pounds for a penny, or 3 pounds for a penny if dried. If this is agreeable, your Majesty might allow my family to procure some as well. Zhang Huaian mused that in the future, his family would attain nobility and thus must accumulate wealth. It was essential to devise means of earning. Li Er gazed at Zhang Huaian with a smile. A trivial matter. Huaian, feel free to proceed with the procurement. This method was indeed your suggestion. You possess medical knowledge. Have you studied? Master Sun has frequently resided at my home in recent years. One is influenced by their surroundings, after all. As for studying, I have not done so. A few years ago, my mind was clouded, but after a sudden epiphany, I found myself endowed with much knowledge, though its origins remain unclear. Zhang Huaian fabricated a tale, bestowing the medical expertise upon old Sunday. As for other matters, he feared no investigation. Huan Zhangjiakan did not know of his past as a fool. Fang Xianling expressed his admiration, remarking, Zhuangzi attained enlightenment in a dream, which resulted in the book Zhuangzi. Who would have thought that Huaian would encounter such an opportunity? Truly commendable. At last, Li Shimin broached the topic he was most concerned about, whispering, that bomb, you constructed it, did you not? Zhang Huaian nodded and shook his head. Indeed, I imparted the knowledge to Qing Yuan. In truth, our Tang Dynasty possesses such a device. The bomb is an improvement derived from the medicinal puppet. However, I lack the patience for such research, whereas Qing Yuan diligently explored it, and the current bomb is a result of his modifications. Before Li Er could speak, Zhang Huaian continued, if your Majesty desires the formula, I shall have Qing Yuan impart his knowledge freely, but you must understand that this is to remain absolutely confidential. The three individuals across from him wore solemn expressions. Fang Xianling opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a gesture from Li Er. This matter shall be discussed further. Once I have identified a suitable candidate, I will have Qing Yuan instruct them in its creation. Qing Yuan nodded, sighing, Your Majesty. While this device is advantageous in warfare, indiscriminate slaughter disrupts the natural order. I would prefer its application in construction and road building. And it must not be used against our own Han people. Furthermore, if this device is not meticulously guarded, I shall lose my peace of mind at night. Huaian reassured him, I am not one for wanton slaughter. Zhang Huaian fell silent. Having spoken his piece, it was now Li Er's turn to express himself. Li Er smiled and proclaimed, in the grand court convening 7 days hence, I intend to bestow upon you a title. What rank does Huaian desire? Zhang Huaian inwardly cursed. Lier was truly inconsiderate, for the elaborate feast he had prepared seemed unworthy even of the village's large dog. Your Majesty may bestow whatever you wish. I have no significant achievements to my name. Should the title be too lofty, I fear there may be dissent within the court. I understand well the principle that the tallest tree draws the wind. Lier feigned contemplation for a moment before suggesting, let us do it this way. The Xuanwu Gate counts as one merit, presenting the bomb counts as another. Your family resides in Lantian. So I shall grant you the title of Count of Lantian, a rank of the 4th grade. Zhang Huaian let his eyelids droop, lacking the enthusiasm to flatter. Frankly, a count seemed a tad too low. Look at the neighboring estate, where individuals of the lowest rank, such as marquises, have become dukes at the tender age of 8. Here I am, Lier, far too stingy. Lier chuckles. Do you believe I have offered you a meager reward? How old are you this year? 20. Comes the reply. Indeed, at merely 20 years of age, you possess a rank that surpasses all in the court, save for those who inherit their father's titles. I find it astonishing that one so young holds the position of county magistrate. I am well aware of your achievements. Simply finding a remedy for the locust plague could earn you a marquisate. Your martial prowess is exceptional, and there will be ample opportunities for you to distinguish yourself in the future. Once you have proven your mettle, your advancement will come swiftly. Zhang Huaian, astonished to find himself in the Tang Dynasty, was taken aback by this grand vision offered by his superior. Yet, Lier's next words nearly sent Zhang tumbling from his seat. However, I believe the title of Earl does indeed belittle you. Thus, I intend to bestow upon you the hand of Princess Xiang, making you a prince consort. I firmly believe you shall command a garrison before you turn 30. Given your remarkable skills, in your youth, even Shu Bao could not rival your talents, and there remain many disloyal subjects surrounding our great Tang. Lier, not particularly altruistic, had not conferred a title upon himself, but instead sought to enlist Zhang in the service of war. But what did you just say? Princess Xiang, you wish to be my father-in-law? That cannot be. Your Majesty, I am already wed, Zhang retorted, rising and waving his hand dismissively. Isn't your wife lost to you? Lier countered. As a man of means, young and already ennobled, I would willingly marry my daughter to you. What is there to refuse? But, Your Majesty, I already have children. Zhang Huaian protested, genuinely reluctant to marry, for how old could Lier's daughter possibly be? Moreover, the reputations of Tang princesses, aside from Xiangqing and Chang'an, were often marred by scandal. Fear not, I shall offer you Xiangqing herself. She is gentle of spirit and will surely cherish Qingyuan and Chuhe as if they were her own. If Zhang dared to speak further, Lier shot him a glare. Enough. It is settled. I have declared it, and thus it is a decree. To refuse would be to defy my will. Lier seized the wine jar from the table and, accompanied by the swaying figures of Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling, exited the hall. Your Majesty, I am at a loss. Chapter 34. A cousin cannot marry a cousin. As Lier rose, Zhang Huaian felt an impulsive desire to snatch the wine jar from Lier's grasp and drink it all in one go, then allow himself to become intoxicated and strike Lier in a drunken stupor. This fellow, with his thick brows and bright eyes, appeared amiable, yet harbored a mischievous nature. While Zhang aspired to be his brother, Lier wished to become his father-in-law. Nevertheless, Zhang Huaian recognized Lier's goodwill. Although he had not bestowed the marquisate he had anticipated, Lier had clearly indicated that with further achievements, he would grant Zhang the title. Moreover, to win Zhang over, Lier was willing to marry his daughter to a man with 2 children. In truth, this was a considerable concession from Lier. If someone were to suggest marrying his daughter, Chuhe, to a man already married with children, Zhang would be furious. Yet, he feared that in a moment of recklessness, he might inadvertently bring harm to Lier. After finishing his cup of wine, Zhang Huaian rose and followed Lier and the others into the courtyard. All right, let us see who can throw him. Zhang Huaian observed a cloud of dust rising in his yard, where 2 figures appeared to be wrestling amidst the yellow haze. Lier, his face flushed, clutched a wine jar while cheering on the somewhat disheartened Cheng Yaojing. Not far away, in the stable, Shui Wanxie embraced the neck of a horse named Xiaobai, holding a bowl of wine in one hand, taking a sip, letting out a howl, and then whispering something into Xiaobai's ear. However, it was evident that Xiaobai was growing increasingly impatient. Should Shui Wanxie continue this way, he was likely to receive a kick to the face, as it seemed Xiaobai had forgotten him as its owner. Upon seeing Zhang Huaian approach, Chang'an Wuji cheerfully produced a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Zhang. His Majesty has prepared a residence for you in Yong'anfang. It occupies a modest area of only 8 acres, yet it is beautifully constructed and adjacent to the Yong'an Canal, making it a splendid dwelling. The furnishings are complete, and you and your son can move in immediately, purchasing a few servants. As for your official residence, His Majesty will instruct the Ministry of Works to commence construction during the Grand Court Assembly, designed in accordance with the standards of a marquee, covering 70 acres. Situated in Yangkangfang, Chang'an Wuji then chuckled mischievously, whispering, "Your new residence will be right next to the Princess of Xiangqing's estate. You can conveniently connect the two by creating a door in the wall, effectively turning them into a single dwelling. How enviable! Together, the princess's estate and the marquis's residence will be the largest in Chang'an, second only to the royal households." Zhang Huaian's expression darkened as he leaned closer to Chang'an Wuji and said, "Could you possibly speak to His Majesty on my behalf? I do not wish to marry the princess. I truly have a fiancée. Did His Majesty not mention assisting me in finding a wife? Why now is there a push for me to wed the princess?" Chang'an Wuji rolled his eyes at him. Marrying a princess? How naive. That would be a marriage of status, not of desire. You would be marrying into the royal family, not simply courting a princess. Have you seen any princess in the Tang Dynasty who marries beneath her station? If my son were to wed a princess, it would still be a matter of royal engagement, and you expect to marry her? That is impossible. Zhang Huaian felt the urge to protest, realizing only then that the engagement was indeed to be arranged by him. Observing Zhang's discontented expression, Chang'an Wuji continued, "His Majesty is still young, and among the princesses, only the Princess of Xiangqing is of suitable age. You should not be choosy. She is renowned for her beauty and gentle disposition. Surely, you do not wish to wed a legitimate daughter? That would be inappropriate, as the emperor's legitimate daughters are still quite young, and Chang'an is destined for my son." Zhang Huaian regarded Chang'an Wuji with suspicion, asking curiously, "Are you suggesting a marriage between close relatives? What do you mean? You and the empress are siblings, are you not?" Chang'an Wuji nodded proudly. "Indeed, we share the same mother, true siblings." "Then, would not your son marrying the Princess Chang'an be akin to a cousin marrying a cousin? Do you not wish for grandchildren? However, in our Tang Dynasty, only marriages between cousins are prohibited. Marriages between uncle and niece or aunt and nephew are permissible," Zhang Huaian retorted, rolling his eyes. Yet, he had no intention of letting Chang'an Wuji off the hook, particularly since the older man had irked him. "As His Majesty has yet to bestow a marriage upon your son, I suggest you consider another princess, provided she is not of the empress's lineage. Otherwise, even if your son were to have children with the princess, he would be left in a foolish predicament." Chang'an Wuji tugged at his short beard in astonishment, pulling out a few strands as he gazed incredulously at Zhang Huaian. "Are you suggesting that marriages between maternal cousins can yield the same outcomes as those between siblings? That the offspring would be imbeciles? Is that not a mere platitude? After all, children are not born solely from the male parent. Each progenitor contributes equally to the bloodline." Suddenly, Chang'an Wuji regarded him with suspicion. "You don't mean to imply that you wish for His Majesty to bestow the Princess of Changlu upon you, do you? How old is she this year? Not yet 10, I presume? Why would I marry a mere child? My current concern is how to prevent His Majesty from arranging such a match. You might as well investigate the archives of the Ministry of Revenue or inquire into how many normal children are born from unions between maternal cousins among the common folk." Zhang Huaian understood that the underlying causes for such occurrences stemmed not only from medical limitations, but also from the elevated status of men in a feudal society. Chang'an Wuji fell into pensive silence. If this were indeed the case, it warranted serious contemplation. One must recognize that the purpose of Princess Li Er's alliances extended beyond mere camaraderie. The offspring born from such unions would likely be designated successors by Li Er to their family, thus ensuring that the mother, being of the Li royal lineage, would inherently harbor a favorable disposition towards the imperial family. Although the Chang'an family may not yet rival the venerable 5 surnames and 7 esteemed clans, it was destined to ascend to prominence, and Chang'an Wuji possessed the confidence to believe so. However, should the future heir to the Chang'an legacy not be born of the princess, his own existence would be of little consequence upon his demise. The Chang'an family would inevitably face diminishment at the hands of the royal family. Suddenly, a commotion broke his reverie as he was startled by Li Er's loud exclamation. In the center of the courtyard, Cheng Yaojin had been brought down to the ground by Wei Qigong, who stood there, hands on hips, laughing heartily. Cheng Yaojin, lying on the ground, observed Wei Qigong's triumphant demeanor and retaliated by wrapping his legs around Wei Qigong's waist and exerting force. With a thud, Wei Qigong fell flat on the ground, and upon realizing what had transpired, he bellowed in anger, resulting in a scuffle between the two. As Zhang Huaian watched the two men exchanging blows with the sound of wind whistling through their fists, he found it difficult to discern whether their altercation stemmed from old grievances or new animosities. The dust that had just settled began to rise again as the two continued their tussle. Zhang Huaian stepped forward, grasping Wei Qigong's belt and effortlessly lifting the 200-pound man. Wei Qigong, held aloft by Zhang Huaian, continued to berate Cheng Yaojin. "You scoundrel! How dare you launch a surprise attack on me?" Cheng Yaojin, seeing Wei Qigong being lifted, chuckled slyly. "Do you not understand that deceit is part of warfare? Enough! Cease this folly. Do not provide Huaian with a spectacle," Li Er interjected, prompting both men to fall silent. However, Wei Qigong, clearly still unsatisfied, attempted to strike Cheng Yaojin again, but was held back by Zhang Huaian. Embarrassed, Wei Qigong blushed and patted Zhang Huaian. "Put me down." Chapter 35. The Old Taoist sees a good match. Among the existing martial generals of the Great Tang, the foremost in prowess is Qin Xiang. Nevertheless, due to numerous injuries sustained in his youth, his skills now pale in comparison to those of Cheng Yaojin. In the second year of the Zhongguan era, the foremost martial prowess belonged to Yu Qigong, followed by Shui Wanche, Hou Junji, Cheng Yaojin, Chai Xiao, and Li Daozong. However, Li Jing and Li Ji were not renowned for their martial strength. Rather, their intellect and strategy far surpassed their physical capabilities. Presently, the preeminent figures are Zhang Huaian and his daughter Zhang Chuhe. Upon observing the wine jar cradled in Li Er's arms, Cheng Yaojin and the others realized he was preparing to depart. Cheng Yaojin hurried to the stable to drag the intoxicated Shui Wanche away. "You fool! One might think you have a special bond with this horse. Go home and embrace your wife." Little Bai appeared to comprehend Cheng Yaojin's words, its large eyes brimming with discontent, and it nudged Cheng Yaojin, causing him to stumble. "Damn it!" Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, and Little Bai let out a whinny. Rearing up and kicking, Cheng Yaojin, pulling Shui Wanche along, made a hasty retreat, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Outside the courtyard, a squadron of horsemen reopened the gate, and Li Er, clutching the wine jar, stepped out first. Zhang Huaian emerged from the courtyard, casting a sweeping glance around and noting the presence of numerous figures in the village. Near the carriage, a canopy was erected where Sun Simiao and Zhang Chengyuan were enjoying the shade, sipping from cool tea bowls. From within the carriage, the sound of melodious laughter echoed, presumably from Chuhe. Upon seeing Li Er and the others exit, a maid beside the carriage gently tapped on the window and whispered a few words. Zhang Chuhe then emerged from the carriage, dressed in a light green skirt with several hairpins adorning her hair and a round longevity lock gleaming in the sunlight. She looked radiant. "Sister Changlu, Grandmother Changsun, I will visit the palace to play with you soon." A head with dual braids peeked out from the carriage, revealing a young girl with bright eyes and fair skin, her peach blossom eyes mirroring those of Li Xiang. "Remember to come." Although the girl was speaking to Zhang Chuhe, her gaze frequently wandered toward Zhang Huaian, who confirmed his suspicions. Could this possibly be Princess Li Lizzie of Changlu? Nevertheless, Zhang Huaian averted his gaze, adhering to decorum. Should Li Er intend to bestow upon him the title of Xiangqing, he might have lingered a moment longer. As Li Er prepared to board the carriage, Zhang Huaian approached him and whispered, "Your Majesty, I truly do not wish to be a courtier to the princess. Please have someone assist in locating my wife." Li Er regarded Zhang Huaian's conflicted expression, reminiscent of a mischievous child whose prank has succeeded, and burst into hearty laughter. "Do not mention this matter again. I have made my decision. What is 3 wives and 4 concubines to a man of stature? Xiangqing shall be your primary spouse. Should your wife return, for the sake of your 2 children, I shall permit her to assume the status of a secondary wife." Having said this, Li Er stepped onto the carriage using a small stool, leaving Zhang Huaian in a state of melancholy. Cheng Yaojin and the others turned to Zhang Huaian, clasping their fists in salute, with Cheng Yaojin boisterously declaring, "Huaian, head to Chang'an soon. I will introduce you to old Niu. He is a good brother of mine. Remember to bring the girl to my residence. I, Yu Qigong, keep my word." Fang Xinling bowed slightly, smiling as he clasped his hands. "Until we meet again in Chang'an." Only Changsun Wuji appeared absent-minded, seemingly lost in thought, neglecting to greet Zhang Huaian. Fortunately, the rotund figure still managed to mount his horse. As Li Er's carriage turned around, Cheng Yaojin and the others hastily followed suit. When Chang Suan's carriage pivoted, a corner of the curtain was lifted, revealing a delicate, pale hand that waved goodbye to Zhang Chuhe, who stood beside his brother. Through the curtain's gap, Zhang Huaian distinctly noticed that pair of eyes still gazing at him, an unusual sentiment blossoming within his heart. Those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance. Zhang Chuhe bounced joyfully to her father, leaping lightly into his embrace. Father, do you think my hairpin is beautiful? And look, this longevity lock was given to me by grandmother Chang'an. The golden longevity lock around her neck jingled as she shook it, the tiny bells clattering merrily. Zhang Huaian gazed at his delighted daughter, uncertain how to broach the subject of finding them a stepmother in the near future. Though the stepmother was thrust upon him by Li Er, the one to benefit would be himself. If he did not intend to oppose Li Er, then marrying the princess of Xiangqing appeared inevitable. Well, let it be. Where there is a will, there is a way. Xiangqing has a commendable reputation in history. I hope she can treat Qingyuan and Chuhe well, he mused. After all, he had no desire to rebel against Li Er, especially for a princess of illegitimate birth. Chuhe, your elder sister Chang Lu is grandmother Changsuan's daughter. Shouldn't you call her Aunt Changsun? In fact, it would be more appropriate to refer to her as grandmother, considering that even though Xiangqing is not of Changsuan's lineage, she is still addressed as Mother Empress. Grandmother Changsun said that I can call her however I like. She is pleased with whatever I choose. Sun Simiao brought Zhang Qingyuan to Zhang Huaiyan's side, casting an enigmatic glance his way that made Zhang Huaiyan feel uneasy. Taoist, why are you looking at me like that? You truly have Li Er's favor. I thought merely granting you a county would be impressive. Yet he has made you a county marquis and intends to betroth his daughter to you. Upon hearing the old Taoist's words, Zhang Huaiyan expressed his discontent. I had expected at least a marquis title. Instead, I only received a county marquis. What a waste of the morning I spent hunting a few hares and pheasants to cook for him. Old Sun spat and glared at Zhang Huaiyan, scolding, you ungrateful wretch. Do you think hares and pheasants are made of gold? You think a few of them could earn you a marquis title? If Li Shimin knew you were serving him leftovers, he would have long since taken your head. How can you say such a thing? I accomplished a significant feat. What is wrong with being awarded a marquis title? Besides, I have no intention of marrying his daughter. Why don't you speak on my behalf? I'd prefer to marry a marquis instead. And by the way, was that tiger meat leftovers? No. I was merely concerned that His Majesty might find it difficult to chew. It was slow-cooked overnight. Old Sun feigned removing his shoe to strike him, while Zhang Chuhe, nestled in her father's arms, giggled at their banter. Father, run. Grandfather's son is going to hit you. Zhang Huaiyan turned to his son, noticing the little fellow seemed distracted and lost in thought. He smiled and asked, your sister has received so many gifts. Did the Empress and Princess Chang Lu give you anything? Zhang Qingyuan regained his composure, nodded, and retrieved a book from his bosom, saying, here it is. Grandmother Chang'an gifted me a copy of the Analects, urging me to study diligently so that one day I may become a high official. Zhang Huaiyan curled his lips in disdain, thinking how stingy Chang'an was. A piece of gold would have been a far more generous gift than a mere book. He pondered whether Chang'an was aware that he would soon be moving to Chang'an, where rice was notoriously expensive. Setting his daughter down, he instructed the two children to return home. He then stealthily approached Old Sun, grinning awkwardly as he inquired, given your esteemed reputation, might you speak to Li Er on my behalf? I truly wish to avoid marrying the princess. Old Sun continued to regard him with an enigmatic gaze, before eventually replying in a nonchalant tone, I have previously encountered that child from Xiangqing at the Qin Wangfu. Even then, she displayed remarkable maturity, and her striking appearance makes her a fitting match for you. It is indeed a fortuitous union. Furthermore, I believe Xiangqing will cherish the two children as her own. Trust me, after living so long, I have never erred in my judgments. Chapter 36. In our youthful days, we disbelieved in farewells. While Zhang Huaiyan was lost in thought, Old Sun had already returned to the courtyard. However, Old Sun's demeanor left Zhang Huaiyan feeling quite perplexed. The old man regarded Qingyuan and Chuhe almost as if they were his own grandchildren. Otherwise, he would not have suggested that Zhang Qingyuan inherit his legacy. Zhang Huaiyan sensed that the old man was concealing something from him. He did not head home directly, as Cheng Yaojin and his companions had devoured all the meat in his household, and it appeared that Chang'an had not provided a meal either. Zhang Huaian made his way to the village chief's residence, knocking gently on the door. A trembling voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" "It is I, Huaian," he replied. After a brief pause, the chief's son opened the door, peering out to ensure that the carriages of Li Er and the others had vanished before sighing in relief. "Huaian, who were those people?" he asked. Zhang Huaian smiled and was about to respond when the village chief struck his son on the forehead with his cane. "Are you blind? How could you not recognize His Majesty?" The old village chief, with a face full of wrinkles, turned to Zhang Huaian and inquired, "Huaian, what brings His Majesty to your home?" In a half-joking manner, Zhang Huaian replied, "His Majesty remarked on my talent and invited me to the capital to serve as an official." Really, the village chief's excitement was palpable, as if Zhang Huaian's ascension to officialdom brought him greater joy than his own son's achievements. "Indeed, I shall bid farewell to everyone tomorrow and then take my children to Chang'an. I will return after a few days." Upon hearing this, the village chief grew anxious and urged, "Why would you return? You should focus on your duties in Chang'an. Listen to me. Establish yourself well in the capital. In the future, when I have the opportunity to visit, it would be wonderful to have a place to stay." In the village chief's imagination, he likely believed that Zhang Huaian would merely attain a minor official rank, perhaps a 6th or 7th grade, especially given that Li Er himself had come to speak with him. Otherwise, he might have thought Zhang Huaian would only serve as a minor clerk of the 8th or 9th grade. Zhang Huaian refrained from disclosing to the village chief that he had been directly made a count, and that one day the entirety of Zhangjiakan might belong to him. The old man was advanced in age and had not experienced the world as old son had. What if he were to be overwhelmed by the revelation? Very well, I shall heed the village chief's advice and work diligently in Chang'an. When I am conferred a marquisate and appointed as a minister, I shall return in glorious attire. Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems that Zhangjiakan is about to welcome a great official. Your parents, if aware from beyond, would surely rest in peace. Before your father passed, he grasped my hand and entrusted me with your care. Village chief, the royal entourage has consumed all the meat from my household. Do you still have any tiger meat left? Please share some. The 2 children and master son have yet to dine. Yes, indeed. Zhang Ren, please fetch the meat from the well for Huaian. The village chief glanced at Zhang Huaian and chuckled softly, a repetition that made Zhang Huaian uneasy, for the chief resembled someone possessed. Zhang Ren brought over half a tiger leg and handed it to Zhang Huaian, who accepted it with a smile. "Ringu, take good care of the village chief. Tomorrow we shall depart for Chang'an. I shall be residing in Yong'an Fong. Should anything arise, seek me there. Even in my absence, the Fong official will ensure you find me." Zhang Ren scratched his head, understood. Zhang Huaian returned home with the half-tiger leg and prepared a meal for the 2 children and Master Sunday. During the meal, he tentatively inquired of the children whether they would accept a stepmother if he were to find one, expecting Zhang Chuhe to vehemently oppose. He was taken aback when she seemed oblivious, quietly gnawing on a bone thicker than her calf. "Father, Grandmother Chang's son has already spoken to us. Neither Chuhe nor I object. She said if a new mother mistreats us, we could go to the palace to lodge a complaint, and she would advocate for us." Zhang Huaian fell silent, pondering how it seemed he alone did not wish to remarry. What enchantment had Grandmother Chang's son woven into the minds of the children? As for Chuhe, she had always been somewhat simple-minded. Just the other day, she mentioned that if the village chief were to find her a stepmother, she would retaliate against the village chief's grandson. Why had she not suggested confronting Li Chengxian and Li Tai this time? Feeling a sense of melancholy and unease, Zhang Huaian could not quite articulate what felt amiss. "Chuhe, go play with Xiaohua and the others this afternoon. Tomorrow, father will take you both to Chang'an, and returning will not be so easy." All right. On the following morning, Zhang Huaian and Zhang Qingyuan began to pack their belongings early. The previous afternoon, they had busied themselves moving all the explosives from the back mountain to their home. If the villagers were to discover them, it could spell disaster, for those explosives could level half of Zhangjiakan. Thus, Zhang Huaian had spent the night resting atop the explosives. He possessed but one large trunk, while Qingyuan and Chuhe had one box of toys and another of clothing. Zhang Huaian declined Zhang Chuhe's desire to bring explosives to Chang'an. "We are going to enjoy a life of comfort in the city, not to assassinate the emperor. What purpose do the explosives serve? All hazardous materials shall remain at home. We can retrieve them if needed." Zhang Huaian turned to Master Sun and inquired, "Will you accompany me to Chang'an, or do you have other plans?" Master Sun, busy packing dried herbs into his backpack, replied without turning, "I shall go with you." Yesterday, Her Majesty the Queen invited me to the palace, mentioning that Consort Yang has been experiencing some discomfort. She requested my assistance. Moreover, did you not mention that locusts are effective against ailments? I shall prepare a few medicinal prescriptions for the Queen to try. Zhang Huaian approached Old Sun and grasped his arm, pleading, Taoist, you cannot harm me. While locusts may indeed alleviate ailments, you cannot use the Empress as a test subject. Though I am not yet old, I have my children to consider. Please do not implicate me in this. Instead, could you concoct a remedy for me to try for a few days and assess its efficacy? Zhang Huaian found Old Sun's reckless intentions bewildering. Did the old man truly harbor such misguided thoughts? Old Sun glared at Zhang Huaian with malevolence, as if poised to strike him with his shoe. Get lost. All right then. Zhang Huaian did not seek a cart, as he owned only a single horse, which, although somewhat hefty in size, posed no significant burden for him. He fashioned a carrying pole, one end laden with his large trunk, and the other with the smaller trunks of his daughter and son. As for Xiaobai, he could ride alongside the two children under old Taoist's watch. When Zhang Huaian opened the courtyard gate, he was momentarily taken aback. The entrance was crowded with villagers, their familiar faces greeting him. Some villagers clutched chickens, others carried bags of eggs, cured meats, and dried fruits. Many of these items had been gifted by Zhang Huaian or were the result of the skills he had taught them. Yet even so, they presented the finest offerings they could muster. The village head stepped forward, cheerfully leading a goat, and said, We knew you were departing, so we decided to see you off together. The bureaucratic world is fraught with challenges. Tread carefully. Should you find yourself in difficulty in Chang'an, remember you can always return. This place will always be your home. A small girl, her face smudged with dirt, emerged from the throng, holding a grass-crafted locust, and approached Zhang Chuhe. Chuhe, you've always wanted my locust. Here, it's yours. Young Zhang Chuhe, still innocent of the concept of farewells, accepted the grass locust from the little girl's hands. Meanwhile, Zhang Huaian gazed at the villagers with whom he had shared many years, and his eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 37. Once again, you black carbon. This may well be the most genuine sentiment in the world. Not a single person among them sought to curry favor with someone on the brink of success. Perhaps they wished to express their gratitude for the assistance he had rendered over the years, which had improved their lives. Zhang Huaian could discern their sincere joy for him, a feeling unattainable in later generations. In one's own family, a hint of prosperity can breed resentment, with relatives bemoaning why one hasn't yet gone bankrupt, and ungrateful children betraying their lineage. Such scenarios are all too common. Yet in the Tang Dynasty, even ruffians dared not show disrespect to their parents. Otherwise, they would find it impossible to survive among their peers. As Zhang Huaian set forth once more, 2 ox carts trailed behind him, laden with gifts from the villagers. The sheep had been left with the village head, and altogether, these offerings scarcely amounted to the worth of a single ox. Zhang Huaian had originally intended not to take a cart from the village, as Zhangjia village was vast, and 30 oxen were scarcely enough during the busy farming season. However, the village head insisted that these were indeed his possessions. Even if he is reluctant to take it away, remaining in the village, it still belongs to him. The villagers will assist in its care if needed, yet the ownership will forever reside with Zhang Huaian. Zhang Chuhe and the Taoist priest Zhang Chengyuan sat upon an ox cart, happily showcasing the intricately woven grasshopper that Xiao Hua had gifted him. The two children lacked for toys, and many of their playthings were treasures in the Tang Dynasty, whether it be a glass ball or a telescope. The mere sale of one could not be matched by the combined wealth of the entire village. Yet, with just a single coin, one could purchase several grasshoppers, which Zhang Chuhe had long coveted, and this was Xiao Hua's sole toy. Zhang Huaian, mounted upon his steed, Xiaobai, turned to the Taoist priest and inquired, Master, how does one reach Yong'anfang? Although Zhang Huaian had resided in the Tang Dynasty for 6 years, he had seldom ventured into Chang'an City. Even when selling his catches, he mostly frequented Lantian County. In the case of valuable prey like a tiger, he would typically make his way directly through Jingwangmen to the West Market, leaving him unfamiliar with the many districts of Chang'an. However, the old Taoist was different. He had roamed the streets of Chang'an since the Sui dynasty and surely knew the way. Proceed through Anhua Gate, pass 3 districts, and you will arrive at Yong'anfang. Master, where is Anhua Gate? The old priest rolled his eyes, took a moment to play with the 2 children, then raised his gaze to the official road. You are currently on Mingde Gate. Upon entering, you will find Zhuke Street. Turn left, and the gate to your left is Anhua Gate. Zhang Huaian adjusted his horse's direction, following the path indicated by the old priest. As he journeyed, he observed many carts that had initially intended to enter Chang'an through Mingde Gate, now veering to the sides. Curious, he called out to a passing cart, "Brother, why are you heading this way? Is Mingde Gate no longer allowing entry?" The driver, upon hearing Zhang Huaian's inquiry, responded with a smile and a bow. "It is said that the city wall adjacent to Mingde Gate has been damaged and is currently under repair. Only those with urgent matters or esteemed nobles are permitted to pass through." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Huaian returned the gesture of thanks. The source of this inconvenience was preoccupied with her new toy. However, Zhang Huaian suspected that by tomorrow, her interest would wane, as she preferred knives and swords over such trifles. Upon reaching Anhua Gate, they began to queue for entry. Compared to the 5 openings of Mingde Gate, each measuring around 8 meters wide, Anhua Gate was significantly smaller, featuring only 3 openings, each less than 5 meters wide. Zhang Huaian sensed a gaze upon him. He turned to find a familiar face clad in armor standing at the city gate, albeit a younger visage. The expression on the man's face was contorted, as if he were in great distress. Upon recognizing the identity of the guard, Zhang Huaian noted the striking resemblance to Cheng Yaojin. As Cheng Chumo approached with a furrowed brow, he quickly cupped his fists and bowed before Zhang Huaian, exclaiming, "Brother Zhang, I pay my respects." Zhang Huaian dismounted with a cheerful demeanor and greeted Cheng Chumo. It seemed that Cheng Yaojin had briefed his son the previous night. Although Cheng Chumo was unfamiliar with Zhang Huaian, he recognized Xiao Bai and the 2 children in the carriage. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am the son of Cheng Yaojin." Zhang Huaian feigned realization and clasped his fists in salute. "Ah, so you are the esteemed son of the Cheng family. It appears that Lord Cheng has mentioned me to you." Cheng Chumo responded with a wry smile. "My father specifically instructed me last night to be vigilant, as it is likely that Brother Zhang's family will be entering the city soon. He wished to avoid any misunderstandings." "Once again, you blackened charcoal. This time, my lady did not breach the city gates. If you dare to obstruct my father, I shall deal with you." As the 2 turned to converse, Zhang Chuhe had already drawn her long spear from beside her and tossed it to her brother, leaping out of the carriage and charging directly at Cheng Chumo. Hearing her voice made Cheng Chumo's legs quiver slightly, but he suppressed the urge to flee. Zhang Huaian reached out and caught Zhang Chuhe with ease, taking the spear from her grasp and hanging it on the horse. He lightly tapped her head, admonishing her, "Apologize to your Uncle Cheng. From now on, he is your elder. Show him the proper respect." Zhang Chuhe huffed in protest. "Father, the other day, it was this fellow who stopped me from entering the city. Call for help." Though still irate, Zhang Chuhe heeded Zhang Huaian's words. Pouting, she curtsied deeply, saying, "Chuhe greets Uncle Cheng." At that moment, Zhang Qingyuan also dismounted from the carriage and approached his sister, bowing respectfully. "I am your nephew, Zhang Qingyuan. I apologize for the offense caused the other day. I hope Uncle Cheng can forgive my indiscretion." Cheng Chumo was momentarily dazed, having expected to be reprimanded that day. Coming back to his senses, he urged them, "Please rise. Your grandfather Cheng specifically instructed me yesterday to invite you over once you are settled." As he spoke, Cheng Chumo retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to Zhang Qingyuan. Then, from behind his waist, he produced an exquisitely crafted dagger, its hilt adorned with red agate, and presented it to Zhang Chuhe. "He, since we have not fought, this dagger shall serve as your welcome gift. And this jade pendant is for you, young miss." The 2 children hesitated to accept, glancing at Zhang Huaian, who nodded approvingly. Only then did they graciously receive the gifts and express their gratitude. Zhang Chuhe examined the short sword in her hands, delighting in its colorful designs. Her face lighting up with joy. Zhang Huaian noted Cheng Chumo's long exhale, realizing he must truly be intimidated by Chuhe's spirited nature. "I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the children to Brother Cheng. Once my brother is settled, we shall pay a visit to the Cheng residence. I hope you won't find it bothersome. Regarding my brother, father praised him highly yesterday, claiming that his martial prowess rivals that of ancient warlords. Even Uncle Yuchi is no match for him." Such flattery from Lord Cheng. "General Yuchi is indeed formidable," Cheng Chumo replied as he leaned closer to Zhang Huaian. "My father instructed that when you visit, you should bring your own food, for he did not eat a morsel last night, and even kicked the cook." Zhang Huaian chuckled heartily. "Understood, rest assured, I will take care of it." Upon hearing this, Cheng Chumo called over a city guard. "You will escort my elder brother Zhang to Yong'an Fang. Inform the Fang Zheng to brighten the lanterns. Otherwise, I shall break his legs. Chapter 38. Buying Slaves. After entering the city, there were no significant obstacles, nor did they encounter the fabled scions of wealthy families. However, Zhang Huaian suddenly recalled that Cheng Chumo was reputed to be one of the most notorious scions in Chang'an. Under the guidance of the soldier, they proceeded directly to Yong'an. The once obsequious soldier transformed into a haughty figure before the Fangzheng, reprimanding him as if he were a mere child. I tell you, this is the elder brother of our young lord. I am well aware of your sordid methods. Should you provoke our young lord's brother, he will personally come to break your legs. Zhang Huaian never underestimated any official, even if the individual were merely a Fangzheng. As for the soldier's mention of sordid methods, Zhang Huaian had encountered far worse in his later life. The soldier, who had displayed such ferocity before the Fangzheng, turned and smiled as he bid farewell to Zhang Huaian. The Fangzheng recognized the arrival of an important figure in his district. Although he did not fathom the extent of this importance, he understood that it was beyond his capacity to offend. Under the Fangzheng's guidance, Zhang Huaian arrived at the largest residence in Yong'an. Through the Fangzheng's introduction, Zhang Huaian learned that this residence had previously belonged to a clerk in the Ministry of Revenue. He realized that this house had indeed been seized. The Fangzheng performed admirably, helping to clear the threshold so that the ox cart could enter the estate directly. Zhang Huaian surveyed the residence. As Long Sun Wujin had stated, it was quite impressive. The furnishings were comprehensive, adorned with exquisite carvings. While it could not compare to the palatial estates of the princes and dukes in Taiping-Fang or Guanglufang, it was nonetheless a refined dwelling. After entering their new home, Zhang Chuhe exclaimed in delight and eagerly took her brother on a tour. While the old son quietly began unloading the medicinal herbs from the cart, Zhang Huaian turned to the waiting Fangzheng and inquired, Fangzheng, as I am new to Chang'an, I require some servants. Do you happen to know of any reputable agencies? The Fangzheng smiled. What type of individuals do you seek? Just convey your preferences to me, and I shall have agents bring suitable candidates for your selection. Such establishments are rather unfit for someone of your stature. Please look for servants to manage the household chores, cook, and tend to horses. If there are any suitable stewards, they may be brought for consideration as well. Money is not an issue. Very well, esteemed sir. I shall have the agents bring individuals this afternoon for your selection. Zhang Huaian retrieved a piece of silver and handed it to the Fangzheng, contemplating. If there are any clever children, both male and female, they may also be included. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed sir. The Fangzheng accepted the silver, and upon feeling its weight, a radiant smile spread across his face. Observing Zhang Chuhe and Zhang Qingyuan exploring their new home, he suddenly understood. The esteemed sir wished to find personal attendants for the young master and young lady. Zhang Huaian nodded. Yes, preferably intelligent ones, who can later serve as scholars. After pondering for a moment, Fangzheng remarked, Indeed, there are many children in the pawnshop, but most of them are lamentably dull-witted. They are merely sold off by common folk who can no longer endure their hardships. I will assist the noble in searching, though I cannot guarantee results. If I cannot find any today, I shall ensure that the pawnshop remains vigilant, and should any suitable ones arise, they will be brought here for your selection. Zhang Huaian waved his hand, signaling Fangzheng to proceed with his task. He preferred not to delve further into such matters, despite his awareness that the slave trade was lawful in the Tang Dynasty. However, the notion of treating human beings as mere commodities was something Zhang Huaian found difficult to reconcile within himself. He understood that only slaves could be trusted. If Li Er were to send him a retinue of servants, Zhang Huaian would hesitate to accept them, for they were indeed servants, a cohort of spies. Purchased servants, on the other hand, bore contracts in his possession, granting him the authority to determine their fates at will. Furthermore, during times of confiscation and extermination, servants were invariably included. These servants were individuals who had endured immense suffering. As long as Zhang Huaian refrained from exploiting them and regarded them as human beings, they would remain the most loyal to the Zhang family. A scholar would sacrifice himself for a true friend. Do you not see how many royal families have faced calamities, with the last remnants of their bloodlines escaping, almost all being their loyal servants? As noon approached, Zhang Huaian called to the two children who had been running around energetically. Along with Taoist Sunday, the old priest ambled over, and Zhang Huaian, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, Taoist, since we lack provisions at home, shall we dine out for lunch? Before Sun Simiao could respond, Zhang Chuhe rushed forward, dragging along a panting Zhang Qingyuan. Yes, father, let us go to Finjiazhai. The roasted lamb I had there last time was exquisite, and their pastries. Let us buy some to bring home. Zhang Huaian wiped the sweat from his son's brow with his sleeve, retrieved a water flask from the white horse, and handed it to Zhang Qingyuan. Then smiled at his daughter, saying, "You have quite the appetite. Do you even know where Fengjiazhai is?" Zhang Chuhe fell silent, recalling that she had dozed off on the horse during her last visit and had been too caught up in excitement upon leaving the city to remember the way. However, her eyes brightened as she pulled Zhang Qingyuan forward. "Brother knows. He took me there last time." Zhang Huaian gently tapped his daughter's forehead, lifted the two children onto the horse, and called to Taoist Sunday Taoist, "Let us indulge ourselves today. The children say Fengjiazhai is a property of the imperial household, and perhaps the chefs are even imperial cooks. You are in for a treat today." The old priest, unusually, did not retort this time, and seemed to even offer a rare compliment. Yet, Zhang Huaian, feeling mischievous, could not resist teasing the old man. "What you say is true, but even if my cooking is delightful, I cannot become a chef. In a few days, I shall be a nobleman. Have you ever heard of a nobleman who personally cooks? In the future, should you wish to taste my cooking, it will not be an easy feat." Zhang Huaian then recalled that he had misjudged the situation. Had he informed Fang Zheng that he could savor dishes prepared by imperial chefs, that fellow would have been so grateful that he might even return home to light incense for his ancestors and utter a few words of gratitude. The old priest might have even dined on dishes prepared by the former Sui dynasty's imperial chefs, let alone the current ones. As Zhang Huaian observed the fiery glint in the old Taoist's eyes, he hastily led the horse away from their new abode, with the two children perched atop. The elderly Taoist trailed behind, resolutely declining to ride alongside the children. Zhang Huaian contemplated the practicality of acquiring a carriage, for riding was indeed cumbersome for the little ones. He traversed through Yong'anfang, passing directly through Xian-Yi and Yangdefeng, until he reached the legendary Zhuke Street. The thoroughfare, over 100 meters wide, left even Zhang Huaian in awe, recalling his last visit during the 9th year of the Wuda era. The street bustled with the clatter of carriages and horses. Opulent chariots drawn by pairs of horses were ubiquitous, and as they swept past him, a waft of fragrant air occasionally brushed by, hinting at the presence of some noble woman. Chapter 39. The snow-white courtesan. By the time they neared the East Market, the children had amassed a considerable bounty of food, and even Zhang Huaian found himself nibbling on a sesame-covered flatbread. He declined Zhang Chuhe's request to sample the mutton soup sold at a roadside stall, for the girl had already indulged in a flatbread, a meat sandwich, 2 bowls of cheese, and a pack of unknown pastries along the way. "If you eat any more, we might as well skip Fengjiazhai and head straight home." This girl wished to taste everything that crossed her path. Though she was not picky, whatever was purchased vanished from her hands. Upon entering the East Market, the once lively street hushed considerably, despite the throngs of pedestrians. Few raised their voices in chatter. Most notably, the cries of vendors hawking their wares had diminished. As Zhang Huaian led the horse past a tavern, a strikingly clad courtesan with golden hair and azure eyes stood at the entrance. She wore little more than a pink garment resembling a bustier, her deep and fair curves captivating the attention of passers-by. Her lower attire, a sheer gauzy skirt, left little to the imagination, barely concealing her long, alabaster legs. Zhang Huaian vowed to himself that he merely glanced, yet the courtesan soon drew closer. "My dear sir, would you care to sample our exquisite grape wine? Sourced directly from Gaochang, it is of the finest quality." Zhang Huaian felt a stir of temptation. He assured himself it was not merely the allure of her beauty that beckoned him, but a genuine desire to taste the renowned wine of the Tang Dynasty, ideally served chilled. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed by, prompting Zhang Huaian to swiftly intervene. Grasping Zhang Chuhe's leg as she aimed a kick at the courtesan's head while seated atop the horse. Should that kick connect, the courtesan would surely face severe consequences, if not death. "Vixen, if you dare approach my father again, I shall strike you down," Zhang Chuhe shouted indignantly from her perch. Zhang Huaian quickly led the horse away. He had no intention of turning a simple outing into a calamity. The courtesan, shaken, gently caressed her fair and ample bosom, a wave of inexplicable dread flooding her heart in that moment. It felt as though she were on the precipice of death. Those of her profession occupied a status lower than beggars in Chang'an. When a beggar was slain, the authorities would investigate. But the murder of a courtesan would elicit no such concern, as they were discarded like refuse outside the city's burial grounds. To kill a servant warranted a penalty of copper, yet courtesans were not even regarded as servants. they were merely commodities. In the bustling city of Chang'an, countless courtesans are purchased daily, only to meet a tragic fate at the hands of the matriarchs of their new homes. Discarded carelessly in forgotten corners without a soul to hold them accountable. Chuhe, you must learn to temper your strength. You cannot strike out at others without cause. Admonished Zhang Huaian. But I didn't strike, I merely kicked. Retorted Zhang Chuhe, crossing her arms with a sulky expression, while old Sun cast a scornful glance at her. Zhang Huaian sighed. Your father is trying to teach you. Even a kick is unacceptable. They are wicked women, attempting to seduce our fathers. Chuhe exclaimed. Every individual possesses their own means of survival, though some methods may lack honor. Such practices are often the only means through which they navigate this world, and we must not deride anyone's struggle for existence. Zhang Huaian stood resolute, leaving old Sun momentarily speechless. Had he not seen her gaze linger on the courtesan's bosom, he might have believed her words. Under the weight of Sun Simiao's disdainful gaze, Zhang Huaian felt exposed. Realizing that while these truths might resonate with Chang'an, her daughter would likely grasp them only after reaching maturity. Zhang Huaian mused on the fairness of fate. When one door opens, another closes. Chang'an is astute yet frail, while Chuhe possesses immense strength but lacks guile. Unlike herself, who is both strong and clever. Indeed, she is truly favored by the heavens. Guided by Zhang Chang'an, Zhang Huaian led her horse to the entrance of the Finjiazhai restaurant. Just as they came to a halt, a portly figure emerged from within. Father, this is the shopkeeper who sent us pastries and tea the other day, Chang'an announced. The shopkeeper bowed respectfully to Zhang Huaian, his face breaking into an awkward smile at Chang'an's words. Young master, you flatter me. Simply calling me shopkeeper Lin will suffice. He understood his place. How could he, a mere servant beneath the palace, expect to be addressed as uncle by those dining with a princess and two noble lords? If he accepted such a title, it would imply an equality he did not possess. Zhang Huaian returned the gesture with a bow, saying, My son and daughter conveyed their gratitude, and I must thank you for your generous gifts, shopkeeper Lin. He did not regard the shopkeeper as an inferior. After all, he had offered pastries and tea without knowledge of their status, and gratitude was due regardless of the motivation. Shopkeeper Lin sidestepped Zhang Huaian's respectful bow, smiling as he replied, It is of no consequence. It is my honor if the young master and mistress enjoy it. Please, step inside. It is quite warm out here. Young lad, take the noble patron's horse to the back and offer it some warm water. Take good care of it. Of course. A young attendant dashed out from the restaurant. Accepting the reins from Zhang Huaian, she lifted each child down, guiding them alongside Daoist Sun into the establishment. The shopkeeper followed closely, his smile unwavering. Young master, let us ascend to the upper floor. There happens to be a private room available. At this hour, it was midday. The populace of the Tang Dynasty typically dined twice a day, while affluent merchants and nobles indulged in 3 meals. Those without means would not frequent the East Market, resulting in the first floor of the restaurant being nearly filled to capacity. However, Zhang Huaian discerned from their attire that most of these individuals were merchants, with the occasional figure clad in blue, whose status as scholars or officials remained ambiguous. The patrons dining on the first floor held relatively modest ranks. Thus, their curiosity piqued when they observed the usually arrogant steward personally stepping out to greet the newcomers. Upon catching Zhang Huaian's gaze, they hastily lowered their heads, resuming their meals. Too intimidated to meet his eyes. Ascending to the second floor, Zhang Huaian entered a private room where the 2 children had already chosen their seats. Chuhe, what would you like to eat? Did you not mention that the roast whole lamb was delightful? If you desire anything else, do inform Steward Lin, he inquired. Before Zhang Chuhe could respond, Steward Lin interjected with a smile. There is no need to trouble you, esteemed guest. I shall present you with the finest dishes our establishment has to offer. Should you find anything to your liking, do let me know, and I shall ensure it is prepared for your next visit. Zhang Huaian waved his hand dismissively. No need to bring so many dishes. It would be wasteful as we cannot finish them. Just serve 1 roast whole lamb and a few cold dishes and snacks. Understood, esteemed guest, rest assured. I shall ensure your satisfaction, Steward Lin replied, bowing as he exited the private room. Chapter 40. Today, my dear aunt will smite you. While Zhang Huaian and his companions awaited their meal, a sudden commotion erupted outside the room. What nonsense is this about esteemed guests? Is there anyone in Chang'an I do not recognize? Shouted a voice. Yes, be gone quickly, or I shall break your legs. Another chimed in. demanding that the occupants of the private room come out. What is my status that I should dine alongside merchants? Zhang Huaian glanced at old son, who tilted his head, suggesting he go outside to investigate. Rising, Zhang Huaian pushed open the door to the private room and looked down the staircase, where several youths clad in luxurious robes, adorned with jade pendants, were shoving Steward Lin. Lin, maintaining a smile, softly said, "Young master, please wait a moment. Perhaps someone will finish soon. Allow me to cover your lunch today as an apology." Bang! The leader of the group, a youth with a jade band tied around his forehead, kicked Steward Lin's protruding belly and cursed, "Who do you think you are to treat me to a meal? Hurry and bring those people out of the private room. Otherwise, when I come up to chase them out, they shall have a most unpleasant experience." Zhang Huaian, his expression stern, descended the stairs and helped the fallen Steward Lin to his feet. "Are you all right?" he asked, noticing Lin had not yet wiped the imprint from the kick. And Lin looked apologetically at Zhang Huaian. "Thank you, esteemed guest. It is truly my fault for disturbing your dining experience. You may return to the room. I can handle this." Zhang Huaian turned his gaze towards the insolent youth across from him, whose disdainful expression was unmistakable. "If you desire the private room, I would willingly relinquish it. Why resort to violence?" The youths exchanged glances, erupting into laughter, with the leader declaring, "He is but a lowly servant. My striking him is a favor to him." Lin whispered to Zhang Huaian, "Esteemed guest, this is the son of Zhang Liang from the Duke of Changping's household. It would be best to avoid conflict. I shall resolve this matter for you." Zhang Huaian wore a cold expression and chose silence. It was his first encounter with the debauched youth of Chang'an, and honestly, he held a favorable impression of Cheng Chumo. However, the son of Zhang Liang before him increasingly irked him. "You, the blind shopkeeper, dare to claim you are of noble birth? What is your identity? Pray tell, whose progeny are you?" Zhang replied, "I am but a commoner, lacking any distinguished status." The crowd scoffed, yet they did not fully believe Zhang Huaian's words, perceiving instead that he was intimidated by their status and dared not reveal his own. "Then hurry and vacate the premises. Relinquish the private room to me," one of them demanded. Zhang Huaian found the audacity of this man laughable. Was Zhang Liang truly so formidable in Chang'an? Even Lier had never spoken to him in such a manner. "Never mind, we shall take our leave. You may have the room," he stated, unwilling to stoop to the level of a child. He resolved to find an opportunity to outsmart Zhang Liang. If the son was a fool, the father could hardly be any better. Zhang Huaian turned towards the private room and said to Dao's son, "Old son, let us depart. It seems our meal is no longer feasible. Someone wishes to take our room." Dao's son stood and shook his head, grumbling, "You simply had to flaunt your wealth, didn't you? Now you've attracted trouble." Zhang Huaian was at a loss for words. How was I to know there were so many fools in Chang'an? What could I do against a reckless youth? Am I to strike him down? Zhang Chuhe, pouting reluctantly, was pulled along by her brother. Zhang Huaian reassured her, "It's all right. You've eaten quite a bit already. Let me buy you something, and I shall prepare it at home." "Very well," Zhang Chuhe reluctantly acquiesced. As the crowd descended the stairs, a group of youths still lingered at the bottom, while those dining in the hall had long since fled, fearful of attracting misfortune. Zhang Huaian carried his daughter down the staircase, with Zhang Qingyuan and Dao's son following closely behind. He wished to avoid conflict. Being new to the city, it seemed trivial to engage with a gaggle of foolish children. As Zhang Qingyuan passed by the group of youths, one of them, with a mischievous grin, extended his foot and tripped Zhang Qingyuan. Thud! He fell to the ground, and Dao's son, slow to react, failed to catch him. Zhang Huaian paused, turning to fix an intense gaze on the boy who had tripped his son. In that moment, the boy felt an icy chill envelop him. Zhang Huaian's cold stare was as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, leaving him breathless. Zhang Huaian set down Zhang Chuhe and lifted his son from the ground, observing his reddened nose. "Does it hurt?" he inquired. At just 5 years of age, Zhang Qingyuan could not contain his tears at his father's question. Zhang Huaian's fury surged within him. He had initially thought the aggressors were merely youthful and unrefined, not worth his ire. But to his astonishment, their character was even more vile, bullying a mere child of several years. Even Dao's son could no longer tolerate the situation. His hair stood on end as he glared at the youths. "Who are your fathers? How could you be so poorly raised?" he demanded, intending to confront their parents to inquire how they had been taught. Among the crowd, one boy remained unfazed, grinning unabashedly. "You, with your unruly hair, dare to come to my home? My surname is Wei, Do take a moment to ponder whether you can even cross the threshold of my door. Have you not heard of the Wei and Du families in the southern part of Chang'an? Suddenly, the leader of the group turned pale, pulling back the boy who had spoken. Be quiet. The old master was truly incensed by this group of unruly children. For decades, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Setting aside his status, considering merely his age, no one in the Tang Dynasty would have addressed him this way. The Wei family of Jingzhou, you say? Rest assured, I shall never darken your doorstep in my lifetime. The expression of the leading boy grew even more grim. Zhang Huaian cast a cold, piercing gaze over the group of wayward youths, seeking to temper his strength. Breaking an arm or a leg would suffice, for killing someone would undoubtedly lead to complications. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuhe, who had just regained her composure, glanced at her brother's reddened nose and was instantly filled with fury. You dare to bully my brother. I shall make you pay dearly today. Like an arrow, Zhang Chuhe dashed into the throng, delivering a swift kick to the boy who had just spoken. The boy felt a sharp pain in his nose, followed by darkness as he collapsed backward. Zhang Huaian witnessed the boy's nose crumple beneath his daughter's foot in an instant. Zhang Chuhe showed no signs of restraint. Unleashing her full might, her tiny fist struck another boy squarely in the chest, producing a faint crack as he was sent flying. Manager Lin of the tavern stood nearby, his heart heavy with despair. Though witnessing the boys being punished brought him a sense of satisfaction, the gravity of the situation weighed upon him. With so many sons of noble families in his establishment involved in such a ruckus, he could not escape the ire that would surely follow. Chapter 41. Minister of the Left. Waiting, the air was filled with cries of anguish mingled with the sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground and furniture shattering, echoing throughout the tavern. Like a miniature tyrannosaurus, Zhang Chuhe rampaged among the 7 or 8 boys, leaving a trail of chaos in her wake. Zhang Huaian affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, praising her. Well done, my dear. You have performed admirably this time. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Huaian approached the Wei scion from Jingzhou, picking up a table leg as thick as an arm from the ground. He crouched down, grasped one of the boy's fingers, and gently bent it backward. A piercing scream filled the tavern as the boy, previously rendered unconscious by Zhang Chuhe's kick, was jolted awake by the excruciating pain. Upon seeing Zhang Huaian, who remained composed as he squatted before him, the boy gritted his teeth against the agony in his nose and hand, scrambling backward. Don't come any closer. I am a scion of the Jingzhou Wei family. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you off easily. Zhang Huaian maintained his calm demeanor, slowly inquiring, which foot was it that tripped my son? Stay away. The boy continued to retreat until, upon witnessing Zhang Huaian advance, his fear reached its zenith. Zhang save me. The boy who had just clutched his chest and screamed slumped over, losing consciousness. Since you refused to speak, let us assume it was your left leg. With a resounding thud, the table leg descended upon the boy's left leg, Zhang Huaian's gaze unwavering, as if the one before him was not a living being, but merely a figure in torment. Zhang Huaian gazed at the youth, momentarily at a loss as to where to express his anguish. His nose throbbed, his hands ached, and his legs were in pain, rendering him incapable of discerning the source of his greatest discomfort. Abruptly discarding the table leg, Zhang Huaian rose, brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands, and approached the trio. The bewildered youth, still reeling from Zhang Huaian's departure, had barely exhaled in relief when he witnessed Zhang Huaian turn back, retrieving the table leg and advancing toward him once more. The youth's eyes widened in rage, and he exclaimed, "You have already broken one of my legs. What more do you want?" A smile crept across Zhang Huaian's tranquil visage, yet to the youth, it bore no semblance of warmth. Instead, he resembled a malevolent specter. I just recalled, it was not your left leg that tripped my son, but rather, your right. Hence, I have resolved to break your right leg. In disbelief, the youth watched as Zhang Huaian swung his arm once again, and with a piercing scream, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Satisfied, Zhang Huaian discarded the table leg, and each time his gaze fell upon a youth, another would promptly faint, fearful of being implicated in the chaos. Approaching the trembling Manager Lin, Zhang Huaian reassured him with a smile. Do not worry, Manager Lin. This matter will not extend to you. Every grievance has its origin, and the Wei family will only seek trouble with me. Manager Lin wore a bitter smile. He understood the adage of the fish suffering from the fire at the city gate, yet he refrained from voicing it before Zhang Huaian. This gentleman appeared amiable. Yet who could predict such severity of action, even if those youths were indeed ill-mannered? My lord, you must swiftly seek connections. The Wei family is not to be trifled with. The youth you have struck is the son of Wei Ting, the left minister, who holds a noble title. What do I have to fear? Let Wei Ting come at me. I was merely trying to discipline his son out of goodwill. Does he dare to trouble me? After delivering punishment, Zhang Huaian felt invigorated, leading him to speak with newfound audacity. Manager Lin remained uncertain of Zhang Huaian's true status, yet he surmised that his bold words indicated he was no insignificant figure. If Wei Ting comes looking for you, simply inform him that my home is located in Yong'an Lane, beside the Yong'an Canal. After entering the lane, walk 100 steps, and you shall see my residence. If he harasses you, then Wei Ting is nothing but a coward. I shall not hesitate to break his son's legs again. Accompanied by his son and daughter, and old son, Zhang Huaian exited the tavern. In the admiring gaze of the young server, he seized the reins of Xiaobai, hoisted the children onto the horse, and departed with a flourish, utterly indifferent to Manager Lin's evident distress. Throughout the vast Tang Dynasty, the only individual Zhang Huaian genuinely respected was Lier. As a time traveler, he had no disdain for these indigenous people. His composure prevented him from being easily bullied. Lacking any grand ambitions, he could have ventured to the grasslands, leading troops to confront Lier if he so desired. Zhang Huaian was inherently laid back. Yet should anyone presume him to be easily intimidated, they would be sorely mistaken. His willingness to serve Lier in an official capacity was motivated solely by the hope of smoothing the path for Zhang Chengyuan's future, not to endure indignities. Zhang Huaian refrained from taking a life, as it would have been disrespectful to Lier. After all, to commit murder on the very first day in Chang'an, and that of Li Shimon's brother-in-law, would not have reflected well on Lier. The four of them merrily strolled through the streets of Chang'an, seemingly unfazed by the recent events. "O Taoist, why did you not chastise me for being too heavy-handed this time?" Zhang Huaian teased the old monk playfully. Should it have been the offspring of renowned figures such as Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Changsun Wuji, even if they were princes, the Taoist would undoubtedly inquire about their father's methods of discipline. As for Zhang Liang's progeny and those pampered scions of noble families, the old man deemed them unworthy of his attention. Zhang Huaian gave the Taoist a thumbs up. "How impressive! Truly, your aura exudes a regal power." Although the old monk could not fully grasp the meaning behind Zhang Huaian's words, he recognized the compliment. Yet, there was something about Zhang Huaian's expression that made him want to deliver a swift kick. "What do you intend to do about this?" The Taoist, while disdainful of the Wei family, acknowledged their reputation. "You are still a mere commoner. How can you contend with them?" With a grand gesture, Zhang Huaian replied nonchalantly. "If the Wei family seeks peace, that is well and good. Otherwise, I shall storm through their front door with my spear and leave through the back, cleaving the earthworms beneath their feet. I will leave no trace of their existence." Sun Simiao shot him a disapproving glance. Zhang Huaian, dissatisfied with the Taoist's demeanor, pressed on. "What is the matter? Do you doubt my martial skills?" Lier himself remarked that I am akin to the ancient Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu led 27 men against 5,000 troops. I could single-handedly deal with the several hundred members of the Wei family with ease. And then you shall await your execution at the hands of Li Shimon in the West Market. The Taoist recognized Zhang Huaian's reluctance to speak the truth, but had grown accustomed to his whimsical nature and chose to ignore him. Along the way, he purchased some pastries for the two children. While he could cook, his skills in confectionery were lacking. He had only made a few treats for the children when Li Xiang was around, which he deemed unpalatable, yet the children adored them. Zhang Huaian procured an 80-pound sheep in the West Market, determined to fulfill his daughter's wish for roasted lamb that day. He also stumbled upon some pork, purchasing a rack of ribs, only to be astounded that ribs were the cheapest meat available. He cursed the unscrupulous merchants in his mind for a full 5 minutes. Chapter 42. The illuminated old sun. As they passed by a pharmacy, Zhang Huaian entered under the Taoist's curious gaze. Having pilfered herbs from Sun Simiao, he felt a tinge of guilt. Inside the pharmacy, he called out to the clerk at the counter, "Please, give me 2 pounds each of star anise, bay leaves, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, grass fruit, cloves, white atractalodes, dried tangerine peel, and licorice." Clang. The clerk, startled by Zhang Huaian's request, dropped the scales he had been using. "Sir, are you a physician? Purchasing such quantities, are you preparing medicine?" Zhang Huaian shook his head. "No, I am not a physician. I seek these ingredients to prepare a meal at home." Behind the counter stood an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, who overheard Zhang Huaian's remarks. He rose, squinting his eyes, and admonished Zhang, "What nonsense is this? Who are you to be so frivolous? Herbal ingredients cannot be carelessly incorporated into dishes. Even for medicinal purposes, one must adhere to the hierarchy of monarchs, ministers, assistants, and envoys. What chaotic concoction are you attempting to create?" Zhang Huaian felt helpless. This was a downside of living in the Tang Dynasty. It seemed that anyone with a white beard could hurl insults at you without restraint. The irony was that one could not retort. If he dared to confront the old man, it would likely escalate into a situation more severe than if he had broken the legs of Wei Ting's son. Zhang Huaian refrained from explaining, instead pulling out Sun Simiao from behind him and proudly declaring, "Look who it is. Do you recognize him? Master Sun dined on dishes I prepared from these very ingredients last night, and he praised my culinary skills." Sun Simiao wished to conceal his face in embarrassment. As the preeminent figure in Tang medicine, he certainly could not afford to lose face. Yet Zhang Huaian's grip was too strong for him to escape. The old man squinted and leaned closer, scrutinizing Sun's face for a moment before becoming animated with excitement. "Master Sun, how could this young man fail to recognize your greatness? Please forgive him." The old fellow hurriedly emerged from behind a counter. Though his eyesight was poor, his legs were still spry as he rushed to Sun Simiao's side, grasping his hand and refusing to let go, as if fearing he might flee. Sun Simiao sighed. "You must be Hongji, correct? Has your eyesight worsened again?" The old man chuckled, unfazed. "It is indeed a stroke of fortune for this young man to have his name remembered by you, master. After you treated my eyes with acupuncture 2 years ago, they improved for a couple of months, but then deteriorated again. Especially at night when I can hardly decipher the characters in medical texts, relying solely on my apprentice to read them aloud to me. Dear doctor, this is merely presbyopia. Acupuncture is not effective for it." Sun Simiao turned to Zhang Huaian, inquiring, "Do you understand this ailment?" Zhang Huaian nodded and addressed the physician. "Is it not true that the closer one gets, the less clearly one can see the text, while at a distance, it appears clearer?" The old man eagerly nodded, turning to Sun Simiao. "Is that so, Master Sun? Is this young man one of your new apprentices?" "Indeed, I am a disciple of Master Sun," Zhang Huaian declared proudly. Sun Simiao quickly shook his head, wishing to distance himself from the embarrassment. "He is not my disciple. He is merely a junior." He shot a glare at Zhang Huaian. "If you have a solution, speak quickly and do not waste time. It's simple. His age has caused the shape of his eyeballs to change, leading to difficulty in seeing things clearly. This is known as hyperopia or presbyopia, which afflicts many elderly individuals. There is also the opposite condition where one cannot see clearly from a distance and must come closer to see well, which is caused by excessive strain on the eyes. As I believe Feng Xianling exhibits some degree of myopia. Now, provide a remedy. If you were to remove his eyeball, give it a gentle squeeze, and then replace it, he would be able to see clearly." The old man's beard twitched as if stirred by an unseen wind, and he bent down to remove his shoes, but Zhang Huaian quickly intervened. No, I was merely jesting. I have that magnifying glass for you, you know." He could see clearly with that. The old Taoist instinctively touched the tightly wrapped magnifying glass in his silk pouch and glanced at He Hongji, who was squinting before him. In truth, He Hongji was merely 65 years old, and in comparison, he was quite young. Sun Simiao sighed and pulled out the magnifying glass, carefully unveiling it layer by layer from the silk. What emerged was a rather rudely crafted magnifying glass, with a frame made of bent bamboo strips and lenses affixed with boiled fish glue, featuring several small bubbles in the center of the glass. Nonetheless, this was the old Taoist's most treasured possession, for Zhang Huaian had once revealed to him that most human ailments were caused by tiny creatures invisible to the naked eye. Thus, upon discovering Zhang Qingyuan's telescope, the old Taoist felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. At that moment, Zhang Huaian observed the old man's yearning for the telescope, coupled with a reluctance to snatch a toy from a child. He casually fashioned a magnifying glass from a less than perfect lens left over from the telescope's construction. The old Taoist placed the magnifying glass in He Hongji's hands and suddenly laughed. "Take this. It will allow you to read more medical texts and treat more patients. Just look at your condition, a man in his 60s, yet your health is worse than that of an old Taoist in his 80s. He Hongji held the magnifying glass before his eyes, seeing Sun Simiao's face come into sharp focus, and the transparent glass lens made him want to return it to the old Taoist. "The old Taoist has good eyesight and has no need for this," he insisted. cradling the magnifying glass in his hands, ready to kneel in gratitude. Sun Simiao quickly intervened. If you wish to express your gratitude to the old Taoist, then simply remember to help the common people in the future. He Hongji's eyes brimmed with tears as he held the magnifying glass, his voice trembling with emotion. Thank you, Taoist son, for your noble generosity. I shall forever remember your teachings. Zhang Huaian, carrying several large bags of medicinal herbs, followed the old Taoist out of the clinic. Although he Hongji sincerely wished to refuse payment, Zhang Huaian still left behind a piece of broken gold. As they walked back to Yong'anfang, Zhang Huaian glanced at Sun Simiao in surprise. Wasn't that magnifying glass a precious item? How could you give it away so easily? Sun Simiao snorted, expressing mild dissatisfaction. You have spoken the truth. Even if the old Taoist was reluctant, he had to part with it. Moreover, although he Hongji's medical skills cannot be deemed exceptional, he is one of the few practitioners with commendable medical ethics. His clinic is one of the rare places where debts for medicine can be incurred. Otherwise, why would the old Taoist gift him the magnifying glass? Sun Simiao suddenly stroked his beard and chuckled. Besides, the old Taoist just realized that you made the magnifying glass. Why not ask you to craft another for me? Zhang Huaian joined in the laughter. Rest assured, when I have the time, I shall create a better one for you, comparable to Cheng Yuan's telescope, capable of offering even clearer views. As Zhang Huaian observed Sun Simiao's emaciated form beneath his tattered robe, the old man's stature seemed to grow infinitely grand in Zhang Huaian's eyes, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, more dazzling than the light from a flashlight illuminating the legendary Ultraman in his childhood. No wonder they called Sun Simiao a sage. The title of a mortal son truly befits him. Chapter 43. The epic general, the chief of Yong'an Alley, appeared to possess commendable capabilities. From a distance, Zhang Huaian observed him standing at his doorstep, flanked by a group of individuals of varying sizes. Undoubtedly, part of the reason was the ample reward Zhang had offered, not to mention that this fellow would surely benefit from a commission from the slave trade. Zhang Huaian opened the door to his new home, allowing old Sun to escort the two children to the backyard. Zhang Qingyuan and Chu He were still too young. It was inappropriate for them to be exposed to such matters prematurely. Surrounding the chief were three rather scruffy individuals, presumably the so-called human brokers. The four approached Zhang Huaian, and the chief clasped his hands together in greeting. Young master, these are the finest slaves in the vicinity. Please take your time to select. And should you find them unsatisfactory, I shall bring another batch for your consideration tomorrow. Zhang Huaian nodded and surveyed the group of ragged slaves before him. Among them were 5 men and 3 women of adult age, along with 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. Despite their varied ages, they shared a singular characteristic. They were all emaciated. The children appeared to have been somewhat tidied up, their clothing relatively neat, whereas the adults wore garments that barely covered them. As Zhang Huaian scanned the adults, he noted their vacant expressions, which could only be described as numbness. 2 of the male slaves stood with trembling legs, clearly weakened by prolonged hunger, requiring every ounce of their strength merely to remain upright. Zhang Huaian, indifferent to the adults, shifted his attention to the children and, turning to the brokers, inquired in a measured tone, "Are there any abducted children among them?" One of the brokers laughed awkwardly and replied, "Rest assured, noble sir, there are absolutely none. Each of these individuals possesses a slave contract bearing the official seal of the government. If they were abducted, not only would you be concerned, but the authorities would not spare us either." Another broker, appearing somewhat troubled, pointed to a boy holding a little girl's hand amidst the crowd. "Noble sir, these 2 are not yet slaves. Interestingly, the boy came to the trading house this morning with his sister, expressing a desire to sell himself into servitude. However, he has conditions. He wishes to sell himself but insists on keeping his sister, who cannot be sold. Moreover, the boy boldly declared he would accept 20 coins for himself, claiming he would later redeem his freedom when he grew older. Yet, how could a mere 4-year-old be worth such an amount? Initially, I intended to send him away. But just then, the chief happened to be at the trading house. Hearing that you were seeking a young scholar for your son and a maid for your daughter, I found the boy rather clever and brought the siblings to you. If you take a liking to them, I could arrange for a slight reduction in price and facilitate the boy's registration as a slave at the government office." Zhang Huaian scrutinized the pair of siblings anew. Though their garments were tattered, the meticulous stitching suggested that their mother had personally mended them with great care. The young boy, feeling Zhang Huaian's gaze upon him, tightened his grip on his sister's hand, displaying signs of nervousness. Yet, Zhang could still perceive the defiance in his eyes. With a somewhat childish voice, the boy fixed his gaze on Zhang Huaian and stated, "I can serve as your son's scholar, but my sister cannot be sold." The broker's expression shifted dramatically, and he admonished, "Jianji, do not speak recklessly. Do not offend the noble sir." The young boy, with a face full of apology, addressed Zhang Huaian, saying, "Noble sir, please forgive me. This lad is actually my distant relative. He is just a child and does not understand. I hope for your understanding." Zhang Huaian waved his hand dismissively at the boy, indicating that he was not concerned, and with keen interest, he turned to the young boy and inquired, "What is your name?" Zhang Huaian felt it was a mere coincidence that he had so easily encountered an epic-level hero. "I am Zhang Jianji, and my sister is named Zhang Muyao," the boy replied. Zhang Huaian sighed, feeling fortunate indeed. He had indeed stumbled upon an epic-level hero. "Can you read? Who named you and your sister?" Zhang Jianji nodded his small head, saying, "Our mother named us. I know some characters, as she taught me. Since you can read, why do you sell yourself into servitude?" The question seemed to touch a painful memory for the boy. He lowered his head and spoke softly, "My mother fell ill, and the doctor said it would take over 10 strings of cash to cure her. I had no choice but to sell myself into servitude to save her." Zhang Huaian nodded thoughtfully and turned to the boy, saying, "Let these 2 children stay in my household. They need not be recorded as slaves. They will simply work for me. You, along with the district head, will act as intermediaries. I will advance 20 strings to him to help save your mother. The boy will serve as my son's scholar, and the girl will serve as my daughter's maid. Each will earn 100 won per month, with a 10% increase in wages each year. Once they have saved enough, they can choose their own path." The boy was overjoyed and playfully kicked Zhang Jianji, saying, "You little rascal, hurry and thank the noble sir. To encounter such a benefactor is your fortune indeed." Zhang Jianji awkwardly bowed to Zhang Huaian and, in a tender voice, expressed, "Thank you, noble sir, for your kindness." Zhang Huaian then selected 2 more male slaves and 2 female slaves who appeared agreeable. After negotiating the price with the boy, each was set at 5 strings of cash. Zhang Huaian took the contracts of sale for the 4 individuals from the boy's hands. Reflecting on the fact that humans were valued less than livestock, a single ox cost 10 strings, yet a person was merely 5. The fates of these 4 individuals were now entirely in his hands. Even if he wished to harm them, he would only need to pay a nominal fine to the authorities. Zhang Jianji handed over the 20 strings of wages he had advanced to the boy who brought the siblings, and Zhang Huaian smiled without a word. He understood deeply the value of a promise made to a Tang person. 20 strings was no small sum, yet the boy would not dare to embezzle it. Otherwise, even as a slave, no one would dare employ him. Zhang Huaian instructed the boy, "Return and tell Zhang Jianji's mother to rest assured in her recovery. Once she is well, she may also come to work in my household and be by her children's side." "Thank you, noble sir. I will certainly convey your message," the boy replied. Once the district head and the boy departed with the remaining slaves, Zhang Huaian turned to the 4 selected slaves and said, "You shall serve diligently in my household. You will receive 100 won each month, and once you have saved 5 strings, you may come to me to redeem your contracts. I will assist you in removing your slave status at the authorities, granting you a chance to live as free individuals once more. After the redemption, should one choose to remain in the residence to serve, a monthly remuneration of 150 won will be provided. However, if one wishes to depart, it is at their discretion." Zhang Huaian was still unaware of the profound impact his words would have on the 4 enslaved individuals. The 4 pairs of once numb eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope upon hearing Zhang Huaian's declaration. They collectively knelt on the ground, bowing deeply before him, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Your kindness will forever be etched in our hearts." Zhang Huaian felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was not yet accustomed to the habitual kneeling of these individuals. Chapter 44. "My lord, something's amiss. The young master has been struck." The 4 newly acquired servants were quite satisfactory. Without any specific instruction from Zhang Huaian, they had already begun to diligently clear the fallen leaves from the courtyard. Zhang Huaian led his children, Zhang Jianji and his sister, to the backyard, where old son and Chang'an Chuhe were seated under an eave, with 4 or 5 open paper packages laid before them, filled with an assortment of delicacies. "Grandfather son, do try this cherry jelly. It's made from cherries and is delightfully tangy," Zhang Chuhe urged, offering a piece of pastry to old Sunday. Upon noticing Zhang Huaian's arrival, Zhang Chuhe hurried over to her father. "Father, eat. Zhang Huaian squatted down, opening his mouth to receive the treat from his daughter. The taste could only be described as acceptable, yet this single package of pastries was worth more than a plate of ribs. At this moment, Zhang Chuhe noticed her father was accompanied by two small children, gazing at them with curiosity. "Father, who are these two?" "Cheng Yuan, come here. Let father introduce you to two little friends." "All right, father," Zhang Qingyuan replied, joining his father. Zhang Huaian pointed to Zhang Jianji and his sister, saying, "Father fears you might feel lonely, so he has found you two playmates. This little brother is named Zhang Jianji, who will play and study with you. This little girl is named Zhang Muyao, who will be your companion and can also study with you." "Ah, father, I don't want to study. Can she accompany me in practicing martial arts instead?" Upon hearing the mention of studying, Zhang Chuhe's face fell. She had no fondness for books and felt drowsy at the sight of them. Zhang Huaian chuckled softly without responding, allowing the four children to interact naturally. Children possess pure hearts, and it would not be long before their relationships flourished harmoniously. Zhang Muyao took her brother's hand, occasionally glancing curiously at the fair-skinned Zhang Chuhe, though her gaze frequently drifted toward the pastries arranged on the steps. His daughter, with her straightforward demeanor, quickly forgot her reluctance towards studying. Seizing Zhang Muyao's other hand and dashing toward the eve, Zhang Jianji, still somewhat anxious, momentarily forgot to release his sister's hand and almost stumbled over as Zhang Chuhe pulled him along. "Muyao, I am Zhang Chuhe. How old are you? Try this pastry. I think it's the most delicious." "I am 4 years old," the little girl replied timidly, eyeing the treat in Zhang Chuhe's hand. Her throat stirred, but she hesitated to reach for it, casting a glance toward her brother. Zhang Jianji observed Zhang Huaian's expression, noting the smile on his face. He then looked at old son, who also wore a benevolent smile, and nodded reassuringly at his sister. Zhang Muyao finally dared to extend her small hand to take the pastry from Zhang Chuhe's grasp, carefully nibbling on it with both hands. Zhang Qingyuan and his companion presented an amusing sight. Zhang Qingyuan stepped back a pace and bowed slightly to Zhang Jianji, inquiring, "Might I ask, how old are you this year, and in what month were you born?" Zhang Jianji promptly returned the gesture, responding, for the young master to know. "I am 4 years old, born in the first month of the 8th year of Wuda. I am slightly older than you. I was born in June of the 7th year of Wuda. Henceforth, may I call you Jianji?" "You may address me however you wish," replied the young master. "Please do not call me young master. If you prefer, you may call me brother Yuan." Their exchange, although a formal dialogue characteristic of Tang gentlemen, first discussing age and then addressing one another, was rather comical when enacted by two 5-year-olds, eliciting laughter from Zhang Huaian and old Sunday. Zhang Huaian playfully kicked the two boys lightly on their backsides, chiding, "Off you go, indulge in your pastries. What pretense of adulthood is this?" Indeed, while Zhang Jianji and Zhang Muyao were not as adorable as Cheng Yuan and Chuhe, their slightly darker complexions could not obscure the promise of their future beauty. Zhang Jianji's expression turned somewhat awkward, while Zhang Qingyuan chuckled and led him to the eaves to select pastries. Chuhe favored the sweet and slightly sour cherry cake, whereas he preferred the subtly flavored osmanthus cake, which required tea to aid its consumption. Seated beside old son, Zhang Huaiyan remarked with a smile, "Aren't you a Taoist priest? How about you observe these two children?" Sun Simiao's gaze remained fixed on the four children, whose voices chimed together, occasionally punctuated by the silvery laughter of youth. Once the children grew accustomed to their surroundings, their initial wariness dissipated swiftly. At 87 years old Sun had never married. Had he been a typical citizen of the Tang Dynasty, his lineage might have filled an entire courtyard. Thus, his gaze upon the children held a particularly benevolent warmth. Upon hearing Zhang Huaiyan's inquiry, Sun Simiao shook his head. "I have not practiced physiognomy. I cannot discern such matters. If you seek to read faces, you should consult Yuan Tiangang. His skills are commendable." "Shaw, do I require his insights? My own skills in divination are unparalleled." Old Sun cast a disdainful glance at him. Having known Zhang Huaiyan for many years, he understood all but the limits of his martial prowess. "You claim to understand horses. Perhaps I might believe that. But to suggest you learn to read faces is absurd." Zhang Huaiyan gently shook his head, elongating his words. "Alas, not at all. I foresee this child destined to attain high rank and honor." The old priest did not engage with his remark. What shall be done regarding the Wei family's affairs? He held some influence in Chang'an, and if he intervened, please refrain. The Wei family does not possess such stature. They are not of the 5 prominent clans and do not require your esteemed self. Sun Simiao smirked. While the Wei family may not rival the 5 prominent clans, they still ranked among the foremost families beneath them. However, Zhang Huaian seemed resolute in his thoughts, and the old priest chose not to pursue the matter further. In the imperial city, Wei Ting, who was diligently attending to official matters in the Ministry of Personnel, lifted his somewhat stiff neck and took a refreshing sip from a pot of cool tea placed on the nearby table. Above him, Changsun Wuji sat upright, meticulously reviewing documents. Wei Ting's gaze wandered to the figure of Du Ruhui, his mind a tempest of thoughts, for he was acutely aware of Du Ruhui's frail health. A knock echoed from outside the door, prompting Changsun Wuji to glance up. The servant replenishing tea would not normally knock. "Enter," he commanded, returning his focus to the paperwork. "What is it?" he inquired. "My lord, there has been an urgent matter at the residence of Left Minister Wei, and I have come to inform you," replied the servant, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. A wave of unease washed over Wei Ting. If it were not truly serious, his family would not have disturbed him at such a moment. He quickly excused himself to Changsun Wuji and followed the servant out of the Ministry of Personnel. After walking a few dozen steps, Wei Ting inquired in a hushed tone, "What has happened at home?" "Left Minister, your household staff are waiting at the city gate, insisting it is of utmost urgency and urging you to return home swiftly." A growing sense of dread gripped Wei Ting, for even if his concubine had given birth, such haste would be unwarranted for mere news. He and the servant hastened to the city gate, exchanging greetings with Cheng Yaojin, the gatekeeper, before approaching the anxious household servant. The servant paced restlessly at the gate, his shoes likely worn thin from the constant movement. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he turned abruptly and, upon seeing Wei Ting, was nearly overcome with tears. "Master, it is terrible news. Young master has been assaulted." Chapter 45. The shepherd Wei Ting was not surprised by the news of his son's beating. In fact, he had anticipated it. He discreetly glanced at Cheng Yaojin, recognizing that only the likes of Zhang Huaian, Wei Chimu, and Changsun Chong among the city's ruffians would dare to strike his son. Steeling himself, Wei Ting demanded, "Who was responsible? What is his condition?" The household servant fell to his knees, his voice trembling. "Master, it is dire. Young master is gravely injured, his nose crushed, both legs broken, and a finger severed. The assailant identified himself as Zhang Huaian, and madam has fainted several times." Wei Ting's hands shook at the name. Zhang Huaian. Whose household is he from? The man claimed to be a commoner residing in Yong'anfang, and he said that if you seek revenge, you may come find him. Without further ado, Wei Ting mounted the horse brought by the servant, urging it into a gallop towards his home. After Wei Ting's departure, Cheng Yaojin felt a twinge of curiosity. The servant's cries had been loud enough for him to discern the situation clearly. Wei Ting's son had crossed paths with Zhang Huaian and had suffered the consequences. Initially, he had assumed the son was the aggressor. Yet he found himself wondering why Wei Ting's son had not perished. Logically, a single blow from Zhang Huaian should have sufficed to end the boy's life multiple times over. A thought struck Cheng Yaojin, prompting him to summon a city guard officer. "You stay here and keep watch. I shall enter the imperial city to seek out Wei Qigong." The captain gazed at Cheng Yaojin with a perplexed expression and said, "General, is it appropriate to leave your post?" Cheng Yaojin kicked the captain of the city guards far away, cursing, "Get lost. I'm only stepping out for a moment. What could possibly happen? If any censor inquires, just say I went to relieve myself." With that, Cheng Yaojin strode toward the imperial city. As Yu Qigong was on duty at the palace today, a splendid opportunity for him to curry favor, which Cheng Yaojin would not squander. In stark contrast to the chaotic cries and uproar echoing through the Wei residence, the Zhang household remained tranquil and harmonious. Zhang Huaian inquired about the situation and discovered that a maid named Dahua could cook. Thus, he led her into the kitchen. "Our meals differ from those of other households, so I will prepare for a while. You can observe and learn, and once you have mastered it, you shall take over." Dahua was utterly astonished. She had never heard of a master cooking for himself. She stammered, "Master, why not let me try? You shouldn't have to do it yourself." Zhang Huaian shook his head. "No need for that. Just watch me once. Since you know how to cook, it should be quite simple to learn." Zhang Huaian skillfully chopped the ribs, cutting them into pieces and blanching them, explaining to Dahua, "This particular piece beneath the ribs with the cartilage should be set aside. Chuhe loves it." Dahua was intently focused on learning. For her, the opportunity Zhang Huaian provided was worth her utmost effort. Yet it was a disgrace for a servant to see their master laboring in the kitchen. Zhang Huaian added oil to the pot, then poured in sugar, gently stirring with a spatula he had crafted himself. This step is the most crucial. If the sugar burns, this entire dish will be ruined. Young master, is that sugar you're adding? Dahua had never encountered such pure, snow-white sugar. She was only familiar with the yellowish-brown sugar blocks. Zhang Huaiyan nodded, then added the spices he had purchased that day. Observing the pot begin to bubble, he tossed in the blanched ribs and started to stir-fry. These spices will eliminate any odor and enhance the flavor. Dahua was completely astonished. Was this the lifestyle of the affluent? While others struggled to fill their stomachs. The Zhang family's meals were abundant with meat. She had thought that was already extravagant, only to realize that the seasonings were even more expensive than the meat. Zhang Huaiyan picked up another ceramic jar and said, "This contains salt, while the previous one held sugar. Do not confuse them." It was worth noting that the Zhang household had several valuable items, but the spices were truly a source of concern for Zhang Huaiyan. After adding water to the pot, he covered it and turned to Dahua. "Just keep an eye on it to prevent burning. Once the water has boiled sufficiently, serve it out. Do you understand?" Dahua appeared conflicted. "Master, I understand, but these ingredients are so precious. I fear I might ruin them." Zhang Huaiyan waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. I am not lacking in this regard. Since you understand, come tomorrow to cook. I cannot be the one preparing meals for you." Dahua's dark face flushed slightly. After all the money spent to bring her and others here, she found herself in a position where the master had to cook for them. "You can boil rice porridge, right? There are children in the house, and porridge is easier to digest." "Yes, young master," she replied. Zhang Huaiyan turned and exited the kitchen. He still had a sheep to attend to. If braised ribs posed a challenge for Dahua, roasting a whole sheep was akin to navigating through hell. For Dahua had never tasted lamb in her life. As he listened to the laughter of children in the backyard, a sense of melancholy washed over him. The vast estate felt incomplete without a mistress. How he wished Xiang were here. She relished gnawing on her own braised ribs and had been entirely won over by Zhang Huaiyan's culinary skills. Zhang Huaiyan led the sheep to the front yard, where the other three were tidying up the refuse. Upon seeing him, they paused their tasks and greeted him with smiles. "Master, master," one of the male servants, noticing the sheep, hastily inquired, "Are you planning to slaughter the sheep, master?" Zhang Huaiyan nodded. The servant chuckled, "Allow me to handle it. Such work should not trouble you." Not taken aback, Zhang Huaiyan handed the sheep over to him. "Do you three have names?" he asked. "Master, I am called Black Bull," replied one. "Master, I am Spring Peach," said another. When it came to the servant holding the sheep, he grinned and said, "I have no name. Perhaps you could bestow one upon me." "Master?" Zhang Huaiyan shot him a glance, thinking him quite opportunistic. "Come up with one yourself. I dread naming things." The fellow glanced at the sheep he held, a fleeting look of sorrow crossing his jovial face before he quickly added, "How about Shepherd for me?" Zhang Huaiyan handed the dagger to Shepherd, saying, "You chose it. As long as it pleases you, hurry and slaughter the sheep. We need it for dinner, or we shall miss the timing." Shepherd accepted the dagger, his eyes briefly reflecting shock. Zhang Huaiyan turned back to the backyard, smiling, unconcerned. Everyone has their own stories. He was genuinely curious about this slave, worth 5 guan, who could not only slaughter sheep, but was also literate. Su Wu the Shepherd, indeed a fine name. In truth, he had once contemplated naming Zhang Chengyuan as Zhang Dogdan. And if another child were to come, Zhang Ergu, as was customary in the village, which had infuriated Xiang to the point of not speaking to him for 3 days. The names Zhang Chengyuan and Zhang Chuhe had been solely chosen by Xiang, for Zhang Huaiyan was utterly inept at naming. Chapter 46. A visitor arrives. As the sun dipped low in the western sky, a cascade of crimson clouds bathed the bustling city of Chang'an in a warm glow, while the glazed tiles of the royal palace shimmered with a golden radiance. A rare cool breeze swept through Chang'an, offering a small respite to its residents who had endured a day of sweltering heat, bringing with it a delightful surprise as evening fell. Within the royal city, by the Tay Pond, several verdant willows swayed gently in the wind, their slender leaves drifting down towards the water's surface, creating ripples that danced across its calm expanse. "Sister, brother-in-law is so handsome. How remarkable that you found such a dashing husband in the countryside." In a pavilion, Xiangqing, donned in a pink skirt, sat on a stone bench, resting her chin in her hands, gazing dreamily at the water, her expression contrasting the sorrow of previous days, now uplifted with a subtle smile. Beside her, Changlo, dressed in a light green gown, chattered animatedly about Zhang Huaian, having caught a glimpse of him the day before. Sister, stop daydreaming. Pray tell, when shall the esteemed emperor bestow an official title upon my brother-in-law? For then I shall finally have the pleasure of his company. Xiangqing, with a sigh of resignation, glanced at the lively Chang'an beside her. She picked up a fan from the stone table and gently fanned Chang'an, who was seated on a stone bench, chiding her playfully. What you truly desire is not merely to meet Huaian, but to receive a lovely glass ball from him, is it not? Unfazed by her sister's perceptiveness, Chang'an retorted stubbornly. Who says that? I merely wish for a formal introduction with my brother-in-law, and of course, he ought to present me with a token of our meeting. But fret not. Dear sister, I have already chosen the gifts for Qingyuan and Chuhe. You cannot imagine how envious Runan and Nanping were when they beheld my glass beads yesterday. That little rascal from Lanling even attempted to pilfer one, but I caught her in the act and gave her a sound thrashing. She claims she will report me to father and mother today. As Chang'an recounted her tale, Xiangqing's thoughts drifted back to the quaint courtyard in Zhangjia village, where she once believed she would never again have the chance to see her husband and children. Little did she know of her husband's remarkable abilities, how he had secretly accomplished so much, even rescuing the emperor. According to her mother, the princess's residence had begun acquiring furniture, and adjacent to her abode lay her husband's count's estate. The Ministry of Works was already preparing materials, awaiting only the emperor's decree to commence construction. Yet, Xiangqing yearned for the simplicity of their little courtyard in Zhangjia village. Although her husband could be exasperating at times, and their lives were filled with toil, each day spent there was filled with joy. In Yong'an, beneath the glow of the crimson sunset, wisps of smoke from the kitchens of the local populace ascended into the sky. In the front yard of Zhangjia, Zhang Huaian had kindled a massive bonfire, with a marinated lamb roasting beside it on an iron rack. Zhang Chuhe danced around the fire, while Zhang Muyao laughed and chased after her. Not far off, seated at a table that Zhang Huaian had moved from the backyard, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Jian sat together, engrossed in a book, each cradling a small bowl as they quietly discussed its contents. Old Sun, with a benevolent smile, watched over the children, relishing in the joy of their presence. Feeling as if he had succeeded in nurturing his descendants' happiness, Zhang Huaian mused that Old Sun had unfairly gained from his labors, having received 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters without any effort on his part. As Zhang Chuhe grew warm from her frolicking, she pulled Zhang Muyao over to the table, lifted a small bowl, and with a quick motion, downed a serving of chilled yogurt, wiping her mouth with her sleeve in a display of exuberance. Zhang Muyao, however, sipped her yogurt delicately, envious of her elder sister's carefree drinking, yet recalling grandfather's warning that her frail constitution did not permit such indulgence. As Zhang Huaian observed the bonfire dwindling, he placed the iron rack over the embers, watching the feeble flames roast the lamb. The shepherd sat nearby on a small stool, observing the elderly man toil away. Just then, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from outside, and upon hearing it, Zhang Huaian assumed it was Wei Ting coming to cause trouble. So he rose to investigate. As the black bull hurriedly rushed through the door, panting heavily, he exclaimed, "My lord, there are visitors, several of them, all mounted." The shepherd, toying with the dagger gifted by Zhang Huaian, felt a flicker of coldness in his gaze and rose to his feet. Such a fine young master. He certainly would not wish for any misfortune to befall Zhang Huaian. Just as Zhang Huaian approached the entrance, he was greeted by a familiar laughter, echoing outside the Zhang residence like the call of an owl in the night. "Ha ha ha, young Zhang, it is I, old Cheng, who has come with companions to celebrate your housewarming. I wonder if you have prepared food and drink. Bring forth that wine from yesterday. I intend to partake of an entire barrel tonight." Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qigong strode through the gates of the Zhang household, exhibiting no sense of decorum befitting guests. Behind them followed 2 burly figures, one of whom was Qin Xiong, while the other, a stout fellow of good character, was unfamiliar to Zhang Huaian. "Young Zhang, come. Greet your Uncle Niu." Cheng Yaojin pointed to the unknown man. Initially, old Cheng had intended to address Zhang Huaian as a brother. However, given that His Majesty planned to take this young man as a son-in-law, old Cheng preferred not to be regarded as a nephew. Thus, he chose to see Zhang Huaian as a junior instead. Zhang Huaian smiled, bowing slightly with cupped hands. "I am honored to meet you, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Wei, Uncle Qin, and Uncle Niu." Niu Jindao approached Zhang Huaian, delivering 2 hearty pats on his shoulder. Noticing that Zhang Huaian remained still, he erupted in laughter. "Well done, young man. I had heard old Cheng boast of your strength, but I was skeptical. Seeing you now, I must concede, you truly are formidable. Zhang Huaian replied, Uncle Niu, you flatter me. Following the quartet were 4 young men, each bearing gifts. Cheng Yaojin turned to the youths. Come forth and pay your respects to your brother Huaian. From now on, treat him with the same reverence you would show us. Should you dare to show any disrespect, you shall face the family law. The 4 young men presented their gifts to the shepherd and the black bull, then stepped forward respectfully, bowing and clasping their fists. Brother Huaian. Observing their youthful faces, Zhang Huaian could not help but sigh. It was no wonder that the Tang people believed children inherited much of their father's bloodline. These 4 were indeed the spitting image of Cheng Yaojin and his companions, and Zhang Huaian could readily identify each as the son of his respective father without any introduction. Cheng Chumo, having met Zhang Huaian, was not shy, chuckling, Brother Huaian, it is good to see you again. I hope I have not caused too much trouble. Brother Huaian, I am Wei Qibao. My father says you are even stronger than he. Let us have a contest later. Bang! Wei Qigong kicked his son, causing him to stumble, scolding. What a foolish child. When did I teach you to challenge someone before we've even had a drink? Are you a guest, or are you here to brawl? Wei Qibao chuckled sheepishly, refraining from rebutting his father. Brother Huaian, I am Qin Huaidao. I apologize for any disturbance. Brother Huaian, my name is Niu Hong, and I hope to not be a bother. Chapter 47. The Zhang family becomes a den of bandits. Once the greetings were exchanged, Old Cheng and Old Niu had already settled beside the roasted lamb, engrossed in examining the oils and sauces that Zhang Huaian had set aside. Qin Xiang was seated at the table, while Lao Sun was taking his pulse. Wei Qigong, with a hearty laugh, was pretending to be an eagle, playfully chasing 2 giggling young girls. A few young men exchanged glances. Even Zhang Huaian felt somewhat superfluous. Cheng Chumo and his companions, all hailing from military families, were not overly particular. They simply settled on the doorstep, enjoying the cool breeze and engaging in idle conversation. Cheng Chumo currently served as a lieutenant in the Left Wu Guard, while Niu Hong and Qin Huaidao held the same rank in the 1,000 Cattle Guard, and Wei Qibaolin served as a lieutenant in the Right Wu Guard. Where's the wine, lad? Don't try to fool me with cheese. Zhang Huaian and his companions rose and made their way to the courtyard, where they found Wei Qigong with cheese still smeared on his beard, and Cheng Yaojin was spooning ice-infused cheese from a copper basin into his mouth. The young shepherd approached Zhang Huaian, saying, Sir, fearing that you gentlemen might be thirsty, I took the liberty of bringing out the leftover ice and cheese. The cheese had been purchased by Zhang Huaian in the afternoon, who had also instructed the shepherd to procure some saltpeter to make ice. Cheng Yaojin crunched on the ice, exclaiming, Though this drink is passable, it's more suited for children and women. Quickly bring forth the wine. Niu Jinda and Qin Xiong, slightly more refined than the 2 ruffians, each held a bowl and savored the chilled cheese, their expressions revealing satisfaction. Under the disapproving gazes of the 2, Zhang Huaian quietly retreated to the backyard, where he retrieved a jar of wine amidst Lao Sun's hungry glare. Setting down the jar, Zhang Huaian cautioned Niu Jinda and Qin Xiong. Uncle Niu, this wine is potent. Please drink it slowly. Uncle Qin, your health is fragile. Alcohol is detrimental, so it would be wise to stick with the cheese. Cheng Yaojin poured himself a bowl and downed it in one gulp, his laughter resonating so robustly that dust fell from the eaves. Young man, your lamb is not yet cooked. Is there anything else? After tasting your meal last night, I reprimanded my cook, who claimed he could not replicate the flavor I described. By heavens, it infuriates me. What use is a cook who cannot prepare a decent dish? Wei Qigong took a sip of wine, then, with a peculiar glint in his eye, remarked, I specifically took my servants to hunt a tiger yesterday and had the cook prepare it. After one bite, I felt an overwhelming urge to slay the entire family of the cook. I shall fetch you something better right away, my esteemed uncles. Zhang Huaian turned towards the kitchen, where he could hear Cheng Yaojin urging Qin Xiong to drink another bowl under Lao Sun's stern admonition. Upon entering the kitchen, he found De Hua and Chun Tao engaged in light conversation. The meal was already prepared, but since the household had only nibbled on snacks, no one had mentioned hunger. So the food had been kept warm in the pot. Sir, Zhang Huaian nodded, and, taking a copper basin, ladled out 2/3 of the pork ribs from the pot. He instructed the 2 women, We have guests. Take the children to the backyard to eat. Divide the remaining food into 2 portions, one for Daoist's son and the children, and the other for the 4 of you. Dahua and Chuntao could hardly fathom that the meat in the pot was indeed meant for them, the servants. They had just been discussing how kind the young master was, speculating that perhaps even the bowl of congee would be shared among them. As for the meat, it was beyond their wildest dreams. Ah, how exhilarating! In the midst of their disbelief and joy, Zhang Huaian emerged from the kitchen, carrying a copper basin filled with ribs. Once he departed, Dahua, unable to contain her astonishment, embraced Chuntao. Chuntao, pinch me. Am I dreaming? The master said we could eat meat. It's true. The master said we can eat. He is so kind to us servants. After their excitement subsided, Dahua, with a sniffle, suggested, let us hurry and get to work. Since the master has given the order, we should each save a piece. He is benevolent, but we servants mustn't be greedy. Chuntao replied with a smile. Since the master has allowed us meat, can we not indulge in the congee as well? The two whispered in the kitchen, while in the courtyard, Wei Qigong and Cheng Yaojin had begun to raise their voices in anger. Get lost. Do you fools think you deserve to drink this wine? Do you have any idea how much this jar is worth? I would pay 100 coins for it. Zhang Huaian observed Old Sun leading several children to the backyard. Given that Cheng Yaojin and his companions had indulged in wine, even Sun Simiao was struggling to maintain control. Taoist, let Dahua come to the front to fetch the lamb later. I've already instructed her and the others to first attend to the children's meal. Old Sun shot Zhang Huaian a glare, then glanced at the chaotic scene in the courtyard, sighed, and took the 4 children to the backyard. Zhang Huaian felt exasperated. It wasn't his fault. After all, they had come bearing gifts. How could he not entertain them? Now, their lovely new home had descended into a den of outlaws. At the table, the scene had shifted. Qin Xiong and Niu Jindao were applying seasoning to the lamb. Although they had no idea what it was clearly intended for the meat. Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qigong sat at the table, each holding a wine bowl, glaring at Cheng Chumo and his 3 brothers. The 4 siblings looked pitiful, each clutching a bowl, swallowing hard as they eyed the jar of wine on the table. The 2 old rascals guarded their son as if he were a treasure, not allowing them a single sip. Cheng Chumo gritted his teeth, glancing at his 3 brothers who were also drooling, and mustered the courage to step forward. Father, we only want 1 bowl each, just to taste. We won't drink much. Look at this large jar of wine. Uncle Wei, and you can't possibly finish it. Oh no. Zhang Huaian felt a jolt of anxiety. Cheng Chumo had spoken out of turn, and old Cheng was about to explode. In the next moment, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened as he slammed his wine bowl onto the table in anger. What nonsense. I can drink it all. I'll show you how much I can handle. As he reached for the jar, Zhang Huaian hurriedly intervened. Regardless of how much Cheng Yaojin could consume, even half could potentially overwhelm old Cheng. Uncle Cheng, the dishes are here. Cheng Yaojin shot a glare at his son. You better wait for me when we get home. Cheng Yaojin and his companion were quite unceremonious, directly seizing the ribs to gnaw on them. As they indulged, they exchanged remarks. Not bad. This is the flavor. Damn it. I could die for this. Zhang Huaian filled bowls for Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda, presenting them with their portions, which earned him a few compliments from the 2 elderly gentlemen. Seizing the moment while Cheng Yaojin and his friend were engrossed in their feast, he poured a bowl of wine for each of the 4 gentlemen and divided some ribs among them. Though there was but a single rib to share, it was divided into scant portions. Distributing too generously would provoke the ire of Cheng and Wei. The 4 gentlemen gazed at Zhang Huaian with eyes filled with gratitude, as if he were their long-lost father. Chapter 48. Affection and intent. Several young lords, renowned figures in Chang'an, found themselves in Zhang's household, hardly more esteemed than the stray dogs on the street. To satisfy their hunger, they had to gauge the moods of the 2 old men. As for the wine, were it not for Zhang Huaian, they might have gone without it that night. Zhang Huaian accompanied the 4 to the threshold, smiling as he said, Brothers, it is not that I am stingy, it is merely that those 2 have irritable tempers. Pouring more might lead to a confrontation. I hope you understand. Come by next time, and I shall ensure ample provisions. The 4 exchanged knowing glances and nodded, clearly well acquainted with the tempers of the 2 elders. They each took small sips of the wine in their bowls, their expressions changing slightly, as it was their first experience with such potent liquor, requiring some adjustment. Silently, they divided the scant ribs in their bowls, wary of speaking lest it affect their consumption and allow others to claim a larger share. Once the ribs were consumed, Cheng Chumo sucked his fingers and remarked, the old man was indeed truthful. Brother Huaian has splendid fare here. The palace meals do not compare to what is served at your home. Wei Qi Baolin chuckled, indeed. My father mentioned that the wine they did not finish yesterday was taken directly by His Majesty. The group huddled together, savoring the high-proof distilled liquor produced in Zhang Huaian's small workshop. Observing their conversation for a spell, Zhang Huaian noted that these gentlemen could not hold their liquor as well as the two elders. After just one bowl, their faces were flushed. Young ones, the lamb is ready. Help yourselves. The lamb had already been arranged on the table by Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda, the golden meat exuding an enticing aroma. However, the two hind legs of the lamb had already vanished. With Wei Qi Gong and Cheng Yaojin each clutching a leg in one hand and a wine bowl in the other, consuming and drinking simultaneously. As the host, Zhang Huaiyan portioned the remaining lamb, first serving Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda, as they were elders, perhaps having indulged a bit too much. Cheng Yaojin and his companion did not chase away the unfortunate for this time. Zhang Huaiyan took a portion and, passing by the kitchen, tossed the lamb's head to Hainiu and Mu Yang, who were squatting and sipping congee. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you," Hainiu exclaimed, rising excitedly to express his gratitude, while Mu Yang chuckled, splitting the lamb's head in half with a firm grip, tossing one half to Hainiu, and then contentedly alternating between spoonfuls of congee and bites of lamb. Before Zhang Huaiyan could enter the back courtyard, Zhang Chuhe caught a whiff of the aroma and dashed out, grabbing a rib from the platter and beginning to gnaw on it without a hint of hesitation towards her father. After savoring a couple of bites, he expressed his delight by giving Zhang Huaiyan a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Father's roasted lamb is even more delectable than that from the tavern." Zhang Huaiyan promptly set down the lamb and hurried back to the front courtyard, for the household was small, and his absence left no one to entertain the guests. His son was too young, and the servants lacked the status required for such duties. Lao Cheng and Wei Qi were engaged in a playful tussle with the embers, unperturbed by the sweltering heat of the day that could easily bring on prickly heat. At last, Zhang Huaiyan found the opportunity to sit at the table, where Qin Xiong nudged the lamb towards him. "Please eat. You've toiled all night without a morsel to sustain you. I did mention that your arrival was rather abrupt. I should have informed you beforehand." Uncle Qin jested, "Oh, you flatter us. Your presence here is a great honor. Do come often in the future." Zhang Huaiyan, feeling no need for formality, grasped the lamb and began to indulge. Cheng Chumo leaned in and whispered, "Brother Huaiyan, what makes your lamb so exquisitely delicious?" Niu Jinda chuckled, "I believe it is the special blend of spices." Zhang Huaiyan humbly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Uncle Niu, you are astute. It is indeed due to that particular blend of spices. However, our stock is limited, so I cannot send any home with you today. Once things settle down, I shall invite the chefs from your households to come and learn." Wei Qi Baolin, with a lamb rib clutched in his mouth, chuckled, "That sounds splendid. After tasting Brother Huaiyan's cooking, the meals prepared by my family's chef are truly hard to swallow. No wonder my father is inclined to reprimand him." Qin Xiong furrowed his brow, gazing at Zhang Huaiyan as he slowly spoke. "Huaiyan, old Qin." Niu Jinda interjected, "He is no longer a child. He knows how to handle matters. Do you truly think Huaiyan is like these foolish lads? He is quite aware of his own affairs." Zhang Huaiyan smiled, choosing not to engage with old Niu's comment, and turned to Qin Xiong. "Uncle Qin, has Mr. Sun diagnosed your condition?" Qin Xiong chuckled lightly. "It is an old ailment. A deficiency in both qi and blood, the result of too many injuries in my youth. You must not indulge in copious amounts of meat and wine like those two." Zhang Huaiyan advised, "I will suggest a few foods for your household chef to prepare: pig liver, red dates, lamb liver, black fungus, broccoli, eggs, sesame, soybeans, and fish, all beneficial for replenishing blood. I will confer with Mr. Sun to devise a few nourishing recipes for you. While they may not restore your vigor from your youth, they will certainly alleviate your current frailty." Qin Huai listened attentively, committing the advice to memory, and promptly rose, disregarding the greasy residue on his hands from the lamb. He bowed deeply and clasped his hands. "I am grateful to you, Brother Huaiyan, for your concern for my father. We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities," he replied, eliciting hearty laughter from Qin Xiong and old Niu. As night fell completely, the front courtyard of the Zhang household reverberated with the sounds of fists and feet, as Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qi Gong contended over who would carry home the remaining wine. Lacking any other means of resolution, they resorted to martial prowess to determine the victor. Yet, as Zhang Huaiyan observed Lao Cheng, though his steps were unsteady, his eyes, large as copper bells, twirled around in their sockets, signaling that Wei Qi Gong was likely to face defeat that night. As anticipated, Cheng Yaojin surprisingly triumphed over Wei Qi Gong. Zhang Huaian harbored doubts about whether the elder Cheng had employed some trickery during their drinking session, considering their similar capacities for liquor. It seemed illogical that Wei Qigong would succumb to inebriation more severely than Cheng. He suspected that Wei had long been eyeing the remaining wine. After bidding farewell to the guests, Zhang Huaian stood before his residence, listening to the distant shouts and curses of Wei Qigong, intertwined with the triumphant laughter of Cheng Yaojin. A faint smile gracing his lips. He was unconcerned that the Jinwu guard, responsible for enforcing the curfew, would dare to apprehend Cheng and his companions. They would likely flee at the mere sound, and any audacity to approach would surely result in a few lashes. The elder Cheng's visit was not to celebrate Zhang Huaian's recent relocation, with neither a title nor an official position. Zhang felt it implausible for Cheng and his companions to offer congratulations. When Zhang eventually held a title and his marquee residence was established, it would be appropriate for Cheng and others, as peers and nobles, to extend their felicitations. Otherwise, it would undermine the dignity of Cheng and his associates. The societal hierarchy of the Tang Dynasty was more rigid than one might assume. Upon Cheng Yaojin's arrival, Zhang Huaian quickly discerned that the elder Cheng had somehow learned of his altercation with Wei Ting's son and, fearing retaliation from the Wei family, had come to bolster his support. Zhang Huaian then retreated into the house, reminding the shepherd Hanyu, who was tidying up the aftermath in the courtyard, to secure the gates before proceeding to the rear courtyard to check on the children. Chapter 49. The villain strikes first. Upon returning to the rear courtyard, Zhang Huaian noted that it was already the hour of the pig. An oil lamp flickered on the table, casting a warm glow over the main hall. Old Sun sat nearby, tirelessly tending to his herbs while assisting the two children with their studies. He wondered where Chuhe and Muyao were, as the two girls had spent the entire afternoon in joyous play and now seemed unusually quiet. Father, the two younger sisters have already fallen asleep, Zhang Qingyuan replied. Looking up at his father, Zhang Huaian nodded, advising the two little ones, next time, do not read under the lamp. It may harm your eyes. Zhang Qingyuan, obedient as ever, promptly closed the book on the table upon hearing his father's words. Master son, please take Jianji to bed for the night. Qingyuan and I have some matters to discuss. Old Sun did not inquire further and took Zhang Jianji to the eastern wing, where a bed had already been prepared by Dawawa. With only father and son remaining in the main hall, Zhang Huaian retrieved paper and ink, beginning to grind the ink while Zhang Qingyuan sat upright at the table, ready to write. Slowly, Zhang Huaian began to speak. On the 27th day of the 5th month in the 2nd year of the Jingguan era, I, Zhang Huaian of Zhangjiazhuang in Lantian County, present a statement to the Longan government. On the 26th day of the 5th month in the same year, at the Finjiazhai in the Eastern Market, I encountered Wei Ting's son, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. A conflict arose over his attempt to claim a private room, and as I, an unranked commoner, was reluctant to engage in discord with a scion of a prominent family, I relinquished the room to him. However, he, emboldened by his father's official status, acted arrogantly and humiliated my 5-year-old son, causing him to fall to the ground in tears. A fellow commoner, an 87-year-old elder, reproached him for his lack of upbringing, only to be met with scorn from Wei Ting's son, who, joined by a throng, sought to further insult us. Due to the presence of both the elderly and children accompanying Zhang, he, in a moment of desperation to protect them, acted impulsively. As a result, he sustained injuries to his nose and suffered broken legs. This incident can be corroborated by the esteemed Lin, the proprietor of Finjiazhai, the young attendant, and Zhang Yi, son of Zhang Liang, the Duke of Chongping, who were all present. Although Zhang did retaliate, it was not his intention. Rather, it was an excessive act of self-defense born out of a deep concern for his family. I implore you to discern right from wrong according to the laws of our nation. Though the sons of noble families may possess wealth, they too must adhere to the law. As an ordinary man, Zhang does not dare overstep boundaries. However, should the elders and children be insulted, he could not stand by as a father. This matter is indeed true, and Zhang fears retaliation from those in power. Thus, he presents this petition, earnestly requesting the Chang'an County Court to summon witnesses for inquiry and verify the facts. Furthermore, I ask that the Tang Code be applied to determine whether Zhang's actions constituted justifiable self-defense. Should there be any fault on Zhang's part, he is willing to accept punishment according to the law. Conversely, if he is found to be in the right, I beseech you to ensure that he and his family are no longer harassed. What I have stated is the truth, and I do not seek to deceive. Should any falsehood be discovered, Zhang willingly accepts the consequences. On the 27th day of the 5th month in the 2nd year of the Jingguan era, I, Zhang Huaian, submit this petition. Zhang Qingyuan set down his brush, blowing gently on the ink blots on the paper, and turned to the composed Zhang Huaian sitting beside him. Father, will this be of any use? Fear not. As long as Yang Zhuan accepts this petition, if he dares to dismiss it, I shall directly strike the drum of petition in 2 days to see if 40 strokes can silence him. Once he accepts it, rest assured, there will be those who will ensure our victory. Indeed, merely the charge of insulting an elder is one that the Wei family cannot bear. Especially since this individual insulted grandfather Sunday. Zhang Huaiyan affectionately ruffled his son's hair and said with a smile, "All right, off to bed with you. Father, I wish to sleep with Jianji and grandfather Sunday. Go on your own, they should still be awake." After his son departed, Zhang Huaiyan stood in the courtyard, savoring the gentle evening breeze and admiring the resplendent starry sky, a sight he had not beheld in many years. The following morning, Zhang Huaiyan rose at dawn, for he had matters to attend to. He awakened several children and son Ximiao, urging them to wash up and prepare. Carrying a burlap sack, Zhang made his way to the front courtyard, where the black cow was watering the area and the shepherd was sweeping the ground. "Master, what is your command?" The shepherd inquired with a smile, having dropped his broom to approach Zhang Huaiyan. Zhang handed him the burlap sack, instructing, "Seek out the neighborhood chief and ensure that all able-bodied residents attend the Chang'an County Court today. Inform them that someone has insulted Daoist son Ximiao. I care not what means you employ. The more who attend, the better. The remaining expenses are on him." The shepherd nodded, taking the sack and leaving the Zhang residence to find the neighborhood chief from the previous day. It is known that a common laborer earns no more than 5 won a day, while that sack contained a full 10 guan. So the perceptive neighborhood chief would surely understand how to proceed. "Hey Nyo, you and Hua Chun Tao guard the home. Should anyone come, inform them that I have gone to the Chang'an County Court and direct them there to find me." "Understood, master." Clutching the petition, Zhang Huaiyan stood alongside Daoist son Ximiao, with 4 little ones trailing behind, each clutching 2 pieces of cake. The Daoist priest pondered aloud, questioning why the Wei family seemed so unperturbed about seeking vengeance. Were I in their position, I would have approached them yesterday without hesitation. I was even prepared to report the incident to the magistrate in Chang'an, yet they remained silent. It is utterly perplexing to comprehend why one would not be more proactive in avenging such an affront. You nearly struck Wei Ting's son to death. Instead of seeking a physician to mend his son's broken bones, he appears untroubled. As a commoner, you are at the mercy of Wei Ting, who could easily crush you. Thus, it is no wonder he refrains from causing you further trouble. Alas, it is a pity that the finest physician of our Tang Dynasty has been offended by the Wei family. Otherwise, it is possible that his son could have walked normally in the future. However, that now seems doubtful. As Zhang Huaiyan strolled along, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a shop selling rouge and face powder. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he knocked on the door, which had yet to open. A drowsy shop assistant cracked the door, only to be met by the sight of an attractive gentleman. Undeterred by the early hour, the assistant asked, "Might the young master be seeking cosmetics to present to a favored lady? Our store has an extensive selection for your perusal." When Zhang Huaiyan emerged, he held a box of rouge and a container of eyebrow powder, the latter being a new product that could create purple-tinted brows, as the assistant had described. Zhang Huaiyan couldn't help but grimace. Those 2 trinkets had cost him 8 guan. In any era, it seems that extracting money from women is an effortless endeavor, with such expenditures likely trailing only to the expenses incurred by men in the brothels of Pinkong. If Wei Ting is willing to compensate me for the 800 guan I spent on these items, I might just be able to ensure his son retains the ability to walk normally. Zhang Huaiyan, accompanied by several companions, slipped into a narrow alley. Upon their exit, all 6 of them bore bruised and battered appearances. Zhang Chuhe and Zhang Muyao exchanged glances, both amused by the painted faces Zhang Huaiyan had adorned them with. Erupting into fits of giggles. "Enough of the laughter. Cease immediately and weep. We are almost at the county office." The children hastily wiped their tears with their sleeves and began to cry in disarray. Zhang Huaiyan's gaze fell upon old son, who shot him a menacing glare, as if to say, "Should you dare speak, I shall not hesitate to strike you down." In the county office of Chang'an, Yang Zhuan, clad in a light crimson official's robe, was being attended to by servants while savoring a bowl of plain rice porridge accompanied by a dish of pickled vegetables. The commotion from outside the office, filled with cries, prompted Yang Zuan to furrow his brow and inquire of his attendant. Do commoners truly come to petition so early in the day? The attendant, dressed in blue, chuckled. Those troublesome villagers, they come to bother the Lord over trivial matters. Allow me to investigate. If the issue is not significant, I shall handle it and prevent any disturbance to your meal. Yang Zuan nodded, continuing to leisurely sip from his bowl of porridge, occasionally crunching on a piece of pickled vegetable. Upon reaching the entrance, the blue-clad attendant's expression froze. There, 4 young children stood with bruised faces, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair and swollen eyes, seated in silence. Seeing someone emerge, Zhang Huaian approached with a smile, leaning against the stone lion at the entrance of the county office. Esteemed official, I have grievances to report. Here is my petition. I kindly ask you to present it to the magistrate for his review. The attendant, clad in blue, gazed upon Sun Simiao's entirely white hair and beard, appearing older than the county magistrate's grandfather who had passed away the previous year. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted the petition from Zhang Huaian's hands. In the Tang Dynasty, any matter involving individuals over 70 years of age, no matter how trivial, was of considerable significance. A more serious issue could lead to severe consequences. The attendant hurried back to the county office's courtyard, his tone urgent as he exclaimed, Sir, sir. Yang Zuan looked at his servant with dissatisfaction. Why the haste? Speak slowly. The attendant handed the petition to Yang Zuan, saying, Sir, there are 4 children outside, along with a white-haired elder. You should take a look. Yang Zuan took the petition and unfolded it on the table. Upon reading the first line, his heart sank, and the porcelain bowl he held fell to the ground with a clatter. Sir. Yang Zuan waved his hand and swiftly finished reading the document before making his way to the county office's entrance. Upon exiting, he spotted several individuals gathered outside, his eyes landing on Zhang Huaian. With a forced smile, he inquired, Young brother, is this petition authored by you? Zhang Huaian nodded. Not only did I write the petition, but I am also Zhang Huaian. Yang Zuan inhaled sharply, his smile fading yet becoming increasingly strained as he spoke. Young brother, considering your ancestral roots are in Lantian County, this petition should, in principle, be submitted to the Lantian County office. I am somewhat acquainted with Magistrate Lin of Lantian. Would you allow me to send someone to escort you there? Zhang Huaian flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, and replied, Magistrate Yang, I apologize, but I only just took residence in Yong'an Lane yesterday. My household registration has yet to be updated. However, I believe I should still be regarded as one of your subjects. Yang Zuan internally lamented. Under normal circumstances, he would have simply ordered such a commoner to leave. Yet, it was evident that the claims made in the petition were far from ordinary, and the handwriting and troubling nature of the case clearly indicated it was not the work of an average citizen. Yang Zuan stepped closer to Zhang Huaian and whispered, Young brother, what if you were to go to Wanyan County instead? I could offer you some compensation for your travel expenses. Zhang Huaian, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, According to the Tang Code, should a county office refuse to accept a petition, the common people are entitled to appeal directly to a higher authority. If you continue to speak in this manner, Magistrate Yang, I may have to resort to sounding the alarm in the imperial city. Yang Zuan felt utterly aggrieved, contemplating his impending transfer to the Ministry of Personnel, hoping to secure a position as an assistant minister. Now, he found himself entangled in a case involving the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Chuhe. He thought, you might as well say you had a quarrel with Du Ruhui and summon him for me to adjudicate. At least I could meet a swift end. Come in. Yang Zuan entered the county office with Zhang Huaian's petition in hand. Today, there was no escaping the matter, yet perhaps a twist of fate awaited him. If he could somehow appease Wei Ting, his prospects in the Ministry of Personnel might very well be secured. Zhang Huaian, accompanied by the elderly son and several children, entered the Chang'an County office. He promptly found a chair to sit down, inviting the others, Please, everyone, take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. Yang Zuan stood in the grand hall of the county office, staring blankly as several individuals found their seats, momentarily mistaking one of them for the county magistrate. Young brother, kindly reveal your identity. I would rather endure 40 lashes than offend the Wei family on your behalf. Zhang Huaian, with his legs crossed, gazed at Yang Zuan and remarked, Let us not dwell on whether you can withstand those 40 strikes. What of Wei Ting's son, who has insulted and assaulted an 87-year-old elder? According to the laws of the Tang Dynasty, what should be the consequence? 50 lashes and a 3,000-mile exile. He has also humiliated a child, with 2 crimes combined. Is it not sufficient for a death sentence after autumn? Yang Xuan broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he replied. Wei Zong is the son of Wei Ting, the Marquis of Fuyang. Wei Ting has rendered great service to the state, so he may receive leniency. Enough, enough. Spare me your prattle. Turn around, and behold whom Wei Ting's illustrious son has struck. Upon turning, Yang Xuan's gaze fell upon the elder seated beside him, and it felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. He immediately collapsed to the ground. Zhang Huaian, refusing to let Yang Xuan off the hook, chuckled as he helped him up. Young magistrate, you have yet to render judgment. Why sit upon the ground? Yang Xuan gently pushed Zhang Huaian's hand away and respectfully bowed to Sun Simiao. I, Yang Xuan, pay my respects to Daoist's son. Sun Simiao, unwilling to speak, was already irked at being brought in to play a part by Zhang Huaian. Nonetheless, he decided to act. He owed Yang Xuan's mother a life-saving favor and would risk his official position today to seek justice for Daoist Sunday, straightening his official robes. Yang Xuan ascended to the magistrate's seat and declared, bring forth a messenger to the Wei residence, summon Wei Ting and Wei Zong to the Chang'an County office. There is a complaint against them. Additionally, go to the Duke of Chongqing's estate and summon Zhang Yi to testify in the county office and to Fenjiazhai. Summon manager Lin and the innkeeper as witnesses. Upon seeing Sun Simiao, Yang Xuan finally comprehended the source of Zhang Huaian's confidence. It was no wonder that a mere commoner dared to accuse Wei Ting's son. How could Wei Ting have such a foolish son who would dare to assault Sun Simiao? In Chang'an, from the imperial palace to the common folk, who had not sought Sun Simiao's medical expertise for their families, Daoist's son's reputation in Chang'an surpassed that of a duke. However, Yang Xuan recalled that Wei Zong seemed to have a close relationship with Zhang Yi. Why would this young man want Zhang Yi to testify on his behalf? Zhang Huaian, somewhat bored, surveyed the furnishings in the county office, eagerly anticipating Yang Xuan's expression when he encountered Wei Zong. He felt no concern. As the saying goes, you merely need to rally the troops, and allies will naturally join your cause, and Zhang Huaian's allies were exceptionally formidable. Chapter 51. The tiger's father and the dog's son. The Wei family had been bustling throughout the night, and the courtyard was filled with a throng of elderly gentlemen. Wei Ting appeared weary, though he stood tall and straight. Thank you, esteemed doctors. My son has been brutally beaten by ruffians, and as a father, I am deeply anxious. I apologize for any offenses I may have committed. I hope you will forgive me. Two servants accompanied Wei Ting, each carrying a tray laden with gleaming silver ingots, as Wei Ting personally expressed his gratitude to each doctor. Upon his return yesterday, the evening had already fallen, yet Wei Zong's injuries were of grave concern. Thus, the Wei family summoned nearly all the renowned physicians from within the city of Chang'an to their residence that night. Ultimately, they managed to reattach Wei Zong's legs, though they could not guarantee the efficacy of the healing. An elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow, squinted his eyes and declined the 5-tael silver ingot presented by Wei Ting. Esteemed head of the Wei family, it is not that we are unwilling to treat your son, but our medical skills are limited. The assailant's blows were indeed severe, while they may not have endangered his life, alas. However, I had the fortune to encounter Daoist's son yesterday. Perhaps you could send someone to seek him out or request assistance from the imperial physicians. They might be able to reconstruct his nose, for otherwise, your son's visage remains in jeopardy. Wei Ting, though shrouded in melancholy, maintained a courteous demeanor towards the physicians, exhibiting the grace expected of a noble family. He forcibly placed the silver in He Hongji's hands with a smile, stating, Dr. He, your benevolent heart and exceptional medical skills have toiled tirelessly for my son through the night. Such a modest token of gratitude cannot encompass your merits, so I implore you to accept it without demur. I shall dispatch someone to locate Daoist's son, and if he cannot be found, I will request the emperor to send court physicians to tend to my son. Once the elderly physicians departed with their medicinal kits, Wei Ting's expression darkened, a chill overtaking his countenance as he entered Wei Zong's quarters. Upon his arrival, Wei Zong's mother was overwhelmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks like a torrent. My lord, you must not let the one who harmed Zonger escape. You must ensure their demise. Her voice was hoarse, her eyes swollen, speaking with the fervor of a vengeful spirit. Wei Ting admonished her, had you not indulged him so, such misfortune would not have befallen us. My lord, Zonger is merely a bit spoiled in temperament. He would never seek to harm anyone for profit. In truth, Wei Ting was also engulfed in sorrow. What father could remain unmoved by the plight of his child? Fear not, for whoever has wronged Zonger shall not evade my wrath. I will send someone to Yong and Fong to apprehend the rogue. At that moment, a gray-haired steward entered, whispering into Wei Ting's ear. My lord, a person claiming to be an officer from the Chang'an County office is outside, stating that he wishes to summon you and the young master to the county office, as someone has accused the young master of mistreating the elderly and children. Upon hearing this, Wei Ting's eyes nearly bulged with rage. How audacious! This scoundrel has the audacity to file a complaint against me before I even seek retribution. Has Yang Xuan lost his wits to dare present such an accusation? Once he regained his composure, he instructed the steward, prepare a carriage at once. Bring the young master along with me to the county office. I must see who dares to act so shamelessly. Yes, my lord. As the steward departed to make arrangements, Wei Zong's mother looked on with concern. My lord, given Zonger's grave injuries, how can he possibly go to the county office? It would be better for you to go alone and bring that scoundrel back. You foolish woman. By accepting the other party's accusation, Yang Xuan represents the Tang Dynasty. If I were to act thus, it would be tantamount to defying the emperor's decree. I refuse to believe that Yang Xuan would dare to declare Zonger guilty. In the residence of the Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang sat in the hall, his icy gaze fixed upon Zhang Yi, who knelt before him. His tone as frigid as the winter air. Why did you not inform me upon your return yesterday? Zhang Yi lowered his head, unable to meet his father's gaze. Although he had instigated the trouble, he believed the ensuing conflict with Master Sun would not implicate him. Thus, even after enduring a beating, he dared not disclose the incident to Zhang Liang. Father, I did not insult Master Sun. It was Wei Zong who spoke disrespectfully. Besides, I was struck by a little girl, and my chest still aches. You worthless fool. Now they come to you for testimony. If you side with the Wei family, you offend Master Sun. If you side with Master Sun, you offend Wei Ting. What do you propose we do now? Zhang Yi knelt in silence, knowing well that offending either side would bring trouble. Zhang Liang exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yi, feeling an overwhelming urge to kick him across the room. Yet he remembered he was his son. I shall accompany you shortly. Just speak the truth. If you anger Wei Ting, we need only avoid dealings with the Wei family in the future. The Zhang family's fortune comes from the emperor, not the Wei family. I have also heard troubling news. Chang'an has been turbulent lately, and your grandmother's health is failing, often requiring Master Sun's assistance. Yes, father, I understand. When Zhang Liang and his son arrived at the Chang'an County office on horseback, they encountered Wei Ting emerging from a carriage. Wei Ting, pleasantly surprised to see Zhang Liang in person, greeted him with a smile. Zhang Gong, it has been some time. I trust you are well? Zhang Liang dismounted, merely returning the gesture without a word, and entered the county office with his son. Wei Ting stood outside, observing Zhang Liang's demeanor, a sense of foreboding stirring within him, feeling that events had taken an unexpected turn. Upon entering the office, Zhang Liang's sharp gaze swept across the hall, pausing momentarily on Zhang Huaian, who lounged with his leg crossed, before shifting to Sun Simiao. Zhang Liang stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he addressed the visibly weary Sun Simiao. Master Sun, my son has acted rashly and offended you. I implore your forgiveness. Sun Simiao, disinterested, merely replied, it is of no consequence. Suddenly, Zhang Liang turned and struck Zhang Yi across the face, exclaiming, you scoundrel. Kneel and apologize to Master Sun. The resounding slap drew Zhang Huaiyan's attention, who noted the blood now trickling from Zhang Yi's mouth. Zhang Yi quickly knelt before Sun Simiao, trembling as he stammered. I was blind to my ignorance in offending Master Sun. I beseech your mercy for my youthful folly. Zhang Huaiyan regarded Zhang Liang with newfound respect, realizing he was not as foolish as history had depicted, pondering how he could have committed the folly of raising 500 sons. Only then did Sun Simiao rise, assisting Zhang Yi to his feet, and turned to Zhang Liang, saying, do not forget your origins simply because you have attained nobility. You must educate your children with diligence. Zhang Liang bowed again, affirming, yes, I shall heed Master Sun's counsel. At that moment, Wei Ting entered the county office, accompanied by several officers carrying Wei Zong, and upon seeing Sun Simiao, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If not for Wei Zong's grave injuries, Wei Ting would have been inclined to strike him a few times. Surely, the swelling around Sun Simiao's eyes could not have been inflicted by his own son. As a person of considerable talent, how could a tiger father give birth to a dog son? Wei Ting was already on the verge of abandoning Wei Zong, feeling no obligation to intervene any further. After all, he had more than one son, and what use was there for such a foolish child? Chapter 52. Threat. Upon seeing Wei Ting, Zhang Huaian's eyes lit up. He quickly rose from his seat and approached Wei Ting with a smile, grasping both of his hands with an expression of contrition. You are indeed the esteemed Wei Ting, left minister of the Ministry of Personnel, are you not? I am but a humble civilian, Zhang Huaian. The events of yesterday were far from my intention. However, your son was accompanied by numerous followers, and I found myself surrounded by young children and elderly folk, leaving me with no choice but to defend myself modestly. Wei Ting's countenance hardened, desperately wishing to withdraw his hands, yet the young man's grip was unexpectedly strong. Zhang Yi's face was severely swollen, and upon hearing Zhang Huaian's words, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Your daughter single-handedly bested us 7 or 8 men, and you expect us to believe such a tale? Wei Ting struggled to suppress his fury, managing a strained smile as he replied, Young brother, let us settle this matter. I shall take responsibility for my son's actions. Let us consider this incident concluded, as we will all be residing in Chang'an, and we are bound to cross paths again. What say you? Zhang Huaian appeared troubled. Well, I myself sustained no injuries. It is merely that son Daozhong and a few children suffered some minor wounds. I am indifferent to my own condition, but 100 taels. Zhang Huaian subtly winked at Zhang Qingyuan, and soon the courthouse echoed with the sounds of weeping. Do not presume I am unaware. Zonger has mentioned that aside from one child who fell, none were truly hurt. In truth, Zhang Huaian's application of makeup on the children's faces was quite half-hearted, and with the heat of the day, their tears had smudged it long ago. It was a disgrace that a benevolent man like son Daozhong was ridiculed by a debauched youth. Should the censors learn of this? 300 taels. My poor son, who lost his mother at a young age, awakened several times from nightmares last night. He may require some calming medicine to recover. Wei Ting's teeth ground together, and if given a knife at that moment, he would have relished the opportunity to turn Zhang Huaian into a pulp. Name your price. 1,000 taels. Impossible. The wealth of the Wei family does not come easily. For 1,000 taels, I might as well leave this worthless son at the county office for you to do as you please. After all, he is of no use now. Yang Zuan sat in the main hall, yet neither Zhang Liang nor Wei Ting seemed to regard him, showing no intention of addressing the county magistrate. It appeared they had no desire for him to adjudicate the matter at hand. Nevertheless, Yang Zuan was content, having just witnessed Wei Zong being carried in, leaving him in a cold sweat. After a night of treatment, Wei Zong was now both pained and fatigued, soundly asleep. Wei Ting could not bear to see his son's sunken nose, and simply covered his face with a cloth. If Yang Zuan had not observed Wei Zong's chest still rising and falling, he might have been led to believe the boy had already passed away. Zhang Huaian chuckled softly, releasing Wei Ting's hand. Lord Wei, you may deem your worthless son as not worth 1,000 coins, yet I perceive value in something. Outside the county office, a throng of over 100 citizens marched forth, vociferously chanting, Hand over the perpetrator who has wronged Daoist's son. Hand over the perpetrator who has wronged Daoist's son. Passers-by, intrigued by the commotion, inquired of a bystander, Good sir, who is this Daoist's son? What nonsense! It is Daoist's son Simiao. He was humiliated yesterday by a band of ruffians. The man's eyes instantly reddened with indignation, his fervor surpassing that of the previous speaker. That scoundrel dares to bully Daoist's son, who saved my mother's life last year. I will slay him. Thus, the tale spread like wildfire. And perhaps Zhang Huaian had not anticipated the significance of Sun Simiao to the common folk of the Tang Dynasty. These citizens not only owed their lives to Sun Simiao's benevolence, but even their ancestors had received his medical care. In an era where the average lifespan barely exceeded 30 years, it was conceivable that Sun Simiao had once treated their great-grandfathers. Moreover, Sun Simiao generally charged no fees for treating the impoverished. Should they struggle to afford medicine, he would often leave them with funds to procure it. Thus, even Zhang Huaian had not foreseen that he need not seek assistance. A mere shout in Chang'an would suffice to incite a response. However, it seemed he had exerted himself too forcefully, for the clamor now resembled the roar of a multitude rather than a mere gathering of dozens. In the West Market, a butcher selling sheep, upon hearing of the injustice done to Daoist's son, abandoned his stall, brandishing a knife as he rushed towards the county office. Had it not been for Daoist's son a few years ago, my father would be but a memory, and the grass on his grave would be a foot high. Daring to bully Daoist's son, I shall slay that wretch. Lord Wei, Zhang Huaian provocatively remarked, if I were to step outside and proclaim that the Wei family from the south of the city had insulted and assaulted Daoist's son, do you suppose these citizens would not storm your residence? Wei Ting glared intently at Zhang Huaian, saying, "You are overstepping, young man. Do you wish for a mutual destruction between our families? You, a mere commoner, must ponder this carefully. Recently, Chang'an has suffered a prolonged drought. Should a fire accidentally ignite in your home at night, what then?" Zhang Huaian took a step forward, his towering figure instilling a sense of dread in Wei Ting, not from status, but from an overwhelming sense of existential threat, akin to an ordinary person encountering a fierce tiger. Not only would one flee, but one might well find their legs turned to jelly. Yet Wei Ting faced Zhang Huaian, who sought to dismantle the Wei family's very foundation. In the face of his family's honor, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even his already crippled son, and would contemplate but a moment before accepting his fate. Wei Ting had initially believed he was merely confronting an educated scholar seeking to file a grievance, only to find himself embroiled in a convoluted affair, first with Zhang Liang, who had come to testify on behalf of the opposing party. Upon discovering that his son had offended Daoist son, Wei Ting remained unfazed, believing he could manage the situation by compelling Wei Zong to issue a proper apology to Daoist Sunday. The integrity of Daoist son was well known. After all, Zhang Liang had secured Daoist son's forgiveness with a mere slap, and if necessary, Wei Ting could always deliver a beating to Wei Zong, who was already incapacitated. Before the young man across the way could react, he promptly informed the citizens of Chang'an that someone had insulted Master's son, inciting public outrage. Should this situation remain unresolved, it would not be long before the Jinwu Guard arrived to investigate the matter. If it were to be revealed that the offender was indeed his own son, the reputation of the Wei family would be irrevocably tarnished, branding all its members as debauches and casting a shadow over his ability to raise children. At that moment, as Wei Ting's expression shifted, two individuals dressed in round-collared, narrow-sleeved robes and adorned with black headgear entered from the back hall of the county office. The leading figure held a whisk in his hand, while the other carried a deep crimson official robe, upon which rested a small seal. Upon their entrance, the atmosphere in the hall changed dramatically. Even Yang Zhuan, who had been merely a decorative presence, rose promptly to bow and greet them. "Master Zhang, what brings you here?" he inquired. Zhang Liang, who had been conversing with Sun Simiao, also stood up, and Wei Ting ceased his entanglement with Zhang Huaian, both stepping forward to pay their respects. "Greetings to Master Zhang," they acknowledged. At this juncture, Zhang Huaian discerned that, aside from the eunuchs close to Li Er, the presence of these individuals warranted such solemnity from Zhang Liang and Wei Ting. It was well known that Li Er would not permit eunuchs to meddle in governance. However, as Zhang Liang was his most trusted attendant, both Zhang Liang and Wei Ting were inclined to extend due respect. Chapter 53. Li Er personally stands in support. The voice of eunuch Zhang was high-pitched, reminiscent of a boy yet to experience the change of voice. As he smiled and returned the greetings, "Lord Zhang, Left Minister Wei, Magistrate Yang, I am honored to be in your presence." His gaze then shifted directly to Zhang Huaian, and he took a few steps closer, cheerfully remarking, "Ah, you must be Lord Zhang, indeed a paragon of talent and grace. His Majesty has been incessantly mentioning you these past few days. It has become almost tiresome for my ears." Zhang Huaian attempted to bow in return, yet the eunuch gently grasped his arm, causing an involuntary shiver to run down Zhang Huaian's spine. Eunuch Zhang continued, "Today, His Majesty has sent me to express his concern for your well-being upon your arrival in Chang'an, ensuring that you possess the necessary credentials and are not affronted by those lacking discernment. Thus, I have been entrusted to deliver your official attire and seal." Feigning surprise at this unexpected honor, Zhang Huaian expressed mild reproach. "His Majesty is too kind, truly. Must he trouble two eunuchs for such a journey?" The eunuch's shrill voice resonated within the county office as he called to the young attendant behind him, "Prepare Lord Zhang to don his official robe." He added, "Do not let my presence diminish your stature, for this is a testament to His Majesty's regard for you. Remember to cherish his kindness." Zhang Huaian bowed towards the imperial city. "I shall forever remember His Majesty's grace." Without requiring further direction from Zhang Huaian, the eunuch expertly draped the crimson official robe over him. Eunuch Zhang personally assisted in fastening the sash around Zhang Huaian's chest, and once the official attire was properly arranged, he exclaimed, "Now that you are clad in your official robes, you shall be addressed as Lord Zhang. You wear it with such poise. It is no wonder His Majesty has chosen to bestow Princess Xiang upon you." Zhang Huaian's smile appeared somewhat forced. Whether it was due to the gallant remarks made by the inner servant, which evoked unpleasant thoughts, or the mention of the princess of Xiangqing. The discomfort lingered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang's expression shifted subtly. Since the return of the princess of Xiangqing last year, he had broached the subject with his majesty on several occasions. Wishing for Zhang Yi to court her, his standing was insufficient, rendering him hesitant to covet the emperor's legitimate daughter. Yet, he had previously heard that the emperor intended to betroth the princess to Xiao Yu's eldest son, Xiao Rui. How had it now devolved into the presence of this previously unheard-of Zhang Huaian? Unbeknownst to Zhang Huaian, had he been aware, Zhang Liang's son might have been carried in on a white cloth, likely without even a breath to spare. Wei Ting's countenance, meanwhile, was as grim as if he had lost a son. Zhang Huaian discreetly retrieved a gold ingot from his sleeve, presenting it to the inner servant, and then produced a silver ingot to hand to the young eunuch. I apologize for troubling both of you with this errand. Please accept this small token of gratitude. The inner servant did not refuse, chuckling as he tucked it into his sleeve. Only when the inner servant accepted did the young eunuch dare to do the same. This servant thanks Lord Zhang for the generous gift. However, the emperor has stated that matters among nobles should be settled privately, without involving the common folk. Zhang Huaian nodded, suspecting that Lier had likely been informed of his incitement of the populace and advised to be cautious of the repercussions. He requested the inner servant to convey to the emperor that he was well aware of his actions and would not cause any disturbances. The servant took his leave. All eyes followed the inner servant as he departed from the courtyard of the county office, plunging the space into an eerie silence. Wei Ting, not a fool, realized that the conferral of titles was not to take place in the Tai Chi Palace, but rather that the official robes and seals were being sent in advance. A clear indication that Li Er intended to personally support Zhang Huaian. Should Wei Ting continue to contest with Zhang Huaian, it would no longer be merely a personal matter. It would signify his disrespect towards Li Er. Wei Ting approached Zhang Huaian, bowing solemnly. Lord Zhang, I acknowledge my defeat. The 1,000 guan will be delivered to your residence this evening. In truth, in the hierarchy of positions, Zhang Huaian indeed held a higher rank than Wei Ting, making the gesture of respect fitting. Zhang Huaian cheerfully produced 2 boxes of Tang Dynasty cosmetics he had just purchased, offering them to Wei Ting. In a subdued tone, he remarked, Lord Wei, you may not know, but upon my arrival in Chang'an, I discovered that the saying rice in Chang'an is expensive holds true. These 2 boxes cost me 16 guan. Moreover, there seems to have been some misunderstanding regarding my dealings with your esteemed nephew, though ultimately, I was somewhat heavy-handed. Please take these boxes back as a gesture of goodwill to comfort your wife. Wei Ting, despite the urge to hurl the cosmetics to the ground, took a deep breath and accepted them. Lord Zhang, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I shall return home with my son. Travel safely, Lord Wei. I shall not see you off. Zhang Huaian replied. Wei Ting remained silent, instructing the nearby bailiffs to carry Wei Zong to the back courtyard. Should they proceed to the front, it would be questionable whether Wei Zong, or even Wei Ting himself, could leave upright. Zhang Liang approached Zhang Huaian without any formalities, smiling as he said, Huaian will henceforth be among us in the court's affairs. The child is still naive, please do not take it to heart. This evening, I shall send my steward to your residence with a gift from Master Sun, as a token of my apology. Ah, Sir Zhang, you are far too courteous. There is no need for that. Master Sun will not hold a grudge like your nephew. The old man still possesses some temper. I shall have a word with him later. Haha, it matters not. It is essential for our families to interact more in the future. Zhang Liang departed with his son, while Yang Zuan felt as if a great weight had been lifted. So long as it did not concern him, all was well. Kindly fetch 2 basins of water, Magistrate Yang. Yang Zuan waved his hand, and immediately a constable went to fetch water from the backyard. Zhang Huaian allowed the old son to wash his face, then instructed several children to clean themselves, while he led the old son out of the county office. Master Sun has emerged. Master Sun, where are those who bullied you? I shall deal with them myself. Zhang Huaian shouted, hands pressed down emphatically. Dear elders and fellow villagers, please be quiet. Master Sun is unharmed and has not suffered at the hands of thieves. The culprits have already been apprehended by Magistrate Yang. You may all return home. I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of Master Sun for your concern. There is no need for worry. Should anyone dare to disrespect Master Sun again, do not send them to the county office. Bring them to my beef stall instead, and I shall deal with them personally. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhang Huaian found himself drenched in sweat. Though this tactic proved effective, it was not without its challenges and required careful control. He turned to the ever-calm old son beside him and quietly asked, "Old son, speak honestly to me. I won't tell Lier. Have you ever contemplated rebellion?" Chapter 54. A reunion with his wife. On May 30th of the second year of the Zhengguan era, just past the fourth watch of the night, Zhang Huaian was already up, with the kitchen alight. The past few days had undoubtedly been joyous for the four servants of the Zhang household, who had initially thought they were merely sold to a wealthy family. To their surprise, their master returned just days ago, now donned in a scarlet robe. Their status had risen significantly alongside him. De Hua, while out purchasing vegetables, no longer bargained with vendors. The kind-hearted merchants would offer their goods, only to have De Hua throw them back, muttering about the audacity of those wishing to present vegetables to a nobleman. After the day of the lawsuit against Wei Ting, as evening fell, not only did the Wei family send a sum of 1,600 strings of cash, but Zhang Liang also delivered a gift of apology. Several other families contributed congratulatory gifts as well, claiming them as apologies to Master Sunday. Within the high circles of Chang'an, there were no secrets. The gifts arrived without a name attached, perhaps in fear that Zhang Huaian might employ the same tactics again. After all, they could not match the wealth of the Wei family. Old son, rather brazenly, took 1,000 strings of cash, infuriating Zhang Huaian, who had initially agreed to 500. While one could rightfully demand more based on capability, it was not fitting for old son, despite his esteemed reputation, to be so capricious. However, considering old son's intention to establish a clinic, Zhang Huaian chose to overlook the matter, recognizing that he had indeed leveraged old son's name. He merely felt that Lier would lend him a hand. For the aristocracy posed the greatest restraint and threat to him. Yet, that was merely a sentiment. His true confidence lay with old Sunday. After Zhang Huaian completed his morning rituals, he stepped into the front courtyard, where the shepherd led out the little white horse that had been scrubbed several times the previous day. Zhang Huaian accepted the bowl of rice porridge handed to him by De Hua, consuming it in one swift gulp, before taking 2 flatbreads stuffed with mutton. Today marked the grand court assembly, which was said to last until nearly noon. If he did not eat sufficiently, he would find no sustenance within the Taiji palace. Thus, the two departed the estate, the shepherd likewise holding 2 mutton-stuffed flatbreads, one hand leading the horse while the other brought the food to his mouth. Among the 4 servants of the Zhang household, only this fellow consumed meat with impunity. The other 3, even with Zhang Huaian's permission, would refrain from overindulging. The chief of Yong'an Alley was already awaiting at the alley's entrance, and upon seeing Zhang Huaian approach on horseback, he produced a key to unlock the gate and presented a ledger for Zhang Huaian to sign. Zhang Huaian pressed his official seal upon it and tossed it back to the alley chief. Ever since he learned of Zhang Huaian's noble status and witnessed the cart full of money brought by the Wei family, he would always conveniently encounter Zhang Huaian upon his exit, muttering about the dilapidated state of certain areas in Yong'an Alley that might mar the noble's view. However, it was customary for affluent households to fund repairs for their respective alleys. Take Taiping Alley and Guolu Alley, for instance, if not for the Ministry of Rights overseeing them. Those old-timers would have transformed the alley walls into fortress walls. Zhang Huaian thus bestowed upon him 100 guan for the restoration of the alley and the aid of the impoverished, but firmly cautioned him against embezzling the funds, threatening dire consequences should he do so. Upon exiting the alley, they encountered numerous horse-drawn carriages, all drawn by pairs of horses, followed closely by several personal guards wielding weapons. Zhang Huaian distinctly noted the disdain in the eyes of the coachman driving the carriage. Few were as unrefined as he, able to rise at such an hour for court. As they neared the imperial city, a cacophony of voices began to emerge. Zhang Huaian observed a throng of individuals gathering before the city gate, many exchanging bows and greetings. Most were clad in crimson robes like himself, whereas those donned in purple robes mostly held ceremonial tablets, standing with half-closed eyes, yet smiling countenances, exuding an air of undeniable status. However, Zhang Huaian felt somewhat out of place. He had never attended court before, and the crowd at the city gates seemed more populous than that of Zhuke Street. "Young man, come here." A voice, akin to stones grinding together, called out from a distance. Zhang Huaian turned his horse to see old Cheng, clad in a purple robe, waving at him. "Uncle Cheng," he exclaimed, promptly dismounting and approaching. Old Cheng guided him toward a gathering of familiar faces, all prominent figures in purple robes, alongside several shivering young men in green robes. Zhang Huaian exchanged pleasantries with Lao Qin, Wei Qi, and Lao Niu, before noticing two individuals who did not appear to be military generals gazing at him with keen interest. It was not that these two were frail, for in comparison to others, they were quite robust. Yet, juxtaposed with old Cheng and Wei Qi, they appeared fair-skinned and handsome, reminiscent of the famed Pan. Is this lad the noble from Lantian County? Zhang Huaian glanced at old Cheng, awaiting an introduction. This is Li Ji. You may refer to him as Nyo Biziorzameo. Zhang Huaian nearly suppressed a chuckle, recalling a saying from later times, when asked how to address monks and Taoists. The answer was, call the monk bald donkey and the Taoist mixed fur. Zhang Huaian respectfully bowed to Uncle Li Ji. Li Ji smiled at Zhang Huaian and remarked to old Cheng. The youth exhibits proper etiquette, unlike you simpletons. As for the imposing figure in the purple robe who remained in meditative silence, Zhang Huaian had already deduced his identity, the foremost military genius of the Tang Dynasty, the war god Li Jing. The latter, unwilling to extend courtesy to Zhang Huaian, found him equally unenthusiastic about ingratiating himself. Nonetheless, Zhang Huaian had resolved to claim the title of the war god of the Tang Dynasty for himself. Old Cheng cast a glance at the squinting Li Jing, remaining silent, then turned his attention back to Zhang Huaian, sensing something amiss. Young man, where's your official cap? Where are your ceremonial sword and tablet? Zhang Huaian rubbed his head, surveying those around him who were all properly equipped while he was not, his hair styled in a top knot. Uncle Cheng, the emperor merely bestowed upon me a set of official robes and a seal, nothing else. Old Cheng, perplexed, thought the tablet could be overlooked as it was typically self-provided, yet the official cap and ceremonial sword were always issued together. Why did this lad lack them? At that moment, a palace attendant approached quietly. Lord Zhang, please follow me. Your official cap is this way. Zhang Huaian, puzzled, followed the attendant towards the imperial city, spotting a carriage illuminated from within amidst the darkness. He turned back to the attendant with a questioning gaze. My lord, please board the carriage to change. As he walked towards the carriage, Zhang Huaian muttered, what is the meaning of this mystery? Couldn't they just bring it directly to me? Surely, there aren't a few beautiful maidens inside to assist with my attire? Upon entering the carriage, Zhang Huaian's heart began to race uncontrollably. He clutched his chest, standing beside the carriage. His body had never exhibited such anomalies before. Why was his heartbeat so erratic? He resolved to have the old Taoist examine him upon returning home. Having just attained nobility, he had yet to enjoy his title and certainly could not afford to perish unexpectedly. Just as he stepped into the carriage, the lights within extinguished instantaneously, unfazed by the potential for harm. After all, he could strike down a tiger with a single blow. Zhang Huaian lifted the curtain of the carriage and boldly took a seat. Come and assist the lord with his attire. However, as he inhaled deeply, his body froze in disbelief. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his ear as a delicate hand seized it, twisting it deftly. A voice, hauntingly enchanting, whispered in his ear, Lord Zhang, there are no beautiful maidens in this carriage. Are you perhaps a bit disappointed? Chapter 55. Husband, let us flee. Zhang Huaian took several deep breaths, his heart never having been so tumultuous. Even during his early days of reincarnation in the Tang Dynasty, he had merely felt a gnawing hunger, a disquieting unease from his empty stomach. In these past 2 years, apart from the initial month spent searching for Xiang with the 2 children, whenever an opportunity arose to venture into the city, Zhang Huaian would tirelessly inquire about her whereabouts. During that month, he traversed every bandit hideout within 100 miles of Chang'an. For only a few scattered brigands existed in the vicinity, and not a single respectable stronghold could be found. Lacking Xiang's artistic talent, he was unable to produce her likeness. Thus, his efforts were largely in vain. Besides seeking assistance from Lier, Zhang Huaian employed every conceivable method at his disposal. It seemed that the entire populace of Lantian County was aware of the young man from Zhangjia village seeking a bride. Due to the children, Zhang Huaian even purchased a residence in Lantian County, allowing a villager from Zhangjia village to reside there daily, tasked solely with wandering the county town in hopes of encountering Xiang. Yet, even in a future where surveillance was ubiquitous, locating someone proved immensely challenging, let alone during the Tang Dynasty. As the grip on his ear gradually loosened, a faint sound reminiscent of water droplets falling onto the floor echoed in the stillness of the carriage. Delicate arms emerged from behind, tightly encircling Zhang Huaian's robust chest. He caressed those familiar hands, murmuring, "Is this real? Am I not dreaming?" A soft sobbing followed. "It is real, Huaian, you are not dreaming." Xiang longs for her husband and children. Then you are indeed the princess of Xiangqing, are you not? I should have anticipated this. I am sorry, Huaiyan. I did not intend to keep this from you. At that moment, Zhang Huaian comprehended why old son had supported his remarriage, even with the children's approval. After all, he was marrying their mother, which explained why even Chuhe was amenable to the idea. A surge of indignation welled within him, not directed at Li Xiang, but at Li Er and Chang'an. He believed that Li Xiang had undoubtedly exerted considerable effort within the palace over the past year. However, Li Er, with his cold and unyielding heart, would not even entertain the notion of allowing a daughter born of concubine status like Xiangqing. Nor would he grant such leniency to Changlo. It was clear that Li Er's willingness to bestow titles upon him and return his wife stemmed from an appreciation of his worth, envisioning a union that would also benefit him by exploiting Zhang Huaiyan's unparalleled talents. Truly, Li Er was the most astute merchant in the realm. As Xiangqing felt the steady rise and fall of her husband's chest, after years of marriage, she was well aware of the turmoil swirling within Zhang Huaiyan's heart. Husband, do not let your anger towards Father Emperor consume you. Though I too harbor resentment for his inability to unite our family, he occupies a position that comes with its own burdens. Zhang Huaiyan had no desire to engage with her words. He was disinterested in whether Li Er faced difficulties. Nor did he wish to entertain the notion of Chuhe potentially marrying a commoner in the future. Darling, let us escape. We shall take the children and find a place where Father Emperor cannot reach us, continuing our lives as we wish. You may hunt, while I care for the children at home. Otherwise, if you accept Father Emperor's title and marry me, you will undoubtedly be compelled to serve him. And I know you do not relish such a life. Xiang desires neither wealth nor grandeur. I only wish to remain by your side with our children, willing to forego everything else. Zhang Huaiyan let out a sigh. He was well aware that Li Xiang spoke from the heart. Yet, in the grand tapestry of life, who among us can truly lead a life devoid of hardship? A smile flickered across Zhang Huaiyan's face. What should have been a joyous reunion between spouses had inexplicably become laden with heaviness. It was all Li Er's fault. Xiang Cheng, having retrieved a fire starter, reignited the oil lamp. Zhang Huaiyan turned to gaze upon his wife, whom he hadn't seen in over a year, and noticed her eyes swollen and red, resembling those of a rabbit. She had grown thin. Darling. Xiang Cheng grasped Zhang Huaiyan's hand tightly. He gently patted her hand and chuckled. Your name has indeed deceived me. Has it? Upon hearing his words, a tinge of guilt crossed Xiang Cheng's face as she lowered her head and confessed. No, my true name is indeed Li Xiang. Assist your husband with his attire, she quietly said, picking up the official hat from beside her and placing it upon Zhang Huaiyan's head, carefully arranging a stray lock of hair. Though I was unaware of your identity, I still chose to accept Li Er's title. It was never about lavish living for us. We have never cared for that. If you truly did, you would not have endured the hardships of Zhangjia village alongside me for several years. We must consider the children. We cannot allow Cheng Yuan to partake in the imperial examinations, nor do you wish for him to marry Xiao Hua, or for Chu, he to wed Go Zi. Do you? Speaking of which, once I return home today, I shall handle those two for daring to keep secrets from their father. At Zhang Huaiyan's jest, Li Xiang's lips twitched as if she wished to smile, yet the weight of her worries rendered her unable to do so. Husband, I do not wish for you to be troubled. Zhang Huaiyan burst into laughter, pulling Li Xiang into a tight embrace and planting a hearty kiss upon her lips. In this world, aside from your husband choosing to trouble himself, no one else can impose such burdens upon him, not even Li Er. Li Xiang cast a glance at Zhang Huaiyan, yet the concern in her eyes remained unshakable. Today, my mother permitted me to leave the palace, partly to meet you, and also to deliver the official hat and ceremonial sword, as well as the tablet prepared personally by her. She instructed me to stay at home for a few days. She has promised the children and cannot go back on her word, lest she find it impossible to see them again. Zhang Huaiyan nodded. Li Er and his wife were indeed well coordinated, anticipating that Li Xiang's situation would stir his discontent, thus allowing her to return home to soothe him. What nonsense about a royal grandmother. Do you truly wish to marry me? It should be royal great-grandmother instead. Li Xiang shot Zhang Huaiyan a playful glare. As for me, it matters not. Back then, you had no formal marriage proposals, yet I still honored my parents' tablets and wed you. This matter, however, concerns the dignity of the royal family. But rest assured, just consider it as if I am marrying you anew. Zhang Huaiyan picked up the jade tablet, weighing it in his hand, and scoffed. This object is ostentatious yet impractical. It merely appears attractive. I have seen the wooden tablets wielded by Cheng Yaojin and others. They are far more convenient. Should this one get scratched or damaged, it would be a source of heartache. Finally, a smile broke through Li Xiang's countenance as she remarked, "My mother has indeed mentioned this. Chengong and the others use wooden tablets for combat, crafted from the sturdiest elm. Those can certainly pack a punch." In the past, only the esteemed Wei Zheng wielded a wooden tablet made of elm, a testament to his humble origins, while the likes of Chengong and his peers brandished tablets crafted from jade and ivory. However, during one fateful assembly, a brawl erupted, resulting in Chengong's ivory tablet fracturing into two pieces. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Wei Zheng's wooden tablet fell to the ground and was picked up by Chengong, who perhaps found it more suitable for the fray. Consequently, those distinguished gentlemen later adopted the elm tablets as well. Chapter 56. The Grand Assembly. Zhang Huaian reflected that indeed, it was only the martial leaders, led by Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qigong, who bore wooden tablets at their waists, while among the literati, only Wei Zheng remained. It was reasonable. After all, one could hardly draw a ceremonial sword to settle disputes, for the repercussions of brandishing weapons in the emperor's presence were considerable. Perhaps I should prepare one for myself, he mused, but then dismissed the thought. Any troublemaker could simply be tossed against the beams of the Taiji Palace. From a distance, two light coughs echoed, and Li Xiang took up a nearby ceremonial sword, leading Zhang Huaian by the hand as they dismounted. She helped him adjust his official attire and hat, fastening the ceremonial sword at his waist, meticulously checking his appearance twice. Suddenly, Li Xiang glanced around, rose onto her toes, and gently kissed Zhang Huaian on the lips, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she said, "Xiang is waiting for her husband to take her home." Zhang Huaian, not one to shy away from affection, embraced Li Xiang once more, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. After a long moment, they separated, and he chuckled. "We are but an old married couple now, with 2 children to our name. Why the shyness? Go on now. The assembly is about to commence," he urged. Dressed impeccably, Zhang Huaian made his way back toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. Upon seeing him, old Cheng was surprised to find him fully attired, mistaking it for the previous days when he had delivered official robes, unaware that other preparations were yet to be made. Old Cheng pointed him toward a cluster of crimson-robed officials, indicating where he should stand. As Zhang Huaian approached the slowly opening palace gates, he noticed several unfamiliar faces around him, yet he recognized that anyone of official standing was astute in their own right. Having witnessed the earlier scene where old Cheng had introduced him to a group of dignitaries, they greeted him warmly. After reciprocating their salutations, Zhang Huaiyan's gaze fell upon Xue Wanqie, accompanied by his 4 companions clad in green robes, who were now partially obscured from view. He took a few steps forward and nudged the individual standing behind Xue Wanqie. "My good fellow, would you mind changing places? I would like to converse with old Xue." Initially displeased, the unnamed individual remembered that the arrangement was determined by rank, but upon realizing it was Zhang Huaiyan, he smiled and yielded his position. Xue Wanqie greeted Zhang Huaiyan with a nod, remaining silent as the procession began to move toward the imperial city. Zhang Huaiyan merely sought familiar company, aware that the grand assembly would be lengthy, and recognizing that his current standing did not afford him the liberty to speak freely. At the base of the 36 stone steps leading to the Taiji Palace, Zhang Huaiyan and the others stood, unable to see the entirety of the palace's grandeur, only catching glimpses of its lofty eaves. With the proclamation that the grand audience was commencing, the officials began to queue and proceed into the vast, eerily silent halls of the Taiji Palace. However, as the crowd entered the grand hall, chaos ensued. Zhang Huaiyan estimated that there were at least 1,000 people within the Taiji Palace, with a throng outside who were unqualified to enter. Due to their insufficient status, Zhang Huaiyan and his companions arrived late, and all the cushions within the palace had already been seized, a testament to the overwhelming presence of the old rogues. Initially, Zhang Huaiyan intended to find a corner to settle for the time being, only to observe Xue Wanqie casually sauntering over from the scholarly faction, subsequently acquiring 2 cushions, one of which he graciously offered to Zhang Huaiyan. The 2 scholars behind him, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, were clearly victims of the martial general's mischief, as evidenced by the forceful manner in which the cushions were taken, ignoring the curses directed at him. Xue Wanqie cheerfully explained the protocols of the Grand Assembly to Zhang Huaiyan. Zhang Huaiyan, in a daze, watched as the 2 scholars, now bereft of cushions, stood there, pointing at the martial generals while spewing indignation. It was then that he witnessed two boots soaring through the air, landing squarely in the open mouths of the two scholars, eliciting two screams of agony. He distinctly saw one scholar lose a tooth in the process, yet they promptly closed their mouths. Who could tell what else might come flying their way? With so many people present, it was impossible to discern the culprit behind the boots. His Majesty has arrived. All ministers, pay your respects. With this proclamation, the solemn voice of Li Er resonated throughout the Taiji Palace, signaling the need for kneeling during the Grand Assembly. All ministers, be exempt from courtesy. Zhang Huaian then noticed that Shui Wanche had closed his eyes and begun to doze off. Fang Xianling, as the foremost of the scholars, commenced his report to Li Er. Zhang Huaian could only catch snippets of Fang Xianling's discourse about the stability of the realm and the contentment of the populace, before he too succumbed to slumber. Your Majesty, since the onset of summer in Guangzhou, not a drop of rain has fallen, and the reduction in grain production has become evident. Today, I have heard the common folk discuss the possibility of a locust plague this year. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui have compromised their integrity. They are indeed sycophants. I beseech your Majesty to prepare for disaster relief at the earliest. To guard against the locust plague, should drought coincide with a locust invasion, Guangzhou may face a harvestless fate, reminiscent of the grim tales from the end of the Sui dynasty. Zhang Huaian could not ascertain how much time had elapsed, but he soon realized that Shui Wanche had begun to snore. Yet, the fervent voice of the report roused Zhang Huaian, who had not attended many court meetings and lacked the profound endurance of the seasoned attendees like Lao Shui. Nevertheless, from the discourse, he inferred that the short-bearded, stern-faced gentleman was indeed the legendary Wei Zhang, the eternal mirror of the ages. This time, however, Zhang Huaian did not witness Li Er's wrathful outburst, understanding that this old fellow Wei Zhang would certainly escape unscathed. Rest assured, Minister Wei, I am aware of your concern for the common people. However, I also understand that the ruler is the boat, and the people are the water. The water can both carry and capsize the boat. I have already made arrangements regarding this matter. Dai Zhou and Do Jing. Upon being summoned by Li Er, Dai Zhou and Do Jing immediately stepped forward, bowing and awaiting the emperor's inquiries. Have you both fulfilled the tasks I entrusted to you a few days ago, as conveyed to Minister Wei and the other ministers? Dai Zhou slowly spoke. Your Majesty, a few days ago, you commanded me to gather 1 million measures of grain for disaster relief. I have successfully procured a total of 108,000 measures, which have been securely stored in the major granaries of Chang'an, ready for immediate distribution. Well done. Minister Dai, you may leave now, Li Er replied. Duo Jing then stepped forward to report. Your Majesty, I have investigated the locust disaster. If the situation continues to develop as it has, within half a month, we shall witness a minor locust plague, followed by a major outbreak in 20 days. However, I am prepared. With your command, I can send individuals throughout Guangzhou to collect locusts for medicinal use and grind them into flour for military provisions. Li Er nodded, his expression revealing no hint of surprise. After hearing this, Wei Zhang relaxed his demeanor. May I inquire, Your Majesty, about the feasibility of using locusts as medicine and as military rations? I have never heard of locusts being consumable. Whose idea was this? Chapter 57, The Princess's Marriage. Li Er chuckled softly, resembling a cat that had successfully snatched a fish. He was indeed pleased to have outmaneuvered Wei Zhang for once. The medicinal use of locusts was a recommendation I personally sought from Daoist Sun Simiao. As for the consumption of locusts, be at ease, Minister Wei. You shall soon find out. Wei Zhang respectfully clasped his hands before Li Er, saying, Your Majesty truly cares for the people as one would for their own children. Being prepared in advance is indeed a blessing for the citizens of our great Tang. I congratulate you, Your Majesty, for proclaiming that a ruler is like a boat. While the people are akin to water, water can support the boat, but it can also overturn it. If future emperors heed these words, the legacy of our Tang Dynasty shall endure for millennia. Zhang Huaian observed that the smile beneath Li Er's crown was stretching almost to his ears, likely because it was the first time Wei Zhang had flattered him, leaving him at a loss for joy. Your Majesty is wise. Long live Your Majesty. May our great Tang endure for thousands of years. As Wei Zhang, the most formidable advisor of the Tang, showered praises upon Li Er, all the ministers followed suit, congratulating him for his brilliance. Although these words were not original to Li Er, they carried a distinct weight coming from him, as no other emperor had ever spoken thus. However, Zhang Huaian found himself perplexed, while Lier had indeed uttered similar sentiments that seemed to have occurred many years later. He dozed off twice and awoke twice, feeling somewhat stiff, wishing to stand and stretch. At that moment, it seemed he heard Lier calling for him. "Lord Zhang Huaian, are you present?" Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Huaian hastily stood, inadvertently kicking the table away with a forceful shove. "Your Majesty, I am here." As he approached the center of the Taiji Palace under Lier's stern gaze, he clasped his hands, awaiting Lier's words. "You once acted with righteousness in the 9th year of Wuda, saving my life. You have also proposed a strategy to combat the locust plague, benefiting countless citizens and sparing them from suffering. I believe that the title of Lord of Lantian County is insufficient to reward your contributions. Yet, you are but in your 20s, and I fear that excessive accolades may lead to arrogance." Lier paused mid-sentence, leaving Zhang Huaian cursing internally. He detested those who left their statements unfinished. Lier cast a glance at Wei Zhang, who was intently observing Zhang Huaian, and smiled as he inquired, "Wei Qing, did you not just ask who proposed the method for controlling locusts? It is this young man. Do you think it excessive for me to bestow upon him the title of Count?" Wei Zhang approached Zhang Huaian and, with a respectful gesture towards Lier, replied, "This young man has previously rendered service in rescuing the emperor and possesses a method for saving countless lives from the locust crisis. The title of Count is indeed fitting." "Very well, Wei Qing, you may withdraw," Lier continued, addressing Zhang Huaian. "Your merits warrant the title of Marquis, yet I have already articulated my reasons. Therefore, once you achieve further accomplishments, I shall confer upon you the title of Marquis of Lantian County, and let it be known to all present. However, to encourage you, I have decided to betroth you to Princess Xiang, bestowing upon you the title of Duke Consort and appointing you as a junior Minister of Agriculture, assisting Do Jing in overseeing the eradication of locusts. In recognition of your achievements, I hereby grant Zhang Huaian the title of Count of Lantian County, with a fief of 700 households, a monetary reward of 10,000, and a residence in Yankin Fong, constructed in accordance with the standards of a marquisate. Construction shall commence immediately under the direction of the Ministry of Works. Do you have any objections?" Zhang Huaian rose, first kneeling to express his gratitude to Lier, then stating, "I humbly thank your Majesty for your gracious favor. I am unworthy of such honors." Lier nodded, satisfied with Zhang Huaian's demeanor, and was about to instruct him to leave. "No need for formalities. You are to serve the court diligently," he said. "Your Majesty." Zhang Huaian arose and clasped his hands in respect. "What is it?" Lier furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. "Your Majesty, I am profoundly grateful for your willingness to allow me to marry Princess Xiang. However, I am my father's only son, and on his deathbed, he entrusted me with the solemn vow that I must never enter into a marriage by adoption. Thus, I beseech your Majesty to forgive me for my inability to accept your esteemed offer regarding the princess." As soon as Zhang Huaian finished speaking, the assembly erupted in uproar. Several officials stood forth, pointing accusatorily at Zhang Huaian. "Preposterous! Your Majesty's proposal is a privilege, and how dare you take such liberties? Since the founding of our great Tang, there has never been an instance of a princess marrying beneath her station. Your Majesty, this young man is insolent. I implore you to punish him." Zhang Huaian glared in response. "Who are you to be so disrespectful? The emperor has yet to speak. Do you hold his Majesty in such low regard?" Lier's displeasure grew, coupled with curiosity. Hadn't the attendant from the palace stated that Princess Xiang had met Zhang Huaian earlier that morning? Why then did he possess such an attitude? No, it was not that he refused to marry the princess. Rather, he sought for her to marry beneath her station. "I am Linghu Dekhen, Deputy Minister of Rights. You have just been granted a title, yet you disregard the dignity of the royal family. Where do you place His Majesty? Where do you place the honor of the royal house? I urge your Majesty to execute this man." Zhang Huaian chose to ignore the rabid dog, bowing once more to Lier and awaiting his words. "Enough!" Lier bellowed in anger, cutting off Linghu Dekhen before he could continue. "Zhang Huaian, do you not realize that there has never been a precedent in our Tang for a princess to marry beneath her? Your Majesty, it is not that I am unwilling. It is merely that my late father specifically instructed me before his passing. On one hand, it is a dying wish, and on the other, it is your Majesty's benevolence. I find myself in a most difficult position. Were my father still alive, I believe he would have wholeheartedly approved of your Majesty's offer to marry the princess to me. However, my father has passed away, and I cannot disregard his dying wishes. Otherwise, I would be unfilial. If I were to act in such a manner, what face would I have to stand alongside the lords in the court? Cheng Yaojin rose cheerfully from the assembly of military generals and said, Your Majesty, why not acquiesce to this young man? The Duke of Lantian is astute and resourceful, possessing unparalleled bravery. He will undoubtedly contribute extraordinary achievements to our Tang Dynasty in the future. At that moment, an elder stood up, bowed to Lier, and said, Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely inadvisable. We cannot set such a precedent. The princess, bearing royal blood, holds an exalted status and should never be married off to a commoner. Yu Qigong also rose, pointing at the elder and retorted, You, old man, are utterly unreasonable. Are you not going against your father's last words? The elder's face flushed crimson with indignation, as if he might faint at any moment, struggling to articulate a coherent response while pointing at Yu Qigong. Lier, too, wore a dark expression, perplexed as to how a simple matter could take such a turn. Nonetheless, this young man had invoked filial piety, sparing Lier from complete embarrassment. Otherwise, he would have already clashed with Zhang Huaian. Ultimately, it was Fang Xianling who stepped forward. Your Majesty, it may be wise to temporarily set aside the marriage between the Duke of Lantian and the Princess of Xiangqing. This matter is indeed complex. If we insist on marrying the princess, we would be placing the Duke in a position of unfiliality. Conversely, if the princess were to marry down, it would tarnish the dignity of the royal family. Perhaps we should establish a conditional engagement for 2 years. If the Duke of Lantian achieves great merit, he may be allowed to wed the princess. If he fails, we shall retain the princess for him. Should future generations wish to emulate this, they must present equivalent merits to marry a princess. If accomplished, it would indeed become a fine tale. Lier pondered this proposal, recognizing Fang Xuanling's wisdom. However, the magnitude of the merit would ultimately be determined by himself. If he were to declare a grand achievement, he could secure the princess's hand. He began to count his daughters. 1, 2, 3, 4. How had he forgotten he had so many? This could indeed be negotiated, and remarkably so. One daughter exchanged for an entire nation. What had once been a means to win over the nobility now transformed from a mere betrothal to a marriage requiring a kingdom as a dowry. Lier felt that perhaps he need not place such great weight on royal reputation. After all, how many enemy nations surrounded him? Certainly, they could not rival the number of his daughters. Chapter 58. I plan to bring the Princess of Xiangqing home. Seated upon the dragon throne, Lier was lost in delightful reverie. Meanwhile, among the ministers below, those with children who might be candidates for the princess's hand began to calculate their prospects. For who would wish to see their son become a son-in-law to the royal household? Even in a more liberated society 1,000 years hence, few men would choose to be a groom who enters a bride's family. Perhaps it was primarily due to the insufficient offerings from the female side. If a woman in later generations were to present her own estate of 100 acres and untold riches, promising to bestow upon her husband a position of official rank, it is likely that 99% of men would eagerly accept. While being favored by the esteemed princess is indeed an honor, bringing her home would be an even greater distinction. Yet, one wonders whether His Majesty would acquiesce to such a proposal, and how the merits of this endeavor would be calculated. Linghu Dazan and the 2 elderly men who had just emerged prostrated themselves on the ground, lamenting, Your Majesty, this must not be. They implored, ceremonial propriety must not be trifled with. Historically, aside from political marriages, there has never been a case of a princess marrying beneath her station. The 2 old men believed this matter to be a family affair between themselves and His Majesty, questioning why the other 2 should interfere. As long as the bride price was sufficient, whether His Majesty consented was solely His Majesty's prerogative and none of their concern. Zhang Huaian, noticing that Lier seemed somewhat swayed, seized the moment to press his advantage. The unnamed old man, trembling as he rose, pointed accusingly at Zhang Huaian, exclaiming, You insolent wretch! Matters of the royal family are affairs of the realm. Zhang Huaian felt a surge of irritation. The situation appeared to be nearing resolution, yet there were still those eager to disrupt it. Was this old man perhaps Xiaoyu? Observing the court, Changsun Wuji, Du Ruhui, and the trio of Fang Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, and Yu Qigong were all maintaining a discreet silence, already supporting Zhang Huaian's position. As for the aristocratic officials, their disdain for the Li family's princess, who bore a mixture of Xianbei blood, was palpable. Lier's ambitions to wed one of their daughters were futile. They had no desire to see their distinguished progeny married to a princess. So for them, Li Er's daughters were free to marry whomever they wished, ideally to commoners, which would be most favorable in their eyes. Zhang Huaian pondered what Li Er sought to gain from this, hoping to discern if he could resolve the matter on the spot and return home with his bride in a legitimate manner. Meanwhile, the two elderly men continued their incessant chatter, and Zhang Huaian felt his temper rising. He rolled up his sleeves and moved closer to Cheng Yaojin. "Uncle Cheng, may I borrow your tablet?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin, noting Zhang Huaian's readiness for confrontation, quickly grasped his arm and whispered, "No, that old man is Li Gang. He is currently the Minister of Rights and is responsible for these matters. He may not genuinely wish to trouble you." Upon this revelation, Zhang Huaian understood that Li Gang was not intentionally opposing him. Rather, he was merely fulfilling his official duties. Had he not been the Minister of Rights, it is likely that the old fellow would not have intervened at all. Li Gang, a figure historically plagued by the misfortunes of his students, having tutored 3 princes, none of whom succeeded, was renowned in academia, yet infamous in educational circles. Nevertheless, following his death, he was posthumously honored with the title of Wenzhan, indicating the respect he commanded. Such reverence must be afforded to a man of his caliber. As for Linghu Dazan, old Cheng scoffed disdainfully at the incessant prattling of Linghu Dazan, suspecting he was merely attempting to curry favor with the emperor, and had merely been thwarted by Zhang Huaian's arrival. Zhang Huaian, seizing the tablet from old Cheng's waist, intended to advance toward Linghu Dazan, only to be restrained once more. "What are you doing? With your strength, do you not fear that a single strike might render him senseless? Ignore him, since old Fong has already spoken. His presence is unnecessary." At this moment, Linghu Dazan lay prostrate on the ground, glancing over at the 2 individuals nearby. He observed Zhang Huaian rolling up his sleeves, firmly grasping a tablet, clearly indicating his reluctance to engage in civil discourse. Linghu Dazan shuddered in fear. Few were the good company among those who mingled with Cheng Yaojin and his ilk. Just days prior, Cheng Yaojin had nearly crushed a civil official's skull, and that unfortunate fellow was still convalescing at home. He certainly did not consider his own head to be any tougher than that of the beaten man. Enough. Li Er, perhaps disturbed from his lofty aspirations by Linghu Dazan's presence, was visibly incensed. The court fell into an immediate silence, and Zhang Huaian recognized the commanding presence of Li Er. Unlike the teachers of later generations, who would sometimes wait to silence a class of 50 or 60 students, Li Er's single call to order instantly quelled the room. "This matter shall be discussed another day." Dismissed. The courtiers chorused, "We respectfully bid farewell to your majesty." Zhang Huaian had not anticipated that matters could be resolved in a single audience, so he followed the venerable Cheng as they exited the grand hall. "Young man, has your household prepared any delectable dishes today? I have been craving something for days, and I had a word with the cook yesterday." Wei Qigong interjected. "You are the only one with such lofty tastes, a count scarcely larger than a dog. Just a few days prior, upon your arrival in Chang'an, you had not yet settled your family. Why, after all this time, have you not come to pay your respects at my residence? Do you look down upon the gates of our noble household, or upon me, Wei Qigong?" Old Cheng gave Wei Qigong a nudge. "Get lost, you old fool. Cease your baseless accusations. If this gets out, it will tarnish Huaiyan's reputation in Chang'an." At that moment, Zhang Huaian noticed that the 2 old fellows were wearing mismatched shoes. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the shoes they wore on their right feet were identical to those that had been used to assault someone in the Tai Chi Palace earlier. As for the other shoes, it was certain that 2 unfortunate souls were now wandering about with one bare foot. "Uncle Wei Qi, I shall visit your residence with my family tomorrow," Zhang Huaian declared. Wei Qigong nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Remember to bring along your cook so he may instruct my simpleton in the culinary arts." Cheng Yaojin, however, voiced his skepticism. "Young man, have you found your wife?" Zhang Huaian, having spotted the awaiting Zhang Nashi not far off, smiled and replied to old Cheng, "Not yet, but did his majesty not just consent? Thus, I plan to bring the princess of Xiangqing home today." After uttering this, Zhang Huaian strode towards Zhang Nashi, fully aware that the latter was likely awaiting his arrival as Li Er probably wished to discuss certain terms with him. Meanwhile, the 2 old men stood in a daze, pondering whether Zhang Huaian's declaration was sincere. "Old Cheng, do you think Huaiyan is jesting?" Cheng Yaojin nodded. "Certainly, he wouldn't be foolish enough to attempt such a thing." "Oh, but old Cheng, do you believe this lad could actually abscond with someone from the palace?" Cheng Yaojin scoffed. "Have you lost your mind? The Qianyo Guard is stationed within the imperial city. How many men do you think are there? It is utterly impossible for anyone to snatch someone away from the palace. Then, in that very moment, both fell into a contemplative silence. Could he truly be serious? If one were determined to abduct someone within the imperial city, there were indeed methods to do so, and it was entirely plausible that this young man could accomplish it. As long as Li Er is held hostage. Given that lad's capabilities, it is indeed possible. Li Er possesses commendable martial skills, yet this is contingent upon whom he is compared with. He might hold his own against Cheng Yaojin for a few exchanges, but Cheng Yaojin could barely contend with Zhang Chuhe. Nevertheless, the two soon abandoned this notion. For Zhang Huaian and His Majesty bear no deep-seated animosity. It is implausible that they would act against the emperor. Chapter 59. Whose Good Samaritan comes to court with a bomb? The inner minister Zhang led Zhang Huaian through the imperial city for quite some time, and Zhang Huaian began to feel a tinge of impatience. It was sweltering hot, and he was clad in formal attire in the midday sun. Inner Minister Zhang, where is His Majesty waiting for me? Why the delay? The inner minister chuckled, Lord Zhang, we are almost there. Before Zhang Huaian, the scene transformed from splendid palaces to a garden, and he soon beheld a pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers. Gazing at the expansive waters, Zhang Huaian couldn't help but reflect on how his mindset from his previous life as a commoner had influenced him. The Yong'an Canal at his doorstep seemed utterly delightful, allowing for the occasional fishing excursion. Yet, here was Li Er, who had a small lake at his residence. At last, Li Er's figure appeared within a gazebo, having changed out of his court attire into the garments he wore during his visit to Zhangjia village. Beside him stood an elegant and poised woman, her back to Zhang Huaian, obscuring her features from view. Zhang Huaian truly wished to avoid encountering Li Er's displeased visage, yet his wife remained in the latter's custody. When the inner minister brought him within 50 paces of the gazebo, he halted, allowing Zhang Huaian to approach Li Er on his own. With purposeful strides, Zhang Huaian advanced towards the gazebo, unperturbed by the prospect of harming Li Er, as he doubted the latter's meager skills would pose any threat. Upon entering the gazebo, he clasped his fists and greeted, Zhang Huaian pays his respects to the esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law. Cough, cough, cough. Long Sun, taken aback by Zhang Huaian's words, raised a handkerchief to her mouth, stifling a soft cough. Meanwhile, Li Er's countenance, once handsome but now eclipsed by Zhang Huaian, darkened considerably. Observing Li Er's silence and scowling demeanor, Zhang Huaian bowed once more, Your Majesty, what summons do you have for your humble servant? Seated on the stone bench within the gazebo, Li Er slammed his palm upon the stone table. Zhang Huaian, what are your intentions? Have I not been generous enough in my rewards? I have bestowed upon you my eldest daughter. Which emperor has ever given his daughter in marriage to a subject? Zhang Huaian replied, his voice resonating. That is my lawfully wedded wife. You. Li Er pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Huaian, rendered speechless by anger. Just days prior, this fellow had been relatively compliant before him. Though a hint of pride was evident, it was a common trait among capable individuals. Yet today, he had transformed into someone more incorrigible than Cheng Yaojin. Huaian, this is our first meeting, is it not? Long Sun's voice, like the sound of orchids in a secluded valley, echoed amidst Li Er's heavy breathing in the gazebo. Indeed, it is my first encounter with Her Majesty the Empress. As for the previous incident concerning Xiangqing, the royal family shall no longer pursue the matter. This situation, in essence, reflects a slight on both myself and His Majesty towards Xiangqing. However, I reiterate, while private matters may be handled as you see fit, you must also consider the dignity of the royal family. In dealing with his nominal mother-in-law, Zhang Huaian was still inclined to offer a modicum of respect. Otherwise, he risked provoking Li Er, which could jeopardize his chances with his wife. Your Majesty, my father indeed had a final request before his passing. My mother departed this world early, leaving my father to single-handedly raise me. In my youth, my mind was clouded, and just as I began to awaken, my father passed away, leaving only this admonition. I find myself in a difficult position. However, what Lord Feng stated is reasonable. I am willing to achieve merit for Your Majesty, hoping to wed the princess in return. Would you be willing to extinguish a nation in exchange? Li Er's voice erupted, filled with indignation. Your Majesty, the voice of Chang Sun interjected, tinged with reproach, as if she were chastising Li Er for his unreasonable demand. It was evident that she perceived Li Er's condition as an undue burden. As for Zhang Huaian's claim regarding his father's dying wish, Even the likes of Ling Hu Dechen had never doubted its authenticity. In the Tang Dynasty, no one would jest about their father. Very well. Li Er rose from the stone bench, fixing a fierce gaze upon Zhang Huaian, eager to declare that a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Huaian, do not speak frivolously. Chang'an anxious voice rang out, concerned that if the emperor took his words to heart, it might indeed compel Zhang Huaian to lead troops against other nations. Li Er's intense gaze remained fixed on Zhang Huaian, yet before he could speak, Zhang Huaian waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Waging war is a waste of time. Such an endeavor would require months. I wish to stay home and attend to my children. Li Er resumed his seat, continuing to glare at Zhang Huaian. What merit do you propose to exchange? Gunpowder, perhaps. If I were to present gunpowder to the emperor, your armies would become invincible, capable of conquering any nation at will. Is it not already agreed that gunpowder would be presented to me? Li Er presumed Zhang Huaian had forgotten their prior agreement in Zhangjiakan, where he had struggled to find a suitable individual to oversee the gunpowder. However, Your Majesty, you must understand that Xiang is already my wife, and we have 2 children. Li Er discerned that Zhang Huaian was intentionally mocking him and was ready to unleash his anger. Zhang Huaian, however, sat down on the stone bench opposite Li Er, smiling as he spoke. Dear father-in-law, we need not beat around the bush, for Xiang is destined to marry me. Otherwise, I fear my father may be displeased in the afterlife, and should he visit me in my dreams, it would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Li Er's face paled momentarily. While others might doubt such claims, he, a frequent dreamer of his own brothers, believed wholeheartedly. Just tell me what the Tang Dynasty currently lacks: salt production, iron refining, or perhaps funds and provisions. I can certainly devise solutions for you. You need not be troubled. I know you have long desired to eliminate Xieli. Allow me to assist you in combating the Turks, and I shall bring back Xieli's head to silence those in the court. For a moment, Li Er was unable to discern whether Zhang Huaian was boasting or speaking earnestly, yet he remained skeptical. Such audacity! Zhang Huaian sprang to his feet, exclaiming in anger, "Come, let us both take a stroll outside the pavilion." What do you intend to do? Li Er glared at Zhang Huaian, bewildered by this man's sudden frenzy, pondering whether he had succumbed to madness once more. As Zhang Huaian rummaged through his garments, he scoffed, saying, I invite you to witness whether I am merely boasting. Zhang Huaian had long harbored a smoldering anger in his heart, and Li Er's disdainful proclamation became the spark that ignited the powder keg within him. He produced a small box and presented it to Chang'an, saying, This is a gift intended for Her Majesty, containing 2 exquisite hairpins, one for you and the other for Princess Changlo. Chang'an opened the wooden box to reveal 2 translucent glass hairpins, one adorned with a peony and the other with a lily. Next, Zhang Huaian retrieved 2 bombs from his bosom, a ceremonial tablet from his waist, and a dagger from his boot, thrusting them all into Li Er's hands. Li Er was taken aback by the items he now held, cold sweat beading on his forehead, fearing Zhang Huaian had come to assassinate him. Moreover, this fellow had the audacity to bring explosives to court. Should they detonate, the Tai Chi Palace would surely crumble, taking the entirety of the Tang elite with it. Very well, Your Majesty, take Her Majesty for a stroll over there, for 100 paces. Allow me to demonstrate that I, Zhang Huaian, have never uttered a single boast since the day I was born. Li Er, both amused and enraged, found it unprecedented for anyone to speak to him in such a manner. Curious to discern Zhang Huaian's intentions, he took Chang'an's hand, and they ventured beyond the pavilion. Chapter 60. Do you all desire? Then grant me a princess. Li Er led Chang'an 100 paces away from the pavilion before relinquishing the items he held to the attendant Zhang. As he toyed with Zhang Huaian's dagger, the attendant felt a surge of anxiety, pondering whether all officials should be searched before an audience with the emperor. Being the closest attendant to Li Er, he had heard whispers regarding the explosives. It was one thing for Zhang to brandish a dagger in court, but quite another to bear such dangerous contrivances. Come now, begin your performance. Zhang Huaian surveyed the pavilion, supported by 8 stone pillars, and delivered a swift kick to one of them. A dull thud echoed, halting Li Er's movements as he stared in astonishment at Zhang Huaian. Guanyin maid, what do you think this lad intends? Surely he doesn't wish to demolish the pavilion to vent his anger? Chang'an, holding the hairpin with the peony, appeared utterly unconcerned, a playful smile gracing her lips. His Majesty's words have provoked him. He wishes to showcase his abilities. Zhang Huaian kicked again twice, observing the swaying stone pillar. then bent down to embrace it with both arms. Damn it, he bellowed, as stones rained down from the pavilion's roof with a crisp sound. The 3-meter-tall, 1-foot-wide stone pillar was forcibly uprooted by Zhang Huaian. He hoisted the pillar onto his shoulder and, with a mighty effort, spun it twice above his head. Then, he strode towards the astonished Li Er and Chang Sun, who stood there, mouths agape, the dagger slipping from Li Er's hands, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Huaian, flashing a bright smile, approached Li Er, stopping 10 meters away. He spun the stone pillar twice and remarked with a grin, "Your Majesty, do you not think I am impressive?" Li Er, unsure of the meaning behind impressive, instinctively echoed, "Impressive. Huaian, do not exert yourself excessively. You might injure yourself." At last, Zhang Huaian heard the affirmation he had longed for, and with satisfaction, he tossed the stone pillar onto the ground, shattering several blue stone tiles in the process. Just then, Xiang, clad in a flowing red dress, rushed over, trailed by Chang'an in a soft yellow gown. "Husband, stop!" When Xiang reached the trio, they all stood in stunned silence at the unexpected arrival of Xiang and Chang'an. "What is the matter, my wife?" Upon noticing the stone pillar that Zhang Huaian had just discarded, Xiang realized she might have misunderstood the situation. In an instant, her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. "You cannot possibly think I would wield the stone pillar against His Majesty and the Empress, can you?" Xiang emitted a sound akin to a mosquito, her gaze fixed on the ground in embarrassment. "Oh dear, what a thing to say! Those are my esteemed in-laws. How could I ever contemplate such an act against them? If I were to act, I would not need to exert this much effort. I informed His Majesty that I could vanquish the Turks, and when he did not believe me, I sought a way to prove it. Your Majesty, do you now have faith?" Recovering from his astonishment, Li Er's expression darkened. "You rascal," Long Sun chastised, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Huaian. She too had just realized that if Zhang Huaian intended to harm His Majesty, given his displayed strength, it would spell disaster for Li Er. Long Sun inserted her peony glass hairpin into her hair and handed a box to Chang'an. "You two may withdraw for now. I have matters to discuss with His Majesty regarding Huaian. Chang'an, this is a gift prepared by Huaian for you. Do take it with you." Chang'an opened the box and her eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly rushing forward to embrace her brother-in-law in joy. Xiang, blushing, bowed gracefully to Long Sun and Li Er, murmuring, "Daughter takes her leave." Zhang Huaian leaned in close to Xiang and whispered, "My dear, gather your belongings. I shall take you home shortly. We must see what treasures we can pack, for I possess great strength and can carry them." Li Er's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. After Xiang and Chang'an departed, he gazed at the damaged pavilion and simply sat down on the stone pillar. "Your Majesty, do you now believe? I truly desire the head of Xieli. One would suffice, though the journey may be lengthy. When you wish to attack the Turks, I shall accompany you and assuredly return with that fellow's head. However, for now, let us discuss the matter of exchanging my wife for merit." Li Er swallowed hard. The image of Zhang Huaian wielding the stone pillar impacted him profoundly. It was no wonder that the young girl, Qi He, at the tender age of 4, possessed greater strength than Cheng Yaojin. This lad was indeed a marvel. "You just mentioned salt production, iron smelting, and provisions. You have a plan for all of these?" "It is quite impossible. Compared to the others, Li Er is indeed more reluctant to believe that Zhang Huaian could bring about the downfall of a nation. Now that he has come to accept that Zhang Huaian possesses such power, it raises the unsettling possibility that the claims regarding other, seemingly simpler matters, may indeed hold truth. I possess the method of salt production, capable of extracting salt from salt mines. I have the technique of solar evaporation, which allows the harvest of salt from seawater. This method could enable the citizens of the Tang Dynasty to enjoy salt of superior quality compared to the common salt. I have the means to refine steel. With 10 craftsmen, 100 pounds of fine steel can be produced in a single day. Regarding agriculture, I have the curved plow which can be pulled by a single ox, thereby facilitating the cultivation of the land. Furthermore, I am aware of a variety of rice that yields 3 harvests in a year. Although it may not be palatable, its yield is substantial. There exists another grain that can produce 50 stones per acre, though locating it is quite laborious and costly, and one may not succeed in finding it on the first attempt. Li Er's eyes began to sparkle with intrigue. This individual spoke with reason and evidence, and if he were merely boasting, he would not be so meticulous in his details. Were it Cheng Yaojin speaking, one could expect him to suggest merely scattering more seeds per acre to increase yield. If you divulge all these methods to me, I could issue a decree for Xiangqing to wed you immediately. We could have her taken away today." Zhang Huaian rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "Your Majesty, what are you thinking? That is my wife. You cannot simply take everything without consequence. Such fortune does not exist in this world. You may only select one method. If I were to grant you all, you must wed me another princess." This caused the expression of Chang's son, who stood nearby, to darken considerably. Li Er's eyes widened like those of an ox, rising to his feet, ready to strike. Yet upon glancing at the stone pillar he had just vacated, he returned to his seat obediently. "You must be dreaming. You wish to marry two princesses? Do you believe it is you who have lost your mind? Or am I the mad one? The spittle of the courtiers could drown you." In truth, Zhang Huaian had no intention of such a thing. It was merely that Li Er had intentionally toyed with him for so many days, and now it was his turn to turn the tables. "Your Majesty, should you refuse, choose one method as my bride price for Xiangqing. The rest I shall present to you through Qingyuan in due time." Li Er clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to act, for he was aware that Zhang Huaian would likely not retaliate. Nonetheless, with that man's strength, a mere push could send him tumbling into the Tay pool. Chapter 61. Go away, your presence is irksome. Observing Li Er seated on the pillar, lost in contemplation, it was evident that he had not been faced with choices in many years. For him, the concept of choice was synonymous with wanting it all. Ironically, he was the one person in the entire Tang Dynasty most qualified to make such a statement. Zhang Huaian sensed Changsuan's gaze upon him, and for the first time, he formally regarded this woman, destined to be immortalized as one of the greatest consorts in history. Even Zhang Huaian, having encountered countless women in later years, could not help but acknowledge that Changsuan's beauty was indeed exceptional. Yet, it was not solely her appearance that distinguished her, but rather the aura of maternal grace that enveloped her entirely. One cannot help but marvel at the wonders of creation. The offspring of mixed ethnicities often exhibit striking beauty. However, compared to Empress Changsun, the now portly Changsun Wuji does not belong in this category. A single flaw can indeed overshadow all. Changsun cast a glance at the contemplative Li Er, sighed, and addressed Zhang Huaiyan. "The Empress can discern that you are a good child, albeit somewhat indolent. Your respect for His Majesty remains evident. Why must you provoke him? When I first beheld you at the Qin royal residence, mounted on horseback in coarse linen garments, your tall stature was accompanied by the youthful innocence upon your visage. At that time, His Majesty wished to bestow upon you a marquisate. Yet you chose only to request a modest sum before departing Chang'an. His Majesty lamented for quite some time, not anticipating that you would inadvertently become his son-in-law. Do not blame His Majesty for putting you in a difficult position. Had it been another, clandestinely involved with the princess and siring two children, you surely understand the implications of such a transgression." Changsuan's gaze was filled with resentment, clearly perceiving that Zhang Huaiyan was intentionally manipulating Li Er, harboring some dissatisfaction towards him. One cannot help but marvel at how someone could ascend to the position of Empress, referring to herself as Mother Empress, in stark contrast to Li Er's volatile temperament. It is merely the caprice of fate. I, a humble minister, harbor little ambition for officialdom. My willingness to attend court and observe is solely for the sake of the future of the two children. In truth, these matters were originally intended as offerings to His Majesty. I have little need for them myself, yet His Majesty insists on leveraging the situation in Xiangqing against me. You see, had His Majesty known that Xiangqing's husband was none other than I, he might have simply permitted her to return home. With a gentle breeze whispering in the chamber, all these matters could have been presented to His Majesty as betrothal gifts. At that point, we would truly be a family, exchanging gifts with my father-in-law during festive occasions. Nevertheless, I remain grateful to the Empress. Had she not allowed Xiangqing to leave the palace today, I would still be in the dark. Changsun, too, finds herself helpless, yet Li Er is precisely of such a temperament, and those who ascend to the throne often share this disposition. Upon discovering that Zhang Huaiyan was Xiangqing's husband, her heart had already inclined towards facilitating their union. While a woman may empathize with another, the underlying sentiment is one of worth. I desire the steel smelting method. However, you must assist the army in preparing provisions. Li Er is not one to dither. Since Zhang Huaiyan is unwilling to yield, he certainly would not resort to bargaining with another princess. As emperor, it is beneath him to haggle with Zhang Huaiyan like a mere merchant. Moreover, if there is one whom Li Er despises most, it is surely Xieli. He is impatient to see Xieli kneeling in the Taiji palace as a captive, Li'er does not genuinely intend for Zhang Huaian to single-handedly retrieve the Kaghan, for that would be futile. If Shelley were to perish, the Turks would simply install a new Kaghan. Thus, it is imperative for the army to mobilize. It is settled. Li'er's taut body relaxed slightly. Indeed, engaging in mutual scheming with Zhang Huaian is no simple task, primarily due to his lack of leverage over him. The only means at his disposal is Xiang. Li'er even harbored doubts that a blade striking Zhang Huaian would inflict any wound. This man is so formidable, he seems almost superhuman, capable of wielding a stone pillar weighing nearly 2,000 jin, as if it were a mere staff. Originally, I intended for you to accompany Do Jing to garner some merit, as this strategy was your own suggestion. However, since you are reluctant to disclose any alternative methods now, you shall take responsibility for turning the locusts acquired by Do Jing into provisions for the army. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaian suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and the earlier bravado dissipated entirely. Your Majesty, I only just remembered yesterday that we must act swiftly in capturing locusts, for they can be consumed before they reach maturity. However, once they become a plague, they produce a toxin that can be lethal. Li'er stood up, glaring at him. Why did you not mention this sooner? Zhang Huaian replied helplessly. It only just came to my mind, and I intended to inform you today. When the locusts are transformed into military provisions, I shall watch you partake of them. So be it. Just a few days ago, Qingyuan ventured outside the city and caught a basket of locusts, which he brought back for my cook to fry with salt. They were utterly delectable. Li'er beckoned to Zhang Neishi, who stood quietly at a distance. You must immediately notify Do Jing that all the prefectures in Guangzhou shall commence the procurement of locusts. Yes, Your Majesty. After Zhang Neishi departed, Li'er remained irate, and Zhang Huaian felt a lack of confidence, considering that the Tang Dynasty had nearly suffered a significant loss due to his oversight. Begone, your mere presence vexes me. Then I shall return home with my wife. Our 2 children have not seen their mother in ages. I am not in a hurry regarding the princess's hand. Your Majesty should prepare a substantial dowry, and once I have vanquished the Turks, you may bestow the marriage. Li'er waved his hand dismissively. Begone. Yet, just as Zhang Huaian had taken a few steps, he heard Li'er call out again. Come back. Zhang Huaian turned, yet did not move from his spot. What is it, Your Majesty? I can hear you. By tomorrow, send the 2 children to the palace for their studies. My dear grandson must not be led astray by you. But, Your Majesty, I have yet to pay my respects to the elders in Chang'an, and General Yuqi scolded me for having my head in the clouds. Moreover, even if they come, let it be Qingyuan. Chuhe should not attend. Why? I fear your children may provoke trouble. Should Chuhe injure my little nephew or niece, you would surely seek me out for retribution. Begone. I grant you 7 days. After which, ensure the children are sent to the palace for their studies daily. Chuhe may not be as poised as Qingyuan, yet he is not truly reckless. A 4-year-old should be as spirited as Chuhe is. Qingyuan is merely overly precocious. In 7 days, the first batch of locusts will be procured. You shall go directly to find Do Jing and have him arrange matters. After Zhang Huaian departed, Li'er suddenly addressed Chang's son. Guanyin Bai, please advise the children, especially Li Yu and Li Yin. If they truly find themselves injured by Chuhe, do not come to me in tears. Chang's son stifled a laugh. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I have interacted with Chuhe. It is not as grave as you fear. That child knows her limits. Should she truly provoke them, breaking a leg is hardly likely. However, some minor discomfort is perhaps unavoidable, yet I believe it may serve as a remedy for their unruly behavior. Chapter 62. A gracious welcome home. As Zhang Huaian exited the imperial garden, he beheld Xiang standing there, beaming with delight, accompanied by a charming young palace maid who held a small parcel in her hands. Upon noticing Zhang Huaian's approach, the maid performed a deep curtsy and smiled. My lord, I am a servant of Her Highness the Princess, and I shall henceforth accompany her to your residence. Zhang Huaian today thoroughly disgusted Li'er, which left him in high spirits. Upon seeing the young palace maid bowing to him, he remarked, very well, upon returning to the residence, I shall bestow 10 guan as pocket money upon you. The young maid, possessing a cheerful disposition, beamed with delight at Zhang Huaian's words and responded with another respectful bow. Thank you for your generous gift, Lord. Xiang merely smiled, content to be heading home, finding joy in everything around her. Walking side by side with Xiang toward the outer gates of the imperial city, Zhang Huaian gently took hold of her tender hand, caressing it lightly as he sighed. Although Xiang had not suffered much under his care, Years of domestic chores had left calluses on her palms. Now, after more than a year back in the palace, her hands had regained their softness from their first meeting. The palace truly nurtures one. Your calluses have vanished. Though I suspect the meals here do not compare to my cooking. Just look at how thin you've become. Xiang Cheng blushed deeply as she felt Zhang Huaiyan's grip. Attempting to withdraw her hand, she was still unaccustomed to being held in public, even if it was her husband. Let go. Yinyu is watching, she whispered. Yinyu giggled. Fear not, Your Highness. I have seen nothing. She added, My lord, you may not know, but the princess was once so consumed by worries in the palace that she lost her appetite. If not for her improved spirits lately, she might have lost even more weight. Yinyu. Xiang Cheng shot a glare at her maid, yet the affectionate gaze from Zhang Huaiyan made her lower her head, her cheeks growing even warmer. As the trio exited the imperial city, the guards, apparently informed of Li Er's news, did not impede their passage. The large carriage from this morning still stood at the side, and it was only then that Zhang Huaiyan realized it required 4 horses to draw it. He had not seen the horses earlier, only the carriage. Is this your ceremonial carriage? He inquired. Xiang Cheng nodded obediently. Yes. Your father is rather stingy, providing only 1 carriage as your dowry. Did I not suggest you bring out some treasures? Why have you only brought a small bundle? Should we return to check? He continued. Fear not. If these 4 horses cannot manage, your husband shall carry it home for you. Xiang Cheng rolled her eyes at him, aware of his jest. I merely brought some jewelry. The treasures in the palace are not as numerous as those in our home. What would I need them for? Do you intend to bring back the stone lions from the city gates? Zhang Huaiyan glanced at the imposing stone lion at the entrance of the imperial city, taller than the gates of his own residence. Ah, that one is far too large for your husband to carry, and it would be quite inappropriate at our doorstep. With a playful gesture, Zhang Huaiyan placed his hands on Xiang Cheng's waist, gently lifting her as she gasped in surprise, landing her atop the carriage. Xiang Cheng lightly touched her chest, then turned to pat Zhang Huaiyan's shoulder. While she felt more at ease in their home, such intimacy in public still unsettled her. What a delightful bond between the lord and princess. The sound of hooves clattering on the cobblestones echoed behind them as Zhang Huaiyan turned to see Xiao Bai rushing toward him, closely pursued by Mu Yang, who shouted, Xiao Bai, don't run. As Zhang Huaiyan finally discerned the figure of the shepherd standing before the horse-drawn carriage, his pace gradually slowed, and he chuckled. I was wondering why Xiao Bai and I were enjoying the shade over there when you suddenly dashed off. Upon noticing this grand carriage drawn by 4 horses, I feared Xiao Bai might inadvertently bump into someone of stature. It turns out our esteemed master is here. Zhang Huaiyan affectionately patted Xiao Bai's large head and then addressed Xiang Cheng. This is the family servant, the shepherd. The shepherd stood agape, staring at the magnificent 4-horse carriage, and stammered, Master, is this our family's carriage? And is this lady the matron? Indeed, is it not splendid? The lady is a princess. Absolutely. The shepherd gave Zhang Huaiyan a thumbs up, exclaiming, Master, you are impressive. Riding Xiao Bai, with a grand carriage in tow, Zhang Huaiyan traversed the bustling streets of Chang'an. Passers-by and other horse-drawn carriages instinctively made way, avoiding close proximity. Earlier, the double-horse carriage had been brazenly dominant before Xiao Bai, but now the driver held the reins tightly, wary of disturbing the noble occupants within. Xiao Bai let out an excited neigh, feeling vindicated, and with a snort directed at the other horses, aptly illustrated the concept of leveraging power. Upon entering Yong'an Lane, the 2 little ones awaited by the roadside. Seeing the carriage behind Zhang Huaiyan, Zhang Chuhe grasped her brother's shoulder, and in a swift motion, they both slipped inside the carriage. Zhang Huaiyan's expression darkened, yet upon hearing the sobs emanating from within, he subdued his ire for the moment, planning to address the 2 later. The children had likely anticipated their mother's return, possibly informed by Chang'an on that fateful day. To think they had conspired with Chang'an to keep secrets from their father. With their mother back, he felt no guilt. This impending reprimand was inevitable, and not even Li Er could intervene. He had spoken. Upon reaching the entrance of the estate, Zhang Huaiyan dismounted and found Lao Sun awaiting him with Zhang Jian and the Black Bull trio at the door. Zhang Huaiyan immediately reproached Lao Sun, how can you be so ungrateful? I have treated you well, and yet, you managed to keep this from me for so long. It dawned on him that Lao Sun likely met Xiang Cheng before recognizing him. Thus, Lao Sun must be the most mischievous of them all. The old Taoist pointed to a tree in the courtyard, saying, Today, I am in good spirits and wish not to quarrel with you. The shade over there is pleasant. Would you care to rest for a while? Just as Zhang Huaiyan was about to retort, Xiang lifted the carriage curtain, cradling Zhang Chuhe, and said, "Husband, do not blame master's son. It was I who asked him to keep it from you." "Humph, I shall not stoop to your level, old man." The black bull removed the threshold at the estate entrance, allowing the carriage to enter directly. Fortunately, as the carriage was merely drawn by slightly more horses, had it been wider, they might have had to dismantle the door to gain entry. Inside the house, Zhang Huaian lifted Zhang Chuhe from the carriage. Observing his son's tear-streaked face, and teasingly remarked, "You little rascal, at your age still weeping. Aren't you a man? You're not your sister." Bang! The old Taoist delivered a swift kick to Zhang Huaian's rear, exclaiming in anger, "Do you speak of humanity?" Zhang Huaian awkwardly placed his son on the ground and then reached out to embrace his daughter. However, Zhang Chuhe clung tightly to Xiang, unwilling to let go. In a moment of resolve, Zhang Huaian lifted both mother and daughter into his arms. Once Xiang was settled, the four shepherds and Zhang Jian's siblings bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We welcome the matriarch home." Chapter 63. Educating the children in public, observing the joyous family. The cloud of gloom that had shrouded Zhang Huaian's heart for over a year dissipated in an instant, revealing a clear sky. "Today, everyone shall receive a reward of 101. Dahuang, go buy some vegetables and ask everyone what they wish to eat. Purchase as you please. For I am in high spirits today." Among the four servants of the Zhang household, two young scholars, upon hearing Zhang Huaian's words, apart from the calm-faced shepherd, the remaining five, including the two children, were visibly elated. Dahuang, Hainiu, and Chuntao set out to procure groceries, while the shepherd, after leading Xiaobai back to the stable, looked upon the four horses in front of the cart with a furrowed brow. The stable was not sufficiently spacious. It could only accommodate 2 horses. Yet now 5 had suddenly appeared, leaving the shepherd in a quandary. Even the 2 cows previously brought from Zhangjia village had been returned a few days prior. Although these horses were not as fine as Xiaobai, they hailed from the palace and, given their docile nature, would undoubtedly require effort to train as war horses. Nonetheless, each horse, due to its robust physique, was worth at least 100 guan. With a sigh, the shepherd began to circle the 4 horses, contemplating the necessity of expanding the stable. Meanwhile, Zhang Huaian and his family, along with old son, returned to the backyard. Typically, apart from the head of the household and the young master, no other males were permitted in the backyard. However, old son was evidently an exception, frequently traversing even the inner quarters. Upon entering the backyard, Zhang Huaian lowered his head, searching for something, which piqued the curiosity of those present. He soon spotted a straight branch on a gnarled elm tree, and his eyes lit up. With a light leap, he reached for the branch, which snapped easily at the thickness of an infant's arm. With a crack, Zhang Huaian began to prune the unruly branches by hand. And before long, he held a stick over a meter long. Raising his gaze, he found everyone staring at him in bewilderment, while Zhang Chuhe and Zhang Chuhe suddenly appeared alarmed. Zhang Chuhe instinctively inched closer to his mother, clutching her leg, while Zhang Chuhe, cradled in her mother's arms, buried her head against her. Zhang Huaian, brandishing the stick, strode directly into the main hall, taking his seat at the head of the table, his countenance dark and silent. Zhang Chuhe looked up with hopeful eyes at his mother, wishing fervently for her intervention. Zhang Huaian's authoritative voice echoed from the hall. "Zhang Chuhe, come in. Zhang Chuhe, do you lack legs? Do you intend to remain in your mother's embrace forever?" Xiang chuckled softly, setting her daughter down and affectionately ruffling her son's hair. Her eyes sparkled with maternal love, yet she firmly stated, "You too have erred. It is only fitting that your father admonishes you. Go on. It is nothing to worry about. He would not truly harm you." Although Xiang felt a pang of sorrow at the separation from her children, whom she had not seen for over a year, she understood that certain truths must be imparted to them early, so they might learn to protect themselves sooner. Moreover, Zhang Huaian had always been a loving father. The discipline of the 2 children had primarily fallen upon her, while the royal education was far more rigorous. Old son sighed and slowly entered the main hall. He bore some responsibility in the matter, yet he could not interfere with Zhang Huaian's upbringing of the children. The siblings exchanged glances, and seeing no one to speak on their behalf, they lowered their heads and walked into the hall, standing 2 paces away from Zhang Huaian. "You two, knowing the truth, why did you not inform me? Do you believe that the empress is more trustworthy than your father?" Zhang Chuhe shivered slightly, and then slowly knelt down, bowing his head as he spoke. "I was wrong. Please punish me, father." Zhang Chuhe had never witnessed her father in such a furious state, Her nose tinged with emotion, she sobbed. It was the Empress who said that if we told you, Mother would never return. Zhang Qingyuan tugged at his sister, urging her to kneel as well. He seemed to grasp the reason for their father's anger, while his sister remained obstinately resolute. Do not call her Empress. From now on, refer to her as grandmother. Zhang Huaian shot a glare at his stubborn daughter. Zhang Qingyuan, do you think what you did was right? You dared to take your sister to Chang'an to seek your mother without informing me, believing that your father was less capable than your sister? Do you think you are the ones responsible for bringing your mother back? If you had informed me sooner, would I have been left in such a passive position? Do you think your father is so easily manipulated by Li Er? Do you know how much your father has lost to Li Er's deceit? I may even have to serve the old Li family in the future. And do you realize that all of that will eventually belong to you? Zhang Qingyuan lowered his head further, not daring to speak. Although he had received his father's education, it was merely knowledge. Having lived in Zhangjia village, he was overly naive. As the legitimate eldest son of the family, how can you be so credulous? Today, I shall teach you a principle. Apart from your mother and me, no one in this world is to be absolutely trusted, aside from unconditional trust. Especially the words of Li Er and Chang Sun. Those two are the least trustworthy. Zhang Huaiyan's gaze suddenly darted to old Sun, whose expression was growing increasingly dark. And he quickly added, oh, right. You can also trust your grandfather. Sunday. Zhang Qingyuan raised his head, tears brimming in his eyes. Yes. I shall earnestly heed my father's teachings. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuhe, who had been kneeling and weeping, suddenly interjected, Father, do not blame my brother alone. I bear half the responsibility as well. Zhang Huaiyan was taken aback by his daughter's unexpected courage, and with a resigned chuckle, he remarked, Zhang Chuhe, well, at least you understand the importance of loyalty. That brings me some comfort. A soft laugh erupted from old Sun, Xiangqing, and Yunyu, all of whom were momentarily amused by Zhang Chuhe's spirited defense. This was, after all, how children of her age ought to behave. Yet, while the children of noble families enjoyed the privileges of wealth, they also bore significant responsibilities. Few were like Zhang Yi or Wei Zong. More often, it was children like Cheng Chumo, who at the tender age of 14 or 15 had already entered military service to hone their skills. Zhang Huaiyan glanced at the stick in his hand, then suddenly cast it aside, ultimately unable to bring himself to strike the children. Considering that both of you acted out of a desire to bring your mother home, although your actions were misguided, your filial piety is commendable. Thus, I shall let you off this time. However, should there be a next occurrence, you shall face severe punishment. After Zhang Huaiyan concluded his remarks, he walked out of the main hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Lao Sun, observing the two kneeling children, sighed and followed him outside. Once the two departed, Xiang Cheng lifted Zhang Chuhe into his arms, while Yunyu approached Zhang Qingyuan to assist him to his feet. Please rise, young master, she said. Thank you, sister. Zhang Qingyuan replied, grasping Yunyu's hand as she helped him up, as Xiang Cheng used a handkerchief to wipe the tears and snot from his daughter's face. He addressed his son, do not resent your father for scolding you. You both chose to conceal the truth from me. What you did for Chuhe was commendable, for your actions were motivated by filial duty. However, you are destined to become the head of the family. Henceforth, your father, mother, and sister will rely upon your protection. Remember my words, aside from your father and mother, do not trust anyone blindly, and always deliberate thoroughly before making decisions. Zhang Qingyuan managed to hold back his tears in front of his father, yet the moment he faced his mother, tears cascaded down his cheeks. Xiang Cheng extended his arms and embraced his son, sighing deeply. Though his heart ached for him, he understood that such trials were essential for all scions of noble families. To attain prominence before others, one must first endure hardship. Chapter 64. Zhang Huaiyan. Truly, I am guilty. I am not a human. In the evening, the Zhang family of four and the two little ones, Sun Simiao, gathered around a large round table that had only just been completed the previous day for dinner. Dahu and Chuntao were busy in the kitchen, while Hainiu and Mu Yang remained in the front yard. Today, Zhang Huaiyan poured a bowl of wine for each of them as a reward. Qingyuan, later you shall hand over our family's wealth to your mother, Zhang Huaiyan stated. Zhang Qingyuan nodded. Indeed, he had always managed the family finances, as Zhang Huaiyan was too indolent to do so. Xiang, later you should select some gifts. Tomorrow we shall visit General Weiqi. The old man scolded me today, saying that I have my head in the clouds. Xiangqing nodded, unable to respond as her mouth was filled with food. It is worth noting that her willingness to marry Zhang Huaian was partly due to his culinary skills. With the table filled with family, Xiang Cheng felt no need for decorum. Having returned to the Zhang household just that afternoon, the dignified princess had vanished. Had Xiang Cheng not returned, he might have brought along a jar of wine and the two children. Unaware of the customary gifts to present during visits in the Tang Dynasty, having never had the opportunity to engage in such matters previously. It was said that the gifts should vary according to one's social status, but such concerns were trivial for Xiang Cheng. Yunyu watched with a smile as the princess ate with abandon, understanding why she was reluctant to remain in the palace. Xiang Cheng accepted a bowl of tea from Yunyu, and after swallowing her food, she inquired, "Does my husband wish to take anything with him? General Wei Qi specifically instructed me to bring along a chef, and perhaps a jar of wine, for fear of reprimand in the absence of it." Xiangqing nodded with a gentle smile, expressing her anticipation for her husband's cooking, stating that aside from the children and her husband, it was his culinary creations she missed the most during her time in the palace. De Hua possessed quite the talent for cooking. Tonight, I prepared 2 dishes while the rest were crafted by De Hua. Upon hearing De Hua's name, Xiangqing rolled her eyes at her husband, lamenting the rather uninspired names of their servants, except for Mu Yang, which was somewhat pleasant. "Could you not assist in renaming them?" she inquired. "Those names were chosen by them. It bears no relation to me," Old Sun interjected, somewhat out of place. Zhang Huaian, however, remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively towards his children. "Names are merely labels. What matters is their existence, whether it be Zhang Dogdan or Zhang Erdog." The mention of these names irked Xiangqing, prompting her to lightly thump her fist upon Zhang Huaian's shoulder to convey her discontent. A steward was indeed necessary at home. One could not attend to every matter personally. Unfortunately, finding a well-educated steward was a challenge. Old Tian had traversed Chang'an several times without success. Such individuals are rare. Scholars value their integrity, and few are willing to sell themselves unless in dire straits. Zhang Huaiyan observed Yunyu flitting about like a butterfly, attending to the children, and remarked to Xiangqing, "Cannot she sit and eat? Her incessant movement is quite disconcerting." Though Zhang Huaiyan did not lower his voice, Yunyu, who was wiping Zhang Chuhe's mouth, overheard and merely smiled, unconcerned, continuing her tasks. Xiangqing sighed, explaining, "Yunyu was my maid in the Qin Wang's residence. After I returned to the palace, my mother sent her to attend to me. The palace has many rules, and she is yet to adjust. I left her food. So there's no need to fuss over her." Suddenly, Zhang Huaiyan leaned closer to Xiangqing, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Is this not the fabled bedchamber maid?" Xiangqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she scolded him playfully, "Begone." Zhang Huaiyan was somewhat informed. When a princess marries, she brings along chambermaids, fearing her husband might take numerous concubines who could potentially inherit their children's fortunes. These maids had served the princess for many years in the palace. Moreover, even women of status are accompanied by their personal maids upon marriage. For there are times when a woman may be indisposed, and having her maid attend to her is far more reassuring than seeking assistance elsewhere. Nevertheless, Zhang Huaiyan did not harbor such thoughts. Yunyu appeared too young, merely 15 or 16, which in the present day would equate to just beginning high school. Casting a skeptical glance at Xiangqing, who was fervently showcasing her culinary prowess, he suddenly recalled a matter and inquired, "Xiang, how old were you when we wed?" Xiangqing's complexion flushed once more as she replied softly, 12. Zhang Huaiyan felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him. "I am guilty indeed," he exclaimed. "How old is your father?" "This year, father is 29, she replied. "In other words, you are not yet 18 this year. Did your father have you when he was merely 12? You were born when he was 13. Zhang Huaiyan gestured a mock grasp with one hand beneath the table and quietly inquired, "How is that possible?" Indeed, Zhang Huaiyan had never considered this matter before. He assumed that Xiangqing was around 15 or 16 years of age when they wed, although that seemed a tad young. He himself was only 14 or 15 at the time. While he was somewhat taller, it hardly constituted an instance of an older man courting a younger girl, especially since he had encountered instances in later life where individuals had children at the age of 15. Who could have known that Xiangqing was merely 12 when they married, and bore Qingyuan by the age of 13? As for why he had never doubted it, perhaps it was because Xiangqing had developed early, possessing a physique that led him to perceive her as merely having a youthful visage. Zhang Huaiyan felt rather like a brute. It was no wonder that the birth of Qingyuan had been so arduous. Fortuitously, he had encountered Old Sun during that time. Truly, it was a blessing from the heavens. It dawned on him that his entire family was favored by the divine. Xiangqing paused momentarily, perplexed by Zhang Huaian's gestures, when suddenly she caught the peculiar glint in his eyes. Following his gaze, her ears turned crimson in an instant. Hastily, she glanced at the others, realizing that they were all engrossed in their meals, and even old Sun was assisting Zhang Muyao with her dishes. She finally exhaled in relief. Embarrassed and annoyed, Xiangqing swiftly stepped on Zhang Huaiyan's foot and hissed, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zhang Huaiyan chuckled softly and resumed his meal. After dining, Yunyu took the 4 little ones to find Dahua and Chantao. The kitchen was bustling with hot water, and Zhang Huaiyan couldn't help but admire the efficiency that came from someone raised in the palace. Her skills surpassed those of Dahua and the others by a significant margin. Furthermore, with Yunyu's arrival, her status had automatically elevated to that of the head maid of the Zhang residence, overseeing the 4 servants. The couple convened in the hall to discuss matters, and soon after, a pair of freshly bathed children, clad in new attire, dashed in, with Yunyu panting behind them. "Young master, young miss, do not disturb the master and the princess. I shall take you to bed." In chapter 65, this chapter omits 20,000 words. Zhang Chuhe tugged at her brother, running while glancing back at Sister Yunyu. "Sister Yunyu, please take Brother Jinji and Sister Muyao to bed. My brother and I wish to sleep with Mother tonight." Yunyu was nearly in tears from anxiety, yet she could not catch Zhang Chuhe, who had just managed to wriggle free, nearly pulling her to the ground. Observing that the Zhang siblings had already entered the main hall, Yunyu stood at the entrance. Her face flushed, hesitating to step inside. Zhang Huaiyan and Xiangqing turned their attention to the 2 children. Xiangqing looked up at Yunyu and inquired, "What is the matter?" Yunyu, with her head bowed, replied, "Princess, young master and young miss insist on sleeping with you. I cannot persuade them, nor can I catch the young Mississippi." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaiyan grew anxious. "No, you both must hurry and follow Sister Yunyu to your own room to sleep." Xiangqing shot him a disapproving glance and gently addressed her daughter. "Chuhe, you are now a big girl. You must learn to sleep on your own and cannot continue to sleep with your father and me." Zhang Chuhe expressed her confusion, "But I used to sleep with Mother. She clearly slept with me and my brother at night, and when I woke up in the morning, she was gone. Only my brother and I were left." Zhang Huaiyan hurriedly covered his daughter's mouth, thinking how foolish she was to speak so freely. Xiangcheng and the servant outside, Yunyu, blushed with embarrassment. Xiangcheng squatted down patiently to explain to her daughter, "At that time, you and your brother were still little, which is why your mother slept with you. Now that you have grown up, you must learn to sleep on your own. Tonight, your mother has matters to discuss with your father. In a few days, when she has time, she will accompany you to sleep." "All right then." Zhang Chuhe reluctantly followed Yunyu out, while Zhang Huaiyan chuckled foolishly, and Xiangqing shot him a glare, her cheeks still flushed. "Xianger, the night is late. Let us retire early." Xiangqing replied in a barely audible voice. "Xianger, you seem to be losing weight. Your waist and thighs appear slimmer. Haven't they grown a bit larger? Husband, extinguish the lamp." Details omitted here. The following morning, a refreshed Zhang Huaiyan stepped out of his room, followed by the elegantly dressed but somewhat clumsy Xiangcheng. In front of them, Yunyu had prepared warm water. "Master, the princess requests to wash up." Zhang Huaiyan, while washing his face, instructed, "Have Muyang prepare the carriage and bring out Xiaobai. Later, Xianger and I will take the children to visit the Duke of Wu." "Master, the carriage is ready, and Xiaobai has been groomed. The young master and young lady are waiting for you in the hall, and the princess has had her meal." Zhang Huaiyan glanced in surprise at Yunyu, who had been waiting nearby. He had grown accustomed to the few servants at home, who, despite being diligent, needed to be instructed for every task. Yunyu must have overheard their plans to go out today during dinner, prompting her to rise early to make preparations. "Xianger, I find Yunyu quite clever, far superior to those dullards. Why not appoint her as the housekeeper?" Xiangcheng was taken aback. What was her husband thinking? Hadn't he just questioned whether Yunyu was a concubine last night? How could he now want her to be the housekeeper? "Husband, Yunyu cannot be the housekeeper. However, she can assist you with some matters within the inner quarters. The position of external steward requires a man. Appointing Yunyu as such would be viewed as disrespectful. It's rather troublesome. I shall take my time to find someone. For now, let Muyang handle any external matters. He seems to have a few secrets. Though I do not wish to pry, I believe he possesses some capability. He must have received an education, otherwise, how would he know of Su Wu herding sheep? Yet, he is a tad lazy." Suddenly, Xiang remembered she had been too preoccupied choosing gifts yesterday and had forgotten to prepare the visiting cards. Husband, you forgot to prepare the visiting cards. Zhang Huaian waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. They do not mind such things. We can prepare them the next time we visit the Duke's residence. If we were to bring them today, we might even be scolded. The carriage rattled its way to the front of Wei Qigong's home. Perhaps Wei Qi had given prior instructions, for a middle-aged man resembling a steward, accompanied by a young servant, was already waiting at the entrance. Upon witnessing a carriage halt before his residence, the steward promptly dispatched a servant to inform Yu Qigong of the arrival, while he himself opened the main door, beaming with anticipation to greet the guests. Zhang Huaian dismounted, admiring the imposing entrance of Yu Qigong's estate, flanked by two grand stone lions on either side. Although they did not rival the grandeur of those at the imperial city gates, they certainly surpassed the modest lions at his own abode, complemented by the vast expanse of the courtyard stretching endlessly. Is this the esteemed Lord Zhang? The steward inquired, recalling the instructions given by the master the previous day, who had mentioned that the Lord would be visiting today, prompting the servant to arrive early. Zhang Huaian clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your courtesy. However, the steward's gaze lingered on the carriage behind Zhang Huaian with a hint of perplexity. It seemed rather unusual for an earl to travel in a four-horse carriage. Had they joined forces? From within the estate, Yu Qigong's robust voice resonated, announcing his presence before he even appeared. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Were you waiting for me to welcome you? Why don't you come inside yourself? Clad in a deep blue robe, Yu Qigong was accompanied by three youths of varying heights. The tallest being Yu Baolin, whom Zhang Huaian had previously encountered, followed by a boy of around 12 or 13, and lastly, a plump 5 or 6-year-old child. Yu Qigong soon noticed the carriage behind Zhang Huaian. Whose carriage is this? Where are the two children? Before Zhang Huaian could respond, the curtain of the carriage was lifted by Zhang Chuhe, who exclaimed in a clear voice, Grandpa Yu Qi. Yu Qigong paused momentarily, yet quickly shifted his focus to Zhang Chuhe. She leaped from the carriage into his arms, and he instinctively opened his embrace to catch her. Oh dear, Chuhe, aren't you afraid of falling? Xiang then pulled aside the curtain, leading Zhang Qingyuan down from the low stool prepared by the shepherd, and approached Yu Qigong, bowing deeply. Your niece pays her respects to Uncle Yu Qi. Zhang Qingyuan followed suit, bowing and greeting. Qingyuan has come to see Grandpa Yu Qi. Yu Qigong scrutinized Xiang's face for a moment before pulling Zhang Huaian aside and whispering, You rascal, you've truly brought the princess home? What favor did you curry with His Majesty? How is it that he hasn't had you executed? Zhang Huaian chuckled. Uncle Yu Qi, Xiang has always been my wife. There is no question of stealing her. Yu Qigong's mind raced, and it took him a moment to fully grasp the revelation. Are you saying Xiang is the wife you lost? Zhang Huaian nodded, prompting Yu Qigong to slap his forehead in realization. Now I understand. No wonder His Majesty was so generous. It all makes sense. Turning to Xiang, Yu Qigong declared, Since you call me uncle, I shall not regard you as a princess, but rather as this lad's wife. Come inside quickly. Your two aunts have been waiting for quite some time. Yu Qigong then faced Zhang Huaian. You brought wine, did you not? If not, return home and fetch some. Zhang Huaian sighed. Yes, I brought it. Chapter 66. What kind of embroidery loft can confine Zhang Chuhe? Recognize your place. Next time you come to the estate, there is no need for announcements. Simply enter. These two children are to be treated as the young masters of the household. Yu Qigong instructed the steward as he led everyone inside. Understood, my lord, the steward responded. Zhang Huaian and Xiang visited the two wives of Wei Qigong, and the rumors proved to be true. I am aware that Wei Qigong's first wife was of the Su family, but she passed away in the 9th year of the Dai era. The two women, both in their 30s, were dressed in white and black respectively. Before Zhang Huaian could utter a word, Wei Qigong had already taken Zhang Chuhe into his arms. Baolin Baoqi, ensure that your brother Huaian and sister-in-law Xiang are well attended to. Should there be the slightest hint of disrespect, one shall break a leg. The two children clasped their hands towards Wei Qigong, exclaiming, Yes, father. Zhang Huaian silently lamented that upon visiting their home, the head of the family had absconded, leaving his two children to greet him while admonishing against rudeness. The white lady turned to Zhang Huaian and Xiang with a smile, saying, Do not mind him. My husband is uneducated and somewhat coarse, and he does not concern himself with formalities. My sister and I have heard him speak of you for many days, eagerly hoping you would bring the little girl to visit. He had previously commissioned someone to prepare a gift for her, and he must be taking her to see it now. The aunt's words humbled him. He himself had never received an education, while Uncle Weiqi, of humble beginnings, now stood firm in the court, truly a man of stature. The black lady laughed heartily, saying, "Huaian, you are quite capable. My husband, after years of military service and warfare, has never genuinely bowed to anyone, yet he holds you in high regard, despite never having truly sparred with you." "I am but a man of strength," he replied modestly, "and I have yet to engage in true battle. I must learn much from Uncle Weiqi regarding leading troops and warfare." Seeing her opportunity to contribute, Weiqi Baolin opened a wine jar and filled each cup. The white and black ladies raised their bowls towards Zhang Huaian, exclaiming, "Come. We have long heard of your family's exquisite wine. The last time my husband returned, he scolded Cheng'an for several days. Xiangqing, feel free to indulge. If you cannot drink, tea is also available. There is no need for formality here." Zhang Huaian observed as even the 12 or 13-year-old Weiqi Baoqi lifted her wine bowl, smiling as he raised a toast to the two ladies before downing it in one gulp. He marveled at the vitality of the Weiqi household. Even now, De Hua was still in the kitchen preparing dishes, and they were merely drinking without any food. In truth, Zhang Huaian was not fond of such strong liquor, which he had concocted for treating external injuries. Yet these unrefined old folk had developed a taste for it. They seemed to revel in it. While he preferred chilled grape wine, a bottle of iced cola would have delighted him even more. After visiting these esteemed individuals, he surmised that his stock of wine at home would soon be depleted, and he would need to find more servants. Such tasks should not fall upon him personally. It was unbecoming for a noble to brew and distill wine. Upon returning, he would inquire with Xiangqing to see if her palace had any maids to bring along, quick and capable, yet pleasing to the eye. A group of beautiful women producing fragrant wine would certainly be more appealing than a horde of boorish gentlemen sweating over their brew. Do you not see that in later generations, it is always a group of beautiful women who tread upon the wine lees? No distillery would dare to reveal that burly men are involved in this process. Setting aside the question of taste, it is simply unacceptable on a physiological level. "Father, father!" A voice called from outside, and everyone in the main hall turned to look. There stood Zhang Chuhe, clad in resplendent armor, holding a short spear approximately 1.5 meters long. As she ran, the plates of her armor clinked and rustled. Yueqi Gong followed closely behind her, a look of satisfaction on his face as he regarded the little girl, his gaze far more approving than that bestowed upon the plump figure beside him. The old man had pondered for quite some time before preparing a gift for Chuhe. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and he had instructed the craftsman to dismantle his own armor and saw off his spear, which had only just arrived the previous day, leaving the girl somewhat wronged. Having seen the girl wielding a long spear previously, he mused that in actual combat, it paled in comparison to the spear he had gifted her. Even Shui Wanche, whose martial prowess and strength were not inferior to his own, had fallen short due to the inadequacy of his weapon. Zhang Huaian observed as his daughter approached, noting the silver armor plates bore marks of blade strikes. Even the front of the short spear was marred with cuts, making this gift far too valuable, incomparable to mere gold or silver. Zhang Huaian exchanged a glance with Xiangqing, and they both rose to offer their respects to Yueqi Gong. Zhang Huaian said, "This gift is far too precious." He had intended to suggest that Yueqi Gong retract the gift, but upon reflection, he realized that the armor could indeed be disassembled. Yet the spear, now sawed in half, could not be returned. He was no craftsman capable of welding it back together. Yueqi Gong, seated in the empty main seat, raised a bowl of wine and drank it down in one gulp, wearing an expression of sheer delight. "Let us not waste words. I have no fondness for such formalities. The gift is for the girl, not for you. There is no need for thanks. Sit down and share a cup with me, and consider it your thanks as a father." Zhang Huaian filled a bowl to the brim, holding it with both hands as he toasted to Yueqi Gong, then drank it all in one go. The plump figure hurried over to Yueqi Gong, wearing a pitiful expression. "Father, I want armor too." Yueqi Gong's expression darkened as he kicked the plump child towards Lady Bai. "Away with you. Do you think you can handle armor weighing over 20 jin and a 10 jin spear? Go play with your wooden spear instead." Lady Bai shot Yueqi Gong a disapproving look, embracing him for comfort. Zhang Huaian sighed, pondering that if the two children misbehaved again, he might send them to stay with Cheng Yaojin and Yueqi Gong for a few days, so they could truly appreciate how much their father cared for them. Yueqi Gong, smiling as he watched Zhang Chuhe in her armor, suddenly expressed a hint of regret. "Huaian, You are still young and have not witnessed Princess Pingyang. In my day, I was fortunate enough to behold her valiant form on the battlefield. Though her martial skills did not surpass mine, her prowess in combat was not any lesser than ours. It is a pity. Kelly deserves condemnation. Such a remarkable woman has fallen. When Chuhe matures, she shall undoubtedly become a more formidable general than Princess Pingyang. Zhang Huaian did not find it inappropriate for Wei Qigong to compare Zhang Chuhe with her great-aunt, Li Xiaoning. The accolades bestowed upon her indicated that Wei Qigong genuinely admired Zhang Chuhe, extolling her limitless potential. Furthermore, Zhang Huaian had no intention of confining Zhang Chuhe within the embroidery building, waiting for her to reach the right age for marriage. If he were to imprison her, that building would likely surpass even the imperial palace, fortified with steel doors and windows, which Lier would not permit. Thus, if Zhang Chuhe aspired to become a general, the most Zhang Huaian could do was to endeavor to minimize the dangers she might encounter on the battlefield. Chapter 67. The Wei family is truly fierce. As the shepherd assisted the staggeringly unsteady Zhang Huaian out of the Wei residence, it was the steward who accompanied Wei Qi to the gate. Once in the carriage, Zhang Huaian shook his head, his eyes clearing as he could no longer pretend to be intoxicated. Wei Qigong had been adamant in his attempts to intoxicate him. Ultimately, the Wei family was indeed formidable. Wei Qigong fell into a stupor, while Lady Bai continued to drink, and when Lady He followed suit. It was then that Zhang Huaian realized his inebriation was imminent. If the next one to raise a cup to drink with him was the 5-year-old Wei Qihuan, he would indeed appear utterly irresponsible. Lying in the carriage, Zhang Huaian pushed aside Zhang Chuhe, who was clinging to him and attempting to close his eyelids, insisting on keeping her armor on. Sitting up, he remarked to the grinning Xiangqing, "The Wei family is truly something else. If I do not maintain my pretense of drunkenness, will Wei Qigong really compel Wei Qihuan to drink with me? You ought to have played along with General Wei when he was inebriated. You should have feigned intoxication as well, yet you got both Ants and Baolin and Baoqi intoxicated. How was I to know he was so serious? 10 gin of 70-degree white liquor was nearly consumed. Had your husband not possessed such a robust constitution, he might have truly succumbed to the Wei family's revelry today." The following day, at Cheng Yaojin's residence, upon seeing Zhang Chuhe clad in armor, he was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. Wei Qigong genuinely adored this girl, even going so far as to disassemble his own armor for her. "Cheng Chimo, Cheng Chuyang, Cheng Chubi, go fetch your armor, saddle the horses, and engage in a spar with this young lady." The outcome was that Zhang Chuhe rode Little White, wielding a 2-meter-long wooden spear, unseating all 3 brothers from their steeds, with only Cheng Chumo managing to withstand 3 exchanges with great difficulty. "Go, fetch the cow that broke its leg this morning. Have the chef brought by Huaian stew it. Let our cook learn well, or I shall use the whip on him tonight." When Zhang Huaian entered the main hall to greet the Chui family, he found himself in the presence of the esteemed Qinghe Chui clan, who bore none of the rustic demeanor of the 2 ladies from Wei Qigong's household. To his astonishment, 4 men, seemingly cast from the same mold, were already awaiting him with cups in hand. "Come, let us drink." Zhang Huaian could not possibly show weakness. When the 11-year-old Cheng Chubi fainted, Zhang Huaian happened to lean over the table. The Chui family continued to apologize to Xiangqing, acknowledging the faults of their master, to which Xiangqing merely responded with a smile. The remaining days became considerably easier. Neither Qin Xiong nor old Niu forced him to drink, allowing him the freedom to indulge as he pleased. When visiting the residences of Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Changsun Wuji, Zhang Huaian presented more formal gifts, bringing along a visiting card. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui treated him with the utmost decorum, adhering to the standard banquet etiquette of the Tang Dynasty. Quite different from the feasts at the homes of Wei Qi and Old Cheng, Zhang Huaian had even brought his own chef, and the table was filled with copper basins brimming with meat, a stark contrast to the previous dining experiences. While the Tang Dynasty did boast a variety of exquisite delicacies, they were evidently not part of the formal banquets, which prioritized ritual and decorum. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Chuhe, while dining, discreetly stuck out their tongues, clearly dissatisfied with the fare provided by the 2 families. Upon arriving at the Changsun residence, Zhang Huaian was taken aback. Due to the invitation sent the previous day, a grand reception awaited him. The main gate was wide open, and Changsun Wuji, accompanied by his eldest son Changsun Chong and his second son Changsun Yang, along with a throng of servants, greeted Zhang Huaian, leaving him both honored and astonished. "Lord Qi, What is the meaning of this? How could I warrant such a personal welcome? The stout Changsun Wuji narrowed his eyes, refraining from responding verbally, instead gesturing towards Changsun Chong and Changsun Yang. This is my eldest son, Changsun Chong, and my second son, Changsun Yang. You have both met your brother Huaian. Changsun Chong eagerly grasped Zhang Huaian's hands, his tone filled with excitement, as if on the verge of tears. I have long heard of your esteemed name, brother Huaian. It is quite remiss of me not to have visited your residence. Zhang Huaian felt a twinge of unease. Was not the Changsun family of Xinbei descent? Yet they seemed to bear the essence of the Sichuan region. Subtly withdrawing his hands, he smiled and replied, I have yet to pay my respects at Lord Qi's residence. How could you be the first to visit me? Brother Huaian, Changsun Yang called out, scratching his head, as they entered the main hall. Zhang Huaian was astonished to see countless maidens bustling about, and an array of every conceivable delicacy and dessert from the Tang Dynasty laid out on a long table. Why such hospitality, Lord Qi? I am quite overwhelmed. Changsun Chong, the most refined gentleman Zhang Huaian had encountered in recent days, dressed in a well-tailored silk robe, adorned with a jade belt, moved with an air of grace, leaving a fragrant trail in his wake. In a hushed tone, Changsun Chong remarked, the matter you mentioned to father the other day prompted him to consult the records at the Ministry of Revenue and send someone to the countryside for inquiries. It was discovered that more than half of the children born to those married to maternal relatives do not survive, and those who do often bear congenital ailments. The chance of having a healthy child is exceedingly rare. Hence, father is considering seeking the hand of the Princess of Runan for my younger brother. It is fitting that we express our gratitude to you, brother Huaian, for this. Zhang Huaian finally comprehended the situation. It is essential to note that Changsun Chong is the legitimate eldest son of the family. If a child is not born of the lawful wife, his existence may not pose a problem. However, should Changsun Chong meet his demise, his offspring would inevitably face reproach for being born of a concubine. The inheritance of a prominent family is not necessarily purer than that of the royal lineage, especially considering the perennial rivalry for the title of heir. Zhang Huaian chuckled. From this point forward, we shall be brothers-in-law. Let us cultivate our relationship henceforth. Indeed. During their day at the Changsun residence, the atmosphere was one of joyous camaraderie. Upon their departure, Changsun Wujin graciously presented lavish gifts to the two children, dispatching 2 horse-drawn carriages to accompany them back to Zhang's residence. Only returning after the gifts had been delivered. Zhang Huaian understood this to be a token of gratitude from Changsun Wujin, though it must be publicly framed as gifts for the children. That evening, in the privacy of their chamber, Xiang curiously inquired, Husband, I never realized that marriage between maternal cousins is also prohibited. We all know that Sister Changle is to wed Changsun Chong. Even Changle herself believes this. Children are not solely the offspring of men. They are a joint creation, each parent contributing equally to their lineage. Marriages between cousins violate moral principles, and the same holds true for maternal cousins. Xiang gazed at Zhang Huaian with admiration. Husband, you possess such vast knowledge. Zhang Huaian, captivated by Xiang, who was clad in nothing but a light garment, felt a surge of warmth. He swallowed hard and responded, Xiang, you see, I understand much more than you realize. Here, the narrative continues with omitted details. Chapter 68. The cattle of the Cheng family last night. Upon returning from the Changsun household, Zhang Huaiyan observed a multitude of ox-drawn carts entering Chang'an City through the Qixia Gate. Upon calculating the time, he realized that a week had passed, indicating that he was due to report to Dojing at the Ministry of Agriculture the following day. Lier had meticulously orchestrated the timing, unwilling to grant even an extra day. Zhang Huaiyan believed that the processing of locusts should fall under the jurisdiction of either the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Industry, while the Ministry of Agriculture ought to focus on enhancing grain yields rather than devising recipes for locust cakes. It is noteworthy that, although an acre of land today is somewhat smaller than in later generations, it still encompasses over 500 square meters. During the Jingguan era, the plight of the populace lacking land to cultivate was non-existent, even amidst vast tracts of uncultivated land in Guangzhou. The Tang Dynasty thrived due to its abundant land resources. Each household's able-bodied male, aged between 18 and 60, was allotted 100 acres of land, comprised of 20 acres of perpetual farmland and 80 acres of division land. Men over 60, or those in ill health, were granted 40 acres, while women received 30 acres. Each male was required to pay an annual tribute of 2 stones of grain, along with 2 rolls of cloth and 3 pounds of hemp. In years free from calamity, The populace generally did not suffer from food shortages. Moreover, the average yield per acre in the Tang Dynasty was merely over 200 pounds. While fertilizers are significant, the most crucial factor remains the quality of seeds. Should the Tang Dynasty be fortunate enough to produce a talent akin to the renowned Yuan sage of later generations, even in years of poor harvest, the people would still possess sufficient grain reserves. Last night, during dinner, Zhang Huaian informed his two children that they would need to rise early for school the following day. Zhang Chuhe showed little concern, thinking it would be quite nice to attend the Chang'an Academy and learn about the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty. However, for Zhang Chuhe, the young girl felt as though the sky had fallen. After much delay, her central argument was a resolute refusal to go to school. Upon receiving a firm rejection from her parents, the little girl, with a sorrowful expression, clung to Zhang Huaian, refusing to let go. Ultimately, it was Yunyu who spoke to Zhang Chuhe, saying, "The lessons at Chang'an Academy are taught by your uncles and aunts. Your aunt Chang Lu is also studying there, and many children your age will be there to play with you." Zhang Chuhe, like a koala, hung onto Zhang Huaian, tilting her small head to ask her father, "Father, is what Sister Yunyu said true?" With a resigned nod, Zhang Huaian affirmed, "Indeed, my dear Chuhe, you are so adorable, and being their niece, they will surely adore you. You can even ask your uncles and aunts for gifts." "Can I wear armor?" she inquired. "Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. You are going to study, not to battle at the academy. Even if someone provokes you, do not retaliate too harshly, or your great-grandmother will be quite upset." All right. Zhang Chuhe slid off her father's lap and strode towards her room, her steps resolute and without a glance back. "Just remember, even if you must defend yourself, do not break any legs." I understand. She waved her hand without turning around. The next day, at the hour of the tiger, Zhang Huaian rose early. Although he did not need to rise so early for his official duties, since Dojing was to attend the morning court, and by the time it ended, it would be close to the hour of the dragon. He had to accompany his two children to school, thus he too had to awaken. Meanwhile, Yunyu had just roused Zhang Chuhe, who, eyes still closed, was throwing a tantrum in her already dressed state. "I won't go? Sister Yunyu, I'm so tired. Can I go tomorrow instead?" Though typically a bit headstrong, Zhang Chuhe held a deep affection for her family. Even when angry, she would never lash out at anyone in the Zhang household, as they were all considered her kin. "You must go, Chuhe. The master and the young master are already awake. If you do not rise soon, the master will come personally to rouse you." Zhang Huaian chuckled, glancing at his son, who was emerging from the adjacent room, rubbing his eyes. "Good morning, father." Zhang Jian's and Zhang Muyao, as their personal attendants, would typically accompany them to school. However, since this was for the Chang'an Academy and not an ordinary private school, their status was insufficient for attendance. Yunyu struggled to carry Zhang Chuhe from her room. At 16 years old, Yunyu stood only at 5 feet tall and weighed less than 100 pounds, making it quite a challenge to bear the weight of the other child. Zhang Chuhe, eyes shut, allowed Yunyu to brush her teeth with a willow branch while she draped her arms around Yunyu's neck, gradually dozing off. Yunyu was quite worried about accidentally injuring her gums, but suddenly, the little girl opened her eyes. "Father, please have the shepherd prepare the cart." "No, the ox cart, to wait outside the imperial city for my return, so we can load the gifts." The little girl had been the center of attention in Chang'an these past few days. Aside from the return gifts from the Fong and Du families, many others had prepared an array of presents for her, particularly the Changsun family. Each child received a cart filled with exquisite silk and satin, adorned with various gold and silver ornaments. The gifts for Zhang Qingyuan were even heftier, comprising an entire cart brimming with meticulously copied books. However, Zhang Chuhe showed no interest in her brother's presents, spending her days with Yunyu and Zhang Muyao, playing with the jewelry she had received. Though her favorite remained the armor gifted by Wei Qigong, it did not diminish her innate penchant for beauty, a trait deeply rooted in her lineage. At times, her hair could be adorned with over 20 hairpins. She must have been thinking about encountering many uncles and aunts today, anticipating more gifts. Knowing that an ox cart could carry more than a horse cart, she insisted on having the shepherd prepare an ox cart. Zhang Huaian lifted both children into the cart, which was drawn by only 2 horses today, as Xiang was not present. Inside the cart, a small square table was laden with an array of dishes prepared by Da Huang, who had risen at dawn to cook. In recent days, Da Huang had been visiting various noble households, gathering a group of robust apprentices. Their astonishment at her culinary use of medicinal herbs was palpable, and Da Huang found them to be rather naive. Although it was her master's wish for her to teach them the art of cooking, the apprentices understood the importance of discretion and showed Da Huang great respect. When Da Huang informed Zhang Huaian, she held several silver coins in her hands. After all, her life, strictly speaking, belonged to him, and she had not kept any of the money for herself. However, both Zhang Huaian and Xiang smiled and encouraged her to keep the coins, with Zhang Huaian advising her to ensure that the chefs paid a more substantial tuition next time, as they should not be taken lightly. Upon seeing the food, Zhang Chuhe instantly perked up, disregarding the chopsticks beside her, and eagerly grabbed a piece of beef, savoring it with delight. "Father, will the cow from Grandpa Cheng's house break its leg again today? Should I go lend a hand? It will surely break." Zhang Huaian chuckled at her words, calculating that Cheng Yaojin's household averaged 1 cow lost each week. This time, due to Zhang Huaian's visit, Cheng Yaojin, noticing the little girl's fondness for beef, had sent quite a bit along. Yet, only 3 days later, another cow had met its unfortunate end, which was delivered by the steward yesterday. Knowing the little girl had a hearty appetite, Cheng Yaojin had sent all the shank meat over, which Da Huang had stewed for half an hour and then left to simmer overnight, achieving the perfect tenderness. Chapter 69. You are Wang Bodong's son. Zhang Huaian lamented the absence of potatoes and chili peppers. Otherwise, a beef stew with potatoes and a few chilies would have been a delectable treat worthy of even Li Er's attention. As the cart arrived at the gates of the imperial city, the entrance was illuminated by several large lanterns, where a palace attendant awaited their arrival. Zhang Huaian approached with a smile, subtly transferring a silver coin into the hands of the eunuch. "I appreciate your assistance. My young son and daughter are still quite small, and I would be grateful for your care." The eunuch, feeling the weight of his sleeve, beamed with a smile akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. "Ah, Master Zhang, you are too kind. This is a matter personally entrusted by Her Majesty the Empress. You have been frequently mentioned by the young ones, urging them to remain vigilant. Qingyuan, Chuhe, follow this eunuch. He will escort you to Chongwen Academy. Once you arrive, should any issues arise, seek out your Aunt Chonglo. Your father will come to fetch you in the afternoon." The two bid farewell to their father and followed the eunuch into a dimly lit passage. Zhang Huaian felt no concern for the safety of his children, especially with his daughter present. As for the issue of bullying in the academy, it seemed trivial. The students and teachers combined would hardly match Zhang Chuhe's prowess. Returning to the carriage, Zhang Huaian noted that it was still early morning. He had no desire to enter the palace just yet, so he kicked the shepherd, who was lounging on the carriage's yoke. "Get lost. Let me rest for a moment. Visiting everywhere these days feels more exhausting than battling tigers every day." The shepherd chuckled and jumped down, squatting nearby while still toying with the dagger that Zhang Huaian had gifted him. Over the past few days, the shepherd had replaced the original leather sheath with a finely crafted wooden one, perhaps believing the former was an insult to the dagger's quality. As Zhang Huaian reclined on the yoke, gazing at the bright starry sky, he noted that the Big Dipper shone even more brightly than in his previous life. He had little to reminisce about. His parents had tragically passed away in an accident shortly after he gained admission to university. It was a pity that the misfortune had befallen his parents. He had applied for a student loan and juggled work and study to complete his education. Just as he secured a satisfactory job, fate had whisked him away to the Tang Dynasty. Now, in the Tang Dynasty, he had become a nobleman, blessed with a wife and 2 children. Even if his parents were watching from the heavens, they might find solace in knowing he was well settled. "I wonder, if I had never asked, would you have kept silent forever?" The shepherd, understanding that Zhang Huaian was addressing him, chuckled in response. "What is there to say? Just consider me like that black ox, a slave purchased for 5 guan. Ridiculous. When could 5 guan buy an educated slave skilled in martial arts? Tell me, my lord. I would have to exhaust my entire fortune to acquire one." Zhang Huaian retorted. "You do not plan to rebel, so why would you need so many slaves? Are you planning to emulate Zhang Liang and raise dozens of adopted sons?" Zhang Huaian sat up, glaring at the shepherd. "If you refuse to speak, then get out of my house. I can give you a sum of money. Go wherever you please, or you can tell me the truth, and perhaps I can assist you." The shepherd, lying on the bluestone pavement outside the imperial city, sighed in resignation. "My lord, you do not truly regard me as a slave. This dagger could trade for dozens of slaves like me. Why not treat me as a slave? If there are any life-threatening tasks in the future, just send me. I will surely complete them and then perish." "How dare you? You haven't earned enough of my 5 guan, yet you wish to perish. My mother has long since passed." Zhang Huaian cast a small gold ingot into the air. his tone frigid as he declared, "Then you need not return to the Zhang family today. Fend for yourself." Zhang Huaian could not afford to be careless. If this fellow bore animosity towards Li Er, a sudden assassination upon Li Er's return could spell doom for the Zhang family, forcing them to flee. With a swift motion, the gold ingot was tossed back by the shepherd, who sighed, "Rest assured, my lord, my enemies have long since departed from this world. While I may harbor some grievances against the Li family, there is no need to resort to assassination against Li Shimin. What say you?" Zhang Huaian noted the shepherd's resolute demeanor, pondering whether he would need to resort to coercion for the truth to emerge. "Are you acquainted with Master Xingyan?" Zhang Huaian nodded. He certainly recognized him as a formidable figure, seemingly granted the title of Duke of Gu, whose demise was rather unjust. "Are you the son of Master Xingyan?" "No, you just claimed your grievances with the Li family are minor. Thus Master Xingyan must be your foe." "Wang Shichong." "No, if you were Wang Shichong's son, your enmity with Li Er would be considerable. So you must be the son of Li Mi?" Zhang Huaian regarded the shepherd, who lay on the floor, with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. "My lord, I do not bear the surname Li. I am Wang." Zhang Huaian was taken aback. "You are the son of Wang Bodong?" He observed a glimmer of realization cross the shepherd's face, who perhaps should now be referred to as Wang Jia. "Yes, my lord. You may now rest easy. Both my parents have passed, and my enemies have all vanished. If there are still foes, it would be Li Yuan. However, Li Yuan is currently imprisoned by Li Shimin in the depths of the palace. I lack your capabilities to assassinate him, and knowing he suffers greatly now is far more satisfying than a swift death." The shepherd sat up, tears tracing his face, yet he wore a smile. Zhang Huaian sighed. "About to speak. My lord, do not trouble yourself with apologies. I have grown accustomed to being a servant over the years. Your half a sheep's head and a short knife are more than sufficient to buy my life. So, you needn't worry about me causing trouble for your family. It is only you who have treated me as a human being. Thus, you may consider me a servant of your household from now on. Should the young lady desire, I would gladly pass on my archery skills to her, honoring my Wang family's legacy and providing an heir for the Ding family's dual guns." Zhang Huaiyan, not one to be overly sentimental, contemplated for a moment before tossing the gold ingot back to the shepherd with a smile. "Consider this a token for the initial harvest. Keep it. You may even take a stroll through Pinkangfang." The shepherd chuckled softly, no longer refusing, and placed the gold ingot into his bosom. Suddenly, Zhang Huaiyan's eyes brightened. His gaze fixed intently upon the shepherd as he inquired, "I have heard that your father's archery skills are exceptional. Since you have learned archery, it is only logical that you can craft a bow. I have long sought a fine bow. Could you fashion one for me?" The shepherd appeared momentarily speechless before responding. "I can indeed, but with your strength, my lord, what draw weight are you seeking? A bow of 5 or 6 stones would be barely adequate. 7 or 8 stones would be preferable." The shepherd was at a loss for words. Archery relies not on sheer strength, but rather on speed and quantity. A 3-stone bow can effortlessly pierce armor, while a 7 or 8-stone bow is simply impractical and unwieldy. A 5-stone bow is nearly as tall as you, my lord. A bow that is too pliable is uncomfortable and unsatisfactory to use. I still possess some steel strips for crafting this dagger. I will give them to you later, and you can see if you can fashion a bow from them. Chapter 70. Lu and Yu. The two siblings followed the eunuch down a lengthy corridor for quite some time before finally arriving near the Chang'an Academy. An elderly man with a short beard stood at the entrance, holding a book and waiting quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing the old man, the eunuch dared not greet him, merely bowing slightly before retreating discreetly. Zhang Chuhe and his sibling each carried a small satchel and approached the elder to pay their respects. "Greetings, sir. I am Zhang Qingyuan." "Greetings, sir. I am Zhang Chuhe." The elderly man smiled and nodded at their demeanor. "You must be the children of Count Zhang. The Empress has already sent word to me yesterday, informing that 2 new students would be arriving today. Though you are still of tender age, your eagerness to learn is evident, and I am honored to welcome you. My name is Lu Yuanlang, courtesy named Deming. You may refer to me as Mr. Lu in the future. Now, let us meet your fellow classmates." The siblings bowed once more. "Yes, sir." Mr. Lu ambled into the academy, with the 2 trailing behind. Zhang Chuhe thought to himself that the old man moved exceedingly slowly, swaying with every step. However, recalling his father's instructions and the prospect of returning home laden with gifts, he restrained his impulse to comment. In one of the academy's study rooms, a large head darted past the entrance, followed by a hushed voice. Mr. Lu has arrived. Mr. Lu has arrived. Sit up straight, or you shall be punished. Seemingly oblivious to the commotion, Mr. Lu squinted as he entered the study room, surveying the students below before speaking slowly. Today, you have gained 2 new classmates. Henceforth, you must treat each other with respect and kindness, assisting one another in your studies. Do not take advantage of their youth to bully them. Otherwise, I shall report such misconduct to His Majesty. Those of corrupt character do not deserve to remain in Chang'an Academy. Do you all understand? We shall heed your teachings, sir. The assembled students rose in unison, bowing in response. Zhang Chuhe's large eyes darted around, spotting many familiar faces among the students. Aunt Chang'le, Wei Qi Xiaoshan, Cheng Laosan, and others he did not recognize. Just then, he heard Mr. Lu call out, Wei Qi Huan, come forward. The chubby boy shuffled forward reluctantly, head down. Next time you wish to greet the teacher, remember to step outside the study room. Do not peek from the doorway, as it is disrespectful. Do you understand? Wei Qi Huan extended a pudgy hand and replied softly, I shall heed your teachings, sir. Mr. Lu picked up a ruler from the desk, chuckling lightly. You possess a keen awareness of your actions, sparing me the need to admonish you. As a result, instead of 5 strokes, you shall receive only 3. Smack, smack, smack. The crisp sound of the ruler striking the chubby hand of the little one made Zhang Qingyuan grimace, while Zhang Chuhe merely pouted, feeling that the old man was rather fierce. However, she was not afraid of being struck if the old man wished to hit her. He would likely need to resort to a steel ruler, for this bamboo ruler would hardly cause her any pain, even if it broke. The old man set down the ruler and allowed Wei Qi Huan to return to his seat. You two may choose your own seats, considering your tender ages. If you happen to know anyone, you may sit together for now, and separate once you become more acquainted. Zhang Chuhe, with her small backpack, walked directly towards Li Lizzie, who had been winking at her, while Zhang Qingyuan took a seat beside the recently chastised Wei Qi Huan. Have you two begun your studies? After rising to pay his respects, Zhang Qingyuan responded, in answer to your question, esteemed teacher, I have commenced my studies. My father personally taught me for 3 years. My younger sister is still quite young and her knowledge is somewhat lacking, yet she can recognize characters. Lu Deming nodded, and then turned his gaze towards Zhang Chuhe. Have you completed the 1,000-character classic, Analects, and classic of filial piety? Zhang Chuhe stood up, looking towards her brother, only to find Zhang Qingyuan winking at her. Unable to comprehend her brother's intentions, she cleverly deduced that he must be encouraging her to respond affirmatively. Although she only knew that the Analects was the book given to her brother by their maternal grandmother, which she had secretly perused with her sister Mu Yao, presenting herself as knowledgeable seemed advantageous. After all, their father had once remarked that one's identity is bestowed by oneself, though they were once ordinary commoners. Their fine attire had prevented anyone from looking down upon them when they ventured outside. Thus, Zhang Chuhe replied brightly, esteemed teacher, I have completed them. Zhang Qingyuan felt like smacking his forehead. His wink had been intended to prompt his sister to admit the truth, for he believed the teacher would not scorn a student for their lack of knowledge, but dishonesty could lead to trouble. Indeed, the next moment, Lu Deming nodded. Smiling as he asked, the master said, to be unknown and yet not to be angry. Is this not the mark of a gentleman? What does this mean? Zhang Chuhe's expression momentarily froze, before she suddenly burst into laughter. She had encountered this phrase in her brother's books, and had even discussed its meaning with her sister Mu Yao. Zhang Chuhe thought the old man quite amiable. But if he inquired about the other 2 texts, she would have to admit she had never read them. At that point, she would surely be exposed. Old man, you have unwittingly placed yourself in my line of fire. While some may not know my name, I have yet to become angry, which is already quite gentlemanly. The study was silent for a brief moment, as Chang Lu, seated beside Zhang Chuhe, wished she could cover her face, unsure how her brother-in-law was educating his children, and whether her sister would be infuriated upon discovering this. Lu Deming stood there, dazed for quite some time, then nervously continued, believing that perhaps the previous question had been a bit complex, leading the young girl to misunderstand. To hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening. What does this mean? If I learn the way to your house in the morning, then you must die by night. Uft. The chubby Wei Qi Huan beside Zhang Qingyuan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. As a result, everyone in the study, aside from Chang Lu and Zhang Qingyuan, who were covering their faces and sighing, erupted into laughter. The plump young boy chuckled, but suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose, wondering why he felt a bit chilly even in the midst of summer. Lu Deming, trembling, stood at the front, striking the table forcefully with a ruler, and bellowed, "Silence." Then, with hands shaking like a bird's claw, he pointed at Zhang Chuhe and exclaimed, "Who taught you this? Was it Zhang Huaian?" The teachings of our wise ancestors should not be misinterpreted so frivolously. I intend to report Zhang Huaian to His Majesty. He had heard that Zhang Huaian, steadfast in upholding his late father's dying wishes, had refused imperial orders, desiring to marry a princess as a reward for his merits. Yet, he had not expected such disrespect towards the sages. Upon hearing the old man speak ill of her father and preparing to report him to the emperor, Zhang Chuhe was immediately displeased. Chapter 71. To educate the masses. You, old man, are utterly unreasonable. I did not claim that my father taught me this. It is my own interpretation. If you find my words incorrect, you could enlighten me with the true meaning. Or perhaps you could directly confront my father. What a shameful act for a grown man to resort to complaints. Lu Deming had never encountered a student bold enough to refute him in such a manner. Even the crown prince Li Chengqian seated below had never dared to challenge him so directly. Sir, my younger sister is still quite young and her knowledge is limited. We did not study the Analects but other texts, and it is understandable that she has misinterpreted the teachings of the sages. I will ensure to guide her properly upon our return. So I humbly ask for your forgiveness regarding her unintentional remarks. Lu Deming's face flushed with anger, having devoted his life to the study of the Analects. He had never encountered such an interpretation. He no longer cared whether Zhang Huaian had taught her or if it was the girl's own understanding. He sought to uncover the root of her misunderstanding. Lu Deming gestured to Zhang Chengyuan and then bowed to Zhang Chuhe, saying, "You speak with courtesy, indeed. I was too quick to judge. You are still young, and I should not be so harsh upon you. However, I am curious to hear your interpretation of the Analects." Having taught many students, Lu Deming believed there must be other reasons for the girl's initial misinterpretation that led to her erroneous understanding of the entire text. He decided to correct her thoughts first, leaving the matter of confronting Zhang Huaian for later. Seeing that the old man was now speaking politely and had no intention of troubling her father, Zhang Chuhe began to speak slowly. "I have heard my father say that Confucius was 6 feet tall, measuring over 2 meters according to the spring and autumn standards, taller than my father. The Yale Shi Chuanxia records that Confucius had the strength to lift the gates of a state. He was well versed in the 6 arts of a gentleman: rites, music, literature, mathematics, archery, and charioteering. Though he may not have possessed my father's strength, he surpassed Uncle Yuqi and Uncle Chang. He traveled across various states with over 3,000 disciples, even amidst wars." At this point, Zhang Chuhe paused and scratched her head, feeling a bit shy as she continued. "As for the rest, I cannot recall, but I believe Confucius would not be as frail as you, sir." Lu Deming suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Having devoted his entire life to the study of the Analects, how could he not recognize the veracity of Zhang Chuhe's assertions? Moreover, he was aware that the Huainanzi recorded that Confucius surpassed Changhong in wisdom and matched Mingben in valor, capable of both swift movement and formidable strength. Since everyone had initially engaged with the Analects, they subconsciously envisioned Confucius as a mere scholar. Even Kong Ingda likely never imagined that his illustrious ancestor was a figure of immense strength and valor. They all studied the Analects first before understanding Confucius, consequently overlooking his martial prowess. However, the young girl was different. She formed her impression of Confucius prior to delving into the Analects. Were he in her position, he too might misinterpret certain meanings. Lu Deming nodded, his tone softening. "Your explanation holds merit. Yet the Analects have been passed down for millennia and cannot harbor such great discrepancies. Please take a seat and pay closer attention in the future." Li Lizzie genuinely felt a pang of anxiety for her young niece, knowing that if these elders were to take matters seriously, they would be unyielding even in the presence of the emperor. Lu Deming turned to Zhang Chengyuan. "You mentioned that your siblings did not use the Analects for their initial studies. May I inquire what texts you employed?" Zhang Chengyuan replied respectfully. "The texts we used for our early education are the 3-character classic, the 100 family surnames, and the disciples' regulations." With curiosity, Lu Deming asked, "Oh, could you recite them for me? I have yet to hear of the 3 books you mentioned." At the beginning of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. While natures are similar, habits diverge. If not educated, one's nature may become corrupted, as seen in the epics of Yu and Zhou, and continuing into the Sui dynasty. If not passed down, the lineage is lost. The disciples' regulations, teachings of the sages, Begin with filial piety and brotherly respect. Do not be self-indulgent or abandon oneself. The virtuous and the wise can impart teachings. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zheng, Wang. The fifth speaks of blessings, concluding the 100 family surnames. Zhang Qingyuan's youthful voice echoed throughout the study hall, reciting for a full half hour, pausing several times, feeling as though he might faint if he continued. Lu Deming, at some point, had seated himself at the desk, deeply engrossed in the text, unable to extricate himself for an extended duration. After a long while, Lu Deming finally returned to reality. Is this authored by your father, the Marquis of Lantian County, Zhang Huaian? I have only heard of your father's unparalleled strength. I never imagined that at merely 20 years of age, he could be regarded as a great scholar. Zhang Qingyuan quickly waved his hands in protest. Sir, this book is not authored by my father. When he was young, he was lost in confusion, oblivious to worldly matters, surviving solely through the assistance of neighbors. It was only at the age of 14 that he awoke to clarity, and since then, his mind has been filled with knowledge, including these 3 works. Lu Deming, tugging at his beard and losing several strands in the process, remarked, I have heard of Zhuangzi dreaming of butterflies, of a sage awakening to enlightenment in dreams. I never imagined your father, in a state of confusion for 14 years, would suddenly awaken to create these 3 works. These texts, more eloquent than the 1,000-character classic, the Analects, or the classic of filial piety, are indeed more suitable for the education of young children. Upon returning home today, please inform your father that I shall visit him tomorrow. The dissemination of these 3 works has the potential to enlighten countless individuals. Lu Deming, upon finishing his words, suddenly chuckled, saying, were it not for my advanced age, I would gladly trade 14 years of aimless wandering for a few works worthy of enduring fame. In that case, I could leave a significant mark in history and die without regrets. You flatter me, esteemed sir, Lu Deming replied with a smile, dismissively waving his hand. He then picked up a book from the table, shaking his head while murmuring about the inherent goodness of human nature before exiting the academy, his destination unknown. Inside the academy, a group of students exchanged glances, pondering whether to continue their lessons in the absence of their teacher. With a face full of delight, Wei Qi-huan realized that the departure of the teacher meant he could indulge in play. Just as he was about to rise and seek out Chengshan San for some fun, he felt a tightening around his collar, and soon his feet were lifted off the ground. Little chubby, you were the one who laughed at me first, weren't you? Without needing to turn around, Wei Qi-huan grasped the situation, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of self-reproach for his inability to contain his laughter. He knew he couldn't retaliate and was certain that reporting this to his father would only lead to further punishment, perhaps even 2 rounds of reprimand, one for his lack of prowess and the other for offending Zhang Chuhe, who his father seemed to favor far more than himself. Chuhe, dear niece, uncle was mistaken. May I bring you gifts tomorrow to atone for my misdeeds? Let go of Wei Huan. Father instructed that we must not engage in fights with classmates. If you disobey, I shall inform mother. Chapter 72. Hand over your food. Zhang Chuhe stood atop the table, pouting in dissatisfaction, reluctantly releasing her grip. Father only said not to break legs. He never mentioned we couldn't fight. The little chubby boy, having fallen to the ground, quickly disregarded his sore bottom and scrambled to his feet, seeking refuge behind Cheng Chubai. Cheng Chubai, too, was wary of this little lady, knowing well that he and his brothers could not match her strength. He wondered what help he could possibly offer. The 2 boys huddled together in a corner, trembling. Chuhe, come and see the pastries your aunt brought for you. Chang Lu cheerfully beckoned to the little girl, having prepared the treats with her in mind. I'm coming. Zhang Chuhe, showing no hesitation, dashed over and immediately snatched a piece to eat, while Chang Lu thoughtfully prepared tea for her. As Zhang Chuhe savored the delicacies, she suddenly patted her head and exclaimed to Chang Lu, Aunt, my father mentioned that there are many of my aunts and uncles here, and that they would give me gifts. Could you introduce me to them? Chang Lu giggled behind her hand, glancing around the academy, where those caught under her gaze shuddered. Cheng Yuan, you come too. Chang Lu then led the 2 siblings to the center of the academy, standing before a young man clad in bright yellow, smiling radiantly. This is my elder brother, Li Chengqian, who is also your uncle. Uncle. Li Chengqian wore a wry smile, having heard about Xiang Cheng's sister having children, yet he had not anticipated the matter of gifts. Chang Lu, in my haste today, I indeed did not know that Cheng Yuan and Chuhe would be here. Perhaps we could rectify that tomorrow? Absolutely not. Uncle is being stingy. When I arrived, I had the servants prepare an ox cart to carry home the gifts. Before Chang Lu could utter a word, Zhang Chuhe was already displeased, insisting that it was agreed upon to use an ox cart to transport a load of gifts home. Oh Chuhe, it is not that your uncle is stingy. I promise to bring you more gifts tomorrow, but today I truly have nothing prepared. Li Chengxian was drenched in cold sweat, wondering whose household would transport gifts by cart. Chang Lu, with a playful grin, removed the jade pendant hanging from Li Chengxian's left side and handed it to Zhang Qinyuan. Subsequently, she took down a delicate, hollowed-out aromatic ball from her right side and presented it to Zhang Chuhe. Zhang Chuhe did not press Li Chengxian further. After securing the aromatic ball to her waist, she patted it and cheerfully declared, "Uncle, remember to bring numerous gifts tomorrow. I shall come to school with the ox cart." Li Chengxian gazed sorrowfully at his now barren waist. Brother Tai? The plump Li Tai had already noticed his elder brother's predicament and willingly removed his jade pendant, handing it to Zhang Qinyuan. He had no other items to offer and looked helplessly at Chuhe. "Chuhe, I assure you that your uncle will bring many gifts tomorrow. Today I simply have nothing left on me. I cannot possibly give you my outer robe, can I?" Zhang Chuhe waved her hand dismissively. "I do not want your clothing. Just remember to bring me gifts tomorrow." Third brother? The princes were being extorted in order of their age, with even Li Yu and Li Yin obediently surrendering their jade pendants. They had just witnessed Zhang Chuhe lifting Wei Qi Huan, and were exceedingly anxious that failure to comply would result in a beating, which would be quite unjust, especially when the assailants were their own juniors. Even the emperor would likely not intercede on their behalf. Next came several cousins, Li Xiaogong's second son Li Chongzhen, Li Daozong's second son Li Jingren. After greeting all the uncles, Zhang Qinyuan's waist jingled with the sound of clinking jade pendants. With a dozen pendants hanging from his waist, the cacophony resembled a chaotic chime. However, Zhang Chuhe was not pleased. Only Li Chengxian and Li Ku had gifts for her, while the rest merely offered a single jade pendant to their brother. Although they promised to bring gifts tomorrow to make amends, she remained discontent. Before the little girl could feel too dejected, 7 or 8 ants surrounded her, brandishing gold hairpins and gold step shakes that had been meticulously prepared for both siblings. "Dear ants, these gifts are of no use to the nephew." Zhang Qinyuan chuckled wryly at the gold hairpin in his hand, while Princess Song covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "Are you foolish? If you have no use for them, why not gift them to someone? When you meet a pretty girl later, just give her one. When she grows up, you can take her home as a bride." Meanwhile, Zhang Chuhe was encircled by several ants who continuously adorned her head with hairpins. Although the little girl could not wear them out just yet, she could do so in the future. Princess Song's words left Zhang Qinyuan blushing furiously as he sought out a few uncles. Despite his scholarly prowess being on par with anyone else, he lacked exposure. However, having accompanied Zhang Huaian on visits to various estates over the past few days, he was not entirely at a loss. "Qinyuan, were those articles truly written by your brother-in-law?" Li Chengxian inquired, his large eyes wide with curiosity. He still held a hint of skepticism. After all, who could write such works without studying? "Indeed, it was my grandfather who imparted this knowledge to me," claiming that it was bestowed upon him in a dream. Li Tai exclaimed, "If it was taught in a dream, could it not be the wisdom of an immortal?" Li Ku shook his head vigorously, asserting, "Nay, one must not speak of supernatural forces. Little Tai, do not utter such nonsense." Li Tai pouted in response. "Third brother, did you not hear how Chuhe just elucidated the Analects? Even Mr. Lu is questioning the authenticity of his learning, and you still speak of such matters." He called out to Zhang Chuhe, who was encircled by a gaggle of young girls. "Chuhe, what does it mean that one must not speak of the supernatural? The sage may not wish to converse with you, but he might strike you into a stupor with his extraordinary powers." Ha ha. The study was filled with the laughter of children. It was not until the sound of a golden bell resonated that a palace maid entered, bearing dishes and beginning to distribute meals to the princes and princesses. Everyone returned to their seats to partake in the meal. The fare within the palace was quite lavish, consisting of rice, chicken, and a bowl of soup. Zhang Qinyuan was thoroughly engrossed in his meal, while Zhang Chuhe took but a single bite before setting down the chicken leg and rummaging through his bag. "Chuhe, are you not hungry?" Chang Lu inquired with curiosity. "It is not to my taste. I shall see if my father has provided me with something better to eat." Zhang Chuhe suddenly broke into a grin, retrieving a bamboo tube from his bag and unveiling a vibrant array of braised ribs. Within this bamboo lunchbox, approximately a foot long, One side held the braised ribs, while the other contained a fried chicken leg. Zhang Chuhe offered a chicken leg to Chang Lu, saying, "Auntie, here, have a taste. This is made by my family. Far superior to this boiled version." Chang Lu examined it closely. It did not resemble the chicken leg she was accustomed to. Yet, she had heard her sister speak highly of her brother-in-law's culinary skills, and this was an opportunity to sample them. With her lips parting slightly, she took a bite. Although the fried chicken leg should have been crispy, the hours spent in the bamboo tube had rendered the exterior soft and somewhat cool. Nonetheless, the tender and juicy meat within made her eyes widen in delight. Zhang Chuhe also took a bite of his chicken leg, only to set it down, lamenting that it was at its best when freshly fried. He then turned his attention to the braised ribs, while several princesses approached, their plates in hand, gazing intently at the chicken legs and ribs nestled within Zhang Chuhe's bamboo tube. Zhang Chuhe, sipping his soup, noticed the commotion surrounding his sister. Just as he turned, he was startled to find his uncles had all gathered around, their eyes glinting with hunger, akin to wolves eyeing a lamb. It was impossible for them to ignore the enticing aroma. It was simply too delectable. Li Tai sneered, "You rascal, hand over your food." They were well aware that it was unreasonable for Zhang Chuhe to possess such delicacies, while Zhang Chuhe did not. After all, he had arrived with a bag as well. Chapter 73. The enthusiastic Dojing Zhang Chuhe gazed at his scheming uncles with resignation, reluctantly pulling from his own bag an identical bamboo tube. However, the plump Li Tai swiftly snatched it away, his 9-year-old form more robust than the 10-year-old Li Changqian. However, the reason he was able to snatch Zhang Chuhe's lunchbox was not due to his imposing stature, but rather because he was Zhang Chuhe's uncle, with the jade pendant still hanging from Zhang Chuhe's waist. Otherwise, he would have summoned his younger sister directly just now. After Li Tai seized the bamboo tube, he intended to dash out of the study, but as he turned, he was met with the sight of his cousin, Li Chongzhen, grinning broadly at him. "Little Tai, where do you think you're going? At such a tender age, how can you not learn proper conduct? Do you wish to indulge yourself alone?" This time, Li Tai found himself encircled by a pack of his brothers, each one resembling a hungry wolf. Ultimately, it was Li Changqian, the provisional first heir of the Tang Dynasty, who spoke up. "All right, little Tai, hand over Qingyuan's lunchbox. Let everyone have a taste." The group of princesses nearby maintained their decorum. It wasn't that they were reserved, but rather that no one dared to snatch anything from Zhang Chuhe. Otherwise, Zhang Chuhe might deliver a slap that would leave them stuck to the wall. Li Changqian swiftly yanked the bamboo tube from Li Tai's grasp and returned it to Zhang Chuhe, smiling. "Let Qingyuan share these with your uncle." Zhang Chuhe was indifferent. He consumed such meals daily, and whether he had one more or one less was inconsequential. Besides, had it not been for his sister discovering that their father had brought them food, he would likely have finished the meal sent from the palace by now. Zhang Chuhe opened the bamboo tube and, in a display of courtesy, offered a chicken leg and a piece of rib to Li Changqian. He then counted the uncles gathered around him and glanced at the chicken legs and ribs. "Uncles, there are 4 chicken legs and 15 ribs. You may choose to have 1 chicken leg or 2 ribs. Regrettably, we have not prepared enough today, but if you enjoy it, my sister and I can bring more tomorrow." All right, Qingyuan, quickly give me a chicken leg. Tomorrow, your uncle will bring you a gift." Li Tai could hardly contain his eagerness. If Zhang Chuhe delayed any longer, he would start drooling. Once Zhang Chuhe made his declaration, the little uncles lined up, each voicing their desires. When only 1 rib remained, the bamboo tube was swiftly snatched away by the quick-handed Li Tai. Wei Qi Xiaoshu and Cheng Chubi refrained from grabbing, knowing that, once the method was learned, it was not difficult to prepare such dishes. Although their family's cook might not be as skilled as the Zhang families, they could still replicate the flavor. If De Hua were to discover their intentions, she would likely scorn them, for she had only taught the cooks of both families the basics of braising, sweet and sour, steaming, and stir-frying, none of which were as sophisticated as what she could prepare. Though De Hua lacked formal education, she understood the importance of maintaining a competitive edge over others. Finally, Zhang Huaian encountered the gentleman from Xindu County, the Minister of Agriculture, Do Jing, in private for the first time. In terms of nobility, Zhang Huaian held the title of County Earl, which was superior to Do Jing's. Yet in terms of official rank, Zhang Huaian could only boast a pending title as a duke and commander, which paled in comparison to Do Jing's established position as a master of a third-rank ministry. Indeed, it seemed that Li Er was perhaps driven to frugality, as he had not conferred a specific official title upon Zhang Huaian. merely assigning him the task of producing locust cakes. The surname Dou holds considerable significance during the Tang Dynasty. As the only empress of Li Yuan, all her children, except for the prematurely deceased Li Xuanba, were of notable stature. According to historical accounts, Li Xuanba and Li Shimin were born of the same womb. However, due to Li Er's exceptional prowess, he absorbed an excessive amount of nutrients in utero, resulting in Li Xuanba's frail constitution and untimely demise. Yet, it remains uncertain whether Dou Jing is indeed a member of the Dou family. If so, it would be quite remarkable. Consequently, Zhang Huaian did not adopt a particularly lofty demeanor. He gauged the time and entered the imperial city, inquiring of everyone he met. After much effort, Zhang Huaian finally located a vast site known as the Xiang Temple at the entrance of the Taiji Palace. Contrary to his expectations, the Xiang Temple was not integrated with other sections, as it encompassed a substantial expanse of farmland, surrounded by military encampments within the imperial city. To Zhang Huaian's surprise, a junior official stood at the entrance of the Xiang Temple, who warmly greeted him upon his arrival. "Lord Zhang, Master Dou has been awaiting you for quite some time. Please follow me to meet Master Dou." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Huaian followed the junior official into the temple, observing the bustling crowd within. The junior official, perceptive to Zhang Huaian's curiosity, smiled and explained, "These individuals are aware of your arrival today and are preparing the ingredients for locust cakes, eagerly awaiting your presence." Upon reaching the largest official office within the Xiang Temple, the junior official was about to knock on the door when it was already swung open from the inside. An elderly gentleman with graying hair and beard emerged, smiling broadly as he approached Zhang Huaian. "Ah, so this is my dear brother Zhang. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." The junior official discreetly excused himself, leaving the two to converse. Zhang Huaian found himself somewhat perplexed. This elderly man appeared to be even older than Cheng Yaojin and others, and Zhang Huaian might even be younger than his son. Why was this old fellow so exuberantly welcoming? It felt as though he had encountered a long-lost father. Zhang Huaian clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Master Dou, I am honored to make your acquaintance." Dou Jing returned the gesture. "You are too kind, my dear brother Zhang." Dou Jing stepped closer and whispered, "Were it not for you, I fear I would have been in dire straits this time. The previous Minister Feng informed me that it was your youngest son who alerted His Majesty about the locust plague and proposed a solution. Upon returning to the palace, His Majesty summoned me for a thorough reprimand. To be honest, I was indeed negligent. This year has been dry, and I was preoccupied with irrigation matters, neglecting the locusts. Had it not been for my good nephew's timely warning, I might have lost my head or been stripped of my title, relegated to Xiazhou to deal with the Turks." At last, Zhang Huaian comprehended the source of Dou Jing's fervent hospitality. The situation was as such. "Master Dou, you flatter me. Even without my son, I believe you would have discovered this matter in due time. I only hope you do not resent my son for causing you any inconvenience." Dou Jing, looking somewhat displeased, regarded Zhang Huaian and said, "Do you truly think I am the sort of person who plays both sides? I, Dou Jing, have lived my life with integrity and transparency. Yet I did not anticipate that my twilight years would be clouded by confusion, almost leading me to grave errors. It was my son who offered wise counsel, rescuing me from a predicament. Had circumstances permitted, I would have personally expressed my gratitude." Upon seeing my earnestness, Zhang Huaian quickly clarified, "Your Excellency, you overestimate my son. He is but a child and cannot bear such accolades. Let us put this matter to rest. To mention it again would only embarrass him." Chapter 74. The Locust Cake. Dou Jing laughed heartily. "I have a granddaughter, a charming little girl of 4, with a gentle disposition. If you, my dear brother Zhang, are inclined, shall we arrange a marriage alliance?" Zhang Huaian felt a blush rise. How had the conversation turned towards the proposal of his granddaughter? Nevertheless, he responded with a smile, "The children are still quite young. If your Excellency wishes, perhaps we should allow them to interact more. If they are well suited, it could indeed be a delightful matter." "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed joyously. "Very well. However, we must first attend to His Majesty's directives. Today, all officials of the Ministry of Agriculture, including myself, will be under your guidance, my dear brother Zhang. If we can truly transform the locusts into edible cakes, we shall both share in the credit." Your Excellency jested. "How could I possibly lead you? Please guide me, and once I have instructed them in the preparation, I can report back to His Majesty. Brother Zhang, lead the way." "After you, Your Excellency." As Dou Jing escorted Zhang Huaian to a courtyard, He spoke of the challenges faced during the procurement process. Fortunately, with the emperor's blessings, everything proceeded smoothly. We have already received over 10,000 stones of locusts in Chang'an. Zhang Huaian was rendered speechless. It was no wonder this man held a third-rank position, always adept at flattering. What blessings from the emperor! It was more accurate to say it was due to the emperor's financial support. Without funds, how many common folk would willingly catch locusts? Yet, Zhang Huaian was curious about the seemingly modest quantity. Why only this amount? Considering locusts fetch a mere 10 jin for a one. 10,000 stones equate to merely 120,000 jin, costing no more than 120 guan. The procurement range covers the entirety of Guangzhou. At this rate, it seems unlikely to significantly mitigate the locust disaster. Dou Jing chuckled, explaining, initially, when the government issued the edict to purchase locusts, the citizens were skeptical for the first few days, preoccupied with watering their crops. According to reports from my officials, it was only after some daring children caught locusts and exchanged them for money at the government collection points that the common folk began to believe. Subsequently, more began to catch locusts, but at present, they aren't swarming, making them less accessible. I heard from His Majesty that once the locusts become a plague, they are no longer safe to catch, as they are said to be toxic. However, there are still plenty around. Children can drive them out of the grass with sticks while adults use nets to catch them. A family can gather 100 jin in a day's work, earning 41. This is far more lucrative than farming. This is merely the first batch sent to Chang'an. I have instructed the local governors to dry and package them for transport. The initial shipment largely consists of unprocessed locusts, and many have perished during transit. The Ministry of Agriculture has been boiling and drying locusts for the past few days. Zhang Huaian nodded, assuring Lord Dou that as long as the locust plague did not reach a catastrophic scale, even a minor infestation could be managed. Moreover, the locusts caught after the disaster could be utilized as livestock feed, which was certainly preferable to allowing them to ravage the crops. When Dou Jing led Zhang Huaian to a peculiar courtyard filled with strange aromas, he noticed steam rising from a row of enormous cauldrons, where men were periodically dumping in green locusts. Once retrieved, the locusts were promptly carried away by others to be laid out on bamboo mats to dry. Fortuitously, the capital was expansive. Otherwise, the scent of boiling locusts might have made it difficult for Lier to eat his meals. As Zhang Huaian entered the courtyard, a wave of heat enveloped him, causing discomfort. Observing the men working shirtless, stoking the fires, and scooping out the cooked locusts, he doubted whether these locusts even required salt. He firmly resolved never to consume them, no matter the circumstances. It would be best for the common folk to prepare and dry them for sale. With 3 jin of dried locusts fetching a mere coin, while 10 jin could yield an additional coin for firewood. If they were all to be processed by his hands, and if such quantities were to be transported to Chang'an, he pondered how many workers would be required to dry the locusts. Dou Jing nodded in agreement, remarking on the unpleasant odor. Lord Dou, do you have any live locusts? He inquired. Indeed, I have instructed my servants to keep some. As I was uncertain of what you might require, Dou Jing replied. Let us take a look. Dou Jing escorted Zhang Huaian to another section of the courtyard, where several large baskets were filled to the brim with vibrantly colored locusts. Bring some servants to assist, Dou Jing commanded. And soon a young clerk arrived with a dozen workers, awaiting Zhang Huaian's instructions. First, remove the heads from one basket of locusts. Take care, as the intestines may come out too, he instructed. Following his orders, the men set to work. Zhang Huaian turned to the young clerk. The Ministry of Agriculture should have some dried vegetables and flour, correct? Yes, my lord, came the reply. Please prepare some. As Dou Jing and Zhang Huaian stood beneath a tree, observing the workers processing the locusts, Zhang Huaian remarked with a smile, shortly, these locusts will be deep-fried for quicker drying. Once prepared, perhaps even His Majesty will wish to sample them. As for the others, they can be boiled, dried, and ground into flour, some made into cakes, while others can be stored for later use, added to porridge when needed. The soldiers will be content with meat, regardless of whether the locusts retain their innards, but we must ensure that His Majesty does not partake. Dou Jing chuckled, stroking his beard. Zhang, you have considered every detail. It is indeed as it should be. Soon, a servant arrived with tea and snacks, and the two engaged in conversation as they awaited the completion of the locust processing. Once ready, Zhang Huaian took it upon himself to fry the locusts, anxious that the workers might overcook them, especially since Lier had insisted he would be the first to taste them. The gently fried locusts, once dried, could be ground into powder. All of this was meticulously overseen by Zhang Huaian, who shuddered at the thought of consuming food laced with the perspiration of others. Dou Jing accompanied him, not perceiving any embarrassment in Zhang Huaian's direct involvement, as the task at hand was to prepare sustenance for His Majesty. In fact, had he possessed the skill, he would have relished the opportunity to craft a locust cake himself. A small stone mill, approximately 50 centimeters in diameter, was brought forth by the servants. Zhang Huaian ground the fried locusts and dried vegetables into a fine powder. He mixed a touch of oil into the flour, sought ing it until it achieved a golden hue. As he combined the ingredients, Zhang Huaian retrieved several small bottles from his robe and began to pour their contents in. Noticing Dou Jing's puzzled gaze, he smiled and explained, "This is salt and sugar, along with some spices." In an instant, Dou Jing understood, nodding with a smile to indicate his comprehension. Little did Dou Jing know, this was a creation intended for himself. Had it been for Lier, a pinch of salt would have sufficed, revealing Zhang Huaian's generosity. Chapter 75. Your Majesty, this piece is for you. Once he had personally crafted a large locust cake, Zhang Huaian suddenly turned to Dou Jing and inquired, "Sir Dou, do you have any dried locusts ready?" Dou Jing nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. "Isn't it already prepared?" Zhang Huaian clarified, "This is made specifically for demonstration. Military rations cannot be prepared this way due to cost considerations. I thought it prudent for His Majesty to see what the authentic item looks like, allowing for a comparison with the untreated version." Dou Jing praised, "Young Zhang, your foresight at such a tender age is commendable. However, you needn't trouble yourself further. Let the servants handle it while we continue to enjoy our tea." Zhang Huaian recalled the greasy tea broth, feeling a wave of nausea. The spices added were more abundant than those used in Zhang's family stews. Could that concoction truly be called tea? Even the dog, De Huang, would refuse it. Tea was meant to cleanse the palate. Yet these individuals had the audacity to add oil, sheep fat, no less. One could not help but admire their capacity to learn. After just one demonstration, they were nearly able to replicate his work flawlessly. The locust cake he crafted was placed into a thoroughly cleaned mold. Once pressed and air-dried, the Tang Dynasty military ration would be complete. Zhang Huaian feigned ignorance of the sweat that had dripped into the locust cakes during their preparation, as he had no intention of consuming them himself. When two nearly identical locust cakes were presented before Zhang Huaian and Dou Jing, Zhang cheerfully announced, "Sir Dou, the locust cakes are ready. Shall we present them to His Majesty? I consider this my task fulfilled." Dou Jing had 2 clean cloths brought forth to wrap the locust cakes, handing them to Zhang Huaian while shaking his head with a smile. "Young brother Zhang, you misunderstand. When you present these to His Majesty, inform him that these are freshly made locust cakes for his inspection. Do not mention that the servants have already learned how to prepare them. They can manage on their own from here. You have completed the task assigned by His Majesty in just one morning, which diminishes the significance of your contribution. If you were to toil for a month, the outcome would be far different." Zhang Huaian instantly comprehended, nodding in agreement with a smile. "I understand Lord Dou's intent. From now on, I merely need to remain at home until the first batch of locust cakes is completed, after which I will report to His Majesty alongside Lord Dou." Dou Jing stroked his beard and chuckled. Indeed, Brother Zhang possesses remarkable insight." The two exchanged laughter as they departed from the Ministry of Agriculture. Suddenly, Zhang Huaian's gaze swept over a field, where a patch of green plants, standing a foot high, captured his attention. Noticing Zhang Huaian's pause, Dou Jing turned to look as well, observing where Zhang Huaian's eyes were fixed. "Brother Zhang, are you familiar with the white dandelion? It serves little purpose, merely blossoming into something visually appealing. It was brought here from Gaochang, and we plan to transplant it into the Imperial Garden once it blooms." Zhang Huaian suppressed his excitement. Cotton. This was a precious commodity. How could it be treated as mere ornamental flora? He turned to Dou Jing. "Lord Dou, once this matures, could you provide me with some seeds? My tenants are still in dire poverty, and I wish for them to cultivate this white dandelion." Dou Jing appeared perplexed. "Brother Zhang, if you require assistance, our ministry has wheat with a yield of 400 pounds per mu. I can certainly authorize providing you with some seeds. However, we have researched this plant, and aside from its beauty, it is inedible and thus of no use." Zhang Huaian discerned that Dou Jing was trying to extract information from him, and he replied with a smile, "I aspire for all my tenants to cultivate this. Come autumn, we can sell the flowers directly. Lord Dou is aware that some noble estates outside the city do not grow grain, but instead cultivate flowers, yielding a greater harvest. Since Brother Zhang has spoken, I shall take care of this matter. A few seeds are a trifling concern. It is worth noting that the winters in the Tang Dynasty were considerably colder than in later eras, as the Tang lacked numerous tall chimneys and automobiles. During winter, one could only wrap oneself in heavy fur. How much more comforting it would be to have cotton quilts. The two exited the Ministry of Agriculture and made their way toward the Hall of Two Instruments, where Li Er typically conducted his business at this hour. It was already noon, and Zhang Huaian felt a twinge of hunger. Those endowed with extraordinary strength often share a common drawback. They require more sustenance and become hungry more swiftly. This is akin to the engines of the modern era. A 4-cylinder engine may not run as quickly as a 16-cylinder, yet it is undeniably more fuel-efficient. Zhang Huaian unwrapped the locust cake he had prepared and took a bite, finding it rather enjoyable, similar in taste to compressed biscuits, yet more fragrant. Noticing Dou Jing's peculiar gaze upon him, Zhang Huaian inquired curiously, "What is it? Is Lord Dou hungry as well? Come, sample my handiwork." As he spoke, he attempted to break off a piece of the palm-sized, 2-finger-thick locust cake. But Dou Jing swiftly interjected, No, brother. I am unworthy of such a treat. Please enjoy it yourself." Zhang Huaian chuckled, unperturbed, and continued to savor the locust cake. Upon reaching the Hall of Two Instruments, they presented their purpose, and a yellow gate attendant entered to announce their arrival. Moments later, the attendant emerged with a smile. "Lord Dou, Lord Zhang, His Majesty requests your presence." After expressing their gratitude, the two entered the hall, where they found Li Er not engaged in official duties, but rather dining at a low table nearby. Li Er raised his head to see Zhang Huaian chewing on something, with a large half of a golden pancake in hand. Curiously, he set down his bowl and asked, "Has the locust pancake been prepared?" In the midst of Dou Jing's somewhat horrified gaze, Zhang Huaian lifted a bowl of unknown soup in front of Li Er and took a couple of sips before swallowing. "It's done and quite delicious, albeit a bit dry. Nevertheless, it is certainly more nutritious than the soldiers gnawing on flatbreads, as this contains meat after all." Li Er shot him a glare. This fellow had no sense of decorum, behaving so recklessly before him. The last time, he had played with a stone pillar in his presence, and now he drank his soup without consent. Zhang Huaian rummaged through his clothing and produced another pancake wrapped in cloth, offering it to Li Er, but it was intercepted by a eunuch behind Li Er. Dou Jing watched Zhang Huaian with wide eyes, nearly aghast. He knew how this was made. He could accept the pancake in Zhang Huaian's hand, but if it were the rough men's creation, he felt a murderous impulse towards their entire family. Yet, Dou Jing dared not voice his thoughts. Offending one would mean offending two. The eunuch unwrapped the package, revealing a similar pancake, and after tearing off a small piece to taste, he smiled and said to Li Er, "Your Majesty, this is a delightful treat, salty with a hint of chicken flavor." Li Er took the locust pancake from the eunuch and was about to take a bite when he noticed the distortion on Zhang Huaian's face, as if he was straining to suppress laughter. Chapter 76. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Li Er, suspicious, glanced at the locust pancake in his hand, then back at the one Zhang Huaian held. Externally, they appeared identical, yet Li Er felt a foreboding sense. "Boy, let me see your piece." Zhang Huaian's expression instantly froze as he looked at the appetizing locust pancake in his hand, and then at the one Li Er held, which bore the sweat of a group of rough men. "Your Majesty, I still wish to eat. They are the same. This was made by my own hand. And I haven't had lunch yet." Zhang Huaian's words only served to reinforce Li Er's suspicion that he harbored ulterior motives. Li Er coldly commanded, "Hand it over." Reluctantly, Zhang Huaian broke his locust pancake in half, offering the untouched portion to Li Er. Li Er accepted it, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, then glared at Zhang Huaian. "What did you add to it?" "Nothing much, just salt, sugar, and my homemade 5-spice powder," Zhang Huaian replied, chewing on the locust pancake. His words muffled. Li Er weighed the pancake in his hand, feeling its substantial heft, and nodded in satisfaction. This indeed is suitable as military rations. One piece is sufficient to satiate. How long can it be stored? With his mouth full of locust pancake, Zhang Huaian mumbled, "As long as it remains dry. It could last 1 to 2 years. If kept in a dry and ventilated environment, perhaps even longer. Your Majesty, this piece alone contains nearly 2 pounds of flour, half a pound of locust powder, along with vegetables. This is for your consideration. If intended as military rations, I suggest reducing the size to 1/4. One locust pancake, paired with a jug of water, would suffice to fill an ordinary soldier to 70%. Lier nodded slightly, then took a bite of the locust cake that Zhang Huaian had handed him, tossing the other piece to Zhang Huaian. I have already dined, he remarked, and cannot consume so much. This piece shall be a gift for you. Zhang Huaian instinctively accepted it, left speechless. Indeed, who could surpass you? Not only could he not eat it, but merely holding it made Zhang Huaian feel a wave of nausea. Why not eat it? This cake is your lunch. Zhang Huaian chuckled awkwardly and handed the locust cake to the attendant behind Lier. Here, a gift from His Majesty. I shall pass it on to you, for I just remembered that I am quite full. The attendant glanced at Lier, noting no sign of anger, and accepted it with a smile, expressing gratitude. I thank you, Lord, for your generosity. Nearby, Dou Jing was nearly terrified, genuinely believing that Zhang Huaian intended for Lier to compare the two kinds of cakes, only to realize that Zhang Huaian had offered the emperor a cake made by a commoner. He pondered whether the emperor would behead Zhang Huaian upon discovering the truth. Zhang Huaian finished the last morsel of the locust cake and lifted the bowl of soup he had just consumed, pushing the cake down to aid his swallowing. He preferred meat. Such fare was too dry and difficult to eat. Go on, continue making your locust cakes. Standardize the size to 1 piece per meal, and once completed, Dou Jing will be responsible for delivering them all to the Ministry of War. As Lier gnawed on the cake, he mused about Zhang Huaian's culinary skills. Impressed by the deliciousness of the cakes he produced, perhaps he could send him to the imperial kitchen for a few days to instruct his chefs? When Lier looked up, he found Zhang Huaian still standing before him, while Dou Jing was nearly out of the two instruments hall. What are you doing lingering here? Your Majesty, it is for the reward. I have produced the locust cake, which benefits the populace and significantly enhances the military's combat effectiveness, greatly reducing the consumption of provisions. Shouldn't your Majesty grant this meritorious servant a token of your appreciation? Lier chuckled, having always been the one to bestow rewards, and found it amusing to see someone request one from him. What reward do you desire? Your Majesty previously mentioned a reward of 10,000 gold. I presumed it to be 1,000 taels of gold. However, what arrived at my home was merely 10,000 copper coins. Pray tell, 10 guan of money is hardly presentable. My fief remains destitute, and that dilapidated courtyard is all I possess. If only you would finance me to construct a residence at the foot of Wangshan Mountain behind Zhangzhe village. Impossible. Do not even think about it. Whose fief's residence is not built by themselves? Have I not granted you 700 households of food and land? Will you not pay them to assist you? After all, they are your tenants. Surely they will help their lord? Feigning contemplation, Zhang Huaian responded, Your Majesty, I am impoverished. I lack funds. You have only granted me 10 guan of money, and my family's wealth has been depleted due to your granddaughter's destruction of the city wall, for which I compensated the injured soldiers and repaired the wall, yet you have not reimbursed me. My family is on the verge of starvation. You did not provide the dowry for Xiang, only sending home a yellow-haired maid who knows nothing but to eat. Lier abruptly stood up, fuming. How dare you bring this up? How have you been raising your children? We nearly breached Chang'an, and the pittance you provided is hardly enough to repair the city walls. The compensation for those soldiers came from my own coffers. Lier was still irate. Fortunately, Zhang Huaian had arrived promptly. Otherwise, whether it was Chu He and Cheng Yuan who were injured or the casualties among the defending soldiers, it would have spelled disaster for the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, given Zhang Huaian's protective demeanor, had the two children truly been harmed, it was likely that both sides would have already resorted to arms. Zhang Huaian plopped down on the ground, gazing up at Lier, and remarked, Chu He is not entirely wrong. It was indeed you who brought Xiang Cheng into the palace. Had I known, I would have come to rescue your grandchildren instead. Besides, if your granddaughter caused trouble, what is wrong with you compensating for it? I have no grievances with Xiang Cheng, as we were once impoverished commoners, accustomed to a meager diet of bran cakes. However, the children must not go hungry. They are in their growing years. If it comes to that, I shall return to the mountains to hunt. Lier observed this man sitting on the ground, realizing that if he did not acquiesce, Zhang Huaian would begin to throw a tantrum. Was he not just another incarnation of Cheng Yaojin? This fellow had mingled with that group for only a few days and had quickly adopted their bad habits. Speak plainly about what you desire. That piece of gold will not be returned to you. It is indeed insufficient for the wall repairs. The trouble your daughter caused is a reflection of your failure as a father. Had it been anyone else, I would have executed him without hesitation. Seeing that Lier had relented, Zhang Huaian stood up, muttering under his breath, Isn't it because you took my wife? Lier glared. What did you say? Speak louder. I did not hear you. Nothing, your majesty. Did you not permit me to purchase locusts? I intend to teach the villagers the art of making locust cakes so they can sell them. In return, they shall assist me in constructing a residence on the back mountain of Zhangjia village. Li Er, still puzzled by Zhang Huaian's intentions, realized that it was merely this scheme. Had he lost his mind over the prospect of wealth? Nevertheless, Li Er doubted that Zhang Huaian could earn much from selling locust cakes. After receiving so many gifts in recent days, Li Er could not be bothered to expose him, waving him off. I grant you permission. Now be gone. Quickly depart. Chapter 77. Residing in your house, targeting your children. Zhang Huaian left the Tai Hall amidst Li Er's furious outburst, departing in a most unceremonious manner, with his back turned and a soup bowl in hand. The broth resembled pigeon soup, likely enriched with some restorative herbs, devoid of any grease, and surprisingly palatable. The imperial kitchen was indeed skilled, and Zhang Huaian was merely capitalizing on his broader experience. Meanwhile, Dou Jing stood at the palace entrance waiting for Zhang Huaian to emerge. Upon hearing the faint echoes of Li Er's roar from within, Dou Jing could not help but break into a cold sweat for Zhang Huaian. This newly ascendant noble of Chang'an seemed particularly audacious. Had Dou Jing dared to partake of Li Er's soup without permission, he would surely find himself facing execution in the market for stepping into the Tai Chi Hall with his left foot first the following day. Perhaps one's head might even be displayed at the grand gates of the imperial city, serving as a warning to others. Even if Zhang Huaian were to become the emperor's son-in-law in the future, such a fate would be unthinkable. After all, there have been many royal sons-in-law. Yet no emperor has ever shown leniency when it comes to executions. Upon seeing Zhang Huaian leisurely emerging from the Hall of Two Instruments, holding a bowl of soup, Dou Jing nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Noticing Dou Jing's gaze upon him, Zhang Huaian, perplexed by the old man's expression, extended the soup bowl towards him. Would you care for a sip, Master Dou? Although His Majesty's chef may not rival my family's cook, there are still merits to the dish. Dou Jing hastily waved his hand. No, my young friend. You enjoy it yourself. I am not hungry. As the two returned to the Ministry of Agriculture, Zhang Huaian suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. If his suspicions were correct, Li Er might have already set his sights on the Turks. After all, even in a history devoid of his influence, Li Er had initiated a war against the Turks by the end of the following year. For a man like Li Er, the Wei-Shui alliance was a far greater humiliation than the Xuanwu Gate incident. Now, with military provisions secured, this resolved one of Li Er's greatest predicaments, possibly even accelerating the timeline, potentially to this very year's end. Regardless of whether Zhang Huaian voiced his intentions, Li Er would not overlook someone as formidable as him. It was likely that he would soon find himself consuming the military rations distributed by the Ministry of War. Given his limited experience and lack of demonstrated military prowess, it was improbable that Li Er would allow him to lead an army independently. The most likely scenario would be serving as a vanguard under General Li Jing. After all, with Zhang Huaian's exceptional martial skills, it would be quite unreasonable for Li Er not to appoint him as the vanguard. However, whether alongside Li Ji or Li Jing, Zhang Huaian could not bring his family cook to the battlefield. Sharing meals and lodgings was a fundamental principle for a gentleman. Old Cheng led a life of luxury in Chang'an, indulging exclusively in gourmet food and fine wine, with the most perilous aspect of Chang'an being the cattle from the Cheng household, which averaged one death per week. Yet, even Old Cheng consumed the same fare as his soldiers during military campaigns, subsisting on soup pancakes made from vinegar and flour. Merely contemplating this made Zhang Huaian shudder. Brother Dou, I just realized that this approach is untenable. If those ruffians in the Ministry of War discover that we are serving locust pancakes, I may be fine. But you, Brother Dou, might find it perilous to venture out at night. Dou Jing was at a loss for words. So you do understand the danger, yet you still allow His Majesty to partake? You truly are a stubborn one. How shall we proceed? Dou Jing was reluctant to risk a nighttime encounter with trouble, fully aware of the nature of the generals in the Tang Dynasty. Let them all don their garments. Those tending the fire shall simply tend the fire, and those preparing locusts shall only prepare locusts. Zhang Huaian imparted the merits of assembly line operations to Dou Jing, who quickly grasped the advantages of this method. However, Dou Jing faced a dilemma. In this sweltering summer, a few drops of sweat are inevitable. Let each soldier receive a piece of cloth to wrap around their heads. Inform them that if they sweat into the food and the soldiers discover this, they shall not complain if limbs are lost. Furthermore, those tasked with making the cakes should not be permitted to use their hands. These individuals neglect even the most basic hygiene, their nails harboring dirt and grime. They may use a spatula or a clean stick, but absolutely no hands should be involved. If caught, the consequences will be dire. Observing Do Jing's troubled expression, Zhang Huaian recognized the difficulty of the situation. It was not merely a matter of authority, but rather the challenge of enforcing cleanliness. He patted his forehead and said, "Brother Do, do not distress yourself. I have devised a plan. I shall summon 2 individuals from the Ministry of War shortly to supervise the process. It is far easier to punish those who err than to teach them lasting lessons." This plan was indeed clever. As long as he did not have to worry, Do Jing considered it a good solution. After bidding farewell to Do Jing, Zhang Huaian departed from the Ministry of Agriculture, having completed his task. Once the first batch was entirely finished, he would report back to Lier. Passing by the gates of the imperial city, Zhang Huaian inquired of the soldiers on guard, "Which general is on duty today?" Although the soldier did not recognize Zhang Huaian, he was aware of the crimson robes he wore, indicating his high status, and promptly clasped his fists in salute. "My lord, today General Yu Qigong is on duty." Given the events at Xuanwu Gate, although he was an ally to Lier, the latter remained vigilant regarding the guards at the city gates. The soldiers on duty changed daily, and it was improbable for a single general to remain stationed at one gate for an extended period. "Where can I find General Yuqi?" Zhang Huaiyan asked. Having not seen the general himself, the soldier glanced toward a small building adjacent to the imperial city, his expression revealing uncertainty. "Do not worry, I am not an inspector. Please take me to General Yuqi." The soldier then knocked on the door, and sounds of clattering equipment and jangling armor emerged from within. "What is it? Is it an inspector?" "Uncle Yuqi, it's me." Yu Qigong swung open the door, gazing at Zhang Huaiyan, and immediately scolded him. "You rascal! You nearly frightened me to death. I thought it was an inspector. What brings you here?" "The Ministry of Agriculture has begun producing locust cakes, but I fear those rough men will overlook hygiene. After all, it is the food that our brothers will be consuming. You wouldn't want to eat cakes tainted by another's sweat, would you?" "Ugh." Yu Qigong gagged a couple of times, exclaiming, "You always know how to disgust me." He continued, "When one is unaware, it matters not how the food is prepared. But once one knows, any person would be compelled to retch. Very well, be off with you. I shall send 2 brothers from the right Wu Wei to oversee those rascals. If they dare to misbehave, they shall feel the sting of the whip." Zhang Huaiyan respectfully took his leave of Yu Qigong and leisurely exited the imperial city. He intended to ride his steed, Little White, home first. It was merely mid-afternoon, and lessons at the Chang'an Academy would only conclude later. He decided to leave the shepherd to wait for the 2 children. Having anticipated Li Er's intentions, Zhang Huaiyan understood that preparations were necessary, as the unpredictability of the battlefield could lead to any number of scenarios. If surrounded by thousands and under arrow fire, he was uncertain of his ability to escape. Were he unafraid of death, he would not have devoted himself to the study of explosives. Having only recently begun to enjoy a life of indulgence, he certainly did not wish to leave Xiangqing in mourning. The history of Tang princesses remarrying after their husbands' deaths was not uncommon, and the thought of others spending his wealth and raising his children was infuriating. Chapter 78. Reluctantly allowing you to take advantage. However, to Zhang Huaiyan's surprise, before he could reach the scene, he observed Zhang Chuhe adorned with jewels, frolicking in the carriage with Zhang Chengyuan. A shepherd stood nearby, vigilantly watching over them, anxious that Zhang Chengyuan might accidentally fall and injure himself. As for the other little lady, she was not one to warrant such concern. Zhang Huaiyan was immediately incensed. Truancy was not to be tolerated. Although he had no great expectations for the children to learn anything substantial within the palace walls, skipping lessons was simply unacceptable. While he, too, had once engaged in such acts of rebellion, the times had changed. He was no longer a child, but a father. "Why are you 2 not attending classes in the palace?" Zhang Huaiyan's voice, laced with anger, resonated from a distance, reaching the ears of the siblings. "Father, the teacher ran away, and there is no one to instruct us." After lunch, Aunt Changlu and Uncle left, and Aunt Changlu had someone escort us out of the palace, Zhang Chengyuan explained. Zhang Huaiyan nodded. Aunt Changlu must possess some sense of propriety. Yet, what had Chuhe just said? The teacher ran away? How did this happen? Was it because of Zhang Chuhe? The thought of offending those scholarly individuals was far more troublesome than crossing paths with the likes of Lier. Zhang Huaiyan mentally prepared himself for a visit of contrition. Such matters were no trifling matter, should the Zhang family's reputation suffer. Zhang Qingyuan would be left with no choice but to return to Zhangjia village and marry Xiaohua or Erniu. Qingyuan, your sister did not cause any trouble, did she? Zhang Qingyuan, noticing his father's furrowed brow, quickly reassured him. Father, the teacher did not leave because of my sister. Zhang Huaian sighed in relief. That is good. That is good. As long as it was not instigated by either of you. Zhang Chuhe giggled. The teacher seemed quite pleased after hearing my brother recite several passages and mentioned that he would personally visit father tomorrow. Seeing the peculiar expression on his father's face, Zhang Qingyuan recounted the day's events at the study, including how his sister had told a fib, which nearly infuriated the teacher. Eventually, he had to tell the truth and recite the educational text their father had taught him, which seemed to please the teacher. Surely, that could not be considered a bad thing. Zhang Huaian was left in utter disbelief. His daughter had a knack for creating chaos. This was not the Tang Dynasty, but rather a time of great repute. The name of the Confucius family still held immense value. Had this been the Yuan Dynasty, offending the Confucius clan would have dire consequences. An evenly heir would be of no assistance. Daughter, how do you interpret do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself? I would rather discard what I do not cherish than bestow it upon another. Since we are here, let us find peace in our circumstances. With a soft clap for his daughter, Zhang Huaian forced a smile, one more painful than tears. The shepherd had already collapsed in laughter, clutching his belly on the ground. After contemplating his connections in the Tang Dynasty, Zhang Huaian realized none could offer him assistance, leaving him to shoulder this burden alone. Should I bring back old son? He might be the only one capable of shielding me from the verbal onslaught of those learned individuals. Yet, where was old son? Sun Simiao had departed a few days prior without revealing his destination, taking his share with him. Zhang Huaian, in a fit of anger, kicked the shepherd's rear, exclaiming, "Hurry up and drive the carriage. My lord wishes to return home, and I have yet to eat. I am starving." The shepherd, with a look of deep resentment, clearly understood that the lord was venting his humiliation, and he was an unwarranted victim of this wrath. However, who could contest the authority of the lord? He was but a servant. Zhang Huaian rode upon his steed, Little White, while the shepherd hastened the carriage from behind. Zhang Chuhe, restless as ever, frequently poked her head out from beneath the carriage curtains, surveying the surroundings. Upon encountering unfamiliar delicacies, she would insist her father procure a portion for her. "My lord, as I mentioned this morning, what do you think about Miss learning martial arts from me? I believe she could surely elevate our family's archery and the Ding family's dual-wielding techniques to new heights." Zhang Huaian, without glancing back, retorted, "Nonsense. My daughter could master even the most rudimentary street fighting techniques. Her prowess is innate and has nothing to do with your archery or marksmanship. Why not spar with me instead? They say dual-wielding surpasses single-handed techniques. I can somewhat wield a spear. Let's see if you can best me." The shepherd shivered at the thought. He had witnessed Zhang Huaian in action and knew full well that he relied solely on brute strength, employing no discernible techniques. A single overpowering strike from him could shatter both man and steed, rendering anyone defenseless. "No, I cannot compete with you, my lord. The young lady is indeed formidable, and if she learns marksmanship, she will only grow more powerful." The shepherd envisioned a future where his young mistress, astride a magnificent steed in crimson attire, brandishing dual pistols, would gallop across the battlefield, vanquishing countless foes. The mere thought of her being hailed as the successor of the Ding family's dual pistols would likely send his master rising from the grave in excitement. "Discuss it with Chuhe and see if she is inclined to learn." The shepherd, brimming with joy, turned to Zhang Chuhe, who sat beside him, and smiled. "Miss, I possess a few family martial arts techniques. Would you like to learn?" Zhang Chuhe had been listening for a while, but was uncertain of the specifics of the archery and marksmanship. Tilting her head in curiosity, she asked, "Are they impressive?" "Indeed. In my youth, my master was no less than a heroic figure like Qin Xiang, wielding dual pistols and vanquishing rare adversaries." "Are you boasting?" Having spent several days in the Zhang household, the shepherd understood the meaning of exaggeration and chuckled. "If you don't believe me, ask my lord." The Ding family's dual pistols indeed had their merits. Many skilled marksmen had suffered under Ding Yanping's tutelage. Aside from your grandfather Qin in his youth, even your grandfather Yu Qi may not have fared better under his instruction. Since you have little interest in studying, why not learn marksmanship from the shepherd? He follows us around all day. Let him benefit from it. "Very well, I shall learn from you. But isn't your surname Mu? How then do you practice the Ding family's techniques?" The shepherd, slightly amused yet exasperated, replied, "My mother was a disciple of Ding Yanping. Hence, I know the techniques. And I do not bear the surname Mo. All right, since Chuhe is willing, let us prepare for tomorrow, allowing her to formally take you as her master. A title must be established." The shepherd quickly objected, "No, no, my lord, there is no need for such formalities. If the young lady wishes to learn the Ding family's techniques, it is indeed a blessing for them. If the old man were alive, he would likely be eager to have her as a student. Furthermore, the young one is currently a servant. It is rather inappropriate for the young lady to seek a servant as a mentor. Should word of this reach others, it would surely become a source of ridicule. I have returned your deed of servitude, have I not? You do not intend to alter your identity at the county office, do you? I have no desire to do so. To serve in our household is a blessing. If the world were to learn of the conditions endured by our servants, I would fear facing the wrath of the streets. The cart in which the two children are seated was purchased a few days ago. It is customary for our children to travel by cart when leaving the house and visiting Xiang. Zhang Huaian, upon hearing the somewhat childish admonitions emanating from the courtyard, recognized the voice as belonging to that girl, Yinyu. He dismounted and, accompanied by the two children, made his way into the courtyard. Chapter 79. The desire to discipline the children. The front courtyard of the Zhang residence was now filled with familiar faces. "Xiaoyo, you two have arrived?" Zhang Huaian remarked, patting a burly man standing at the back of the crowd. The man turned around, and upon recognizing the familiar trio, his face lit up with joy. "Brother Huaian." Xiaoyo's exclamation caused the crowd to turn their attention towards him, allowing Zhang Huaian to discern that not only had several young men from Zhangjia village come, but also a number of young ladies and wives were gathered at the front. "Huaian, young Huaian." A cacophony of greetings erupted from the crowd, and both Zhang Chuhe and Zhang Qingyuan were equally thrilled to see the villagers of Zhangjia. "Uncle Xiaoyo, Uncle Dinyo, Brother Shitu, Aunt Hua, Auntie Ruyu, Sister Xiaomei." The siblings beamed with delight as they engaged in heartfelt exchanges with the villagers, while Zhang Huaian sensed a lingering, resentful gaze directed at him. Following the source of this gaze, he spotted Yinyu at the front of the crowd, one hand holding a handkerchief to wipe away her sweat. Her eyes filled with a melancholic yearning that sent shivers down Zhang Huaian's spine in the sweltering heat. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiangqing emerged from the back courtyard, prompting Yinyu to turn and rush towards him to lodge her complaints. A village woman, upon seeing Xiangqing, greeted her with a smile, "Xiao Xiang." Yinyu immediately shot her a glare, pointing accusingly, "What did I just teach you? You've forgotten already." She continued, "From now on, when you see the lady, you must address her as mistress, and when you see the master, you must call him sir." Such lack of decorum. Zhang Huaian opened his mouth to speak, only to catch Xiangqing winking at him, signaling him to remain silent. Yinyu pulled the two children from the crowd and handed them over to Zhang Huaian, her eyes still filled with deep sorrow, softly stating, "Master, please take the young masters and mistresses back to the rear courtyard. It is quite warm today, and I have matters to attend to." After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Huaian chose not to respond, leading the two children to follow Xiangqing back to the rear courtyard. On their way, they encountered Chun Tao, carrying a basin of well water, preparing for the father and children to wash up. "Chun Tao, the master has yet to eat. Please have Dahua prepare a simple meal for him and bring it over shortly." "Of course, master." Chun Tao placed the basin down and hurried off to find Dahua. Xiangqing, attending to the father and children's needs, remarked, "Do not blame Yinyu. While you wish for the villagers to visit our home, ensuring their lives are better and that we can feel at ease, there must still be proper decorum to uphold. From now on, one cannot be as carefree as before. Your status has changed. Now you are a noble lord, and they are but commoners. It is essential to remain vigilant." Zhang Huaian nodded, having no intention of challenging the entrenched class divisions of feudal society, for such matters were beyond his influence, at least for the present. I did not blame her. Rather, I was intrigued, for I had not anticipated that the young girl could be so fierce when reprimanding others. She was diminutive in stature, yet possessed a fiery temperament. You should inform Yinyu to keep an eye on that group of young women, while the rough men can be managed by Mu Yang, who knows how to handle them. Xiangqing nodded. "Are you suggesting that Mu Yang take on the role of steward in the outer courtyard?" Zhang Huaian shook his head. "He is not suited for such duties, being too indolent. He could barely manage as the head of the guards. We must seek a proper steward elsewhere. Zhang Jianji is far too young, otherwise, he would be the ideal candidate." Imagine having a future prime minister serving as a steward in one's own household. The thought is quite delightful. By the way, prepare a gift for Muyang tomorrow, as Chuhe has agreed to learn archery and spear techniques from him. Although he does not wish to formally take her as a disciple, certain customs must be observed. Xiang, astonished, paused in her action of wiping her daughter's face. He knows spear techniques? Zhang Huaian suddenly recalled that he had yet to inform Xiang of this fellow's background. This young man is the son of Wang Bodong, and his mother is a disciple of Ding Yinping. You need not worry about his lineage. He has already assured us that he will not bring trouble to our family and will serve dutifully as a household servant. Xiang gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She was born in the 7th year of the Dai era when Li Er was still quite young. At this point, she could not help but curse Li Er for his recklessness. What does it mean to have a daughter at 12? One cannot allow their maidservant to be subjected to such early arrangements. She herself was unaware, and given Xiang Cheng's robust development, it was no surprise that she bore Cheng Yuan so soon. Look at Xiang Cheng's mother, who tragically perished during childbirth. Had it not been for the timely arrival of old son, the outcome could have been dire. Li Er truly is a scoundrel. However, Zhang Huaian refrained from uttering such words in front of Xiang Cheng, as it would be disrespectful to speak ill of one's father in her presence. Thus, Xiang Cheng was well aware of the illustrious names of Wang Bodong and Ding Yinping, both renowned heroes from the late Sui dynasty. Moreover, if one were to delve into lineage, Muyang is also descended from prime ministers. Xiang Cheng expressed her concerns. So, you truly intend to cultivate Chuhe in the direction of your aunt? We shall see what she aspires to in the future. She does not possess a love for learning and cannot afford to be aimless. Gaining knowledge may help her avoid trouble. Today, she nearly drove the instructor at Chongwen Academy to despair. At this moment, Xiang Cheng realized that it was not yet time for classes to end at the academy. Without further ado, she seized her daughter by the ear and marched out. Mother, let go, it hurts. Zhang Chuhe cried out as she was dragged away, leaving the father and son to share a smirk. When Zhang Huaian entered the main hall carrying a large bowl of noodles, he found Zhang Chuhe kneeling on the floor, while Xiang Cheng wore a stern expression, though her worry was still evident. Gripping a somewhat familiar vine switch in her hand, Zhang Huaian nearly burst into laughter, recalling how Xiang Cheng had inadvertently brought back her teaching stick when she came to recruit villagers in Zhangjia village today. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiang Cheng raised her eyebrows, shooting him a glare. You still dare to laugh? Look at what you have spoiled her into. Having caused such a great disaster, how can you still smile? Zhang Huaian raised his chopsticks high and exclaimed, I am wronged. This is truly not my teaching. It is your daughter who comprehended it from the Analects herself, and it has nothing to do with me. Upon seeing her father arrive, Zhang Chuhe sprang to her feet, her little legs moving like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, she dashed to her father, clinging to his leg as tears streamed down her cheeks, lifting her skirt to show him. Father, mother hit me. Zhang Huaian, upon noticing the red marks on his daughter's calves, felt a pang of heartache. He set the bowl down on the ground and squatted to inspect the marks. Who told you to lift your skirt? Is there no sense of decorum? Do you think you are still a child? Xiang Cheng strode over with a fierce demeanor, evidently still intent on striking her. Zhang Huaian quickly embraced his daughter, casting a reproachful look at Xiang Cheng. How can you truly strike her? The child understands nothing. No one has taught her. If she has misunderstood, it is not her fault. If we must place blame, let it be on Confucius for being tall and powerful enough to kill an ox with a single blow. Xiang Cheng threw the rattan switch far away, her face clouded with concern. Do not only focus on your daughter's pain. Consider how you will explain this to the esteemed scholars tomorrow. Is it not Lu Deming coming? It is not Kong Yingda. What is there to fear? Do you think this matter can be concealed? You should prepare yourself. Many scholars will surely come tomorrow. Think about how to handle it. After Xiang Cheng took Zhang Chuhe away, Zhang Huaian stood there, bewildered, holding a bowl of noodles, unable to take a single bite for a while. In truth, he too felt a desire to discipline Zhang Chuhe. It was not that the child had erred, but rather he merely wished to vent his frustration. Chapter 80, Yanji Tue. At the hour of the tiger, the entire Zhang household bustled with activity. The young master and young mistress were to bring dozens of meals to school today. Dahua, accompanied by several women from Zhangjia village, had been busy since the early hours of dawn. After much effort, they finally prepared the numerous bamboo lunch boxes for the young master and mistress, only to begin preparations for today's banquet. Under Zhang Chuhe's strong insistence, The shepherd used an ox cart to transport the two children along with the many bamboo tubes to the imperial city for their studies. Xiang Chung rose early, accompanied by her confidant Yunyu, ensuring that every nook and cranny from the front courtyard to the back was spotless. Zhang Huaian had been fussed over by the two women all morning long. Even at home, he was dressed in official robes, his hair meticulously arranged, though he wore no official hat, instead donning a purple and gold crown adorned with a red pom-pom. He declined their request to apply powder to his face. Upon seeing the well-dressed Zhang Huaian, Xiang Chung smiled and praised, "My husband still looks so handsome." Yunyu blushed as she stole glances at Zhang Huaian before dashing out of the room, leaving behind a bemused Zhang Huaian and a chuckling Xiang Chung. After a busy morning, Xiang Chung was taken aback to see Zhang Huaian enter through the moon gate, holding a bowl of noodles and a few cloves of garlic. Munching as he walked, Xiang Chung swiftly snatched the bowl from him. "Oh dear husband, what time is it? And you are still here eating noodles." Zhang Huaian tossed a clove of garlic into his mouth, reclaimed the bowl of noodles, and continued to devour his meal. "Even the supreme deity cannot deprive me of my meal. Look, even if your father were to arrive, I doubt he would require such a grand display. If it were the emperor himself, I would feel less anxious. Today's visit is one of inquiry and potential reprimand. We must adhere to proper etiquette. Though it seems futile to explain this to you, quickly ensure that several oxen polish your ceremonial array. Once the hour has passed, open the main gate and display the procession." Zhang Huaian, while slurping his noodles, playfully slapped Xiang Cheng's rear, producing a sharp sound. "You've gone too far. How can you speak to your husband in such a manner?" Xiang Cheng's face instantly transformed into a ripe crimson apple, and she glanced around nervously, relieved to see the servants busily attending to their tasks. "Why haven't you arranged your ceremonial display? Your father is rather stingy, only providing 2 tattered fans and a pair of rusted halberds. Look at others, they start with 4 banners. I can scarcely show my face." Xiang Chung pinched Zhang Huaian's waist in annoyance, declaring, "If it were not imperative today, I would refuse to be seen. Those esteemed scholars value decorum. Our situation is far from legitimate. If they discover this, you shall face censure." Noticing Zhang Huaian's indifferent demeanor, Xiang Chung fumed. "Forget you. Ultimately, it is you who will bear the brunt of the reprimand. It concerns me not. Yunyu, go check on the banquet preparations that De Hua is arranging. Keep a close eye on it." As the hour passed, Zhang Huaian personally appeared at the entrance of the Zhang residence. A few oxen bore the pitiful ceremonial display, and the shepherd had donned fresh attire, while a young scholar stood quietly behind Zhang Huaian. He gazed at the blazing sun above and muttered in exasperation, "Why have these old men not yet arrived?" The shepherd nudged him at the waist. "Sir, they are coming." Zhang Huaian looked up at the entrance of the alley, where a stream of carriages rolled into Yong'an. 1, 2, 3, there are so many. Upon spotting a dilapidated ox cart at the rear, Zhang Huaian paused momentarily, wondering if it might be that impoverished Wei Zhang. If Lier could tolerate that old windbag, he certainly could not. He glanced at the tallest elm tree in his yard, wondering if he could toss Wei Zhang up there and whether the old fellow would manage to climb down. Several carriages came to a slow halt before the Zhang residence, deliberately leaving the central path clear. Zhang Huaian stood in a daze as the ox cart, albeit slowly, came to a stop directly at the main entrance. Elderly gentlemen disembarked from their carriages with the assistance of their servants, standing quietly beside the vehicles as if awaiting the descent of someone from the ox cart. Zhang Huaian surveyed the assembly, noting, no familiar faces, not a single one. "Oh wait, there's one I recognize, old Li Gang." However, a sense of unease gripped him. Who could command Li Gang to wait by the side? Kong Ingdao lacked such influence, even as the chancellor of the National University. Hastily, Zhang Huaian approached the ox cart with the shepherd, first assisting the old ox driver, who had struggled for some time to dismount. They then stood silently, awaiting the curtain of the cart to be lifted. An elderly man stepped forward, gently tapping the ox cart 3 times, murmuring, "Father, we have arrived." Zhang Huaian cast a dubious glance at the old man, whose appearance suggested he was over 70, only a few years younger than old Li Gang. What was the implication of bringing his father along? Zhang Huaian took a couple of steps closer, inquiring softly, "May I ask for your esteemed name, sir?" The old man shot Zhang Huaian a sidelong glance, seemingly reluctant to engage, yet he slightly bowed and replied, "I am Yin Silu." Zhang Huaian, momentarily taken aback, recognized Yin Shirgu from his previous encounters in the court, but who was Yin Silu? Meanwhile, the shepherd behind Zhang Huaian stiffened, his entire being frozen in shock. What relation do you hold to old Yin? He is none other than Yin Shirgu. The old man glanced at Zhang Huaian once more and coolly uttered, "My son." A gasp escaped Zhang Huaian as he nearly sucked the very air from the surroundings. Yin Shirgu's grandfather? Hadn't that old man passed away during the Kaihuang era? Everyone remained still. He bellowed as sounds from within the ox cart reached his ears, momentarily stunning those present. Several elderly gentlemen glared at him with ill intent, especially Yin Silu, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fury, ready to strike. Zhang Huaian inhaled deeply and instructed the shepherd behind him, "Please put away my ceremonial retinue and arrange for the ladies. Notify all members of our household to gather in the main hall to welcome our ancestor. Additionally, ride Little White and take my waist token to fetch Qingyuan and Chuhe from the palace." The shepherd swiftly dashed back to the estate, and soon a clamor erupted from the Zhang residence. The sound of urgent hoofbeats resonated through the nearby streets, causing Yin Silu's expression to soften somewhat. Zhang Huaian lifted the cart curtain to find a frail old man gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Few strands of white hair remained atop the old man's bald head, which was adorned with several prominent age spots. His wrinkled skin accentuated the size of his head. Zhang Huaian took a deep breath and addressed the elder. "It seems our ancestor did not send anyone to inform me, leaving me unprepared and inadvertently neglecting you in this haste." The old man chuckled heartily. No matter. I happened to overhear Silu and Shirgu discussing the Analects last night and listened in for a moment. Upon returning home and pondering it well into the night, I found some merit in their interpretation. To think that at nearly a century of age, I could learn of a young child's fresh perspective on the Analects. How delightful. Thus, I decided this morning to accompany Silu and witness it for myself. Chapter 81. The Proper Naming. Before this venerable elder, Zhang Huaian's previously prepared arguments vanished entirely from his mind. In the presence of this esteemed centenarian, he felt that aside from the matter of his own time traveling, he would candidly divulge anything the old man wished to know. It was the folly of the young man and his teachings, neglecting the guidance of the young lady, that led to the disrespectful incident concerning the revered Confucius. I humbly beseech the ancestors to consider the tender age of my daughter, who is yet unversed in the ways of the world, and to refrain from casting blame. The old man's smile remained undiminished. "Ah, you have never encountered Confucius. How can you discern his true intentions?" he remarked. "Even my ancestors left no definitive manuscripts. After hearing your daughter's interpretation, I find it possesses a certain insight. Knowledge should indeed invite personal interpretation. If we merely study the legacies of those before us, how can our thoughts evolve?" Zhang Huaian took a step back, cupping his hands and bowing deeply. "I shall adhere to the teachings of our venerable ancestors, daring to hypothesize while cautiously seeking verification. Such is the proper attitude toward scholarship. Indeed, to boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify, what a profound sentiment. Such should be our approach to learning," the old man responded. Zhang Huaian felt a surge of joy in his heart. With these words, the old man had effectively defended his daughter, ensuring that even the Confucius family would not hold her misinterpretation of the Analects against her. In the distance, Kong Yingda's expression darkened, but he could only sigh in resignation. When the ceremonial procession of Xiangqing was arranged by the household servants, Zhang Huaian surveyed his surroundings with some trepidation. Ideally, there would be a litter to carry the old man directly into the estate, yet the Zhang family lacked such grand conveyances. The old man, noticing Zhang Huaian's discomfort, chuckled. "No matter, I still possess the strength to walk. Simply assist me down from the cart." After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Huaian suddenly began to untie the cart's reins. Yin Jitue, curious about his actions, inquired, "What are you doing, young man?" Zhang Huaian untied the reins and flashed a grin at the old man. "Please hold on tightly. Ancestor, I shall carry you inside." Amidst the astonished gazes of the elders, he grasped the yoke of the cart, slowly lifting it. With deliberate movements, he maneuvered the cart onto his back and proceeded toward the estate. A group of elders followed with mouths agape as he entered through the gates, where he gently set the old man down before the moon gate, assisting him from the cart. Yin Jitue patted Zhang Huaiyan's shoulder with his weathered hand, bursting into laughter. "Well done, young man. Such strength. I have heard Si Lu and Xin Ling speak of you, claiming your might rivals that of the ancient Xiang. Today, I see it is indeed true. This is mere brute strength, nothing to boast about. Let not our ancestor be amused." Yin Jitue declined Zhang Huaiyan's offer to carry him into the main hall, saying, I am still capable of walking. Your assistance in crossing the threshold was sufficient. I trust this act shall be recorded in the annals of history, and I consider myself fortunate to share in your glory, leaving a significant mark in the historical records." Zhang Huaian felt a swell of happiness. What man does not wish for his name to be immortalized in history? However, he had heard that the daily accounts of Li'er were penned by the Yin family. Now that the old man had spoken, would his grandson dare not to inscribe it in history? Zhang Huaian supported Yin Jitue to the entrance of the main hall, entrusting the old man to Yin Silu, who followed closely behind. He then approached Xiang, and all present bowed in unison. "We humbly welcome our venerable ancestor." The elderly man, supported by his son, approached Xiang and remarked with a smile, "You were slain by King Qi, Li Yuanji, during the reign of Wuda. I have heard of King Qi's cruelty, yet I never imagined he would strike at his own kin. You were saved by Huaian, narrowly escaping disaster, and as is often recounted in tales, a hero rescues a beauty, and the beauty reciprocates with her devotion. In my youth, I too harbored dreams of such matters, yet fate did not grant me such a fortunate destiny. Huaian, unaware of your royal status, is nonetheless willing to seek your hand in marriage from His Majesty through his extraordinary deeds. While this may not align with propriety, it shall be regarded as a beautiful tale." Xiang trembled with excitement, tears streaming down her face. As Zhang Huaian and his wife rose to pay their respects to Yin Jitue, bowing 3 times. "Thank you, our venerable ancestor." Zhang Huaian understood that once the elderly man had spoken, no one in the scholarly circles of the Tang Dynasty would dare use this matter against him. Should anyone suggest that he had a clandestine relationship with the princess, they would first offend Yin Jitue. In other words, Yin Jitue's words held more weight in the Tang scholarly community than even the imperial edicts of Li'er. However, Li'er had also gained from this. The elderly man's condemnation of King Qi's tyranny would shield him from accusations regarding the fratricide he committed. When Li'er received this news, he might lament why the elderly man did not mention the Prince of Xi, for that would have erased his greatest blemish. Zhang Huaian genuinely envied the old man, vowing to strive to live to the same age as Yin Jitue, at which point he would freely voice his disdain for those he found disagreeable. "All right, rise," the elderly man said. "I can still endure for 2 more years, and I am not fond of being bowed to incessantly." Zhang Huaian took the elderly man back from Yin Silu, assisting him into the main hall, where Xiang fetched a soft cushion for him to sit upon in the honored position. The elderly man curiously observed the chairs arranged in the Zhang family's hall, feeling the armrests and comfortably leaning against the cushion, letting out a contented sigh. "Ah, very good, Silu. When we leave, be sure to take this fine cushion home with you." "Yes, father." "Silu, introduce Huaian to me. I am feeling a bit weary and shall rest for a while. Wake me when the young lady returns." After speaking, the elderly man reclined in the chair and closed his eyes, soon falling into a rhythm of steady breathing. Zhang Huaian clasped his hands together and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed gentlemen, please take your seats. I beg your pardon for my negligence towards my elders." As everyone settled down, Yin Silu introduced each individual, and Zhang Huaian offered his apologies in turn. Among them were Kong Yingda, Li Gang, Yao Xilian, Lu Deming, and Ma Jiayun, along with Yin Silu, making up the entirety of those who had originally come to the Zhang residence to seek justice. Kong Yingda wore an expression of discontent, snorting coldly. "Young man, since our venerable ancestor has spoken, let us set aside the matter of the Analects. We have come today for another reason. Please, esteemed sir, speak freely. I shall answer with complete candor." Lu Deming, his curiosity piqued, asked, "Who authored the 3-character classic, Disciples' Regulations, and 100 Family Surnames? Do not deceive us into believing you were the author." Li Gang stroked his beard and chuckled lightly. "Indeed, if you dare claim authorship, we shall take our leave by meeting our end in your parlor." Zhang Huaian, with a resigned expression, replied to the assembly, "Has not my son already informed Master Lu? These articles indeed emerged in the depths of my mind after moments of clarity, accompanied by a wealth of other knowledge. Over the years, I have forgotten much, and I do not dare to claim credit for the achievements of others or speak recklessly." Kong Yingda's expression softened somewhat as he coldly remarked, "If a mere youth like you could compose such works, then we old men might as well hang ourselves from a crooked tree." Chapter 82. Your calligraphy is fit only for kindling. Li Gang chuckled and said, "These writings are surely a divine endowment. There are indeed records of such in the annals of history. Young man, in the presence of Master Yin, I must ask you, are you truly not affiliated with any particular family?" The eyes of the group of elders instantly sharpened, resembling those of hawks. As they fixated on Zhang Huaian offered a wry smile and bowed slightly to Li Gang, saying, "Master Li, you honor me greatly. I am not a rootless wanderer. My parents are respectable citizens with proper registrations. Before I turned 14, I relied entirely on the support of villagers. If Master Li sends someone to investigate Zhangjia village, they will surely discover that I speak no falsehood." Upon hearing this, Li Gang was enraged, tossing his sleeves aside and retorting, "What do you take us for? I would never stoop to such petty actions." Lu Deming interjected to mediate, "Enough? A gentleman's word is as heavy as a mountain. I see your respect for your teacher. Even when faced with our inquiries, you maintain decorum, which suggests you would not resort to deceit. Let us assume you simply stumbled upon good fortune, and that heaven has bestowed upon you a wealth of knowledge. We only hope you use it to benefit the people and refrain from excessive involvement in courtly affairs." These elders, the youngest among them over 60, were all astute individuals capable of discerning whether Zhang Huaian was being truthful. Yen Silu suddenly spoke up, "Copy these 3 works a few times. Each of us shall take a copy to study. After all, these writings originated from you, Zhang Huaian. Regardless, the 100 family surnames, 3-character classic, and disciples' regulations are indeed commendable texts, particularly valuable in the realm of elementary education. Scholars typically harbor a special sentiment towards original works. Just look at how anyone possessing Wang Youjuan's Lentingyi Su would consider it a treasured heirloom." Zhang Huaian felt somewhat awkward, scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. Kong Yingda glared. "What? Are you unwilling?" Among these elderly scholars, the most aggrieved was surely Kong Yingda, as he was a legitimate descendant of Confucius. The others were mostly there out of curiosity or to witness the 3 writings. Yet, Yen Jitue's words had laid bare the situation. In the future, even the Kong family could only regard it as Zhang Chuhe's youthful ignorance, at most chiding Zhang Huaian for poor parenting. Zhang Huaian bowed to the elders and said, "Master Kong, it is not that I am unwilling. Rather, my calligraphy is somewhat unsightly, akin to the fleeting traces of snow and mud. It would be better to wait for my son to return and let him write it. What do you think, esteemed gentlemen?" Seeing the elders' eyes widen in disbelief at Zhang Huaian's words, after a long pause, Yao Silian burst into laughter. "Come, bring forth the 4 treasures of the study. Today, I must see what you mean by the fleeting traces of snow and mud." Zhang Huaian, feeling helpless, instructed his servant to bring forth the 4 treasures of the study. After he completed the phrase "the beginning of man," the elderly gentleman exchanged glances, perplexed. Old Li Gang trembled with rage, and in his ire, he seized a fine piece of Xian paper from the table, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it outside the living room. Addressing Zhang's servant, he commanded, "Take this away and burn it. Such writing is a travesty that offends my eyes." Kong Yingda then chuckled, saying, "I now believe your words. If anyone were to choose you as their successor, they would truly be blinded." Li Gang, his finger trembling, pointed at Zhang Huaian and declared, "In the future, do not dare call yourself a scholar. Just look at your writing. It pales in comparison to that of my 3-year-old great-grandson. You have utterly misrepresented the essence of snow on mud and the trace of a wild goose. Can you even discern what you've written?" "Well, at the moment, perhaps," Zhang replied. "But later, not so much. Besides, Master Li, I am indeed a military official. The imperial procession includes 2 painted halberds." The inconspicuous Ma Jiayun interjected with a smile. "I am quite curious how you have presented memorials to the emperor. Does his majesty truly comprehend what you have inscribed?" "Alas, alas, I have yet to present a memorial to his majesty. However, I can simply have my son write it on my behalf." The elderly gentleman gazed at him as if he were a curiosity. They had encountered uneducated individuals before, but never one as utterly lacking in learning as Zhang Huaian. "Sir, young master and miss have returned," reported the shepherd at the entrance of the living room. "Quickly, let them in," Zhang Huaian exclaimed. Akin to a man spotting a beacon of hope, he promptly invited the 2 children inside. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the group of elderly men was even greater than that he felt in the presence of Lier. "Daddy, what is going on? I have yet to return with a cart full of gifts." Zhang Chuhe began to complain at the doorway, having previously arranged with her uncles and aunts to bring food for them in exchange for a cartload of gifts the following day. As Zhang Chuhe entered the living room and observed the numerous elderly gentlemen, all of whom were staring at her with peculiar gazes, she uncharacteristically felt shy. She dashed over to her father, clinging to his leg and hiding behind him, peeking out with one eye at the old men. Zhang Huaian pulled his daughter forth and called for his son, instructing them to pay their respects to the guests. The elderly gentleman exhibited a marked interest in Zhang Qingyuan, who performed his bow with utmost propriety, clearly showcasing his potential as a scholar, much to their delight. As for Zhang Chuhe, who could decipher Luanyu, she was essentially bidding farewell to the path of academia. Zhang Huaian led his two children to the venerable Mingde Gate, who, in a moment of hesitation about whether to awaken the old man, found Mingde Gate's eyes suddenly opening. Despite his frail appearance, a decaying aura enveloping him, his eyes shone with an alarming brilliance. After the two children paid their respects to their ancestor, Mingde Gate gestured to Zhang Huaian, saying, "You may attend to your matters. Simply leave the two children here. In my advancing years, I find myself increasingly fond of the company of children." The young man took his leave to prepare a meal for the esteemed ancestor. Zhang Huaian exited the living room and observed several elder gentlemen, somewhat younger in appearance, gathered around Zhang Qingyuan engaged in animated discussion. Li Gang held a brush, seemingly contemplating a compromise by requesting Zhang Qingyuan to transcribe several copies of the three-character classic, Disciples' Regulations, and 100 Family Surnames. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuhe had already struck up a conversation with Mingde Gate. It was unclear what Mingde Gate had whispered to the young girl, but she dashed to her brother's bag, retrieved a book, and returned to Mingde Gate's side. The two of them huddled together over the text, murmuring softly. Zhang Huaian felt elated and resolved to personally prepare lunch for the elderly gentleman, especially since he had alleviated many of Zhang Huaian's troubles that day. This old man was indeed his lucky star. The elderly gentleman appeared less vigorous than Sun, likely having only a few years left. Thus, Zhang Huaian vowed to keep the old man in mind for any future good fortune, ensuring he could savor his remaining years. As Zhang Huaian turned around, he noticed Xiang standing right behind him, her eyes rimmed with red and traces of tears on her cheeks. He gently lifted his hand to wipe away her tears. Speaking softly, "Why are you crying, silly? Is this not a joyous occasion?" Chapter 83. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong darling. Xiang sobbed as she leaped into Zhang Huaian's embrace, her voice trembling. "Since my return, I have been worried that my presence might hinder your prospects. Now, with Master Yan's words, you shall no longer face criticism because of me, and I am truly happy." Their relationship could not remain concealed from the observant. Currently, no one spoke of it, as Zhang Huaian was riding a wave of success and had garnered favor with Lier. However, should he err in the future, this matter would undoubtedly be resurrected, wielded as a weapon against him. Zhang Huaian was indifferent to this. Unbeknownst to him, Xiang had been troubled by such concerns. Yet, a mere statement from Mingde Gate had effortlessly resolved the issue. Henceforth, should anyone mention it, they would frame it as a hero saving a damsel in distress. Who could dispute that? They would have to confront Mingde Gate, who would undoubtedly respond with a scathing retort. "Princess, the food." "I saw nothing." Yu's voice chimed in from behind Xiang, though her comment only served to heighten the embarrassment. Xiang swiftly disentangled herself from Zhang Huaian's embrace, her cheeks flushed, casting a playful glare at Yu, who was covering her eyes but peeking through her fingers. Zhang Huaian, unabashed, chuckled, "I shall prepare some dishes for the esteemed elder. He is advanced in age and has but a few teeth remaining. He may not be able to enjoy the meal we have prepared." In truth, Zhang Huaian was somewhat lazy. Once he had taught Dahuai to cook, he seldom took to the kitchen himself. However, this time was different. Dahuai could only whip up his favorites, and the elder would struggle with tougher fare. Xiang and Yu accompanied Zhang Huaian to the kitchen, where the heat of early June in Guangzhou was stifling, intensified by the constant fire that had been burning since dawn. The kitchen resembled a steamer, lacking only a few degrees of temperature. Master, Yu had trained the new village women well, and now no one dared to address Zhang Huaian by name within the household. "I personally prepared several dishes, Dahua, to ready a piece of pork belly, some dried vegetables, soaked yellow beans, and a chunk of beef delivered by Cheng's family last night, which will soon be simmered into congee." The pork belly was sliced and fried in oil, then placed in a bowl, topped with dried vegetables, and steamed for half an hour, resulting in a melt-in-the-mouth braised pork. The soaked yellow beans were ground into soy milk using a stone mill, boiled, and infused with marinade, yielding a delightful bowl of tofu pudding. The beef was reserved for concocting a meat porridge for the old man, with Zhang Huaian preparing dishes that could be consumed without teeth. Otherwise, if the old man's few remaining teeth were to fall out while dining at Zhang's, Zhang Huaian would face considerable blame. Xiangqing and Yunyu were shooed out by Zhang Huaian, as the kitchen was too hot, and they could offer no assistance. They found solace under a nearby tree, enjoying the shade and engaging in hushed whispers. As Zhang Huaian completed his preparations, the time coincided perfectly with noon. He instructed the servants to set the table and, carrying a wooden tray, made his way out of the kitchen. As anticipated, upon his exit, he encountered Xiangqing and Yunyu, drawn by the enticing aroma. Xiangqing's eyes gleamed as she fixated on the vibrant bowl of braised pork, while Yunyu drooled at the sight of the tofu pudding. Xiangqing had tasted the tofu pudding before, finding it not to her liking, as she was a meat enthusiast. In contrast, Yunyu relished all types of food. During her initial days at the Zhang residence, she was astounded by De Hua's culinary skills, having never experienced such delectable meals while accompanying Xiangqing in the palace. Later, De Hua revealed that the true culinary master of the household was, in fact, the old man, and her own skills had been honed under his tutelage after joining the family. From that moment on, Yunyu eagerly anticipated the opportunity to savor Zhang Huaiyan's home-cooked meals. Though Zhang Huaiyan tended to be quite lazy, while De Hua possessed remarkable talent in cooking, allowing Yunyu to bask in the old man's culinary brilliance. In the kitchen, there were portions reserved for the two of you, which De Hua would serve. Zhang Huaiyan entered the living room with the wooden tray, where the atmosphere was bustling with chatter. Aside from Kong Yingda, several elderly gentlemen surrounded Zhang Chengyuan, with numerous sheets of Xian paper spread across the table as they ground ink for him. Zhang Huaiyan surmised that his son had been copying for the elderly gentleman in his absence. Poor child, what a pity that his father's handwriting was deemed unworthy by them. Meanwhile, Yin Jitue remained seated with his eyes closed. Confucius stated, "Without propriety, one cannot stand." Zhang Chuhe sat before the old man, resting his chin on his hands, pondering for a moment before declaring, "If you do not learn etiquette and respect me, I shall strike you down." On the opposite side of the table, Kong Yingdao wore a countenance as if he had lost his father, picking up a brush to begin writing in a book. Confucius remarked, "A gentleman does not elevate a person by mere words, nor does he dismiss words because of the person. A gentleman does not resort to idle chatter before resorting to violence, nor does he speak politely after having incapacitated another." Kong Yingda continued writing. Zhang Huaiyan inhaled sharply, instantly grasping the situation. The old man was bullying them. He recited the analects, compelling Zhang Chuhe to translate, while instructing Kong Yingda to inscribe Zhang Chuhe's translation directly into the analects. Such a cruel manipulation of hearts and minds. If it were anyone else, even the likes of Wei Qigong or Cheng Yaojin, Kong Yingda would likely be brandishing a knife in defiance by now. As Zhang Huaiyan approached the group of elderly men, none of them bothered to glance at him. When he drew near, Yin Jitue's nose twitched, and he opened his eyes, not even bothering to look at Kong Yingda. "Put it away for now, write again in the afternoon. Dinner has arrived, and I find myself quite famished. Let us see what this young man has prepared for me." Zhang Huaiyan cast a sympathetic glance at Kong Yingda, who seemed to sense the gaze and immediately shot him a glare. Zhang Huaiyan quickly lowered his head, cursing inwardly, "Damn, this old man is such a bully. I felt pity for you just moments ago, and yet you deserve every bit of mistreatment you receive." He began to serve the elderly man, though there were only 3 small bowls, each no larger than a palm. Before the old man lay 3 exquisite dishes, and he chuckled, "You are quite thoughtful. The ancestor speaks too highly of me. It is merely that you are of advanced age and cannot indulge too much in one meal. I shall prepare 2 additional dishes for you this evening." Yin Jitue picked up his chopsticks and replied, "No need for that. A humble meal and a simple drink in a shabby alley. One cannot succumb to worry, yet one's joy remains unchanged. I still remember the teachings of my ancestors. Though life has improved somewhat, I cannot afford to waste. Dear ancestor, how can this be considered waste? This is but a token of my filial piety. If you refuse to accept it, it would be a waste of my intentions." "Ha ha ha, you have a way with words." Yin Jitue's eyes fell upon the vibrant red meat, and he involuntarily swallowed. However, he soon felt a fiery gaze directed at him from beside the table. "Go find your mother. Do not disturb the ancestor while he eats." Zhang Huaiyan also noticed Zhang Chuhe's gaze. This particular dish was indeed his first attempt, primarily due to its complexity, as he preferred simmering everything in one pot. Yin Jitue reached out to stop Zhang Huaiyan, attempting to pick up a piece of meat to feed Zhang Chuhe. Yet the meat had been steamed for a full half-hour and crumbled under the slightest pressure. The old man found himself in a bit of a quandary. his eyes darting until they landed on the silver spoon in the bowl of porridge. He scooped a spoonful of meat and brought it to the edge of the table. Chapter 84. Although I cannot understand, perhaps the old man and the young girl had been cooperating for so long that they had developed an unspoken understanding. As the old man brought the spoon to Zhang Chuhe's lips, she happened to open her mouth wide and devoured the generous spoonful of braised meat. The sweet flavor was precisely what Zhang Chuhe adored, causing her to squint her eyes in delight, which made Yin Jitue smile as well. Zhang Huaian placed his large hand on the little girl's head, spinning her around so that she faced away from the table. Go find your mother. There is more in the kitchen. At that moment, Zhang's servants brought in a long table, and dishes began to arrive in succession. The elderly men folded their rice paper, some eyeing the long table, while others gazed hungrily at the dishes. Why did you send her away? I quite like her company. I cannot finish the food on my own, and having her around may allow me to indulge a bit more. Seeing Zhang Chuhe leave, Yin Jitue expressed his displeasure towards Zhang Huaian. Having been away from Xiangqing for so long, I find it difficult to discipline her, and I have already neglected proper etiquette. How dare I further disturb the ancestor's meal? Moreover, what the ancestor may not know is that she possesses the same innate strength as this young man. The amount of food you serve is merely enough to satisfy her hunger. Yin Jitue nodded slightly, scooped another spoonful of braised pork into his mouth, and then closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the meat to dissolve within. After a considerable pause, he opened his eyes. Indeed, it was a delightful dish, generously sweetened with sugar, though somewhat wasteful. Regrettably, in his old age, he could hardly consume much. In his youth, he could have devoured 4 or 5 bowls of such a meal. Zhang Huaian, accompanying the elder, chuckled. It's for the ancestor. It cannot be deemed wasteful. Do try this porridge. Yin Jitue took another spoonful of the porridge before him, tasted it, and his eyes brightened. After swallowing, he murmured, beef? Zhang Huaian nodded with a smile, and Yin Jitue chuckled in agreement. They understood each other well. Zhang Huaian dared to serve beef to the old man, but would not dare to offer it to the elderly gentleman seated at the table below. Otherwise, he would surely face their collective condemnation the following day, and he had no desire to endure their spittle. Naturally, Yin Jitue recognized the tofu pudding and nodded approvingly after tasting it. This sweetened bean porridge is a first for me. I have only ever tasted the savory version. I never anticipated such a delightful flavor. As long as the ancestor enjoys it, I shall bring you some sweetened version when I leave. Given your age, your body cannot tolerate too much salt. Your diet should remain light. Yin Jitue fixed his gaze upon him. You, young man, have some knowledge of medicine? I have been fortunate to befriend Dao's son and have absorbed some knowledge through observation. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Yin Jitue replied. Zhang Huaian chuckled. To be able to cook for the ancestor is a privilege for me. Today, you have alleviated many of my troubles. Bah! Yin Jitue glared at Zhang Huaian. Even if you serve as my chef daily, I would not utter a single word of praise. Do you really think that a count, hardly larger than a turtle in the river, is worthy of my attention? Zhang Huaian felt somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, the elder had just consumed the tofu pudding, which was cooling. Otherwise, if he had spat in response, Zhang Huaian would have fled in terror. Were it not for your suggestion on managing locusts, I would hardly bother with you. I have lived long enough to witness countless locust plagues, each time resulting in the starvation of innumerable people. Your ingenious idea of turning locusts into cakes, instead of the locusts devouring human food, is indeed a great contribution to the populace. The locust plague, once a calamity for the common folk, had now transformed into a beneficial situation, not only sparing them from starvation, but also allowing them to earn a few coins. In his youth, Yin Jitue too had captured locusts and roasted them with friends. Why had he never thought of such a solution? Regardless of whether this idea was bestowed upon you by the heavens, it is your achievement for having articulated it. For this alone, you, Zhang Huaian, deserve to be recorded in history. Zhang Huaian awkwardly replied, Ancestor, perhaps others have contemplated this method before, but they did not realize that locusts are only edible before a plague strikes. Once a plague occurs, they become highly toxic. Those who previously considered this solution may have perished from the poison. The elder paused, nodding again. Zhang Huaian had only informed Li Er and Do Jing about the toxicity of locusts post-plague, so Yin Jitue likely had not heard of it before. So it is. I should be grateful I did not conceive of this method. Otherwise, I would not have survived to this day. Go fetch a piece of the locust cake you made for me, so I can taste and discern its flavor. Zhang Huaian summoned a nearby maid. Xiaomei. Please find the mistress and bring back a piece of locust cake. Yes, my lord, she replied. Zhang Huaian leaned closer to Mingde Gate, who was sipping congee, and chuckled. The ancestors have eyes that see all. Even my intention to bring the locust cake home is known to them. Mingde Gate put down his spoon and laughed. Do not forget how many years I have served as an official. It is a common trait among officials to seize any public advantage. Zhang Huaian was momentarily speechless, having thought that the Yin family possessed extraordinary foresight, only to realize the old gentleman was merely speculating. Xiao Mei, swift and efficient, soon returned with a piece of locust cake wrapped in oil paper, measuring approximately 1 inch wide and 3 inches long. The elder took it, tapping it lightly with his fingers, producing a crisp sound. How does one consume this? One might mistake it for a floor tile. Zhang Huaian took the cake, broke off a small fragment, and placed it in his bowl of congee. Given the elder's advanced age, he was concerned about potential allergies. Whether to the locusts or the high protein content, should any mishap occur, he would bear the responsibility. This sustenance was prepared as military rations, where considerations hinged not on taste, but on durability and portability. Young soldiers, with their robust teeth, could munch on it while marching, followed by a sip of water. However, consuming it excessively could burden the stomach. When encamped, it was best to crumble it into a pot for a hearty porridge, enriched with dried vegetables. Yet, I fear it may be insufficient. I plan to add some tea leaves, though it may alter the taste. Nevertheless, with this and water, soldiers' health should remain intact. Mingde scooped up the crumbled locust cake while observing intently, remarking, "You add dried vegetables to alleviate concerns that they might become ill from consuming solely meat and grain. Am I correct?" "Indeed," Zhang Huaian replied. "Prolonged consumption of just meat and grains can lead to constipation, and in severe cases, a condition known as septicemia, due to a lack of something called vitamin C found in vegetables." Mingde tasted the mixture with his spoon, perhaps finding the flavor agreeable, as his face displayed profound enjoyment. "Though I may not fully grasp your reasoning, your considerations are quite meticulous. This concoction surpasses the current military biscuits significantly. Having meat provides the strength needed for battle, and the addition of sugar and salt is indeed a commendable choice." Mingde took the locust cake from Zhang Huaian's hands, re-wrapped it in the oil paper, and tucked it away, patting it gently. Chapter 85. The Enigma of 800. This was crafted by this young man for his family to taste. The offerings from the Department of Agriculture were rather crude, lacking even the removal of the locust's innards, and they merely added some coarse salt. The sugar was included solely for palatability. The military's provisions may be somewhat bitter, yet they are still superior to the current rations. A piece of this size, if rationed wisely, could last a day. A cavalryman carrying 30 pieces would be quite manageable, alleviating the concern of resupply. As you are well aware, the most vexing aspect of warfare is logistics, with a significant portion of supplies often consumed en route. It is fortunate if even 2 to 3 tents reach the front lines. The old man merely nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the subject, but instead posed a counter-question. "I hear you are preparing to venture to Turkestan, or perhaps just a brief visit. At that time, you were quite taken advantage of by His Majesty. The young lad harbors a grudge, seeking to embarrass the emperor as a form of retribution. Moreover, he is in need of military merit to elevate his rank. After all, you just mentioned that a count is not significantly superior to a commoner. At my age, a marquis would be most fitting." Mingde finished the bowl of congee with beef, pushed the bowl forward, and gazed at the remaining half bowl of braised pork and tofu pudding, chuckling. "Indeed, age has its toll. I can hardly finish this modest meal. Kong-gue, take these leftovers with you. Heat them up at home tonight. I shall continue my feast." Yen Silu, seated at the long table, heard his father's words, stood, and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Yes, father." Mingde waved his hand, signaling his son to resume his meal. The banquet hosted by the Zhang family featured many dishes unfamiliar to him, and it was evident that the elderly gentlemen were enjoying themselves quite thoroughly. "Go ahead, youth. This is indeed the time for establishing your achievements. Those Turkic scoundrels have been incessantly troubling us for years, committing acts of arson and pillage, causing untold suffering to the innocent citizens of the Tang Dynasty. However, remember that victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. You are still young, prioritize your safety, as there will be opportunities to retaliate in the future. Do not be greedy for accomplishments and reckless. Avoid the mistakes of Yang Guang at all costs." The old man was imparting guidance to his junior, The essence of his words suggested that even if the journey to Turkestan resulted in defeat, he would be willing to shelter him upon his return. Zhang Huaian placed the wooden platter in his hands down respectfully before Yin Jitue, declaring, "I shall heed the teachings of our ancestors." However, once Zhang Huaian stood, he chuckled. Could it be that the ancestor has forgotten? I am capable of rivaling the likes of Xiang Yu. On the battlefield, I am invincible. Yin Jitue shot a piercing glare at him, instantly extinguishing Zhang Huaian's newfound bravado. Humph, do not forget how Xiang Yu met his demise. Even a figure deemed invincible was vanquished by Emperor Gaozu of Han. Zhang Huaian scratched his head, eager to share his perspective. I actually believe that had Xiang Yu chosen to cross the river back then, he might have had another chance to contend for the realm against Gaozu. Yin Jitue raised his hand, pointing to the main entrance. Begone. Had Xiang Yu crossed the Wu River, he would not deserve the title of Western Chu's overlord. Jiandong would not have to wait for Lu Meng to be labeled as mere vermin. Zhang Huaian left the hall in a dejected manner, while Zhang Chuhe had stealthily re-entered, and the siblings were now accompanying the elderly gentleman for their meal. Zhang Huaian could hardly be bothered. Aside from himself and Xiangqing, these two siblings, albeit young, were the only remaining ones qualified to entertain guests. Zhang Huaian found the master and servant sitting at a stone table not far from the kitchen. Xiangqing, hearing footsteps, was so full that she nearly choked when she attempted to speak. Zhang Huaian quickly lifted a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup from the table, allowing her to sip a couple of mouthfuls before she regained her composure. How grown are you? Yet you eat so recklessly. Weren't you inside with the ancestor? Why have you come out? Zhang Huaian said to Yunyu, go fetch a bowl of rice for the old master. I have yet to eat and am absolutely famished. Yunyu playfully stuck out her tongue and scampered off to the kitchen. Xiangcheng handed a pair of chopsticks to Zhang Huaian, chuckling lightly. You seem to have been scolded? Not long ago, Xiao Mei inquired if I wanted locust cakes, and I caught a glimpse of your conversation. It appeared quite jovial. Zhang Huaian expelled a chicken bone with a sigh. The old man heard about my potential journey to the Turks and advised me to exercise caution, suggesting that if circumstances shifted, I should act accordingly to ensure my safety. I boasted that I was more formidable than the Western Chu overlord, to which he retorted that the overlord was ultimately vanquished by Gaozu. I countered, asserting that had the overlord chosen to cross the river, he might have had a fighting chance against Gaozu. Then the old man told me to leave. Xiangcheng covered her mouth, laughing lightly. Yet, as her mirth continued, it began to wane. Zhang Huaian accepted a bowl of rice from Yunyu without lifting his gaze, stating, rest assured, as long as I have 799 men, I could conquer not only Yanshan but also directly advance into the Wolf's Nest mountain of Shui Yintao, undertaking a grand expedition across the vast sea, and then at Guyan. By the time I return, perhaps your father will be so pleased that he bestows upon you, husband, the title of Marquis of Champions. My dear husband, our Tang Dynasty has no Marquis of Champions. Even if you truly subdued the Turks, my father would only grant you the title of Marquis of Lantian at best. However, my dear husband, the old man has already spoken. Perhaps I should return to the palace to plead with my father on your behalf, and you need not go. Zhang Huaian waved his hand dismissively. No need. This afternoon, prepare the household funds. Certain matters must be prioritized. With a worried expression, Xiangqing nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, across the stone table, Yunyu rested her chin on her hands. Her curiosity piqued. My lord, why 799 men? Why not just one more to make it an even number? Zhang Huaian suddenly laughed, jesting. The lord can lead 799 men, or even 8,000 or 80,000, but he cannot lead 800. Even if I consider myself invincible, should I encounter someone commanding 800, I would turn my horse around and flee. Why is that? Both women regarded him with intrigue, awaiting an explanation. But Zhang Huaian showed no intention of elaborating, continuing to focus on his meal. Countless historical records attest that 800 men equate to victory. It is commonly referred to as the Mandate of Heaven. As dusk settled in the afternoon, a group of elderly gentlemen emerged from Zhang's parlor, their faces alight with joy. Zhang Huaian personally assisted one of the elders outside, who was clutching locust cakes and holding a copy of the Analects, while Yen Silu carried a food box. Zhang Huaian placed the chair that Yen Jitue had occupied onto the ox cart and promised Yen Silu that in a couple of days, he would send a new set to his residence, after which he pulled the cart out of the gate. After bidding farewell to the group of elders, Zhang Huaian felt as if he were falling apart. Attending to others was no trivial task. Zhang Qingyuan was constantly rubbing his wrist, while Zhang Chuhe relentlessly gulped down cold tea, one child having written characters all day, and the other annotating a copy of the Analects anew. Zhang Huaian could only hope that Yin Jitue would keep that copy of the Analects to himself, lest Zhang Chuhe find herself limited to choosing a husband from among these martial families. Chapter 86. Return to the village. In the evening, the couple lay in bed, with Zhang Huaian bare-chested while Xiang tirelessly fanned him with a round fan. Tomorrow, they would leave the black cow to guard the house and return to Zhangjiakin as a family. Everyone's going back. What about Qingyuan and Chua? They will also return. There are some matters I need to discuss with the children. As for the household finances, we should spend all that we can during this period. Your father has granted me Zhangjiakin as my domain, and thus, Wangshan Mountain behind the house rightfully belongs to us. The residence will be built on the hillside of our family's mountain. Zhangjiakin has fewer than 400 households, and the neighboring Baigo village's 300 households are also our tenants. Tomorrow, I shall summon the 2 village elders to the village. Let them arrange the collection of locusts. It would be best if the women did it. We will only buy the dried ones at 4 for 10 jin, ensuring it does not exceed the government prices too much, or else your father will trouble me. For those tenant households with a larger population, let them raise a few piglets, while the smaller families can keep chickens and ducks. If the adults are too busy, let the children gather grass for feeding. The able-bodied men should all be engaged in the construction of our residence, provided with 2 meals a day and compensated with 2 copper coins for their labor. We must keep them occupied. Xiangqing, persistently fanning, remarked, on my way back today, I noticed that the grain brought back by Chuhe remains untouched by 6th uncle. Yet there are already families in the village nearing food shortages. Although new grain is about to come in, this year's yield is likely to be disappointing. 1 mu of land might yield barely a stone. Furthermore, despite the ongoing efforts to catch locusts, they have already begun to devour the crops. If this continues, we may not see the wheat mature before it is nearly all consumed. Zhang Huaian clenched his teeth. This predicament was partly his fault. Having been preoccupied with raising children and seeking a wife, he had neglected such a significant issue. Had he acted sooner, perhaps this year's locust disaster could have been averted. Yet now, even if all of Guangzhou was engaged in catching locusts, a small-scale disaster was likely unavoidable. Never mind. If a locust plague does arise in Guangzhou, we will instruct the villagers to harvest all the grain. If they cannot consume it, it shall be fed to the horses and cattle, which is better than leaving it in the fields for the locusts. The locusts have been collected for many days. Even if the fields yield nothing, every household now possesses some money. As long as the grain prices do not rise excessively, no one should starve. We cannot manage everything beyond that. Our own tenants must not face difficulties. The collected locust cakes should be partially sold for money, while the remainder should be stored as reserve grain until the autumn harvest, at which point they can be sold. Xiangqing, increasingly uneasy, suddenly grasped her husband's hand tightly. Zhang Huaian turned to her, gazing into her flower-like eyes, and reassured her. Do not worry, you are aware of your husband's capabilities. Perhaps, in time, I shall achieve great merit, and your father, in his delight, will reward me with the title of Duke. Xiangqing playfully punched Zhang Huaian on the shoulder, her expression shifting from concern to mild reproach. Once we return tomorrow, have the shepherd make a round at the 2 villages. My personal guards have yet to be settled. As a count, I can only have 20 guards, which is far too few. We should select only those aged 16 and above, excluding only children from single-child families, preferably those who already have offspring. The shepherd will know how to handle this. Xiangqing nodded. It would be best if they were from Zhangjiakin. That way, we can trust them. Zhang Huaiyan nodded in agreement, then chuckled as he turned over, adhering to their old custom. The following day, several carriages departed from Chang'an City at the break of dawn. Zhang Huaiyan exchanged pleasantries with Qin Huaidao, the city guard, and then set off towards Lantian. He reclined leisurely on the yoke of a carriage from Xiangqing. A stalk of dogtail grass clenched between his teeth. Xiangqing attempted several times to pull him inside the carriage, chiding him for lacking decorum as a count, unlike other drivers. Mind your own business. I find my spirits lifted once I leave Chang'an. Once the estate is completed, we shall return to live at the manor. Residing in the city feels suffocating, he retorted. Very well, my lord, your word is law. Who knows if your father will allow me to sell the count's residence in the city? If so, it would surely fetch a handsome sum. Xiangqing, listening from within the carriage, couldn't help but chuckle. Even if you wish to sell, I doubt anyone would dare to buy. He had not ridden his steed, Little White. Today, the shepherd had already taken it back to the village. He still needed to visit Baigo village to inform the village chief and some able-bodied men to pay their respects to the master. Despite Xiangqing's esteemed position, it was not his place to receive such honors. However, Zhang Huaian was different. His tenants could be regarded as his personal property. Should Zhang Huaian choose to be benevolent, he could ensure they lived better than the average citizen. Conversely, should he harbor malice, he could make their lives a living hell. As Zhang's carriages and ox carts entered the village, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance. Hearing the commotion, Xiangqing lifted the curtain of the carriage to take a glance, then roused Zhang Huaian from his near slumber. Zhang had barely caught 2 hours of rest after a long night of toil, and the morning's cool breeze had lulled him into comfort. Are you not the esteemed Count Zhang Huaian of Lantian County? I have heard much about you, but today is the first time I have the pleasure of meeting you. Indeed, you are quite the distinguished figure, said a man clad in a light crimson official robe. His face creased with smiles as he approached the carriage and clasped his hands in greeting. Zhang Huaian regarded the man, unfamiliar to him, but evidently a fifth-rank official given his attire. He returned a slight bow, inquiring, "And you are?" "I am Lin Xin, the magistrate of Lantian County. I have long wished to pay my respects to Count Zhang, but opportunity eluded me until today. Upon hearing of your return to your fief, I came to offer my greetings." Zhang Huaian immediately grasped the situation. Lantian was indeed his domain, and this man was a local official eager to establish rapport. Years ago, when he sought to submit a document to the county office regarding a missing person, Lin Xin had been but a minor clerk who dismissed him. Nevertheless, Zhang Huaian had no desire to offend him. After all, the river does not intrude upon the well. The fact that Lin Xin was aware of Zhang's return and managed to arrive at Zhang's village before him indicated that he was no ordinary bureaucrat. Typically, as long as Zhang Huaian remained untroublesome, their relationship would be one of mutual non-interference. Should Zhang Huaian assist in fostering development, Lin Xin might even benefit from the association. Lin Xin's willingness to visit was a gesture of goodwill, and Zhang Huaian understood well the wisdom of not rebuffing a friendly overture. "Oh, I have long known of Magistrate Lin's esteemed name. Magistrate Yang has spoken highly of you, and it is indeed a privilege to finally meet someone of such remarkable stature." Lin Xin gazed at Zhang Huaian's smile, his heart fluttering with trepidation. Just after His Majesty had conferred the title of Duke of Lantian County upon him, Lin Xin had inquired about Zhang Huaian from friends in Chang'an. The result, as Yang informed him of Zhang's remarkable military achievements, nearly left Lin Xin in a state of shock. How could a formidable figure capable of besting the Wei family be someone he could provoke? Having just received the news, he hastened from the county town to Zhang's village, knowing that such a formidable person could only be befriended, not offended. "Your Grace speaks too highly of me. I bring a humble gift of congratulations for you, and I hope you will graciously accept it." As Zhang Huaian presently held no official title, Lin Xin could only address him by his noble rank. "You are too courteous, my lord. In the days to come, I shall rely on your favor to look after the households under my name." Chapter 87. The Secret Cave. Lin Xin did not linger. Fully aware that Zhang Huaian must have pressing matters to attend to in his fief, leaving no time to entertain a mere fifth-rank official without a title. When Zhang Huaian invited him to visit his home, Lin Xin politely declined, recognizing that if he failed to read such subtle cues, he would not have attained his current position. After Lin Xin's departure, the village heads of Zhangjia and Baigo cautiously approached, and upon seeing the two elderly men, Zhang Huaian swiftly supported one of them, exclaiming, "No, if you kneel, you shall shorten my lifespan." The village head's face, wrinkled like a blooming chrysanthemum, bore a wistful smile as he remarked, "If your father were to see your current success, he would surely be overjoyed. After serving as a provincial soldier for over a decade, he barely achieved a proper rank. Yet here you are, a duke, and our 2 villages have suddenly become your tenants, 700 households in total. It seems we shall continue to rely on you." As Zhang Huaian walked alongside the 2 elders, he chuckled, "You are mistaken, village head. It is I who must depend on you in the future. If you do not cultivate the land for me, how shall I collect the rents? Even with my strength, I cannot till all the fields alone. Moreover, were it not for your generosity in the past, I might have starved long ago." Zhang Huaian could distinctly sense the emotional distance in the village head's words, a lingering effect of the hierarchical nature of feudal society that could not be easily bridged by mere pleasantries. Although the village head was familiar with him, Aware that he likely would not act in such a manner, people do change, and Zhang Huaian was no longer the hunter he once was. Zhang Huaian understood the village head's intent. The underlying message was a reminder of past camaraderie, reassuring the elder. I never anticipated that your wife would turn out to be a princess. Thankfully, your aunt did not find you another, or else you would be facing her ire. The village head chuckled heartily. There are some matters I need to discuss with Xiang. I will take the two young ones back home. Very well. Do not let me detain you. Facing his former elders, Zhang Huaian felt somewhat at a loss regarding how to interact. Perhaps, in due time, everyone would acclimatize. Yet the rapid shift in status left them all feeling somewhat disoriented. Xiang Cheng, more suited to such situations, would adapt more swiftly due to his royal education. In the Tang Dynasty, women, particularly those from affluent families, were destined to marry into noble lineages, so from a young age. They were trained in the arts of managing estates, bestowing favors, and maintaining proper distance, skills that were mere trifles for Xiangqing. Zhang Huaian returned to the familiar courtyard with his two children, which appeared to have been freshly cleaned, likely a task undertaken at Xiangqing's request upon his return the previous day. Accustomed to the grand residences of Chang'an, Zhang Huaian found himself increasingly enamored with the quaintness of the small courtyard, an adjustment from the mindset of a commoner that would not come easily. Entering his bedroom, he moved aside a wooden cabinet in the corner under the curious gaze of his siblings, revealing a wooden panel measuring about 1 square meter. Lifting the panel, he uncovered a dark, yawning hole beneath. Zhang Huaian retrieved a prepared fire starter, igniting a piece of cloth and casting it into the abyss. He watched quietly as the cloth slowly ignited. "Father, what is this?" Zhang Chuhe inquired, squatting beside him, her little head peering curiously into the hole where yellow flames flickered. "You will find out soon. This is a secret of our family, known only to your mother and no one else." Despite having dug several ventilation holes during its construction, Zhang Huaian had not visited in a long time. If any of those openings were blocked, the three Zhangs might find themselves trapped within. Zhang Huaian was the first to descend, the hole not being particularly deep, just over 3 meters. With his height of nearly 1.9 meters, he easily grasped the edge of the opening with a gentle leap. "You two, come down." Zhang Chuhe did not need to be called twice. Before her father finished speaking, she had already leapt into his arms, giggling fearlessly. Zhang Qingyuan, however, was more cautious, hanging onto the edge before realizing that his father was supporting his feet, allowing him to finally release his grip. The passage below was less than 1.5 meters high, spacious enough for the siblings to navigate comfortably, yet rather cramped for Zhang Huaian. He nearly crouched as he moved forward, with his siblings following closely. The darkness of the tunnel did not instill fear in them. Zhang Qingyuan remained vigilant, while Zhang Chuhe felt a thrill akin to treasure hunting. After walking 200 steps, the passage opened into a vast space. Zhang Huaian fished out the fire starter and, relying on memory, made his way to the wall. As the oil lamp flickered to life, a cavern measuring 5 meters in height and over 20 meters in diameter gradually revealed itself to the trio. "Father, is this the back mountain?" Zhang Qingyuan asked with a hint of confusion. Zhang Huaian continued to light more lamps while responding to his son's query, as Zhang Chuhe seemed exhilarated, darting about in the expansive cavern. "Indeed, your father exerted considerable effort to excavate this cave." The cave was quite rudimentary, apart from a few tree trunks supporting the ceiling, and a couple of shovels strewn in the corner. It contained little else. To the north of the cavern, 3 makeshift wooden doors stood, and Zhang Huaian cautiously untied nearly transparent threads from each door before letting out a sigh of relief. Although the mechanism he had set up was rather sluggish, only triggered when the wooden door was pushed halfway open, Zhang Huaian had to exercise caution, especially with 2 children in tow. The children had gathered around, curiously observing their father. If he were to recklessly push open the wooden door without untangling the threads, the flint connected to those threads would be pulled, igniting the gunpowder contained within the box. The box predominantly held bombs. Even if the intruder survived the explosion, the earth mound itself would likely collapse. Zhang Qingyuan gasped, "Father, what on earth is stored in there?" Zhang Huaian chuckled without answering and proceeded to push open the wooden door. Behind it lay a cave measuring 10 meters on each side, furnished with 3 wooden figures and several rudimentary wooden tables. The dim, yellow light filtering into the cavern barely illuminated the interior, insufficient for the trio to discern the objects within. Zhang Huaian reignited the 2 oil lamps positioned behind the door, aware that each small cave concealed a box of bombs he had crafted himself. He was determined not to jeopardize his family's safety due to a mere spark. As the light illuminated the small cave, Zhang Chuhe exclaimed excitedly and darted towards the three wooden figures. Chapter 88. Father, are you truly not considering practicing calligraphy? The three wooden figures donned sets of dark armor, resembling the Mingguang armor, which would render its wearer a target on the battlefield. Unlike the Mingguang armor, which gleamed with bright silver plates, these three suits were composed of dark gray plates that glimmered faintly with a ghostly hue as the oil lamp flickered. Zhang Chuhe's eyes sparkled at the sight of the armors. Although there were three suits, one large and two smaller, only adults could wear the smaller ones, clearly beyond her current size. Her gaze fixated on a red and black suit, her eyes wide with anticipation. She believed this armor was meant for her, or more accurately, for her future self. However, she already possessed a suit modified from dismantled plates by Wei Qigong, prompting her to glance at her father, hoping he might consider a similar approach. While the silver plates were undoubtedly more aesthetically pleasing, the black armor exuded a more formidable presence, promising a striking appearance once donned. Zhang Huaian affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and remarked, "These were originally prepared for you when you grew up. But now that I have taken office, there's no need to hide these items. You may wear the one gifted to you by grandfather Wei Qigong for now." This cave and its contents had been in Zhang Huaian's preparations for quite some time. After all, life was fraught with unforeseen events, and one could never be certain if he might find himself back in the past. It was essential to leave his children with something substantial to secure their place in the Tang Dynasty. While Mingguang armor ranked among the finest in ancient history, its drawbacks included being ostentatious, exorbitantly priced, and overly heavy, despite its formidable defense. Zhang Huaiyan had heard from Wei Qigong that a complete set of Mingguang armor weighed a hefty 80 pounds. This was undoubtedly due in part to Wei Qigong's imposing physique. Yet it could not be significantly lighter. The three sets of armor before him, however, were quite different. The set Zhang Huaiyan had prepared for himself weighed merely 40 pounds. Yet its defensive capabilities were comparable. Moreover, he had treated each armor plate to a blunted finish. Crafting sulfuric acid had consumed a considerable amount of Zhang Huaiyan's time. He beckoned Zhang Chuhe to a nearby wooden table, where a 2.5-meter-long iron spear rested on two stands. It was likely that in this world, only two individuals could wield this 38-pound spear. Zhang Huaiyan pondered whether Shui Ringgui could manage it. After all, he was merely 14 years old this year, and was probably still tilling the fields in Longmen County. Should he send a shepherd to fetch him? Indeed, it was not only Lier who had a penchant for collecting. Zhang Huaiyan shared this trait as well. With the civil officials already represented by Zhang Jians, and plans to later recruit Di Renjia, he felt a particular inclination towards Shui Ringgui. After all, he could not shoulder every responsibility alone. The spear's blade bore intricate patterns, a result of Zhang Huaiyan's method of stacking materials, though it could not yet be classified as true Damascus steel, which purportedly required special alloys. He did not linger on the spear, but moved to another table where three crossbows were displayed. He picked one up, opened a wooden box atop it, adjusted the quarrels fitted with tri-blade heads, and then pulled the trigger against the cavern wall. After manipulating a handle behind the arrow chamber, he reloaded the crossbow. A series of 7 muffled sounds resonated in the ears of the three. Zhang Chuhe dashed over, his eyes widening as he beheld the quarrels, each barely half a foot long, almost entirely embedded in the wall. Zhang Huaiyan approached, removed the 7 quarrels, brushed off the dirt, and returned them to the chamber before loosening the bowstring. Disregarding Zhang Chuhe's eager desire to play, he turned his attention to the final table, which displayed a row of daggers. These daggers, like the crossbow's limbs, were crafted from soft steel that had undergone 70 times of stacking. However, unlike the crossbows, the outer layer of the daggers was forged from hard steel. With a reluctant glance from Zhang Chuhe, Zhang Huaiyan closed the wooden door, this time without hanging a silk thread. He led the two to the opposite wooden door and lit an oil lamp once more. As the cavern illuminated, its interior sparkled with brilliance. This was no ordinary cave. It was filled with glass ornaments, each the size of a human head, placed directly on the ground. Rabbits, wolves, eagles, an array of flowers, and numerous complete tea sets. Zhang Huaiyan still possessed the skill of glass blowing, though the objects he created were only rough imitations, often marred by impurities and bubbles. His greatest achievement was crafting ornaments no larger than a human head, for anything beyond that exceeded his capabilities. As for the assorted glass spheres, there were enough to fill a box. To Zhang Huaiyan, they were merely glass, to the people of the Tang Dynasty. They represented treasures of immeasurable value. Thus, Zhang Huaian had only taken out a few small glass orbs, and the rest could not be brought out for the time being. Zhang Chuhe was not particularly interested in these items. In her view, if one were to enjoy such things, it would be better for her father to catch living creatures directly from the mountains, which could also play with her. Such motionless toys held far less allure than armor and weapons. Zhang Qingyuan merely observed in silence, possessing a deeper understanding of certain matters. Compared to his younger sister, Zhang Chuhe, he had acquired a greater breadth of knowledge and exhibited a more composed demeanor. Zhang Chuhe resembled a boisterous child of a later era, full of vivacity, while Zhang Qingyuan, having learned some knowledge uncommon to this time, mirrored the scions of the noble families in the Tang Dynasty, who were raised under strict tutelage. Zhang Huaian pondered that this might indeed be a hereditary matter. Sons tended to resemble their mothers, while daughters bore a closer resemblance to their fathers, in both character and appearance. As the trio approached the final wooden door, Zhang Qingyuan suddenly inhaled deeply, sensing that perhaps within this room lay the most significant treasures. Upon entering the last cavern, Zhang Qingyuan was taken aback to find several large chests neatly arranged inside, akin to the explosive boxes in the other two caves. He exchanged a puzzled glance with his father. After all, they already had bombs stored beneath the bed, and it seemed implausible for his father to allocate an entire cave for mere bomb storage. Zhang Huaian approached and lifted the lid of one chest, revealing several books within. He extracted one and handed it to his son, smiling as he remarked, "These are the true assets that will enable us to thrive in the Tang Dynasty. Once you master these, the contents of the other two rooms will be easily within your grasp." Zhang Qingyuan gazed at the crooked characters on the cover, which presumably read elementary mathematics. Flipping through the pages, he found that the material consisted of arithmetic concepts his father had previously taught him. Moving closer to the chest, he examined the other two books, labeled Intermediate Mathematics and Advanced Mathematics, each with distinct styles. A smirk crept across his face as he instinctively rubbed his wrist. "Father, have you ever considered improving your calligraphy?" Chapter 89. "Father, is there more that remains unwritten?" Zhang Huaian scrutinized the large, crooked characters on the covers of the books. Although they were somewhat better than what he had written for Old Li Gang and others the previous day, they were still only barely legible. His son's comment caused Zhang Huaian's face to redden, yet fortunately, the dim light of the cave concealed his embarrassment from the two children. "It's nothing. I simply did not exert myself during my youth, which is why my handwriting is so unsightly. You are still young, and now is the time for you to strive hard. Practice your calligraphy diligently, and aim to surpass Wang Yujun." Zhang Qingyuan had grown accustomed to his father's whimsical nature and refrained from further banter, instead directing his gaze toward the other chests. Zhang Huaian opened the remaining two chests, retrieving several books that also contained gunpowder. Zhang Qingyuan eagerly took them, discovering 3 physics books, corresponding to the same levels as the mathematics, junior, middle, and senior. However, 2 other books puzzled him. One was inscribed with the title 300 Poems. "Father, do you also write poetry?" Zhang Qingyuan appeared to be encountering his father for the very first time, utterly unaware of his father's hidden talents. He delicately turned the pages of 300 Poems, scrutinizing the text under the dim light. The works Mournful Farmer, Quiet Night Thought, Spring Hope, Ascending High, Farewell to Dongda, Untitled, Song of the Swallow, Wine Invitation, and Autumn Dusk in Mountain Abode, with their 5-character and 7-character verses, captivated him entirely. As he leafed through further, he discovered that the latter part of the book contained lyrical poetry. Titles such as Full River Red, Water Melody, Breaking the Formation, Liminal River Immortal, and Magpie Bridge Immortal deepened his admiration for his father beyond words. Yet, as he continued to peruse, he sensed something amiss. Aside from a few 5-character and 7-character verses and several short lyrics, the rest left him with an insatiable yearning. "Father, did you not finish these at the back?" Zhang Huaian, slightly embarrassed, gathered the collection of poems from his son's hands. When he had first traversed into this world, brimming with youthful zeal, he had envisioned penning a volume of 300 poems that would compel future poets to kneel in reverence for his verses. He had hoped that children of the future would be so overwhelmed by his legacy that they would clench their teeth in frustration. However, Zhang Huaian had struggled to produce merely over 30 poems, a third of which were substantially incomplete. In truth, he could only guarantee the completeness of about half of them. With a flushed face, he confessed, "Father's talent is limited, and I could only compose this much. You may select a few for your sister, allowing her to attain the title of a talented woman. As for the rest, keep them for yourself, and if you find them lacking, you must find a way to complete them on your own, for your father lacks the ability. Zhang Qingyuan nodded thoughtfully before retrieving another book, titled Chemistry, each character styled uniquely. Upon opening it, he found it contained only a few thin pages. The elements listed: hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus, sulfur, chlorine, argon, potassium, calcium, scandium, titanium, vanadium, chromium, manganese, iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, zinc, left him staring at the 6 large black dots that followed. He lifted his gaze to his father, asking, "So, you have not remembered everything?" "Ha ha ha, my son is truly clever," Zhang Huaian chuckled. The following pages contain some basic chemical equations and procedural instructions. Admitting defeat, Zhang Huaian acknowledged that aside from retaining 80% of his high school mathematics and physics knowledge, his grasp of other subjects was still at a beginner's level. He gathered all the books into his arms and ushered his 2 children outside. "Enough of this. Do not be so ungrateful. Without your father, acquiring such knowledge would have been utterly impossible." At that moment, Zhang Chuhe, who had been quietly observing her father and brother, clung to Zhang Huaian's leg, pouting, "Father, may I take my set of armor outside? I cannot wear it anyway, but I could place it in my room. Then, I will eat heartily to grow taller and soon be able to wear it." Zhang Huaian remained unmoved, turning the little girl to face the entrance. "Do not even think about it. With your current appetite, you would have already impoverished any other household. If you eat a bit more, I assure you, my dear child, that when you grow up, you will certainly outgrow that suit of armor. Perhaps your grandfather Yuchi's armor would fit you better." Zhang Chuhe pouted as she was ushered out of the cave by Zhang Huaian. Changing his tone to a serious one, Zhang Huaian warned, "I must caution you. If you do not bring your brother with you, you are absolutely forbidden from entering this cave. Otherwise, you shall go 3 days without food." "What's the big deal?" The little girl huffed and ran toward the cave entrance. Zhang Huaian busied himself extinguishing the oil lamps one by one. Zhang Huaian was extinguishing the oil lamps one by one, mindful that forgetting even a single lamp could lead to a fire, which would be disastrous. With the amount of oil stored beneath his bed, it would be enough to engulf the entire Zhang family village in flames. "Go and stay with your sister." The entrance and its mechanisms were known only to Zhang Huaian and, previously, to Xiang. Even Zhang Qingyuan had been oblivious to them. This cave and its mechanisms were known only to Zhang Huaian and Xiang. Even Zhang Qingyuan had been oblivious to them in the past. His keen intellect was beginning to grasp the knowledge within. Once he had mastered it all, a single fire would render all that wisdom contained solely in their minds. After ensuring that all but one oil lamp had been extinguished, Zhang Huaian conducted a final check around the cave before snuffing out the last light. He waited a couple of minutes at the entrance, confirming there were no signs of rekindling flames, and then turned to leave the cave. Zhang Huaian extinguished it and waited for a couple of minutes at the entrance, ensuring there were no signs of rekindling flames before he turned to step outside. As the light gradually brightened, he blinked several times to adjust to the brightness at the cave's mouth. He noticed his son gazing up curiously at the entrance. But Zhang Chuhe was nowhere in sight. "Where is your sister?" Zhang Qingyuan, perhaps having looked up for too long, strained to turn his head and replied helplessly, "I almost caught up to her, but then Chuhe scampered up the sides of the entrance in a flash." Zhang Huaian found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, that was an apt description of her swift movements. However, given the narrowness of the entrance, it was not truly a challenge for Zhang Chuhe. Yet, if provoked, one could never be certain of her actions. Zhang Huaian hoisted his son upward and then leapt out of the cave himself. After securing the entrance once more and repositioning a cabinet over it, the father and son finally stepped outside. The small courtyard was empty. One could never be certain of her reaction. Zhang Huaian helped his son up and then, using the cave's walls, swiftly climbed out. As they arrived at the village entrance, they indeed found Xiang seated beneath the shade of a large tree. Upon spotting her father and brother, Zhang Chuhe quickly nestled her little head into her mother's embrace, who appeared to be comforting her daughter. Yinyu, standing nearby. As the father and son approached the village entrance, they indeed spotted Xiangqing beneath the shade of a large tree. Upon seeing her father and brother emerge, Zhang Chuhe quickly nestled her little head into her mother's embrace, who appeared to be comforting her daughter. Yu laughed quietly to herself. One can barely catch a dozen or so pounds in a day. Furthermore, Xiangqing brushed off the dust inadvertently clinging to Zhang Huaian and remarked, the village head has already made arrangements. Over the past 2 days, locusts have become increasingly elusive, demanding only meals in return for their labor. However, if the village head is aware that we are renovating our residence and has assured that tomorrow all the able-bodied men from the village will come to assist, demanding only meals in return for their labor. However, if you envision constructing the residence halfway up the mountain, relying solely on the villagers, yet we might still need to seek the expertise of the emperor. Perhaps we should request the ministry to send skilled workers for the construction? The plans from the Ministry of Works have already arrived. The village is not lacking in carpenters and stonemasons. Yet we might still need to seek the expertise of the emperor. Perhaps we should request the ministry to send skilled workers for the construction? Xiangqing rolled her eyes at him. Is that truly comparable? The houses in Yanqanfang are far more valuable than those in Zhangjia village. All right. I would have preferred the emperor to build the estate on my fief directly. The princess mansion in Chang'an is sufficient. Dozens of acres should suffice for our needs. Xiangqing rolled her eyes at him. Is that truly comparable? The houses in Yanqanfang are far more valuable than those in Zhangjia village. All right. You have the final say. Zhang Huaian spotted a shepherd leading Xiao Bai, followed closely by a group of young men. He felt a surge of excitement within. These individuals could potentially become his personal guards, albeit none could surpass his own martial prowess. Yet, even if one among them proved exceptional, it would be a source of joy. What? You claim it impossible? Look at the shepherd and Zhang Jinji. Are they not 2 fine examples of talent that I have cultivated? Zhang Huaian accepted a bowl of chilled sour plum soup from Yunyu. It would be a source of joy. What? You claim it impossible? Look at the shepherd and Zhang Jinji. Are they not 2 fine examples of talent that I have cultivated? Zhang Huaian accepted a bowl of chilled sour plum soup from Yunyu. Turning his gaze, he noticed that Zhang Chuhe had unknowingly wandered away from Xiangqing's side and was now standing beside his brother. This delightful concoction had been prepared by Dehua the previous night and was brought back today in the carriage, primarily to prevent the 2 little ones from overheating. Always felt feverish, yet was resistant to heat and greatly feared the cold. Previously, Old Sun had mentioned something about individual constitutions, though Zhang Huaian had. The shepherd, having led Xiao Bai to the shade of a tree, glanced back at the group of young men behind him, looking somewhat distressed. Always felt feverish, yet was resistant to heat and greatly feared the cold. Previously, Old Sun had mentioned something about individual constitutions, though Zhang Huaian had not retained any specifics. Zhang Huaian scrutinized them, recognizing a few familiar faces from the village, yet he refrained from greeting them. Zhang Huaian observed, I truly could not find enough suitable individuals. Following your instructions, I scoured 2 villages and managed to gather these 16, yet over half appear rather frail. Zhang Huaian scrutinized them, recognizing a few familiar faces from the village, yet he refrained from greeting them. Zhang Huaian observed a distinctive trait among the shepherds he encountered. They possessed robust physiques, and even those who appeared emaciated seemed significantly broader than the average person when clothed. My lord, he implored, if this is unfeasible, perhaps we should abandon the idea. These fellows, if not for their recent meals of locusts, would likely be too weak to walk. He continued, if you truly desire personal guards, I can procure some for you, each one a skilled warrior. I cannot claim they are superior to Cheng Yaojin and his ilk, but they are undoubtedly stronger than Cheng Chumo and his companions. With a swift kick, Zhang Huaian sent the shepherd stumbling, exclaiming, begone. I seek personal guards, not bandits. Do you expect me to recruit a band of ruffians from the Greenwoods? The reputation of brave Samlang should not be sullied by your folly. The shepherd, understanding his error, merely smiled and remained silent, standing meekly to the side. Zhang Huaian took a few steps closer to the group of young men, proclaiming, I am your landlord, and I am also His Majesty's appointed Earl of Lantian County, Zhang Huaian. Among you 16, some may recognize me, while others may not. But that is of little consequence. He gestured toward the shepherd beside him, stating, this fellow may not have conveyed the details clearly. According to regulations, I am entitled to 20 personal guards, and you have been selected as promising candidates from the 700 households across my 2 villages. He continued, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Once you become my personal guards, regardless of your previous status as militia soldiers, you will accompany me to the battlefield. There, where blades and spears are indiscriminate, you may face the peril of death at any moment. Moreover, when necessary, You may find yourselves shielding me from the enemy's weapon. If any of you are reluctant, you may leave now, and I assure you, no one will hold it against you." The 16 men exchanged glances, and suddenly, there, where blades and spears are indiscriminate, you may face the peril of death at any moment. Moreover, when necessary, you may find yourselves shielding me from the enemy's weapons. If a noble were to recruit outsiders, the men of our 2 villages would surely hang themselves from the nearest tree. Rest assured, as long as I, Eru, live. A man in his 20s chuckled, "My lord, there is no need for further explanation. Who among the nobles' personal guards does not hail from his own village? If a noble were to recruit outsiders, the men of our 2 villages would surely hang themselves from the nearest tree. Rest assured, as long as I, Eru, live. I vow to protect you, my lord, with my very life. My family is now your tenant, and I have long heard of your benevolence." Xiang quietly explained, "Uncle Cheng's personal guards are all retired veterans from the battlefield, and they too are drawn from their own tenants." Contemplating the notion that personal guards are typically chosen from one's own tenants. This was knowledge he had yet to acquire, as it was his first experience as a noble. Xiang quietly explained, "Uncle Cheng's personal guards are all retired veterans from the battlefield, and they too are drawn from their own tenants. Even if they were not originally from the village, they have since relocated here. Naturally, your personal guards should also be selected from the tenants. And ask the village chief to procure some rations. Have Dahu prepare a meal for them." Realizing he had been at a disadvantage due to his lack of experience, Zhang Huaian waved his hand dismissively. "Take them down to the village. And ask the village chief to procure some rations. Have Dahu prepare a meal for them. They all look quite famished. I recently encountered several villagers outside the village who mentioned that a mansion is being constructed here and laborers are provided with meals in exchange for their efforts." Occasionally approaching Zhang Huaiyan with inquiries about passages he found perplexing. "May I inquire, esteemed gentlemen? I recently encountered several villagers outside the village who mentioned that a mansion is being constructed here and laborers are provided with meals in exchange for their efforts. My hometown has suffered calamity, and together with my younger brother, we passed through this area, hoping to find work to earn our sustenance. Might you be inclined to grant us this opportunity?" Chapter 91. Ma Bin-Kong to seek employment. One should approach the village chief in the back mountains. A day's labor spans 5 hours, providing 2 meals, with compensation of 2 copper coins per day for those over 16 and 1 copper coin for those under 16. Perhaps it is due to excessive taxation that some cannot afford to pay, leaving them to become vagrants. However, the willingness to work signifies hope. They are not indolent. There are always individuals who are displaced and wander aimlessly, and this is even truer in the Tang Dynasty. Perhaps it is due to excessive taxation that some cannot afford to pay, leaving them to become vagrants. However, the willingness to work signifies hope. They are not indolent. I express my gratitude to this young lady, yet the heat is oppressive, and my younger brother and I have traveled all morning. I can endure, but my younger sibling is still tender in age. Might I request a cup of water for him?" Yunyue said nothing in response. She took a ceramic bowl and poured 2 cups of sour plum soup, glancing at the ice-filled wooden bucket. After a moment's hesitation, she added a piece of ice to one bowl. Approaching the 2, she playfully remarked, "You are quite amusing. Your brother is taller than you. Yet you insist on calling him young, and he bears no resemblance to you at all. Nevertheless, in consideration of your concern for your brother." He first inclined his head towards Zhang Huaiyan beneath the tree, saying, "Thank you for your generosity." Then he turned to Yunyue and said, "I appreciate your kindness, young lady. After you finish drinking, do go to the back mountains to seek work from the village chief." The young man did not accept the bowl from Yunyue's hand immediately, instead, drinking greedily from the chilled concoction. "Take your time. The esteemed ones have been gracious enough to provide ice. Drinking too quickly is not good for your stomach." Only then did he take the 2 bowls of sour plum soup, handing one to the tall youth beside him, who eagerly pressed his cracked lips against the bowl. But the youth was reluctant to accept it. "Brother, you drink. I have had my fill." Seeing the younger boy's resolute demeanor, the young man had no choice but to raise the bowl to his lips, suppressing the urge to gulp it down all at once. But the youth was reluctant to accept it. "Brother, you drink. I have had my fill." Seeing the younger boy's resolute demeanor, yet he smiled at the sight of the youth still greedily consuming the sour plum soup. At some point, Zhang Chuhe had scampered over to Yunyue, her large eyes blinking curiously at the boy as he drank. "Big brother, are you very thirsty? We have plenty of sour plum soup at home, if you wish. I can fetch more." The youth's eyes brightened, and he heard the young man laughing heartily as he said, Thank you, miss, for your kind intentions. However, a gentleman does not drink from stolen springs. Were it not for my younger brother's tender age, I can fetch more." The youth's eyes brightened, and he heard the young man laughing heartily as he said, "Thank you, miss, for your kind intentions. However, a gentleman does not drink from stolen springs. Were it not for my younger brother's tender age, I shall remember this favor and repay it handsomely in the future." Though Zhang Chuhe did not fully comprehend the words, her gaze remained fixed on the young man. Under the tree, Zhang Huaian suddenly sat up, startling Xiang, who playfully swatted him with a fan. Zhang Huaian, nearly driven to madness by his own worries, was captivated by the young man's words and cast a fervent glance at the large youth and his smaller companion. The young man wore tattered blue garments, his cloth shoes so worn that they revealed his toes, yet he stood tall, clearly a scholar. Zhang Huaian approached the two, satisfied as long as he could find anyone capable, for it was not easy to encounter someone of Zhang Jian's caliber. Upon seeing her father approach, his cloth shoes so worn that they revealed his toes, yet he stood tall, clearly a scholar. Zhang Huaian approached the two. Zhang Huaian ignored his daughter. The Zhang family was not lacking in fighters, but rather in managerial talent. He stood before the two and assessed the young man, inquiring. Zhang Chuhe hurried to his side and whispered, "Father, that tall one looks like he could fight well. Can we keep him at home to spar with me?" Zhang Huaian ignored his daughter. The Zhang family was not lacking in fighters, but rather in managerial talent. He stood before the two and assessed the young man, inquiring, "Have you received an education?" The young man, knowing Zhang Huaian was the true authority, clasped his hands and replied, "I have studied for a few years. With your brother in tow and no stable residence, life may be quite difficult." The young man hesitated, while Zhang Huaian observed him quietly, not pressing him for a prompt response. The young man looked at his taller brother beside him and suddenly steeled himself, bowing once more to Zhang Huaian. "With your brother in tow and no stable residence, life may be quite difficult." The young man hesitated, while Zhang Huaian observed him quietly. "Aren't you planning to take the imperial examination? If you serve him, how will you participate?" The young man turned and patted his tall brother on the shoulder. "I am honored by your consideration. I would be willing to serve your esteemed household." The younger boy suddenly tugged at him and said, "Brother, you intend to take the imperial examination? Which subject?" "The Jinshi examination." Zhang Huaian was momentarily taken aback. Those who aspired to the Jinshi were no ordinary individuals. "No matter. It's all right. I can sit for the exam next year." Oh, now it was Zhang Huaian's turn to be surprised, and he curiously asked, "You intend to take the imperial examination? Which subject?" "The Jinshi examination." Zhang Huaian was momentarily taken aback. Those who aspired to the Jinshi were no ordinary individuals. "No matter. You may begin working. Consider it a means to earn your keep. It will not hinder your preparations for the autumn test. Should you succeed, you may enter government service. If not, and you truly possess talent, I might recommend you to the court." With this assurance, the young man felt a wave of relief. He had indeed encountered a benefactor, a recommendation. While he had faith in his own abilities, one could never be too sure. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Master Ma Binwang. Enough. From this point forward, we are family. Yunyu, ensure they are well fed." The young man was about to express further gratitude, but Zhang Huaian turned and waved his hand dismissively, walking back towards the tree while saying, "Go seek the village chief for assistance. If you have the courage to take the Jinshi, I believe in your capabilities." "Yes, master." Ma Binwang, accompanied by his younger brother, feeling too lethargic in the sweltering heat to engage in any tasks. Ma Binwang, Zhang Huaian muttered the name. "He possesses remarkable strength and is quite adept at labor." Go on. Zhang Huaian, reclining, waved his hand dismissively, feeling too lethargic in the sweltering heat to engage in any tasks. Ma Binwang, Zhang Huaian muttered the name, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. "You say your name is Ma Binwang?" "Indeed. Is Binwang your courtesy name? What is your birth name?" The two turned, and Ma Binwang, puzzled, inquired, "Does my lord have further instructions?" Zhang Huaian regarded Ma Binwang with an unsettling gleam in his eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. "You say your name is Ma Binwang?" "Indeed. Is Binwang your courtesy name? What is your birth name?" Though Ma Binwang was bewildered by how his newly acquainted lord knew he had mentioned his courtesy name, he responded nonetheless. "Ah, how does my lord know? Binwang is indeed my courtesy name. My birth name is Ma Zhou." At that moment, a brilliant flash of golden insight illuminated Zhang Huaian's mind. He was consumed by a singular thought. By heavens, another fortune awaits. Chapter 92. Shueli Ma Zhou observed Zhang Huaian, who stood dazed. And a thought struck him. Could this newly recognized lord be a fool? Zhang Huaian chuckled foolishly, which unsettled Ma Zhou. Regret washed over him. He had heard tales of certain nobility in Chang'an who favored male companionship. Surely, his lord could not be one of those. However, as Ma Zhou glanced at himself and his brother, he noted that after months of travel, his hair resembled a bird's nest and his toes, visible from worn shoes. No worries, no worries, you may continue with your tasks. Ma Zhou, feeling perplexed, turned to leave but hesitated, sensing that perhaps his lord would call upon. With his back to Zhang Huaian, Ma Zhou displayed an expression of anticipated understanding. He adjusted his demeanor and turned once more, cupping his hands. Please, my lord, command me. What is your brother's name? Zhang Huaian inquired, possessing no substantial basis for his question, merely a hunch. History bore no record of Ma Zhou having such a tall brother. With his back to Zhang Huaian, Ma Zhou displayed an expression of anticipated understanding. He adjusted his demeanor and turned once more, cupping his hands. Please, my lord, command me. Thus Ma Zhou's claim of brotherhood was unquestioned. Yet, given the young man's stature, he was evidently a promising martial talent. Zhang Huaian surmised that. In accordance with the principle that a tiger does not associate with dogs, those around Ma Zhou were likely not ordinary individuals. Ma Zhou replied earnestly, my lord. Thus Ma Zhou's claim of brotherhood was unquestioned. Yet, given the young man's stature, he was evidently a promising martial talent. Zhang Huaian surmised that. I learned that this young boy had lost his parents at a tender age. Initially, he managed to survive on the modest yield from his family's farmland. However, this young man saved me from a wild wolf while I was passing through Jiangzhou on my way to Chang'an, nearly costing me my life. After our conversation, consequently, he resorted to hunting to sustain himself. But the poor harvests over the past 2 years, coupled with deceitful dealings, led to the loss of their land for a mere 2 taels of silver. Consequently, it was only later that I discovered he was merely 14 years old, and his birth name was Shueli. Zhang Huaian, in a few swift strides, reached Shueli's side. Although Ma Zhou's accomplishments surpassed those of Xue Ringgui, the latter's fame was unmatched. This was indeed Xue, the legendary hero who had shot 3 arrows to secure the Tianshan Mountains. Zhang Huaian was simply exhilarated at he undoubtedly remained the foremost in the land. In a moment of introspection, Ma Zhou sensed that his lord seemed to be familiar with both of them. He undoubtedly held the title of the world's foremost warrior. Suddenly, Ma Zhou had an inkling that his master might be familiar with the two. He recalled how Xue Ringgui had only been assigned to guard the entrance while serving Lier, and although his time with Li Ji, he observed how Xue Ringgui had ended up guarding the gates under Lier, while his fortunes fared better under Li Ji, only to be utterly defeated in a single battle, resulting in his complete dismissal. Thus, it was clear that Xue Ringgui was ill-suited to align himself with the Li family. Ma Zhou noted that Zhang Huaian appeared considerably younger than himself, yet he had already attained the rank of count, with the prospect of further titles not out of reach. Moreover, the young man's physique clearly indicated a warrior's disposition. Although Xue Li was literate, pursuing the imperial examinations would be an extravagant. It was evident that Zhang possessed the physique of a warrior. Although Xue Li was literate, pursuing the imperial examinations would be a waste of his potential. My lord's willingness to provide Xue Li with a promising future fills my brother and me with immense gratitude. However, I must emphasize that though Xue Li is brave, my lord is willing to offer Xue Li a promising future, for which my brother and I are profoundly grateful. However, Xue Li is still young. Xue Li will undoubtedly prove to be a significant asset to you. Zhang Huaian helped Xue Li to his feet and smiled. Rest assured, both of you. The servants in my household live far better than those in others, especially when it comes to serving as my personal guards. As my guards, the servants of my household lead lives far superior to those of others, especially for one serving as my personal guard. As my guard, you shall dine on meat daily, and your meals shall always be plentiful. Xue Li's eyes sparkled at the promise, for while he might dismiss other statements, go to the back mountain and inform the village chief that you are my appointed steward. You shall handle these matters directly. Xue Li was to remain here, and shortly. Ma Zhou, you may head to the back mountain. Simply inform the village chief that you are my appointed steward. You shall handle these matters directly. Xue Li will remain here, and shortly, you and I shall seek out my personal guards. The two clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. Ma Zhou set off toward the back mountain alone, while Xue Li followed Zhang Huaian back to the great tree. When Zhang Chuhe spotted the towering figure accompanying her father, her eyes lit up with curiosity. "Father, is this big fellow here to keep me company in our sparring?" "Chuhe, do not be disrespectful," Xiang admonished, reveling in the joy that comes from achieving 20 consecutive double golds, a happiness that few could comprehend. "In Xiangqing, observe this lad. He possesses innate strength. Henceforth, a delight that few could comprehend, akin to the bliss of achieving 20 consecutive dual gold medals. In Xiangqing, observe this lad. He possesses innate strength. Henceforth." Xueli scratched his head in bewilderment and inquired, "My lord, how do you know I possess such innate strength?" Zhang Huaian paused for a moment before responding. Xueli scratched his head in bewilderment and inquired, "My lord, how do you know I possess such innate strength?" Zhang Huaian paused for a moment before responding. "Did not Ma Zhou mention you are merely 14? Your physique is nearly on par with mine, and, like you, I too am endowed with natural strength." Yet here were two individuals claiming the same. The thought of deceit never crossed his mind. Their statuses rendered such pretense unnecessary. "Big fellow, let us engage in an arm wrestling match to see who possesses greater strength." Zhang Chuhe seemed to have finally found a companion with whom she could frolic. Unlike the village children who had previously shunned her for wrestling, Xueli glanced at Zhang Chuhe, whose height barely reached his waist. Unlike the village children who had previously shunned her for wrestling, Xueli glanced at Zhang Chuhe, whose height barely reached his waist, and looked at Zhang Huaian with a perplexed expression. Although Xueli was unfamiliar with the concept of arm wrestling, he could discern it was a contest of strength. "My lord, I am quite strong and rather clumsy. I fear I may inadvertently injure the young lady." Xiangqing initially intended to call her daughter back, not wishing for her to act recklessly. After all, her husband had indicated that this youth would become his chief bodyguard, an important role, not merely that of a household servant. Instead, smiling and saying, "It's all right. You should try with Chuhe and see who possesses greater strength." Before Xueli could voice his thoughts again. Instead, smiling and saying, "It's all right. You should try with Chuhe and see who possesses greater strength." Before Xueli could voice his thoughts again, he found himself being pulled by Zhang Chuhe towards a nearby stone table. Chapter 93. I merely wished to sample the waters. Xueli was still astonished that his young mistress could pull him along, and before he could collect his thoughts, Zhang Chuhe had pressed him against a tree stump beside the stone table. She took a seat opposite him, but due to her tender age, she could not arm wrestle him in the conventional manner. Thus, the young girl half lay on the stone table. She could not arm wrestle him in the conventional manner. Thus, the young girl half lay on the stone table, extending her slender arm while gazing at Xueli across the table. Xueli, perplexed by Zhang Chue's intentions, noticed that the onlookers under the tree had gathered around. Zhang Qingyuan extended his hand, guiding Xueli's large palm onto the stone table. "Rest your elbow on the table, grasp my sister's hand, and exert force. As long as you can press the opponent's hand down onto the table, you shall be victorious." Given Zhang Chue's youth, no one paid heed to the propriety of gender interactions. However, Xueli, observing her delicate arm, felt a wave of concern. What if he exerted too much force and inadvertently injured her? He resolved to temper his strength, merely resisting. If the young lady could not overpower him, she would likely concede, thereby ensuring her safety. As their hands, one large and one small, clasped together, Zhang Qingyuan positioned himself between them. At my command. The disparity in their sizes was simply too great. Begin. Bang. The dull sound of a palm meeting the stone table echoed, leaving the disparity in their sizes was simply too great. Begin. Bang. The dull sound of a palm meeting the stone table echoed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, gazing at Xueli. For even the strongest bones cannot withstand stone. "Big guy, why aren't you putting in any effort?" Zhang Chuhe inquired, tilting her small head curiously at Xueli. For even the strongest bones cannot withstand stone. "Big guy, why aren't you putting in any effort?" Zhang Chuhe inquired, tilting her small head curiously at Xueli. Although he hadn't applied force, a mere mortal should never overpower his hand. When their large and small hands clasped once more. Although he hadn't applied force, a mere mortal should never overpower his hand. When their large and small hands clasped once more. Zhang Qingyuan waited a few seconds before declaring, "Begin." This time, the contest was not one-sided. Both hands remained firmly locked in the middle, and the onlookers could see the veins on Xueli's forearm gradually rising. "Big guy, put in some strength," Zhang Chuhe urged. Xueli, taken aback by her words, gritted his teeth and began to exert force, yet their arms still tilted towards him. As Xueli summoned all his strength, I'm going to get serious now. Shueli watched helplessly as his arm was once again forced down, and moments later, the back of his hand met the table once more. Zhang Chuhe exhaled deeply, cupping her fists in a gesture of respect, saying, I concede. The back of his hand met the table once more. Zhang Chuhe exhaled deeply, cupping her fists in a gesture of respect, saying, I concede. The strength he prided himself on was bested by a mere 4-year-old girl, a blow to his youthful pride. Seated at the stone table, Shueli lowered his head. The strength he prided himself on was bested by a mere 4-year-old girl, a blow to his youthful pride. Seated at the stone table, Shueli lowered his head. You are already quite formidable, making me exert 9/10 of my strength. Apart from my father and me, you are indeed the third strongest in the world. You are already quite formidable, making me exert 9/10 of my strength. Apart from my father and me, you are indeed the third strongest in the world. Zhang Huaian patted Shueli's shoulder, offering a comforting smile. Do not feel embarrassed. Chuhe may have exaggerated, but there is truth in her words. Besides, indeed, it has been a while since I was full. Back home, we barely had enough food while farming. Chuhe has always enjoyed playing arm wrestling with me. Indeed, it has been a while since I was full. Back home, we barely had enough food while farming. Chuhe has always enjoyed playing arm wrestling with me. She possesses greater skill. Look at her stance, Zhang Huaian remarked. While Chuhe employed her entire body's might. Coupled with your hunger, it is no wonder you could not prevail against her. Zhang Chuhe protested, Father, you are biased. I clearly won. Zhang Huaian looked at his daughter and said, Do not bully him. Would you dare wait until Shueli has had his fill? You are biased. I clearly won. Zhang Huaian looked at his daughter and said, Do not bully him. Would you dare wait until Shueli has had his fill? And I can teach him how to arm wrestle properly? You can then challenge him again. But I'm only 4. He is 14. The onlookers in Xiang fail to perceive this, for the trio's strength has long transcended that of ordinary individuals. The onlookers in Xiang fail to perceive this, for the trio's strength has long transcended that of ordinary individuals. They only recognize their formidable might, yet remain oblivious to the extent of it. Only Zhang Huaian comprehends the true nature of the situation. Zhang Chuhe's assertion holds validity. One can discern from Shueli's physique that in a few years, his strength will undoubtedly increase, but there exists a ceiling to that potential. In contrast, Zhang Chuhe's upper limit may well reach her own capabilities. With her arms crossed, Zhang Chuhe, though in agreement with her father's words, knows full well that she emerged victorious. Not far from the Zhang family courtyard, Muyang and his companions were roasting a wild deer. Although Dahu had brought an it was insufficient for such a large gathering. While there was certainly enough grain available, after all, the village still had several thousand stones. Zhang Huaian was not one to be stingy. It was insufficient for such a large gathering. While there was certainly enough grain available, after all, the village still had several thousand stones. Zhang Huaian was not one to be stingy. Dahu was busily engaged in the kitchen of the Zhang family courtyard. Aside from Muyang, who moved in and out, Dahu was busily engaged in the kitchen of the Zhang family courtyard. Aside from Muyang, who moved in and out, the others dared not enter. From a distance, he rotated the meat while occasionally using the dagger Zhang Huaian had gifted him to slice off a piece, which he promptly devoured. A dozen or so prospective guards lounged in the shade of nearby trees, watching him savor the meat. A dozen or so prospective guards lounged in the shade of nearby trees, watching him savor the meat. Muyang, perched on a small stool, greeted him, My lord, madam. Zhang Huaian strode over and playfully kicked him, causing him to stumble, You rascal, while you roast. Muyang, perched on a small stool, greeted him, My lord, madam. Zhang Huaian strode over and playfully kicked him, causing him to stumble, You rascal, while you roast. You are also eating. By the time it's fully cooked, will there be anything left for us? Thankfully, you were not made the cook, or we would have been served with half the portion. Muyang, unfazed, chuckled and returned to his stool. So I must taste it for seasoning, right, Chuhe? Zhang Chuhe, her mouth full, nodded vigorously. Yes, that's right. Brother Muyang, I couldn't taste it. Please cut me another piece. Laughter erupted as everyone enjoyed Zhang Chuhe's endearing antics. Children often find it easier to be forgiven than adults, and Zhang Chuhe, the mischievous child who had earlier caused Zhang Huaian considerable distress with her explosive antics, was a prime example. Though perhaps due to her tender age. The mischievous child who had earlier caused Zhang Huaian considerable distress with her explosive antics, was a prime example. Though perhaps due to her tender age. She only understood that bombs could break things, unaware of the potential harm they might inflict on others. Yet, Wrong is wrong. Zhang Huaian had previously consulted Chang'an Wuji regarding the incident. Chang'an Wuji reported no fatalities. Zhang Chuhe's bomb had ascended high, likely landing squarely on the city wall, creating a frightening crack in the outer structure. In truth, the individual most severely injured was Yu Qigong, buried beneath the wooden debris. At that moment, yet they were not completely deaf. Compensation had already been issued, and Zhang Huaian instructed them to disregard it. The source of Zhang Huaian's greatest headache, Zhang Chuhe, yet they were not completely deaf. Compensation had already been issued, and Zhang Huaian instructed them to disregard it. The source of Zhang Huaian's greatest headache, Zhang Chuhe. Zhang Chuhe's maternal affection lasted merely a day after returning. He was reprimanded at least 3 times daily and endured a beating at least once. Zhang Chuhe's maternal affection lasted merely a day after returning. He was reprimanded at least 3 times daily and endured a beating at least once every 3 days. Consequently, Zhang Chuhe had evolved from a troublemaker into a playful rascal. Remarkably, this nominal master-disciple duo, one leisurely and the other mischievous, coexisted in an unexpectedly harmonious manner. Suddenly, wishing desperately for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole, no one mocked Xue Li, as the stomachs of those burly men had long wishing desperately for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. No one mocked Xue Li, as the stomachs of those burly men had long been rumbling. I intend to appoint him as my chief bodyguard. What do you think of his physique? The shepherd, somewhat taken aback, replied, My lord, I thought you wanted me to lead this group of simpletons. He does appear quite robust, though I wonder if he is merely a pretty face. Zhang Huaian chuckled. I thought you wanted me to lead this group of simpletons. He does appear quite robust, though I wonder if he is merely a pretty face. Zhang Huaian chuckled, then stood up and approached Xue Li, gazing up at him, who stood half a head taller. In disbelief, he looked back at Zhang Huaian. Is he really 14? Indeed. Then stood up and approached Xue Li, gazing up at him, who stood half a head taller. In disbelief, he looked back at Zhang Huaian. Is he really 14? Indeed. Yet Xue Li remained steadfast, not budging an inch. The shepherd gave him a thumbs up, a gesture he had learned from Zhang Chuhe. Impressive, my brother. Henceforth. Yet Xue Li remained steadfast, not budging an inch. The shepherd gave him a thumbs up, a gesture he had learned from Zhang Chuhe. Impressive, my brother. Henceforth. You shall be the Lord's chief bodyguard, while I will take on the role of your coach. The shepherd had previously sparred with Zhang